Chapter 766 Swatting a Fly Like Killing It. Could it be that the person those idiots asked him to help them beg was Su Ming? Impossible. These bosses, while not among the top tycoons in Zhengzhou, are certainly worth tens of billions in assets. Why would they need to ask that kind of guy for help? However, now that she has fallen out with these people, she will have to find another way to handle the resale business. Wan Shirin's eyes lit up as she thought of Yang Tianhong, the organizer of the medical ranking conference. If we could get the help of that international tycoon, we could sell any number of pills. Moreover, since Zhang Qianqi is with the Wan family, they will definitely give him face. Thinking of this, Wan Shirin picked up her phone and called Yang Tianhong. The call was connected very quickly. On the other end, Yang Tianhong answered, "Hello, who is this?" "Mr. Yang, I am Wan Shirin, the president of Wan Family. Wan Family has recently launched a new batch of pills, and I would like to cooperate with you. Where are you? Can we meet?" Wan Shirin immediately forced a smile and said with a smile, "Alright, then come to the rich man's restaurant. I am hosting a banquet for my guests here." After saying that, Yang Tianhong hung up the phone. Very good. Wan Shirin was so happy she almost jumped for joy. Unexpectedly, the renowned boss Yang was willing to give her this opportunity. Thank goodness I didn't cooperate with those idiots. I almost lost the big picture for a small gain. Being able to cooperate directly with a big shot like Yang Tianhong is something that 100 idiots combined can't compare to. Wan Shirin was overjoyed. After packing her things, she couldn't wait to head to the rich man's restaurant. Inside the rich man's restaurant, Yang Tianhong was receiving Su Ming. "Prince Su, these are the gifts I prepared for you before you left in such a hurry last time that I didn't have time to give them to you. Please take a look. Although the gifts are not expensive, they are all my heartfelt wishes. This is a 500-year-old snow ginseng. Also, this bank card contains 1 billion. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Prince Su." Yang Tianhong smiled broadly and bowed obsequiously. And us too." Gao Song and Sun Buwen also hurriedly came over and handed over all the gifts they had prepared. Sun Buwen's face flushed red, and he said awkwardly, "We were blind before and didn't recognize Prince Su." Also believed Zhang Qianqi's nonsense. That guy talked rubbish and didn't take Prince Su seriously at all. The two have switched sides and are now surrendering to Su Ming. Before Su Ming showed up, they thought Zhang Qianqi was the king of Zhengzhou. But after meeting Su Ming, they immediately realized that Zhang Qianqi was nothing. Su Ming knew very well what Yang Tianhong was worried about. The last incident almost created a grudge between them and Zhang Qianqi. He doesn't care. However, even someone like Yang Tianhong was somewhat wary of Zhang Qianqi. Moreover, as the organizer of the medical ranking conference, he was afraid that if Zhang Qianqi used his power to oppress others and bully those below him once the conference started, Yang Tianhong would be ruined. That's why they tried every means to get the gift into Su Ming's hands, which was also a way to protect themselves. As for Gao Song and Sun Buwen, those two opportunists, Su Ming didn't even bother to give them a second glance. But since the gifts have already been presented, we should accept them. Su Ming raised his hand, gesturing for Yi Tang behind him to accept it. Then he looked at Yang Tianhong and said, "Don't worry, Zhang Qianqi will soon be too busy to care about himself. He won't have time to bother you. If he does come, then contact me." "Yes." Yang Tianhong nodded happily. He was secretly amazed. As expected of the king of the 9 provinces, Su Ming saw through him at a glance without him even having to explain his intentions. This insightful and discerning mind is truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. "That's settled then, I have other things to take care of. I'm leaving now." Su Ming turned around and left with Yi Tang. They were originally going to return to Cloud Mist Manor, but they ran into Yang Tianhong on the way. This guy kept pestering them to come here. But now that things are settled, he's too lazy to stay any longer. "Prince Su, I'll see you off." Yang Tianhong, Gao Song, and Sun Buwen hurriedly followed behind Su Ming, seeing him off at the restaurant. Once they reached the street outside the restaurant, Su Ming was about to get into his car. Suddenly, a powerful killing intent emanated from the street ahead. 2 tall figures appeared ahead, their terrifying aura sweeping over everything. The power of these 2 individuals shocked Yang Tianhong and the others. They all looked up, their faces filled with shock as they stared at the two people in front of them. These two were none other than Soul Venerable and Fiery Venerable from the Blood Fiend Palace. Who is Su Ming? With a fierce shout, the Soul Celestial Venerable's voice, as violent as thunder, resounded throughout the area, vibrating everyone's eardrums. Everyone else around them retreated, their faces filled with terror, and dared not approach. Su Ming focused his gaze and sensed that the aura emanating from the two was extraordinary. They were probably the strongest martial arts masters he had ever encountered. These two are probably from the Blood Fiend Hall. I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Presumptuous. Before Su Ming could speak, Yang Tianheng stepped forward first, pointing at the two of them and shouting insults. Where did this petty scoundrel come from, daring to address Prince Su by his name? With Su Ming backing him up, Yang Tianheng was full of confidence. That's right, where did these ants come from that dare to shout here? Do you know who I am? Any one of us could step forward and crush you like ants? Get out of my way. Gao Song became even more arrogant, cursing loudly, and stepped forward to teach the two a lesson. However, when he had only walked 4 or 5 steps away from the two of them, he felt an overwhelming aura pressing down on him, as if a mountain had fallen on his shoulders. Thump! Gao Song was so overwhelmed by this aura that he knelt heavily on the ground, his eyes bloodshot. With a pft, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yang Tianheng, Sun Buwen, and the others were stunned, their eyes wide open, not daring to breathe. This is too much. Is this scary? What's the background of this guy? At the same time, Wan Shireen also drove up from behind and witnessed the scene before her, and was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. However, what shocked her even more was why Su Ming was here too. Moreover, it seems that these two experts are after Su Ming? Could these be people from the Blood Fiend Hall? To Wan Shireen's astonishment, the black-robed human Soul Celestial Venerable in front of her took a step forward, and with a boom, cracks appeared on the ground. Who is Su Ming? Step forward. Soul Celestial Venerable let out a sharp shout. Su Ming stepped forward calmly and looked at the two of them. What do you need me for? So it was you. We found out that you know about the deaths of Rakshasa and Ghost Celestial, and who killed them. Tell us, and we'll leave you with a whole corpse. Soul Celestial's voice was devoid of any emotion, and he spoke in an almost commanding tone. Die by my hand. Su Ming grinned and said calmly, I didn't come looking for you, you delivered yourselves to my doorstep, so let me tell you, Rakshasa was nothing more than a fly swatter. Ghost Celestial Venerable put up a fight for a while, but his end was even worse. You want to suffer the same fate as him too. Puff. When Wan Shireen, who was sitting in the car, heard these words, she was so angry that she almost vomited blood on the spot. Kill it like swatting a fly? This guy is such a braggart. Who would believe that? Do they think the people of the Blood Fiend Hall are all fools? This is insane. He's absolutely insane. 767, Chapter 767. Is he still alive? How strong are the people from the Blood Fiend Hall? Even Zhang Qianqi mentioned it, and he had to be wary and keep quiet. Given Su Ming's status, he's probably as fragile and vulnerable as an ant in front of such a powerful figure. Moreover, it was the king of Kyushu who killed the Rakshasa. What does that have to do with this kid? Showing off here is not only a waste of your own life, but it will also drag others down with you. Wan Shireen couldn't stand it anymore. She had finally found a big boss like Yang Tianheng to cooperate with, and if he were to be killed by Su Ming, she would suffer a huge loss. Asshole! Wan Shireen shouted angrily as she rushed up from behind, yelling at Su Ming, what do you know? Tell these two big shots, stop pretending here. Don't you know how many people you'll implicate? Su Ming turned to look at Wan Shireen and said calmly, what I said is true. You? Wan Shireen was almost driven mad with anger. Doesn't she know Su Ming's own limitations? Still being stubborn in front of the Blood Fiend Hall people, do you really not want to live anymore? However, Wan Shireen's commotion attracted quite a few people to come over. Soul Celestial Venerable and Fierce Celestial Venerable exchanged a glance, their gazes turning cold. With so many people around, if we were to start a massacre here, bad news would likely spread. With the Grand Commandant's office about to take action, it's not advisable to make such a public spectacle. Immediately, Soul Celestial looked at Su Ming and said coldly, "Once we investigate further, you won't even have a chance to be honest and protect yourself. You have at most 3 days. Within these 3 days, you can still regret it. Will be waiting for you at Purple Forest Manor. If you miss this time, you'll have no chance." After saying that, the two turned and left the scene. It didn't seem to be moving very fast, but in the blink of an eye, it had disappeared from the street. Call. Wan Shireen finally let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling completely exhausted. "I didn't feel it while I was in the car, but once I got closer, the immense pressure and power emanating from it was terrifying. It made her almost unable to breathe. Look what trouble you've caused. Do you even know who those two people are? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of them? You only have 3 days left. You'd better kneel down and apologize right now, or you're completely finished." Wan Shireen turned her head and glared angrily at Su Ming. "Nerve." Su Ming rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to Wan Shireen, got into the car, and left with Yi Tang. Wan Shireen's performance left Yang Tianheng and several other medical experts completely stunned. This woman has some nerve, daring to yell at the king of the nine provinces. Is there some secret they don't know? Yang Tianheng looked at Wan Shireen with surprise and asked, "President Wan, what is your relationship with him? Do you know him?" "Know him? No one knows him better than Mei Hei's just an arrogant, good-for-nothing brat, a frog in a well, thinking everyone is as mediocre as him, thinking everyone is on his level. His ignorance is terrifying." Wan Shireen sneered angrily. "What?" Yang Tianheng almost bit his own tongue. He was almost scared to death by Wan Shireen. "Miss Wan, how dare you say such a thing?" Yang Tianheng asked with a gloomy expression. "Because he's just a piece of trash abandoned by the Wan family. No one knows his true nature better than me," Wan Shireen said with a sneer. She thought Yang Tianheng was unaware of Su Ming's identity and had been fooled by Su Ming's pretense. Now that she has exposed Su Ming's identity, Yang Tianheng is shocked. Little did Yang Tianheng know that he already considered Wan Shireen to be an extremely unreasonable person. "Wan Shireen, what a Wan Shireen, it seems we don't need to cooperate anymore. You don't even put someone like the big boss in your eyes, so what am I, Yang Tianheng?" "That's it, don't bother me anymore, or don't blame me for blocking your thousands of companies." After saying that, Yang Tianheng snorted coldly with a dark face, flicked his sleeve, and followed the others into the restaurant. That last sentence completely shattered all of Wan Shireen's hopes. "No, Mr. Yang, what did I say wrong? We haven't even discussed the profits yet." Wan Shireen was shocked and hurriedly chased after him. But the security guards at the entrance stopped him outside with cold expressions. Wan Shireen was completely stunned. How did things suddenly turn out like this? The duck that was almost in their mouth has flown away again? What should she do now? Upon returning to Cloud Mist Manor, Su Ming and Yi Tang entered. "What kind of place is this Purple Forest Manor?" Su Ming asked while looking at his phone. "Prince Su, Zilin Manor is the residence of a reclusive medical master outside Zhengzhou City. It is said that Zilin Manor cultivates many rare and precious herbs. The owner is named Chen Jinshan, a prominent figure in the medical field. However, since he can associate with the Blood Fiend Hall, he is probably not clean himself." Yi Tang replied. "I see." Su Ming responded calmly, then said, "You go ahead and make the arrangements, I'll make a call." "Good." Yi Tang turned and left. Su Ming looked at his phone, which displayed the contact information for the Su family of Zhouhui Mountain, sent by Shuai Hai. The contact person's name is Su Ziyun. After a moment of silence, Su Ming dialed the phone number. Beep beep beep. As the call connected, Su Ming's heart pounded with tension, for this was his chance to find out if his parents were still alive. From the moment he left the Temple of War, he never imagined that his parents were still alive. "I never imagined that I would see them again one day." "Hello, who is this?" The phone was answered, and a crisp voice asked. "Hello, I'd like to ask if there's a person named Su Lingkong over there?" Su Ming asked slowly. "Who are you?" The woman on the other end immediately became alert and asked in a sharper voice. "My name is Su Ming, and I'm also a member of the Su family." Su Ming replied. Since he comes from the Su family, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Moreover, given the status and position of the Su family of Jiuhui Mountain, it was only a matter of time before they found him. Su Ming, who is that? Unexpectedly, the other party snorted coldly, as if they had never heard of the name before, and shouted, "Where did this nobody come from, making harassing phone calls to me? Get lost, I've never heard of any Su Ming, let alone any Su Lincoln call again, and don't blame me for not letting you off the hook." After saying that, the other party hung up the phone with a snap. Su Ming was left looking completely bewildered. Could it be that I wasn't born into the Su family? Is it information, or is there a mistake? Meanwhile, in the Su family compound at Jiuhui Mountain, a long-haired beauty hung up the phone and immediately rushed towards the main hall with a tense expression. I saw a man with a square face, a thick beard, and a dignified air. "Dad, a guy just called me and said his name is Su Ming? Could it be that brother Su Ming is still alive?" The beautiful woman stared in disbelief, her face filled with shock as she asked. 768, Chapter 768 Unveiling the Curtain. Impossible. The man shuddered, looked up, and his eyes were as domineering as a tiger's. Back then, Su Lingkong and Long Yanyun colluded with the Blood Fiend Hall, betrayed the Su family, and then had a falling out with the Blood Fiend Hall, which in turn led to them being hunted down by the Blood Fiend Hall. At that time, Su Ming was only 5 or 6 years old, although this matter cannot be blamed on him. You know the Blood Fiend Hall style, they would definitely eliminate any potential threats. How could that kid possibly have survived? Now that Su Lingkong and Long Yanyun have disappeared without a trace, they are probably long gone. It's a miracle that Su Ming is still alive. What did he say to you on the phone? Su Huaigu asked. He inquired about Su Lingkong, but I didn't tell him. Su Ziyun said with a complicated expression. That's right. Su Huaigu turned his head and said, Ziyun, you have to understand, his parents are traitors, and he's no better even if he's still alive. He might just want to come back to the Su family to beg for food. If we continue to harbor such a piece of trash, where will the Su family put its face? You are now a leading figure in the entire 9 provinces, and given time, you will surely be the successor of the Su family. Your martial arts realm has already reached the divine power realm. In the whole world, how many people your age have reached the divine power realm? Just do your own thing and don't let these kinds of people cause trouble. Su Huaigu gave his instructions. I see. Su Ziyun nodded. He felt even more contemptuous of Su Ming's existence. If that guy on the phone just now wasn't Su Ming, it would be fine, but if he really was, she shouldn't run into someone like that, or she'll be dead. It's laughable that such insignificant ants dare to dream of returning to the Su family. The Su family's current status is not something that ordinary people can achieve. Miss Qin is looking for you outside. The servant reports. Qinko, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, is one of the 2 peerless talents on par with Su Ziyun. Her international nickname is Peacock Prodigy. Her cultivation and strength are also quite formidable, and her future is bright. Moreover, the Qin family is a renowned family of physicians, with a powerful presence in the Kunlun Mountains. The only regret is that Qinko was betrothed to Su Ming when she was young, and to this day, because of this engagement, Qinko has not found a partner. Of course, ordinary people are not worthy of Qinko's attention. Purple Cloud. In the hall, the 2 met. Qinko, with her long, beautiful hair and a cool, elegant demeanor, greeted Su Ziyun. Su Ziyun smiled and said, You Peacock, why are you suddenly looking for me? Is there some good news? Has your strength improved again? The two were roughly equal in cultivation level, with Su Ziyun being slightly stronger. She kept a close eye on Qinko's cultivation progress. If Qinko's cultivation surpassed hers, it would be awkward, and the title of Peerless Twins might have to be changed. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I've been at the 3rd level of the divine power realm for 5 or 6 years now. Unless I have a sudden enlightenment, it'll be difficult to break through in the short term. I am here to talk to you about something much bigger. I've found out where my fiancé is. I want you to come with me to meet this guy. Qinko said with a big smile. Your fiancé a Peacock, when did you get engaged? How come I didn't know? Su Ziyun asked in surprise. What engagement? I wish I could be engaged to someone who's a good match. I am talking about that childhood betrothal, that guy Su Ming. Qinko smiled and said. What? Su Ziyun's eyes widened suddenly. Could it be that the kid is really alive? Was that phone call real? Where is he? Su Ziyun asked impatiently. My Qin family has discovered that he's in Zhengzhou, and it seems he's offended the Blood Fiend Hall. The Soul Venerable and the Fiend Venerable of the Blood Fiend Hall have already gone to hunt him down. I wanna go see what this guy is like. If he's promising, I don't mind fulfilling our marriage agreement. After all, we were both willing in the first place. If he were just an ant, or an ordinary person, I would help him eliminate the Blood Fiend Hall. As a final compensation from now on, this marriage is cancelled. Qin Ke spoke calmly and composedly. No way? Su Ziyun was shocked. No one knew Su Ming's background better than him. With parents who are traitors to the Su family, what kind of trash could they possibly have given birth to? Su Ziyun stepped forward and touched Qin Ke's forehead. Peacock, are you running a fever? You, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, have suitors lining up from all over China to overseas. You actually want to honor the marriage contract? How could someone like that be worthy of you? Qin Ke smiled faintly. You'll only know after you see it, and as you know, I'm a person of my word. Alright, I'll go with you and see what kind of person this kid is. So Su Ziyun packed her things and set off with Qin Ke that very night. One day later, the medical ranking conference officially began. After waiting for 3 months, countless powerful figures in the medical field flocked to Zhengzhou, as if the four seas had gathered together, creating an unprecedented spectacle that was eagerly anticipated by all. Meanwhile, Su Ming, sitting inside Cloud Mist Manor, also received calls from various parties. Prince Su, outside Qingzhou, various bandit groups have risen up and launched an attack on Qingzhou. I will do everything in my power to defend it. Qingzhou is my life. If I cannot hold it, I will report to you immediately. On the phone, Qingzhou Commander Li Xiao spoke with a resolute and unwavering tone. Don't try to force it if you can't hold out. I'll send people to support you. Su Ming replied. After I hung up, another call came in immediately. Prince Su, there is unrest in various places outside Shuzhou, with small-scale skirmishes breaking out everywhere. It feels like a storm is brewing. Has something happened? Su Zifeng asked in surprise over the phone. Su Ming grinned and sneered. Suda of the Grand Commandant's office has begun. They've made a move. Suppress it beforehand. Have Zhang Chongshan come down to help you. Let me know if anything happens. Understood. Su Zifeng hung up the phone. Meanwhile, other state military leaders also sent distress calls to Su Ming. Undoubtedly, on this day, the 9 provinces were thrown into turmoil, and rebellious armies rose up everywhere. This day was the opportunity that Su De had been waiting for. While all the major powers flocked to Zhengzhou and the medical ranking conference attracted all attention, he seized the opportunity to raise an army, intending to take over the 9 provinces at the same time. He seized the imperial province, and the world was about to change hands. Inside the Grand Commandant's mansion, Su De, dressed in brocade robes and a yellow gown, stood up with a calm gaze and waved his hand. Raise troops, move out. Yes. Inside and outside the Grand Commandant's mansion, countless experts responded in unison. Boom. Their momentum is overwhelming. All 9 states are in chaos. The world is in turmoil. On this day, the world truly changed. At that moment, Su Ming walked out of Cloud Mist Manor. Prince Su, please. Yang Tianheng stood beside the car, bowed, and respectfully welcomed Su Ming into the car. The car set off towards the Central Plains Medical Conference. Meanwhile, within Zhengzhou, Wan Shirin, Lu Jianming, Xu Qingqing, Shen Luoyun, Chang Qingyun, and various other forces also headed to the Medical Dao Conference. The ranking conference on medicine that will influence Kyushu has begun. 769, Chapter 769 3 Divine Power Realm. The main hall inside the venue of the medical ranking conference. A man in a black suit stood in front of Yang Tianheng, staring at him coldly, and said, after the medical Dao conference rankings are over, have all the top 10 come here to see me. Yang Tianheng was covered in sweat. He looked up at the man cautiously and asked in surprise, Chief Lin, why is this? Because Grand Commandant Su has ordered that the top 10 physicians must pledge allegiance to the Grand Commandant's office. Those who fail to do so are not worthy of being ranked on the physician list. Those who submit to the Grand Commandant's office will prosper. You should understand, right? Lin Zongheng said with a fierce and ruthless expression. The Grand Commandant's purpose has finally come to light. It wasn't just about using the medical ranking conference to attract attention, it was about launching launching an uprising that caused chaos throughout the 9 provinces. Furthermore, we must seize this opportunity to take full control of all the renowned forces on the medical ranking. Medicine and martial arts have always been inseparable. Although martial arts hold the power of life and death, medicine can also bring people to life or death. Moreover, if one were to control all the top 10 forces on the medical Dow ranking, the amount of top-grade pills produced would be unimaginable, enough to train countless elite legions. Such power would be virtually limitless. After figuring all this out, Yang Tianheng felt his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Little did he know that the renowned medical ranking conference, which influenced the entire landscape of the 9 provinces, would ultimately be held in the hands of the Imperial State Grand Commandant's mansion. That's incredibly ambitious. What exactly is the Grand Commandant's office planning? Yang Tianheng swallowed hard, sweat pouring down his forehead. With a grim expression, he looked up and said, "Chief Lin, I'm afraid I can't do this. The top 10 on the medical ranking are all high-ranking and renowned figures. How can I possibly be qualified to have them pledge their loyalty to the Grand Commandant's mansion?" Yang Tianheng's face was so pale that it was completely bloodless. "Yeah?" Lin Zongheng sneered, looked up at the outside and said, "Everyone inside and outside this venue is someone I brought, including the security guards, all of whom I arranged myself. Among them, there are 50 people at the peak of the heavenly profound realm. There are 30 people at the 5th level of the king realm. There is 1 person at the divine power realm, and that is Mado. You know what the divine power realm represents? Not to mention, the Grand Commandant's mansion has close ties with the Blood Fiend Palace, and now, the Blood Fiend Palace's 2 heavenly venerable experts, Soul Heavenly Venerable and Fiend Heavenly Venerable, will also be arriving at the scene. In total, there are 3 peak-level martial arts experts at the divine power realm. That's enough to wipe out everyone in the entire venue. Do you think anyone would dare to disobey?" Lin Zongheng, exuding an air of authority, sneered. 3 cultivators at the divine power realm? Oh my god. Yang Tianheng now fully understood what kind of vortex he was in. It's over. It's over. Let alone him, even the king of the 9 provinces would not escape this calamity. He had been hoping that Su Ming would back him up, but now they were facing such a terrifying force. 3 divine power realm experts. Even Su Ming probably couldn't withstand them. Yang Tianheng's face was as pale as paper, his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. Lin Zongheng took 2 steps forward, his immense aura enveloping Yang Tianheng. Compared to the imposing Lin Zongheng, Yang Tianheng was as weak as a frail chick, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Lin Zongheng patted Yang Tianheng on the shoulder, grinning coldly and brooking no argument. "Boss Yang, you're just a businessman. There's no need to risk your life over such a trivial matter. Just obediently follow the orders of the Grand Commandant's office, and I guarantee you'll enjoy endless wealth and honor in the future." On the contrary, the Grand Commandant's office has already found the addresses of all your family members. If you dare to disobey orders, you, along with your family, won't live much longer. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianheng was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground with a thud. "I understand, I will definitely do as Chief Lin instructs." "That's right, go now, I'll be waiting for your good news." Lin Zongheng gave a sinister laugh. "Yes." Yang Tianheng practically crawled out on his knees. Inside the venue, the medical ranking conference officially began. On the central platform, several judges took their seats one after another, sitting upright and serious, without smiling. We're all waiting for Yang Tianheng to go on stage and announce that those who have signed up for the competition will come up to perform, and then the judges will give their evaluations. The top 10 will be the unshakable force for the next 20 years. I didn't expect that beast to be here too. From his seat in the stands, Zhang Yang stared intently at the seat to the southwest, where Su Ming was sitting. His eyes were wide with hatred, and his pupils seemed about to pop out. At the internal meeting Yang Tianheng held earlier, Su Ming not only made him lose face, but also beat him so badly that he had to stay in the hospital for several days. He now feels like he wants to tear Su Ming to pieces. Young Master Zhang, this is the highly anticipated medical ranking conference. Everyone here is a renowned figure. You absolutely mustn't act recklessly. We can discuss anything after the conference. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's voice, Wan Shirin hurriedly reminded him. I know, otherwise he would have been lying here long ago. Just because I can't make a move now doesn't mean I can't humiliate him once the tournament is over. Your one family will become the #1 in Zhengzhou, and I will personally take his dog's life. At this point, Zhang Yang stood up with resentment in his eyes and walked towards Su Ming. Young Master Zhang, young Master Zhang. Wan Shirin called out anxiously twice. But Zhang Yang didn't even turn his head. A moment later, Zhang Yang stood in front of Su Ming. Blocking his view, he lowered his head and looked down at Su Ming, saying, "Kid, you still recognize me, right? Kneel down and admit your mistake." Su Ming's view was blocked, and when he looked up, he saw Zhang Yang. He rolled his eyes. "Are you sick? Get lost. Still dare to talk back? Don't think that just because you're here, I can't do anything to you. Yes, everyone here is a big shot, but you're not Yuri. Just a nobody who snuck in. I'll crush you. Will be as easy as crushing an ant. I remember every single slap you gave me. I was careless and caught off guard, which allowed you to launch a successful sneak attack, but now, you have no chance. This is your last chance to kneel down and beg for mercy, understand?" Zhang Yang's face was gloomy, and his eyes were so fierce and ruthless that he wished he could devour Su Ming alive. "Who are you? Are you sick? Get out of here right now, or don't blame us for calling security." Shen Luoyun, who was sitting next to Su Ming, stood up abruptly and glared angrily at Zhang Yang, shouting, "How dare such a piece of trash show off in front of them, especially in front of the Shen and Yun families? This guy thinks too highly of himself." Only Chu Qingqing recognized Zhang Yang and quickly stood up, saying, "Miss Shen, he is." "What is it?" Shen Luoyun sneered disdainfully, "He's just a piece of trash who doesn't know what's going on. He should take a good look at his own pig head in the mirror before daring to act so insolently in front of the Shen family. I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost." "The Shen family?" Zhang Yang gave a sinister smile, staring coldly and sharply at Shen Luoyun. "Little girl, you'd better listen carefully. I am Zhang Yang of the Imperial Physician's Mansion, the grandson of Zhang Qinshu. The Shen family? They're nothing. If you're so capable, repeat what you just said?" "Wow." The people in the surrounding seats were immediately shocked, staring at Zhang Yang in astonishment. Even Shen Tsonlin and the Yun family didn't expect Zhang Yang to have such a powerful background. Immediately, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment and shock. Shen Luoyun was also stunned. 770, Chapter 770. The Pinnacle of the 9th Rank. The grandson of Zhang Qianqi of the Imperial Physician's Office? Upon learning Zhang Yang's identity, everyone present except Su Ming and Chu Qingqing was shocked. Because they had never met Zhang Yang before, let alone knew that Zhang Yang had such a powerful background. Compared to the Imperial Medical Academy, the Shen family and the Yun family are indeed nothing. Shen Luoyun's mouth was agape, but she couldn't utter a single word. "Speak up, weren't you so capable just now? Why are you mute now? Do you know who I am, so you're too scared to speak? A frog in a well." Zhang Yang looked at Shen Luoyun with a cold smile, as if she were an idiot. Seeing everyone's shocked faces, too frightened to move, Zhang Yang became even more arrogant and reached out to grab Shen Luoyun's snow-white neck. "I'll let you speak." Zhang Yang's face was full of arrogance. Bang! However, the next moment, Su Ming stood up and kicked Zhang Yang, sending him flying. His entire body flew 3 or 4 meters away from the seat in front of Su Ming, landing 3 rows below him. Zhang Yang let out a shrill scream after landing. The scream alerted the others. Not far away, Wan Shirin, who had been watching this scene, was so shocked by what she saw that she stood up abruptly, her face filled with tension and astonishment. "This is insane. Su Ming has really gone mad." In this situation, they actually dared to lay a hand on Zhang Yang. Is this really outrageous? This idiot, doesn't he know how many people around him his actions will implicate? The Shen and Yun families deserve their misfortune for having such a scoundrel. This guy is completely beyond saving. Zhang Yang, clutching his stomach and contorted in pain, stood up and roared at Su Ming, "I'll remember you. I'll remember all of you. After the medical Dao conference, none of you will escape." Zhang Yang's eyes were bloodshot, and his ferocious gaze slowly swept over Su Ming and his group, as if trying to memorize each person's face. Then, clutching his stomach, he limped back home. Su Ming sat down again, not even bothering to glance at that piece of trash. But the expressions on the faces of the Shen and Yun families were not pleasant. After all, he is the grandson of the head of the Imperial Physician's Office with Su Ming's status. Offending such a person would naturally be no problem for him. But they are different. Although Su Ming is the king of the 9 provinces, he can't stay by their side to protect them forever. They are not related by blood or marriage, and Su Ming will leave sooner or later. But the Imperial Medical Academy has always existed. It's only a matter of time before we get revenge on them. This. Shin Senglin's face was so pale that he couldn't utter a single word. Wan Shirin could understand what her father and the Yun family were thinking, but Su Ming had only intervened to save her. He then smiled, trying to ease the tension, and said, "It's just the Imperial Medical Academy. What's so great about it? I was just thinking of teaching him a lesson earlier. I am not afraid of him at all. Besides, the Medical Dao Conference is just around the corner, and with the re-ranking, it's still unknown where the Imperial Medical Academy will rank." Towards the end, only Wan Shirin smiled awkwardly. Even she herself knew in her heart that if the Imperial Physician's Mansion wasn't number 1, then who was? No one else has the power to compete with the Imperial Medical Academy. Should we rely on the Shin family, or the Yun family? We don't even know if it will be possible to wait another 100 years. Shin Songlin forced a smile, his face grim, and said, "That's true. My Shin family's Qilin pill is certainly competitive." The Qilin pill? You plan to use the Qilin pill in the competition? Su Ming finally spoke, turning his head to ask. Yes. Shin Songlin nodded. "The only thing my Shin family can offer is the Qilin pill. This is all thanks to Prince Su. The Qilin pill is far from being able to compete with the Imperial Medical Academy. It can't even compare to the 9 Provinces Medical Academy or the 4 Seas Medical Association. Here's what we'll do. I happen to have a pill here, you can take it to the competition." After saying that, Su Ming took out a small jade bottle from his pocket, poured out a black pill from the bottle, which looked unremarkable, and handed it to Shen Luoyun. "What kind of pill is this?" Shen Luoyun looked shocked. Shin Songlin stared wide-eyed, but still couldn't figure it out. Can this thing be more powerful than the Qilin pill? It doesn't look particularly special. No need to ask anymore, it's too much to explain in a short time. I have the prescription and the method of making the medicine here. When you go on stage later, just read it out. Su Ming took out 2 slips of paper and handed them to Shen Luoyun. Although he was unsure, he was certain that what Su Ming had brought out must have a reason. Shen Luoyun obediently accepted it. The Yun family cast envious glances at them. Regardless, receiving help from Su Ming is an opportunity that countless people would kill for. These days, so many people have come to Cloud Mist Manor kneeling and begging Su Ming to come out of seclusion and take charge that they've almost worn several dents into the ground of the manor. But he wasn't even qualified to see Su Ming. The Medical Ethics Conference officially begins. On the central platform of the venue, Yang Tianheng took the stage, his loud voice ringing out. The competition has officially begun. Please welcome our first contestant, Wan Shirin, representing the Imperial Physician's Office. Whoosh! These words shocked the entire audience, and countless people turned to look in Wan Shirin's direction. The president of the Wan family is actually representing the Imperial Medical Academy in the competition. What is the relationship between the Wan family and the Imperial Physician's Office? Oh my God! It deeply shocked countless people. At this moment, the Wan family has truly made a name for themselves, and their ranking in the competition is no longer important. From this moment forward, throughout the land, no one will be unaware of the Wan family. Everyone knows Wan Shirin. Amidst countless shocked gazes, Wan Shirin slowly stepped down from her seat and headed towards the central arena. And all of this is what she has always hoped for. The scene I dreamed of finally happened, and it was exactly as I had hoped. Sitting in his seat, Zhang Qianqi looked smug and glanced in Su Ming's direction. That look seemed to be a declaration of victory. It also made Suto broaden one's horizons. Su Mingyu acted first and informed him later, forcing him to withdraw from the judging panel. He had tried to find a way to compete, but now Su Ming couldn't do anything to him and could only watch helplessly. This is how Zhang Qianqi achieved a great victory. Such a greenhorn is too inexperienced to fight him. Su Ming pursed his lips, seemingly ignoring Zhang Qianqi's gaze, his expression remaining completely unchanged. On the competition stage, Wan Shirin, following Zhang Qianqi's instructions, poured a jade frost pill into a plate in front of everyone. The thousands of people in the audience stared wide-eyed at the pill in the center of the arena. However, most of them are indistinguishable from the real thing. Even medical practitioners who understand elixirs cannot determine what kind of elixir it is based on its appearance. Only those with profound medical skills can see it at a glance. For example, Sun Buwen, who was on the judging panel, suddenly widened his eyes. This is a top-grade pill, the Jade Frost pill, at the pinnacle of the 9th rank? Boom! A thunderous roar erupted throughout the venue. 771, Chapter 771 Complete Crush. A top-grade pill at the pinnacle of the 9th rank? It is said that refining a top-grade 9th rank pill will cause extraordinary phenomena, right? How many people in the entire 9 provinces can master this technique? Countless people were amazed and their faces were filled with shock. Could it be that the earth-shattering dragon roar phenomenon that occurred in the Shan family mountains some time ago was caused by Dr. Shang's Jade Frost pill? Some people started speculating. But in reality, they had absolutely no connection at that time. Zhang Qianqi was still a long way from Zhangzhou. Moreover, Zhang Qianqi's refining of the Jade Frost pill did not cause any unusual phenomena, because the Jade Frost pill is considered a relatively low-grade pill among the 9th-grade pills. However, its quality is indeed very high. But to cause extraordinary phenomena, it's not enough to just have high quality, you also need rare and precious medicinal materials to achieve the desired effect. The medicinal materials required for this Jade Frost pill cannot reach that level. However, most people did not understand the differences between the 9 grades of pills, and immediately agreed with this statement, nodding repeatedly. Zhang Qianqi, beaming with pride, sat high above the crowd, clearly confident of victory. On the platform, Wan Shirin confidently began reciting the effects of the Jade Frost pill and its refining process, proving that it was personally refined by the Wan family or the Imperial Medical Academy. After all, in a pill ranking competition, the pills submitted must be owned by one's own faction. Otherwise, anyone could participate simply by spending a large sum of money to buy a pill of grade 7 or higher, and this competition would go on for ages. Moreover, it doesn't represent their own power. As people listened to Wan Shirin's recitation and learned about the effects of the Jade Frost pill, countless people at the scene went wild once again. This thing is absolutely priceless. If they could get one, they would be rolling in money. Once Wan Shirin finished reciting, the Imperial Physician's Office's presentation came to an end. Several judges also took notes and made their judgments. Next, please welcome the next contestant, Xiao Qingyu, representing the Kyushu Medical Academy. As the voice faded, Xiao Qingyu gracefully stepped onto the stage and began to showcase the elixirs of the 9 provinces Medical Academy. Su Ming raised his head slightly and his gaze fell on Xiao Qingyu. It's been a long time since we've seen Xiao Qingyu. She seems much more generous and mature now. After all, she has succeeded as the head of the 9 provinces Medical Academy, and her temperament and other aspects have greatly improved. Xiao Qingyu also displayed a 9th grade pill, but its quality and value were much lower than that of the Jade Frost pill, and it did not cause much of a sensation. Immediately afterwards, one force after another took the stage to display their finished elixirs. Then, Yang Tianhan's voice rang out again on the platform. The next contestant is Shen Luoyun from the Shen family, representing the Shen family's power. Shen Luoyun went up on the stage, took out the pills Su Ming had given him, and poured them into the plate in front of him. A round, dark-colored, unremarkable pill. Countless people around witnessed this scene and were greatly disappointed. I scoff at it. Is this all the Shen family has to offer? Lately, the Shen family has been making quite a name for themselves, and I heard they even refined the Qilin pill. I thought they had some kind of top-grade elixir, but it turns out it's just this unremarkable thing. It seems half of the Shen family's reputation is just hype. Of course, their true colors were revealed at the Medical Dao conference. Perhaps they bought the Qilin pill to bluff their way in, otherwise, why wouldn't they dare to bring it out to participate? They probably don't even know how it was made. The crowd burst into mockery. Shen Songlin sat in his seat, listening to these rumors, his face darkening. Only Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Is this what that little girl brought out? She was so arrogant in front of me just now, but it turns out this is all she's capable of. She really is just a frog in a well. Zhang Yang sneered. Now I finally understand what kind of existence the Shin family really is. They're probably at the very bottom of the medical system in Zhengzhou. Sure enough, only a piece of trash like him could hang out with that kid. Zhang Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing. What kind of elixir is this? Even the judges on the panel looked puzzled, none of them recognized him. Seeing everyone's reactions, Shin Luoyun felt extremely nervous and her heart was pounding. Was what Su Ming gave her really that bad? With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Shin Luoyun recited the name of the pill that Su Ming had written on the note he had given her. This one is called the Dragon Breath Rejuvenation Pill, a 9th grade pill. Its function is to replenish qi and detoxify all poisons, and it can be used for martial arts cultivation. Dragon's Breath Rejuvenating Pill? Guo Qianshan, who was on the judges' panel, suddenly stood up. Now I recognize him completely. No wonder it looked so familiar to him. Was this the very same place where he had personally witnessed Su Ming refining a top-grade 9th rank pill in the Shin family mountain range, which caused the dragon's roar phenomenon? No. Later, after he consulted medical classics again, he discovered that the Dragon Breath Rejuvenating Pill was not just a peak 9th grade pill, but was already infinitely close to a terrestrial immortal grade pill. At that moment, Wu Qianshan instantly understood what Shin Luoyun was representing in the competition. Upon hearing the words Dragon Breath Rejuvenating Pill, the entire venue, filled with those at the medical saint level and above, was abuzz with excitement, and the entire medical Dao conference was in an uproar. Zhang Qianqi was also shaken, his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. Dragon's Breath Rejuvenating Pill? A legendary elixir nearly reaching the level of an earth immortal? This little girl can refine such a pill, are you kidding me? Zhang Qianqi is almost going crazy. He had only heard of this kind of elixir, and had never seen it in person in all his life. He never expected to see it at this medical conference. Who could possibly concoct such an elixir? This is a jade frost pill that completely surpasses his in every aspect. Compared to this kind of celestial grade elixir, his jade frost pill was simply trash. Could it be that? Could it be that the small Shin family of Zhengzhou is actually the #1 medical expert for the next 20 years? Does it exist? Zhang Qianqi felt dizzy and weak all over, and almost collapsed in his seat. Grandpa, is this Dragon Breath Rejuvenating Pill very powerful? Seeing Zhang Qianqi's reaction, Zhang Yang asked in surprise. It's more than amazing, our Imperial Medical Academy couldn't refine it even in a lifetime. Zhang Qianqi looked utterly hopeless and spoke weakly. Weakly? How is that possible? Zhang Yang almost jumped up. Zhang Qianqi slowly turned his head, his deep and awe-inspiring eyes looking in Su Ming's direction. Could it be because of that kid? Can the king of the 9 provinces truly surpass the Imperial Medical Academy in the art of medicine? Impossible. Zhang Qianqi shook his head, his whole body trembling. This young man, in his early 20s, is already known as the king of the 9 provinces. He has also reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Under such circumstances, he has also achieved the highest level of medical skills and even refined a celestial grade pill. What a joke! Even if you started cultivating in your past life, you still couldn't reach this level. He preferred to believe that it was made by the Shin family rather than that it was taken out by Su Ming. Zhang Qianqi's heart was in turmoil, his heart and blood vessels felt like they were about to burst. 772, Chapter 772. I disagree. It was dusk. The rankings for the Medical Ethics Conference have concluded. Yang Tianheng took the roster and announced it in front of everyone on the central platform. The rankings of the Medical Ethics Conference have been unanimously decided by the judges. First place, Shin family, Dragon Breath Rejuvenation Pill, a priceless treasure, unmatched by anyone. Second place, the Imperial Physician's Mansion. Third place, Kyushu Medical Academy. Fourth place, Sihai Medical Association. Yang Tianheng announced the rankings of the medical ranking competition in turn. Everyone listened in stunned silence, no one understood the significance of this outcome. But no one expected that the Shin family would surpass the Imperial Medical Academy and become the top of the medical rankings. In this way, the Shin family will have the final say in the medical medical field in Zhengzhou, and the National Medical Center and the Imperial Medical Academy will all have to take a back seat. Wan Shirin's face turned green. She never dreamed that with Zhang Qianqi backing her up, she was full of confidence and thought that the Wan family would soar to new heights. Little did she know that the higher her expectations were, the greater the disappointment would be. The sudden rise of the Shen family directly plunged the Wan family into despair. Although she did make an appearance, she didn't suffer any loss. But for the Imperial Medical Academy, the second option is to lose, which would be a huge loss. If there is no comparison, everyone knows about the Imperial Medical Academy and assumes that it is the best in medicine in the 9 provinces, thus maintaining a good reputation. This time, his reputation is truly ruined. After Yang Tianheng finished reading, he glanced around and said to everyone, "Those who are ranked in the top 10, please go to the back hall of the conference to collect your certificates and ranking tokens, otherwise your rankings will be invalidated." "Dr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I've let you down." Wan Shirin hurriedly stood up and said to Zhang Qianqi with a face full of guilt. Zhang Qianqi's gaze darkened, and he sneered, "It's not your fault. It's because my Imperial Physician's Mansion is not strong enough. You were just showing off with some pills. I made a mistake, but I didn't expect that young boy to be able to produce Earth Immortal grade pills. I really underestimated him. No one can beat him if he can do that." Zhang Qianqi's face darkened, and he spoke in a cold tone. "Who, Dr. Zhang, do you know who refined that dragon breath rejuvenating pill?" Wan Shirin asked in shock. She was also very curious about this. What kind of person can achieve such a level? Such a person is probably one of the best in Kyushu. Who else could it be but him, the king of Kyushu? Zhang Qianqi said grimly. The king of the 9 provinces? Wan Shirin was immediately jolted, turned her head sharply, and looked around frantically. Even the king of Kyushu has come? She desperately wanted to meet this important figure, but so far, she had only heard his name and never seen him. Who exactly is the king of the 9 provinces? Wan Shirin, her curiosity burning like a ton of bricks, could no longer contain herself and asked. Zhang Qianqi glanced at Wan Shirin with suspicion. Was this woman truly unaware or feigning ignorance? Hadn't they already dealt with each other? He was about to reveal Su Ming's identity. But then, 2 security guards walked over and said to Zhang Qianqi and Wan Shirin, "Everyone from the Imperial Physician's office, this way please go backstage to collect your certificates." Zhang Qianqi's words were interrupted. Good. Zhang Qianqi stood up, his face extremely grim. This second place is a disgrace to him. If this gets back to the capital, he won't have the face to face his ancestors. The Imperial Medical Academy of the Imperial State lost to the Shen family of the Central State and ranked second. What a huge joke. But it would look even worse if I didn't go. Let's go, even if we come in second place, we have to accept it. Zhang Qianqi said something to Wan Shirin with a cold face. Wan Shirin nodded awkwardly and was about to leave when her phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was a call from Luo Hongxia. "Mom, what's wrong?" Wan Shirin answered the phone. "Shirin, where are you? Wanjia's medicine has run into trouble again. The whole market has gone crazy. Everyone who bought Wanjia's medicine is blocking the company gate. If we don't get an explanation, we won't even be able to leave the house." Luo Hongxia said in a panicked and fearful voice. What? Wan Shirin was shocked once again. This prescription was personally improved by Zhang Qianqi of the Imperial Physician's Office. Could something else possibly happen? Her face turned ashen, and she stiffly turned her head to look at Zhang Qianqi. Was Dr. Zhang deliberately setting a trap for the Wan family? Or perhaps Zhang Qianqi was unaware of the situation, and his medical skills were simply insufficient, or the prescription itself was flawed? Wan Shirin's mind was immediately in complete chaos. What's wrong, shall we go? Zhang Qianqi looked at Wan Shirin with a puzzled expression. It's nothing, Dr. Zhang, you all go ahead. I have some things to take care of anyway, it's just getting a certificate, so it doesn't matter whether I go or not. Wan Shirin forced an awkward smile and said. Fine, whatever you want. Zhang Qianqi didn't bother to stop them, and without saying anything more, he led his people to the back hall of the conference. Brother Su, do you want to come with us? On the other side of the venue, Shin Luoyun asked Su Ming a question.
The entire Shin family is ecstatic, especially Shin Sonlin, who is still in a daze, feeling like he's dreaming. The Shin family has become the top family on the list of medical practitioners.
What an honor and reputation this is. From now on, who in the entire 9 provinces will not know the Shin family? This is truly bringing glory to one's ancestors. Go, why wouldn't you go?
Su Ming curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a deep smile. He didn't come here today to attend any medical conference. He has no interest in the conference itself, but he is very interested in what's behind the scenes of the medical conference. So Su Ming and the Shin family went to the back hall of the conference. In the back hall of the conference, after everyone arrived, a voice suddenly rang out from the front. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone. The top 10 on the medical ranking have truly delivered a spectacular competition. From now on, their names will be known throughout the land. A deep and domineering voice rang out from the front. Lin Zongheng, the leader of the Grand Commandant's mansion, strode out with a big smile, clapping his hands. No one else recognized Lin Zongheng, they just stared at him with surprise and disbelief. But Zhang Qianqi recognized Lin Zongheng at a glance and immediately raised an eyebrow in shock. Lin Zongheng, what are you doing here? Lord Zhang, how have you been? Lin Zongheng smiled broadly. I didn't expect that your Imperial Physician's Mansion would only rank second at today's Medical Dao Conference. I was truly surprised. I thought your Imperial Physician's Mansion was firmly in first place. If this gets back to the Imperial State, it will probably become a great story. Lin Zongheng finished speaking and burst into laughter. What exactly are you trying to say? Zhang Qianqi snorted coldly, his face full of anger, as black as the bottom of a pot. Lin Zongheng laughed heartily. Then let's get back to the main topic. Everyone, I invited you here because there's an agreement we need to sign. Here's a contract, personally issued by the Grand Commandant's office. If you want to achieve a ranking and become famous throughout the world, then come up and sign your names on this contract. For the next 50 years, you must serve the Grand Commandant's office unconditionally. If you don't sign, the gate is right here, and I won't see you off. But at the same time, your place in the Medical Dao Conference will be revoked, and someone else will be found to take your place. Lin Zongheng exuded an imposing aura, appearing as if he had already taken control of the situation. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression immediately changed. They all stared at Lin Zongheng in utter shock. Isn't this just a contract of servitude? If one is to serve the Grand Commandant's office unconditionally for the next 50 years, wouldn't that make one a dog of the Grand Commandant's office? I disagree. Guo Qianshan of the Sihai Medical Association was the first to step forward, roaring, what kind of unreasonable demand is this? The Grand Commandant's Mansion, what a prestigious name. Our Sihai Medical Association has never been controlled by anyone. Do you think we'd serve the Grand Commandant's Mansion? Dream on. 773, Chapter 773. Who exactly are you? Lin Zong glanced at it dismissively and chuckled. Alright, I've noted down the Sihai Medical Association's disagreement. Is there anything else? The others exchanged glances, but their expressions were not pleasant. Although they didn't speak, they all felt resistant. Having finally secured a top 10 ranking, they are bound to rise to fame, enjoy great success, and have a promising future and abundant wealth awaiting them. At a time like this, how could anyone accept being a lackey for the Grand Commandant's Mansion? Zhang Qianqi, in particular, was already furious about coming in second place, but now he was being humiliated by Lin Zongheng, which only fueled his anger. He took 2 steps forward and coldly shouted at Lin Zongheng, how dare you, who gave you this right? In the Imperial Palace, my Imperial Physician's Mansion stands alongside your Grand Commandant's Mansion. Both serve the current Emperor. How dare you make my Imperial Physician's Mansion a lackey of your Grand Commandant's Mansion? Are you trying to usurp the throne? Your Grand Commandant's Mansion, are you trying to turn the world upside down? If I report this to higher authorities, not only you, but the entire Grand Commandant's Mansion will be in deep trouble because of you. Smack! However, as soon as Zhang Qianqi finished speaking, Lin Zongheng suddenly swung his hand, and the slap in the air struck Zhang Qianqi's face hard like a lightning bolt. With a snap, Zhang Qianqi was hit so hard that he coughed up blood from his mouth and nose and fell to the ground. You dare hit my grandpa? Are you out of your mind? I'll fight you to the death. Zhang Yang flew into a rage and charged towards Lin Zongheng with a roar. But Lin Zongheng slightly raised his hand and easily grabbed Zhang Yang's neck as if he were catching a chick. Then, with a sudden burst of force, he slammed Zhang Yang to the ground. He raised his foot and stepped on Zhang Yang's head, his face fierce and ruthless, his arrogance overwhelming. The Grand Commandant's mansion is the very heaven. The Grand Commandant's mansion is none other than the current emperor's residence. It seems you ants know nothing. Well then, let me tell you, from tonight onwards, the entire royal family of Kyushu will change its name and surname. From now on, it will no longer be the Duan family royal family. And certainly not the Duan family emperor. It is the Grand Commandant's mansion, the Su family's imperial family. Boom! These words caused a sensation throughout the venue, with dozens of people staring at Lin Zongheng in disbelief. How could someone say something like that? Has the Grand Commandant's mansion really gone mad? I think you're fucking insane. Zhang Qianqi lay half reclined on the ground, clenching his bloodied teeth, staring at Lin Zongheng with a face flushed with anger. You lot are nothing but ants. Lin Zongheng gave a mocking sneer, as if looking at a group of idiots, and continued, Grand Commandant Su will raise his army tonight, and the entire imperial province will be transformed by tomorrow morning at the same time. All the other provinces of the 9 provinces will be taken over within 3 days and replaced by the Grand Commandant's forces. All the provinces are under the command of Grand Commandant Su. Lin Zongheng wore a smug, cold smile. Does your Grand Commandant's mansion have that kind of ability? Luo Qianshan asked angrily. Lin Zongheng grinned, one Grand Commandant's mansion isn't enough, how about adding the Blood Fiend Hall? Whoosh! Everyone was shocked, their minds nearly exploding with emotion once again. Blood Fiend Palace. So that's how it is. It turns out that the Grand Commandant's mansion has already joined forces with the Blood Fiend Palace. No, perhaps from the very beginning, it was the Blood Fiend Palace that instructed the Grand Commandant's mansion to do this. Rather than saying that the Grand Commandant's mansion controls the 9 provinces, it would be more accurate to say that it is the Blood Fiend Palace. Now everyone understood. If that's the case, then it's not impossible. Is the world about to change? If the 9 provinces were to fall into the hands of the Blood Fiend Hall, they dared not even imagine the chaos and turmoil that would ensue. The Blood Fiend Hall is a group of murderous and sinister people. Is it really true that no one in the entire 9 provinces can stop the Blood Fiend Palace? Everyone's faces turned ashen, their expressions extremely grim. Now you understand, right? I can tell you, if you don't sign this contract, not only will you be kicked out of the rankings, but all your related forces will be wiped out of Kyushu, and you will never exist again. On the contrary, if you sign it, it will be an immense honor for you, and endless wealth and glory await you. Those who don't sign, will not be leaving this door today. After saying that, Lin Zongheng shouted sharply at the door, close the door. Boom! A tremendous aura erupted at the entrance, and 20 or 30 experts at the King Realm appeared together, their imposing presence almost enveloping the entire hall. Everyone immediately felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, making it hard to even breathe. They turned their heads and glanced at it, their faces turning pale with horror. There were more than 30 King Realm experts, and beyond them, there seemed to be nearly 100 Heavenly Profound Realm experts. This power. That's enough to bury them all here. Not to mention, there was also the imposing Lin Zongheng standing in front of him. Just how terrifying was this person? They had almost never seen anyone so strong. The group of people were so frightened that their legs started to tremble. Even Zhang Qianqi's face showed despair at this moment. Because he knew better than anyone else that almost everything Lin Zongheng said was true, and that it was very likely that it would all come true tonight. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The leaders of all factions were already sweating profusely. Judging from the terrified looks on everyone's faces, it was clear that the situation was under control. Lin Zongheng grinned and said, "There's still time. You can think it over slowly. Whether you live or die is your choice. Those who obey the Grand Commandant's office will prosper, and those who oppose the Grand Commandant's office will die. If you don't sign within half an hour, you're dead." Lin Zongheng's fierce voice echoed throughout the entire venue. Amidst this despair and deathly silence, Su Ming's voice slowly rang out. "How much do you know about the Blood Fiend Hall?" Su Ming raised his head and asked Lin Zongheng. Hearing the voice, Lin Zongheng slightly raised his head, his cold gaze falling on Su Ming, and frowned, saying, "You, who are you? Do you even have the right to ask me questions?" "You don't need to know who I am, you just need to answer." "Answer. Blood Fiend Hall, how much do you know? Was it more than a decade ago that the Blood Fiend Hall was plotting this conspiracy, which is why they wanted to eliminate the Su family of Nine Peaks Mountain? Without the Su family's obstruction, could they take control of the 9 provinces, and in the process, did they hunt down Su Lingkong's family?" Su Ming's words revealed all the past conspiracies of the Blood Fiend Hall from more than 10 years ago. Everyone present stared at Su Ming in shock, not daring to breathe. Lin Zongheng's face also twitched, and he stood up abruptly, looking at Su Ming with some shock and disbelief. The Su family of Jiuhui Mountain. Su Lingkong. There's also the past of the Blood Fiend Hall. These words, are not things that ordinary people can know. He was instantly overwhelmed with shock and rage, staring at Su Ming. "Who are you? How do you know all this? What do you want to ask?" 774, Chapter 774 Killing. Answer my question. Su Ming's face was full of murderous intent, and he let out a loud shout that shook the entire hall. Court death. Lin Zongheng was furious. Regardless of how this kid knows these things, how dare a mere brat challenge him? Don't they know that the Grand Commandant's mansion is now the law? It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, because once he did, Lin Zongheng immediately decided to kill him. This kid must be eliminated. Lin Zongheng's face was full of killing intent. With a fierce shout, his aura of the divine power realm swept out from his body, and the entire hall seemed to be shrouded in his shadow. He took 2 steps forward and pressed a palm down on Su Ming's head. Die! The roar sounded like a death sentence. Brother Su, Xin Luo Yuan, Zhu Qingqing, and the others were immediately shocked. This terrifying aura made them instantly feel insignificant, and a strong fear arose from the depths of their souls, as if they had seen a lion or a tiger. This shows just how terrifying Lin Zongheng really is. How could Su Ming possibly stop him? This kid doesn't understand anything at all. He knows a little bit of things but spouts nonsense, digging his own grave. Zhang Qianqi couldn't help but shake his head. It seems that the first corpse to lie here today will be Su Ming. From now on, there will be no more king of the 9 provinces. Boom! Lin Zongheng's palm fell, but Su Ming raised his hand to block it. The overwhelming aura pressed down like Mount Tai. The floor beneath Su Ming's feet exploded on the spot, and a deep pit was stomped into the ground. This kid actually managed to block it? Zhang Qianqi and the others stared in shock. Who is Lin Zongheng? He is the top henchman of the Grand Commandant's mansion and ranks among the top 10 on the Kyushu martial arts ranking. When he attacks ordinary people, he can crush them into dust and turn anyone into mincemeat. How could Su Ming possibly withstand the force of a single palm strike from such a person? Even Lin Zongheng suddenly looked up, letting out a shocked sound, and looked at Su Ming with surprise and doubt. Was it because he didn't use his full strength? Even without using his full strength, he was at the divine power realm. For anyone below the Killing King realm, even 3/10 of his power was enough to make them vomit blood. Could it be that this kid is hiding his true strength and has already reached the peak of the King realm? However, even someone at the peak of the King realm is nothing but an ant in his presence. I see, no wonder they were so arrogant. But it ends here. Lin Zongheng sneered, "You won't be wrong to die by my hand. You've fulfilled all your potential in this life." After saying that, Lin Zongheng stomped his foot hard, and the energy in his body surged out like a tidal wave, blasting towards Su Ming's head like a cannonball in his palm. Crack! But the next moment, there was a loud bang, and Lin Zongheng's arm was broken by Su Ming. At the forearm, the palm was folded upwards at a 90-degree angle. Human bones are the hardest thing. Moreover, Lin Zongheng, as a powerful expert in the divine power realm, was protected by strong internal energy, yet even so, he was still easily broken by Su Ming as if he were breaking a tree branch. This? Everyone was terrified. Almost insane. That's terrifying. Just how strong is Su Ming? Lin Zongheng stood there dumbfounded, seemingly unable to react at all. After a long while, he let out a heart-wrenching, extremely shrill scream. Ah! A horrifying scream echoed throughout the hall. Lin Zongheng took 2 steps back, beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolling down his forehead like raindrops. He looked up, trembling, at Su Ming. "You, who exactly are you?" Even he, a master of the divine power realm, was no match for him. Just how strong is this guy? Above the divine power realm is the profound God realm. The mysterious God realm exists only in legends. I've heard that those in the profound God realm are the strongest beings in this world, practically able to pluck stars from the sky and have already reached godhood in the last step. This kind of person. It's unimaginable. Are there really people like that in the world, let alone a kid like him? But Su Ming did not answer, only staring at Lin Zongheng with cold, emotionless eyes. "Answer my question, or, the next thing to break is your neck." "Don't be so arrogant." Lin Zongheng's face was contorted with rage, his features twisted in pain. His gaze fell on the dozens of King Realm experts outside the hall, and he roared, "What are you bunch of trash standing there for, all of you? Attack! Kill them all, leave no one alive." Lin Zongheng's thunderous roar resounded throughout the land. Boom! Dozens of King Realm experts and nearly 100 heavenly profound realm experts at the entrance suddenly stirred, and a tremendous aura condensed together shot straight into the sky. The entire conference hall and building were almost shaking. The dozens of people in the hall, including Zhang Qianqi, were instantly terrified and turned ashen-faced. They finally understood that Su Ming was very strong, and he didn't even take Lin Zongheng, a master of supernatural powers, seriously. But what's the use of one person being strong? Lin Zongheng isn't the only one here. What's even more terrifying are the hundreds of experts blocking the entrance. If these people act together, they could easily flatten the entire Central Plains. This is it, we're completely finished. They all have to die because of Su Ming. This guy is such a menace. Zhang Qianqi was so angry he wanted to curse. What started as a simple contract dispute has now escalated into a life-or-death struggle. Amidst the despair and fear on everyone's faces, a loud roar suddenly rang out from outside. "Let's see who dares to make a move." Rumble. The earth trembled, and countless warriors of the war god army surged out from all around the hall like a tide, surrounding the hundreds of people in the middle. The war god army, heavily guarded and exuding a murderous aura. In the distance, mortars were set up, more than a dozen mortars, neatly aligned, aimed at hundreds of people. 4 or 5 helicopters circled overhead, making a loud rumbling noise. On the helicopter, machine guns and heavy weapons were everywhere. The weapon was aimed at the crowd below. Yi Tang, imposing and dignified, stood at the entrance of the hall. "Anyone who dares to take a step forward, kill." 775, Chapter 775 3,000 Masters. Shocking. An overwhelming sense of awe and fear. Zhang Qianqi and Zhang Yang then witnessed what it meant to be the king of the 9 provinces. What is the war god army that sweeps across the 9 provinces? All those so-called king realm experts and heavenly profound realm masters are utter nonsense in the end. They're all just flesh and blood. No matter how strong it is, can it stop a cannonball? If those dozen or so mortars were fired at once, they could level the entire hall to the ground. Even the strongest person would be reduced to ashes. That's terrifying. With such strength, it's no wonder that the war god army is feared throughout the 9 provinces, and no one dares to invade them. Only then did Zhang Qianqi realize just how far he was from a powerhouse like Su Ming. No wonder Su Ming said he was able to survive. It wasn't because he was lucky, but because Su Ming didn't take him seriously at all. Perhaps he is not even an ant in front of the king of Kyushu. Only then did Zhang Yang realize what kind of person he had offended. He actually dared to try and settle scores with Su Ming. If he really did that, he couldn't imagine what would happen to him. "Now, may we speak?" Su Ming stared coldly at Lin Zongheng. Lin Zongheng asked in terror, "Who exactly are you?" He is the king of the 9 provinces, the leader of a 1,000,000-strong army of war gods. Zhang Qianqi said it. "You are the king of the 9 provinces? Lin Zongheng stared blankly. "But it's no use. So what if you're the king of the 9 provinces? Even if you kill me, you can't change the situation in the 9 provinces. Actually, if you were smarter, you shouldn't be here right now. You should be in the imperial family of the imperial province, saving the Duan family. Maybe then you could have a chance to turn the tide." Unfortunately, you're too foolish to keep asking about the blood fiend. Hall. Your reign as king of the 9 provinces has come to an end.
Lin Zonghong grinned smugly.
The fear on his face disappeared, replaced by a look of resignation to death.
If he can hold off Su Ming here, allowing Grand Marshal Su's grand plan to succeed and Su Da's great cause to come, then even if he dies, it will be a great achievement. After his death, he will be posthumously honored by Grand Marshal Su as General of the Fallen Warriors, and his name will be remembered for eternity.
Isn't this what everyone strives for? If one can leave a lasting legacy, then the value of life has been achieved.
Lin Zonghong stood tall and fearless, showing no fear whatsoever.
Yeah? Su Ming curled his lips into a cold laugh. I took out my phone, found a number, and dialed it. Soon, the call connected, and a voice came from the other end.
King Su!
The other party shouted.
Su Ming turned on speakerphone and asked Lin Zonghong, "What's the situation in Dezhou?"
Reporting to King Su, our 5 Azure Dragon war gods have entered the Imperial State. We have 12 million war gods troops assembled both inside and outside the Imperial State today. The people from the Grand Commandant's mansion will have no chance to escape.
Su De is now under our control and can be taken down at any time.
Ling Xiao, one of the 8 Azure Dragon war gods and the most powerful, replied.
How many powerful figures are there in the Grand Commandant's mansion? Su Ming asked again.
According to our information, the Grand Commandant's mansion has more than 2,000 experts at the Heavenly Profound Realm, 300 at the King Realm, and 5 at the Divine Power Realm. They have all entered the Imperial City and are now within our encirclement.
Ling Xiao answered. How long will it take to take them down? Su Ming asked again. At most half an hour.
Ling Xiao replied. Alright, spare Su Da's life. Send him to Zhongzhou by tomorrow morning, and I'll settle accounts with him personally, Su Ming said calmly.
Yeah. Yes.
Ling Xiao responded respectfully. Su Ming then slowly put down the phone.
The heaven you're talking about only has a few thousand people. A few thousand people want to move against the Imperial City. Do you think that's very likely?
Su Ming's gaze fell on Lin Zonghong in front of him.
Thump!
Lin Zonghong knelt heavily on the ground, his eyes glazed over, his face filled with despair. It turns out that everything was under the control of this young man in front of me. His pride and confidence, the bright future and wealth he had imagined, were simply non-existent. The Grand Commandant's office's idea of taking over the capital city from 1 million soldiers is simply wishful thinking. Tonight, not only him, but even Grand Commandant Su may face certain death.
Moreover, based on the information received over the phone, he knew that Su Ming was not lying at all. In order to seize control of the entire country and carry out his daring scheme, Grand Commandant Su indeed only had a few thousand men by his side. The other troops will launch attacks in various parts of Kyushu, and must replace all the people in Kyushu with their own within 3 days. Moreover, Su De believed that with the Imperial Medical Academy present during this medical conference and all the major forces converging on Zhongzhou, the capital was vulnerable. He believed that with 3,000 experts, he could easily take down the royal family. Little did they expect that they would walk right into a trap. I'll tell you everything. All of Lin Zonghong's pride and confidence were shattered and crushed by Su Ming. Now he was on the verge of collapse. He raised his head and stared blankly at Su Ming. I'll tell you everything about your problems, just to save my life. Lin Zonghong spoke in a trembling, almost pleading voice. There's no chance anymore. Before this, you had all your chances, but after this phone call, you won't have a chance to beg for mercy. Since you are so willing to die, then I will grant your wish. Su Ming said coldly. Don't want. Lin Zonghong completely broke down, his face filled with despair. You can't kill me. I am the head of the Grand Commandant's office, and I know a lot. Lin Zonghong completely lost his mind. Boom! Su Ming threw a punch, hitting Lin Zonghong on the head. The punch instantly caused the man to bleed from all 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground with blood flowing down his head until he died on the spot. Imperial family of the Empire. Kill! A deafening roar echoed throughout the royal palace, instantly plunging the outside world into chaos with shouts of battle. Third princess, don't wander off. Stay in this room with the prince. The rest of you will handle it. Several guards pushed the third Princess Duan Xingyue into the palace where the Emperor of Kyushu resided. Duan Xingyue was shocked. Outside, the lights flickered, and chaos reigned. She turned her head in shock to her father and asked, "Dad, what happened?" "Suda, the Grand Commandant, has raised an army." Emperor Duan Tianhong of the 9 provinces sat in his chair, his posture calm and composed, but his face was extremely gloomy. "What?" Duan Xingyue's expression changed drastically. She had never dreamed of this. How many men does Su De have that he dares to do this? Duan Xingyue was so shocked that her whole body trembled. 3,000 experts, 5 of whom are at the divine power realm. Duan Tianhong answered. "Oh my God." Duan Xingyue was so frightened that she sat down on the ground with a thud, instantly realizing that disaster was imminent, a catastrophe that would wipe her out. Because she knew very well that there were only 1 or 2,000 guards inside and outside the palace. Moreover, true masters are extremely rare. Among those at the divine power realm, there is probably only Night Demon Xiaojian. How can we stop these 3,000 masters? It's over, it's really over now. 776, Chapter 776 Casually Slaying Beings at the Divine Power Realm. Dad, what are we waiting for? Call for reinforcements. Are we just going to stand by and watch the Grand Commandant's men break in? Duan Xingyue asked with a look of horror on her face. If the Grand Commandant's mansion were to seize her territory, she had no idea what her fate would be. She didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Moreover, there are precedents for royal families throughout history. None of those who were usurped ever had a good ending. Even death is simple. There are many things more terrifying than death. It's too late. Duan Tianhong shook his head. The imperial state is only capable of holding off 3,000 experts, and how can reinforcements from outside the imperial state arrive in time? What should we do? Should we run away? Duan Xingyue was so frightened she almost fainted. How can we just sit here and wait to die? No need. Your fiancé said we should just stay here and pretend nothing happened, like we just heard a firecracker. Duan Tianhong said calmly. Fiancé, who is that? Duan Xingyue frowned. Which of her fiancés has such great ability to withstand 3,000 experts from the Grand Commandant's mansion? Besides, she only has one fiancé. Could it be that? Upon realizing this, Duan Xingyue's face paled in horror. Her eyes widened as she stared blankly at her father, Duan Tianhong, and said, "Dad, you're not talking about that brat Su Ming, are you?" "That's right, it's him." Duan Tianhong nodded. "Oh my God." Duan Xingyue rolled her eyes and felt dizzy, almost fainting. It's over, it's really over. What use is someone like that? At this point, he'd probably be in dire straits even in Zhengzhou, and he'd also offended the blood fiend Hall. He might already be dead, yet he's still saying something like this. It's utterly absurd. The most terrifying thing is that his own father actually took it seriously. Duan Xingyue was heartbroken and had already prepared herself for death. I only hope that Grand Commandant Su will remember our past relationship and give her a quick death, instead of tormenting her. Boom! Just then, the door to the room was pushed open, and a tall, dark figure stepped into the palace. Duan Xingyue trembled with fright, suddenly looked up, and stared at the other person in utter terror. They've broken in? Duan Xingyue trembled all over. It wasn't until the figure drew closer and she could clearly see the person's appearance that Duan Xingyue was taken aback, because she had never seen this person before. To Duan Xingyue's astonishment, the man knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed his head to Duan Tianhong, saying, "Your Majesty, the Grand Commandant's mansion has been captured. 1,000 were killed, 1,000 were captured, and 1,000 escaped. Su De and his gang of leaders have all been apprehended. Please dispose of them as your Majesty commands." Ha! Duan Xingyue was completely stunned. I thought I had misheard. It's only been a short time since we learned about the uprising at the Grand Commandant's mansion, probably less than half an hour. They've already won? Those were 3,000 top experts, 5 of whom were at the divine power realm. That was enough to annihilate the entire royal family's top combat power, and that's it? Okay.
Duan Tianhong stood up abruptly, his face full of excitement, anger, and domineering power, and said to the man, "Bring that traitor to me."
"That's impossible."
The man shook his head slightly. The king of Kyushu has ordered that Su to be sent to him immediately after his capture. He is already on his way.
I see.
The emperor of Kyushu frowned slightly. Although he was annoyed that Su Ming had taken Su De away without his consent, he was grateful to Su Ming this time, otherwise the entire imperial state royal family would have changed its name long ago.
He calmly nodded and said, "It seems he had planned this all along. Then grant me the title of king of the 9 provinces. For saving the emperor I will reward him and bestow upon him the title of god of war who shakes the 9 provinces. Tell him to come to the imperial city to see me in 3 days, and I will personally bestow the reward upon him."
"Yes." Ling Xiao, one of the 8 azure dragon war gods, nodded in agreement and rose to leave the palace. Duan Tianhong breathed a sigh of relief, sat back down in her chair, and regained her calm and composed demeanor.
The king of the 9 provinces?
Duan Xingyue finally came to her senses, her eyes darting around as she asked in shock, "Dad, so it was the king of Kyushu who saved us?"
You only understand now?
Duan Tianhong rolled her eyes at Duan Xingyue, thinking that her daughter was far too slow to react.
You should have said so earlier. With the king of the 9 provinces making a move, what is the mere Grand Commandant's mansion? Dad, are you going to invite him over? Will he let me succeed with him? I can finally meet my hero. I must see him properly.
Duan Xingyue was overjoyed, her heart brimming with happiness, displaying the demeanor of a young girl, her cheeks flushed.
The king of the 9 provinces is truly unparalleled.
Not only did he save her life, but he has also protected the royal family.
This is an immense favor to her and to the entire Duan family.
She probably can never repay him in this lifetime, so she can only offer herself to him. She didn't know how old the king of the 9 provinces was, but as long as he wasn't over 60, she could accept it.
Haven't you seen it yet? Duan Tianhong asked in confusion.
Duan Xingyue made a fuss about going to Zhongzhou to break off her engagement a while ago. She's been there for so long, has she not even seen what her fiancé looks like?
This is too bizarre.
Of course not, but we'll see each other soon. Last time, I was so close, it was my biggest regret, and I still feel resentful about it when I got back. Dad, please let me know in 3 days.
Duan Xingyue was overjoyed and skipped away towards her residence. My heart is filled with boundless anticipation for 3 days from now.
In Zhongzhou, Soul Venerable and Fiend Venerable of the Blood Fiend Palace stepped into the medical Dao conference. It's been so long since I've received a reply. I wonder if Lin Zongheng has sorted things out yet. Soul Celestial looked up at the deathly silent hall and said dejectedly. With Lin Zongheng's strength, plus the assistance of hundreds of experts, controlling a medical conference should be a piece of cake. If it weren't for those 2 women delaying things, they arrived long ago.
Li Tianzuan said angrily. Who would have thought that the women from the Su and Qin families would also come to Zhongzhou and insist on negotiating with us? It's utterly ridiculous. 2 mere little girls almost ruined a great undertaking. Once the Grand Commandant's mansion unifies the 9 provinces, my Blood Fiend Hall will be much stronger at that time. Families like the Qin and Su will have to kneel down and beg for mercy from my Blood Fiend Hall. Li Tianzuan gritted his teeth in anger. As they talked, the 2 arrived at the back hall of the meeting hall. Push open the door and enter. The hall was completely dark. Lin Zongheng, is it done?
Soul Celestial Venerable shouted, but suddenly felt as if he had kicked something hard.
Turn on the lights. Soul Celestial's expression changed. Li Tianzuan took 2 steps to the side and turned on the lights in the hall.
Immediately, they saw that Lin Zongheng's head had been blown apart, and his mangled corpse lay on the ground, stiff as ice.
Oh my God! The 2 men were horrified and stared in disbelief.
Lin Zongheng, whose cultivation and strength were in no way inferior to theirs, actually died such a tragic death.
How is that possible?
A storm raged within them.
Could it be that in Zhongzhou there are still people who can kill those at the Divine Power Realm at will?
The possibility flashed through their minds, and the 2 of them instantly felt a chill run through their bodies, rendering them completely unable to move.
777, Chapter 777 Li Heixiong. Could it be the king of the 9 provinces? Soul Celestial Venerable trembled, turned to look at Li Celestial Venerable, and his eyes revealed deep shock. That seems to be the only possibility. How many people in Zhengzhou today can kill Lin Zonghong?
Since the king of the 9 provinces had already killed Ghost Celestial Venerable and Rakshasa, killing Lin Zonghong again seemed to be no difficult task.
Thinking about this, both of them wavered.
They originally thought that with their combined strength, taking down a king of the 9 provinces would be a piece of cake.
Now it seems that things are not so simple at all. Lin Zongheng is dead. Does that mean that Guy also knows about the Grand Commandant's affairs? Soul Celestial Venerable asked again.
Let's not worry about that for now first, send the message back to the Blood Fiend Palace headquarters then, we'll find out the king of the 9 provinces' background as soon as possible. If all else fails, the Blood Fiend Palace will launch a full-scale attack to annihilate him. We must never allow such a scourge to remain in the world.
Li Tianzuan spoke with a cold and gloomy gaze.
The two made a quick decision, turned around and left the scene without helping Lin Zonghong collect his body.
Central Plains Garrison Headquarters.
A figure slowly stepped into the garrison commander's hall.
Where is the commander of the garrison in Zhengzhou?
This is a tall, robust man with an imposing presence.
Here.
A sound came from ahead, and the leader of the garrison in Zhengzhou slowly walked out.
Very good.
The man tilted his head slightly, exuding an arrogant air, and said, I'll give you half an hour to hand over control of the Central Plains garrison from now on. I am the leader of the Central Plains, and I call the shots in the Central Plains.
Who are you?
The leader of Zhengzhou looked at the man with a mocking expression and gave him a disdainful look, as if he were an idiot.
You may not have heard of my name, but you should have heard of the Bear King Legion in Black Bear Mountain outside Zhengzhou, and now, my Bear King Legion of 50,000 men has arrived outside Zhengzhou City, ready to take over your position as leader of Zhengzhou at any time. If you disagree, then don't blame me for forcing you. I've already entered your palace, so in my eyes you're nothing but a dead man. Your life or death is entirely in my hands.
Li Haixiong, the leader of the Bear King Corps, looked as if he had the overall situation under control and victory was within his grasp. The words spoken to the leader of Zhengzhou were not a negotiation, but an order, and the tone left no room for doubt.
I see.
The leader of Zhengzhou grinned, you should have said so earlier, I've been waiting for you for ages, but before that, I have a big shot I'd like to introduce you to. I hope that when you meet him, you can still remain so calm and composed, and still be able to say these words. After saying that, the leader of Zhengzhou turned his head and shouted towards the back of the hall, King Su, the people have arrived. From the side of the hall, Su Ming led Yi Tang, Dong Lei, and Chen Shui out slowly. His gaze fell on Li Haixiong, and he grinned, saying, kneel down, and I'll spare your life.
Arrogant brat.
Li Haixiong thought the leader of Zhengzhou had found some powerful backer, but when he saw that Su Ming was just an unremarkable-looking young man, he immediately looked down on him. So this is all the strength Zhengzhou has, you don't even have the right to resist.
You won't hand over your military power, huh? Then don't blame me for being ruthless.
A violent expression immediately appeared on Li Haixiong's face. He suddenly took 3 steps forward, and his aura surged out like a raging storm. With the Grand Commandant's mansion backing him up, Li Haixiong is fearless even if he goes on a killing spree here today. Li Haixiong, the leader of the Bear King Legion, with a cultivation level of half-step divine power realm, can turn this central continent garrison headquarters into a river of blood tonight.
Don't rush.
Su Ming looked up, smiled, and said, didn't you say there was still half an hour? That's about it, maybe 20 minutes left. Someone's about to be delivered. Why don't we sit down, have a cup of tea, and then you can make a decision after you meet them?
Nonsense.
Li Haixiong's face was full of murderous intent. You can sit if you want, but use your head as a stool. The Grand Commandant's grand plan is urgent. We must capture the Central Plains garrison headquarters before dawn. With a roar, like a mad bear, Li Haixiong charged towards Su Ming. As winter thunder and spring snow fell, Yi Tang and her 2 companions stepped forward instantly, intending to join forces to resist the attack.
Everyone, step back.
With a single, indifferent sentence, Su Ming told the 3 of them to stop moving. As Li Haixiong approached, his enormous fist, resembling a bear's paw, slammed towards Su Ming's head. Su Ming then suddenly raised his hand and exchanged a punch with Li Haixiong.
Boom! A deafening explosion, like thunder, resounded throughout the hall. Li Haixiong suddenly took 5 steps back, each step shattering the floorboards.
Su Ming didn't even flinch, he simply stared calmly at Li Haixiong. Li Haixiong looked up in shock, staring at Su Ming with a look of astonishment and doubt. You're also at the divine power realm, at such a young age, you've already stabilized at the peak of martial arts?
This is impossible. Who exactly are you?
Li Haixiong was so shocked that his face trembled and the veins on his forehead bulged. He could sense that Su Ming's cultivation level was no weaker than his own, and might even be a bit stronger. I never expected that there would be such a master in Zhengzhou.
No wonder the leader of Zhengzhou is so fearless.
But what he didn't know was that Su Ming had only used 3/10 of his strength. Su Ming grinned and said, I suggest you sit down. It's very impolite to start touching me right away. You're courting death. I'll immediately order my Black Bear Legion's 50,000 troops to storm the city. Let's see who among you survives when rivers of blood flow and lives are lost. It will all be caused by fools like you who don't know the meaning of death.
Li Haixiong's face was fierce.
Is that so? Then you have to be able to give that order first. Su Ming curled his lips into a cold smile and called out to the person outside the door, someone come here.
Suddenly, a series of rapid footsteps sounded at the door.
Nearly 100 elite soldiers appeared at the entrance of the hall, all raising their guns and aiming at Li Haixiong.
Now, if you even move a finger, you'll be riddled with bullets. Give the order.
Su Ming smiled coldly. Li Haixiong's body stiffened, and large beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead.
Purple Forest Manor.
Peacock, something terrible has happened. I just received news that the Imperial State Grand Commandant's office has rebelled, and the 9 provinces are in turmoil outside Zhengzhou City. The Black Bear Legion has invaded in force and is already surrounding the city gates. The Bear King has already entered the Central State Garrison headquarters. It's possible that after tonight, the entire 9 provinces will be under the control of the Grand Commandant's mansion.
Su Ziyun hurriedly entered Qin Ke's room, her face full of anxiety. What?
Qin Ke was shaken, and stood up abruptly, her expression changing drastically.
Has the Grand Commandant's mansion gone mad? They can even see through something like this? Are they so audacious they want to devour the heavens?
Qin Ke's face was cold and stern.
Su Ziyun said in a deep voice, although our families have retired from worldly affairs, when the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken. Moreover, I feel that this matter is not so simple. Why don't we go and stop this Li Haixiong? Even if we can only save Zhengzhou, there's still a chance. After pondering for a moment, Su Ziyun made her judgment and said to Qin Ke,
You're right, that's what I was thinking too. So what are we waiting for? With our combined strength, killing Li Haixiong is more than enough. Let's set off. So the two set off from Ziling Manor and quickly headed towards the Central Plains Garrison headquarters.
778, Chapter 778. You're still not dead?
It's said that this Li Haixiong is already at the half-step divine power realm, and his strength should not be underestimated. Although he's nothing compared to you and me, in this small central continent, it's practically a dimensional reduction attack. Within Zhengzhou City, I'm afraid there's no one who can stop him. Hopefully, the leader of Zhengzhou won't die too quickly, otherwise we won't have a chance even if we rush over. Qin Ke's expression was complicated as she spoke anxiously.
We did our best. Su Ziyun shook her head helplessly.
The two drove their car at high speed down the mountain road from Ziling Manor.
Meanwhile,
outside the Zhengzhou garrison headquarters, Wan Shireen also drove here. As soon as Wan Shireen parked her car, her phone rang.
She answered the phone. Mom! Shireen, have you arrived yet? Still can't get through to Dr. Zhang on the phone? On the phone, Luo Hongxia asked anxiously and fearfully.
No, we haven't been able to contact them since we returned from the medical Dao conference. We can't even get through to Zhang Yang. I am afraid they know what happened to the Wan family, so they're avoiding us like the plague and don't want to have anything to do with us anymore.
Wan Shireen said with a worried expression and a sigh.
Luo Hongxia was so angry that she cursed, these beasts, each of them thinks they're some big shot, the head of the Imperial Physician's Office, the most powerful figure in the entire land. They think that by currying favor with him, our Wan family will rise to prominence and enjoy boundless glory. The result was a series of misfortunes, and when trouble struck, they all ran away faster than dogs. Shireen, you'd better be more careful in the future. I've figured out these guys now, their identities are useless. They're all about harming and selling people. Luo Hongxia was full of complaints, blaming heaven and earth. Alright, Mom, what's done is done, there's no use saying anything. No, it's also our own fault for not knowing anything about elixirs. However, that divine Dr. Zhang did give me some pointers, and I plan to study medicine after this is over. We still have to rely on ourselves. Wan Shireen said in a deep voice. Daughter, I believe in you. There's nothing you can't do, but let's resolve this first, or the Wan family will be finished. You should quickly go and beg the commander of the garrison in Zhengzhou. If he agrees to stand up for us, there is still room for maneuver. Luo Hongxia gave her instructions. I see. Wan Shireen hung up the phone, let out a heavy breath, and looked up at the vast, solemn, and serene military base in front of her. Then they headed towards headquarters. Stop. Two garrison guards at the entrance, with cold expressions and unsmiling demeanor, stopped Wan Shireen. Hello, I am Wan Shireen, the president of Zhengzhou. Wan Jia. I have something to discuss with the garrison commander. Wan Shireen forced a smile and said politely. The leader is currently occupied and no one is allowed to disturb him. If you wish to see him, wait at the door. The garrison guard gave a cold shout. How long will that take? Wan Shireen inquired. Let's wait for further instructions. The garrison guards didn't even glance at Wan Shireen. Just then, Wan Shireen turned her head and saw a black SUV driving from a distance, its headlights piercing the darkness in front of her. Stop at the main gate. The garrison guards stepped forward to question the driver, who then produced something that looked like a token. The garrison guards were taken aback. They hurriedly nodded and respectfully opened the gate to let the car in. Wan Shireen looked surprised and curious. Has some important person arrived? She couldn't resist peeking out. She didn't recognize the driver or the person sitting next to him, but in the back seat, there was a pale-faced, elderly man. Could it be that prisoners were brought over overnight? Wan Shireen looked surprised. But she didn't even have the right to ask, she could only watch the car drive in from afar. Inside the garrison's main hall. Li Haixiong didn't dare to move an inch. He had been standing like that for 20 minutes. He truly regrets it. She regretted not listening to Su Ming. If she had just sat down and waited, she wouldn't have had to stand there so tensely and stiffly for more than 20 minutes. He felt numb all over. But if he didn't make a move, how could he have known that Su Mingqiang was so strong, that he was not someone he could easily challenge? Actually, the 100 or so people and guns outside are a minor issue. He could easily evade them if he wanted to, and then kill everyone outside. But Su Ming in front of him is a formidable enemy. He wouldn't say he was sure he'd lose, but if he got into a fight with Su Ming, it wouldn't be difficult for outsiders to hit him. He never dreamed that the Zhengzhou garrison, which he thought he could easily take down, was actually full of hidden talents, making him deeply entangled and even struggling to extricate himself. Boom! Just then, the deafening sound of a car roared outside. An SUV drove into the courtyard outside the main hall. Su Ming remained seated calmly. He glanced down at the time and smiled. Looks like we've arrived. He looked up slightly and saw the War God Army soldiers at the door parting to the sides, and several people jumped out of an off-road vehicle, dragging a man with graying temples into the hall. Li Haixiong glanced at it, but didn't take it seriously. I don't know what Su Ming made him wait for. He had already thought of all sorts of methods. Even if he can't take over the Central State Garrison headquarters today, he can still escape unscathed. No matter how many helpers Su Ming called, it was no use. But when he saw the man who had been brought in, he was so frightened that he trembled and almost knelt on the ground. Su, Grand Commandant Su? Li Haixiong looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes wide open, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. He almost fainted. Let me go, you beasts, who do you think you are, daring to arrest me? Su De, who was dragged into the hall, let out a furious roar. Grand Commandant Su, what a temper you have. Long time no see, do you still recognize me? Su Ming slowly stood up, a sinister smile on his face, like a judge carrying out a death sentence. He stared at Su De, one of the 3 dukes of the 9 provinces, with a chilling gaze.
Who the hell are you?
Su De, arrogant and disdainful, glanced at Su Ming with a look of contempt.
What kind of ant are you? Do I need to know you? Su De sneered. Then let me remind you, 5 years ago, the siege of the summit of Mount Tai was that you're doing?
Su Ming said with a sneer.
The summit of Mount Tai? Su De frowned immediately.
Then, as if remembering something, his pupils contracted instantly, and his body shuddered.
He looked up in shock. It's you? You beast, you're still alive? Su De gritted his teeth, almost to the point of madness. 779, Chapter 779 Wild Ideas. Su De had been planning this for over a decade.
Almost from the moment he became Grand Commandant, he was constantly thinking about climbing to a higher level, controlling the 9 provinces, and seizing absolute power. Power was something he craved more than anything else. Therefore, in order to achieve his great cause, he has been constantly removing obstacles along the way. The king of the 9 provinces is the biggest obstacle. 8 million warriors swept across the borders, their might shaking the 4 seas. As long as the war god army exists, he will never be able to muster an army. As long as the war god army is present, he will have to retreat 3 feet at a single command. The god of war stands at the city gate, while evil spirits enter the yellow mausoleum. That's why Su De planned the siege of the summit of Mount Tai. At that time, he didn't know what the king of Kyushu looked like or who he was, he had never seen him before. But all he needed was Su Ming's whereabouts. However, he never expected that even with the deaths of all 8 bandit leaders, they still couldn't capture Su Ming. But today, he finally saw Su Ming's true colors. He also understood that his efforts had failed at the last minute, that he had been blocked in the capital and brought here, and that everything seemed to be related to this kid. Thinking of this, Su De was even more furious. His eyes were bloodshot. So it was you, you vile beast, who ruined my plans. I only regret not killing you back then. 8 bandits weren't enough. I should have used 80, 800, until I took your life. Su De gritted his teeth in hatred, wishing he could tear 2 pieces of flesh off Su Ming's body raw. They were so close. They were only 1 step away from the highest power. And all of this was ruined by this kid in front of us. However, even if you capture me, it won't matter. The tide has turned. I am the chosen one. In less than 3 days, you'll be begging me to leave because after tonight, the entire land will be in my hands. Su De revealed a ferocious smile and stared fiercely at Su Ming. He vowed that once he regained power, the first person he would kill would be this kid. Put this kid in a human pig form and subject him to the extreme punishment of being burned alive. Su Ming grinned sinisterly. Where does your confidence come from? Su De turned his head and looked around. Seeing that no one in the hall posed a threat to him, he sneered and said, since the situation is already settled, I might as well tell you and broaden your horizons. Let a good for nothing like you know just how far you are from real power and from being a true chosen one. You think my uprising was just about me and 3,000 men entering the capital? That's ridiculous. The imperial family of Dezhou is nothing but a shell. Whether I take over the imperial family or not won't affect me much as long as the entire 9 provinces are filled with my people. Then the Duan family's imperial family is nothing but a puppet. Once Duan Tianhong realizes that he is just an empty shell, he will kneel down and beg for mercy, handing over the position of imperial family to me with both hands. This is the true master of power, something a greenhorn like you could never understand. The power to seize the heavens is like a grand chess game. With all living beings in the land as pawns, I lay out the scheme with the heavens and earth, and place the pieces on the pieces of all living beings. The tide is about to collapse like mountains and rivers. How can you possibly turn the tide? At this point, Su De could no longer contain his pride and burst into laughter. His silver hair at his temples danced wildly in the air, as if he were insane. Su Ming shook his head. Those who fall into the trap of power and greed are all like this. When the lust for power consumes the heart, that is madness. Su Ming raised his hand and said to Yi Tang beside him, "Give me my phone." "Yes." Yi Tang respectfully responded, took the phone, and handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming took his phone, walked up to Su De, and dialed the numbers of the other Kyushu commanders' offices one by one. The first one is Qingzhou. As soon as the call connected, the voice of Li Xiao, the commander of Qingzhou, came through, reporting to Prince Su, all the rebels in Qingzhou have been killed. King Su, the bandits in Shuzhou have been killed. It is thanks to the support of King Su's war god army that we were able to hold them off, otherwise, the forces of my Shuzhou commander's office might not have been able to resist.
Su Zifeng said gratefully. Reporting to King Su, regarding Ji province. King Su, Jingzhou.
One piece of good news after another came in. As he listened to these reports, Su Da's expression changed repeatedly, from initial arrogance and pride to a pale face and trembling body, like a dead dog.
Impossible, this is impossible. How could you possibly do this? How could you know my plan? You are clearly in Zhengzhou. How could you guard against and interfere with Zhuzhou? Could it be that you had already arranged for someone to know my entire plan?
Su Da's lips trembled, his voice was extremely excited. A pair of eyes were fixed on Su Ming. Using the medical Dao conference to attract attention, cooperating with the Blood Fiend Hall, recruiting soldiers and horses, starting from the 9 provinces, the major experts directly stormed into the 9 provinces' garrison headquarters and seized military power. He secretly infiltrated the imperial family of the capital and stole their thunder. He considered this plan to be flawless.
And now, all of them have been prevented. I've fallen into Su Ming's hands? Did Su Ming see through all his moves?
The leader of the war god army, he could be easily defeated without even facing him.
Impossible.
Su Da kept shaking his head, his eyes filled with shock at this moment, all his confidence collapsed, and boundless fear spread through his heart. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. My war god army is spread throughout the 9 provinces. You still use the 9 provinces as a battleground? Can you use my people as a battleground too? My war god army, 10,000 can defeat 100,000. The soldiers you recruit are nothing but bandits and brigands, a disorganized mess, and you still want to seize power? Power belongs to the strong, not something that can be stolen. No matter how much effort you put in, you don't understand the essence of things. You're just indulging in wishful thinking. Su Ming looked at him with a mocking expression.
He sneered.
This idiot has been serving as the Grand Commandant in the Grand Commandant's office for far too long. Staying in one's comfort zone, looking down on others, one tends to think of all the world's forces as so simple. The 9 provinces, the war god army, were forged from scratch, fought their way up from the ashes. The powerful cohesion forged through bloodshed in battle can strike fear into the hearts of people both at home and abroad. Instead of thinking that the world could be completely under one's control just because Su Da had an idea. You beast, I'll fight you to the death. Su Da completely broke down and went mad, letting out a hoarse roar as he lunged at Su Ming like a mad dog. But after only 2 steps, he was kicked to the ground by Su Ming and could not get up again. Li Haixiong, who was standing nearby, witnessed the whole process and was so shocked that he could no longer utter a sound. Only then did he realize what Su Ming had made him wait for and watch. At that moment, he felt only fear. It turns out this guy is the king of Kyushu, and he has everything under control. This isn't just a little bit better than him, it's 100,000 miles better. His legs were trembling with fear. He couldn't imagine what would have happened to him if he had forced his way in. They may have died even more tragically than people in other states. Because he was facing the unparalleled and peerless leader of the war god army. Thump! Li Haixiong was so terrified that he knelt straight down on the ground, staring at Su Ming in disbelief, not daring to breathe.
780, Chapter 780. Su Ming.
Wan Shirin had been waiting at the door for almost 2 hours. Not receiving a reply made me extremely anxious and restless. If this continues, the Wan family's situation will escalate further, and by then it will be too late to salvage it. Just then, another car drove up from the front. It was parked at the main gate of the military base. The car door opened, and 2 arrogant and stunningly beautiful women stepped out.
Wan Shirin looked up and couldn't help but show a look of surprise.
When did Zhengzhou produce such a stunning beauty, and she even appeared at a military base? Wan Shirin has always believed that she is second to none in terms of looks. But upon seeing these 2, she instantly felt that she had lost a huge chunk of the competition. Most importantly, the unique aura they possessed was something she couldn't match at all. 2 beautiful women arrived at the gate and were about to go inside. The garrison guards at the gate stopped them.
Su Ziyan sneered, "How dare you? Do you know who we are? Have you ever heard of the Su family and the Qin family outside of the 9 provinces? we're here to rescue your leader, and you dare to obstruct us. If something happens, can you two little soldiers bear the responsibility? Su Ziyan exuded an astonishing aura and let out a fierce shout. The two garrison guards were taken aback for a moment, but then sneered, "What Su family or Qin family? We've never heard of them. Besides, does our leader need you to save him?" Smack! No sooner had she finished speaking than Su Ziyun slapped the garrison guard across the face. This scene completely surprised Wan Shirin. Who exactly is this person, daring to act so recklessly? The Su family, the Qin family, he'd never heard of them either. There are plenty of Su and Qin families in Zhengzhou, but I've never seen anyone so arrogant. The guards at the gate were also furious, their eyes blazing with rage. "You dare to lay a hand on me? Someone come here." With a roar from the guard, hundreds of people rushed out of the base, each exuding murderous intent. But Su Ziyun and Qin Ku were not afraid at all in their eyes. These garrison troops were like ants, and they could kill their way in whenever they wanted. However, they came to rescue people and did not want to start a bloodbath. Qin Ku's gaze darkened slightly as he prepared to take out the Qin family token. The Qin family had dealings with the Kyushu garrison, and upon seeing the Qin family token, these guys would naturally back down and let him pass. Just then, Wan Shirin rushed over, smiling apologetically at the guards, and said, "Brothers, I'm so sorry, these two are my friends, they were just in a hurry, please don't be angry." "It's you again?" The two guards glared angrily. "This is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it." Wan Shirin took out two valuable jade pendants and handed them to the guard. These gifts were originally intended to be presented to the leader of Zhengzhou, but now, in order to appease the situation, only a portion of them can be used to resolve the issue. The two guards were no ordinary people either. They could tell at a glance that the jade pendant was of extraordinary value. They were both tempted. Wan Shirin continued, "These were originally intended as a gift for you, please accept them, please be accommodating and let us in, we will definitely repay you handsomely in the future." The two garrison guards finally suppressed their anger, glared at Su Ziyun, and nodded, saying, "Alright, go in, but it's no more than half an hour if you stay longer, don't blame us for being ruthless." "Yes, yes." Wan Shirin smiled and nodded gratefully. Then he turned around, looked at Su Ziyun and Qin Ku, and smiled, "Let's go." Su Ziyun glanced at Wan Shirin with surprise. This woman was quite adept at handling things. However, even without Wan Shirin's trick, they still had ways to get in. However, what puzzled them was that they had never seen Wan Shirin before, so why was this woman suddenly coming to help? The three entered the military base, and Su Ziyun asked suspiciously, "Do we know each other? What do you want from doing this?" Wan Shirin smiled and said, "It's nothing, I actually had urgent business to attend to at the base. Seeing that things had escalated, I thought I'd take this opportunity to think of a solution. Don't worry about it, I'll leave once I'm done." "I see." Su Ziyun nodded slightly and said nothing more. In truth, Wan Shirin had another thought she didn't voice. She could tell at a glance that the two men possessed extraordinary bearing. Now that the Wan family was in trouble, she desperately wanted to befriend someone with power and influence, hoping it would help the Wan family overcome their difficulties. However, not knowing who Su Ziyun and Qin Ku were, she didn't want to inquire directly. On the way to the garrison headquarters, Su Ziyun asked, "What problem have you encountered? Who do you want to see?" Wan Shirin smiled and said, "I've run into some trouble in my business, so I've come to ask the leader of the Zhengzhou garrison for help." Upon hearing this, Su Ziyun raised an eyebrow slightly. "Then you've come at a really bad time. I hope the garrison commander is still alive." "What?" Wan Shirin looked surprised and doubtful. As they spoke, the two stepped into the garrison commander's hall. But after entering the room, Wan Shirin was even more stunned. The entire hall was silent. A man was kneeling on the ground, and there were bloodstains on the floor. What surprised her even more was that Su Ming was also here. She froze on the spot. "Li Haixiong?" Su Ziyun and Qin Ku immediately recognized the person kneeling on the ground as the leader of the Bear King Legion outside Zhengzhou City. Meanwhile, the commander of the garrison in Zhengzhou was safe and sound. "Get out of here, take your men and get out of Zhengzhou by more than 100 miles, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless," Su Ming said, sitting in the chair in front and glancing up at Li Haixiong. Li Haixiong, covered in sweat and pale-faced,
hurriedly kowtowed to Su Ming, saying, Thank you so much, King Su, for sparing my life. From now on, I will definitely disband my army and become an honest and law-abiding citizen.
Thank you.
Li Haixiong kowtowed several times, then scrambled out. I went.
King Su?
Su Ziyun and Qin Ke suddenly looked up, their shocked gazes falling on Su Ming. Who is this kid who can scare Li Haixiong, who is at the half-step divine power realm, like this?
Could it be even more powerful than someone at the divine power realm? However, they did not sense any fluctuations in Su Ming's aura. Su Ming, what are you doing here?
The stunned Wan Shirin finally came to her senses and exclaimed in shock.
Su Ming?
Upon hearing this name, Su Ziyun and Qin Ke trembled, their beautiful eyes widening as if their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets.
Is this the Su Ming they've been looking for? Qin Ke, in particular, couldn't help but tremble slightly all over. Is this the man in front of me, the man I was betrothed to since childhood?
She stared intently at Su Ming, trying to find the outline of the little guy she had seen when she was a child in him.
But so many years have passed, and Su Ming has changed drastically. There is absolutely no resemblance whatsoever. Is it just a case of the same name? 781, Chapter 781 Shameless Harassment. What's it to you? Su Ming glanced at Wan Shirin indifferently. He has already sent Su De to Yunwu Manor. Further interrogation is needed. The situation in Kyushu has stabilized, but he still hasn't figured out the details about the Blood Fiend Hall and what happened back then, so he must return to Cloud Mist Manor. I'm too lazy to chat with Wan Shirin here. Although Wan Shirin's sudden appearance surprised him quite a bit. Su Ming turned to Yi Tang and said, Let's go. Etc. Su Ziyun hurriedly spoke up to stop him and stepped forward to block Su Ming's path. Su Ming raised an eyebrow slightly, glanced at Su Ziyun, and confirmed that he had never seen this woman before. The person who came with Wan Shirin is probably one of her best friends or something. Su Ming was very impatient and said in a deep voice, Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being impolite. You're welcome? Hearing this, Su Ziyun grinned and said mockingly, Boy, don't be so arrogant and impolite. Do you know who we are? How dare you speak so arrogantly? I am Su Ziyun, the eldest daughter of the Su family of Jiuhui Mountain, also known as the Fire Phoenix Prodigy. You should have heard of my name, right? And then there's my good friend, Qin Ke, known as the White Peacock, a top 10 figure on the Kyushu martial arts ranking. Putting aside the difference in our status, just in terms of strength, any one of us could trample you like an ant. You're not going to be polite. How exactly do you want to be impolite? Su Ziyun sneered and mocked. She believed that if this kid knew their identities and background, he would probably be so scared that his legs would go weak and he would tremble on the spot. Oh my God? Even Wan Shirin was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth when she heard Su Ziyun reveal her identity. I never expected these two beauties to have such impressive backgrounds. Who can achieve a top 10 ranking on the Kyushu martial arts ranking at this age? This is truly a big shot. Wan Shirin stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with rage. Even the leader of Zhengzhou was shocked, his face filled with astonishment. Are there members of the Su family and the Qin family from Jiuhui Mountain? What shocked him was not the two men's strength, but the powerful families they were backed by. These powerful, secluded families, occupying a region, are essentially establishing their own sects. They possess immense strength and are considered to be above all others in the 9 provinces. Could it be that Su Da's rebellion has thrown the entire land into chaos, even alarming these reclusive aristocratic families? So you're Su Ziyun. Su Ming was slightly taken aback, then understood, and grinned coldly. So what do you want to do? Scared? Weren't you pretty arrogant just now? Su Ziyun's face was full of sarcasm as she said with a mocking laugh, I recognize your voice. You were the one who called and harassed me before, weren't you? Didn't you call yourself Su Ming on the phone? Now, in front of us, do you dare to admit that you were Su Ming? Don't be a coward. I recognized your voice. I, Su Ziyun, have a photographic memory. I will never forget anything. Su Ziyun wanted to force Su Ming to admit it, so she cut off all of Su Ming's options for denying or lying. This also made Qin Ke see clearly that even if the kid in front of her was Su Ming from back then, he was still unbearable to look at now. That way, Qin Ke will give up. Su Ming sneered and shook his head. That's right, I am Su Ming. I did make that call, but you denied it, saying that there's no one like me in the Su family, so I have nothing more to say to you. Get out of the way.
Su Ming snorted coldly and stepped forward, heading straight towards Su Ziyun.
With one stride, he was almost face to face with Su Ziyun. Now it was Su Ziyun's turn to be afraid. If they had any intimate contact, and that got out, she would never be able to face anyone again.
Su Ziyun hurriedly dodged away, inwardly cursing Su Ming's shamelessness. Su Ming led Ji Tang straight away from the main hall of the garrison headquarters.
Wan Shirin watched the whole process and almost fainted from anger. This idiot actually called and harassed Su Ziyun? Is he really so desperate to curry favor with women? They don't even know him. Does he really think he's that good looking?
She knew she hadn't misjudged him without her. Su Ming was utterly useless. Without a backer, he couldn't survive.
They dare to harass even people like this now. They are utterly shameless.
Luckily, I divorced this scoundrel a long time ago, otherwise she would have been dragged down and humiliated today.
Su Ming had already left. Su Ziyun snorted coldly, turned around, and looked at Qin Ke, saying, Kong Ke, now you see clearly, right? Nearly 20 years have passed. Everything changes, especially since he was just a clueless child back then. Who knows what kind of person he's become now. Don't hold any expectations for someone like him. Otherwise, it will only implicate you.
Qin Ke remained silent for a long while, then shook his head and said, this is only a brief encounter. We can't judge anything yet. Let's stay in Zhengzhou and observe further.
You've fallen to demonic possession? Su Ziyun rolled her eyes, almost fainting from anger.
Seizing the opportunity, Wan Shirin knelt before the leader of Zhengzhou and respectfully said, I am Wan Shirin of the Wan family of Zhengzhou. The Wan family is currently facing some trouble due to a problem with the elixir. I would like to implore you, leader, to step in and help my family to clarify the situation.
What?
The garrison commander of Zhengzhou turned pale as his gaze fell on Wan Shirin. These three women, upon their arrival, immediately clashed with the king of Kyushu and offended their savior, causing a huge uproar.
He hadn't even had a chance to get angry. Now they actually need his help?
The commander of the Central Plains garrison immediately turned grim. I'm sorry, I can't handle this kind of thing. Besides, I have important matters to attend to right now, so I don't have time to entertain you.
Someone, show them out.
The garrison commander, his face dark, gave a stern shout that echoed throughout the area.
Etc.
Su Ziyun suddenly turned her head, her gaze falling on the garrison leader, and said in a deep voice, we rushed here to support you at top speed, knowing that Li Haixiong was going to attack you and seize the garrison headquarters. Is this your attitude?
Where is Li Haixiong? The garrison commander sneered and asked in return. Didn't you leave a long time ago? Su Ziyun frowned. Yeah, what does that have to do with you? You want to save me, you should worry about yourselves first. No need to see me out.
The garrison commander snorted coldly, turned around and left, too lazy to pay attention to the group.
You?
Su Ziyun was so angry that her face turned red. Are all the people in Zhengzhou this arrogant, a mere garrison commander, yet so disdainful of everyone? We should have known better than to come. We should have just let him die at the hands of Li Haixiong, Su Ziyun said angrily. Qin Ke shook her head slightly. This matter is indeed our fault. Someone has already subdued Li Haixiong, so there's no need for us to do anything. Let's go. Seriously, Peacock, you're actually taking sides with this kind of person. You're way too kind.
Su Ziyun stomped her foot in anger and left with Qin Ke.
Wan Shirin saw this and hurriedly followed him out. Unlike Su Ziyun, Qin Ke was calm and meticulous, carefully recalling the entire process of stepping into the garrison headquarters from the outside. When the three of them arrived, the only people in the main hall were the garrison leader, Li Haixiong, who was kneeling, and Su Ming and a few others. Moreover, it was Su Ming who spoke up, and Li Haixiong was so relieved that he cowed out and fled. So, in other words, the person who subdued Li Haixiong was very likely Su Ming. Because the garrison leader's aura and cultivation level were pitifully low, he was not qualified to frighten a half-step divine power realm expert like Li Haixiong to the point of trembling with fear. Although no aura could be sensed from Su Ming, he seemed just like an ordinary person. But she felt that things weren't that simple. The three of them walked outside the military base.
By the way, Ziyun, why do you deny Su Ming's relationship with the Su family? Qin Ku asked, puzzled. Su Ziyun crossed her arms and said with a disdainful look, who knows what that kid's purpose is? He called me Su Ming right away and asked about the Su family. I can't just accept every guy who says he's surnamed Su, can I? Besides, even if he really is that Su Ming, what if he wants to go back to the Su family and shamelessly beg for benefits and profits? If I admit it, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Su Ziyun sneered with disdain.
She's seen plenty of people like that, like a persistent plaster.
782, Chapter 782 Divorced Man. Miss Wan, wait a moment.
Qin Ku's eyes darted around, and her gaze fell on Wan Shireen.
Wan Shireen is getting ready to get on the bus.
Without the intervention of the garrison commander of Zhengzhou, the problems facing the Wan family remain unresolved. She had no idea what she had done to offend the leader. She hadn't even had a chance to present her gift before being kicked out.
I'm extremely depressed. Hearing Qin Ku's voice, she turned around with a grim expression. What? Qin Ku stepped forward with a smile and said, Miss Wan, you called out Su Ming's name as soon as you entered the main hall. Do you know him? I know him.
Wan Shireen nodded. No one knows him better than me. That's perfect. We'd like to ask you about him. Could you sit down and tell us all about it? In return, we can help you solve the problems you're facing. Qin Ku had a confident smile on his face and an extraordinary demeanor.
Even Wan Shireen was somewhat amazed and impressed. Some people's charisma is something you can never catch up to, no matter how hard you try.
This is the kind of person the eldest daughter of the Qin family is, generous, poised, and confident, inspiring everyone around her.
Real? Wan Shireen's face lit up with surprise.
Of course, we have that capability too. If you don't believe me, just tell us your problem, and we can solve it for you on the spot.
Qin Ku said with a smile. That's great, let's talk somewhere else then.
Wan Shireen was overjoyed.
We really met a benefactor on this trip. It wasn't a wasted trip.
So, Wan Shireen got into her car, and her own car led the way, driving the two of them back to the city center of Zhengzhou, where they found a high-end restaurant to sit down.
The three of them began to talk. Cloud Mist Villa.
You beast, if you have the guts, kill me.
Suda was locked in an iron cage taller than a person, and he was like a mad dog, shouting at Su Ming at the top of his lungs. All the failure was due to Su Ming. Now he wished he could devour Su Ming alive. Don't rush. Su Ming stood by the iron cage and chuckled calmly. You've done so much, and you're dying so easily. Don't you feel any regret? Besides, I'm not your biggest enemy. The current venerable King Duan Tianhong is your biggest enemy, isn't he? If you want to usurp the throne, it's the same as wiping out the entire Duan family. If I hand you over to him, what do you think he will do with you? Su Ming had a big smile on his face. You? Upon hearing this, Su De nearly went berserk, pounding his fists on the iron cage. You beast, you dare, you won't dare. I'm warning you, if you dare to do this, once I get out, you and everyone around you will be dead. You still want to go out? Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. You think it's impossible? You still don't know enough. Su De gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Then I'm not afraid to tell you, the reason I dare to do these things isn't because I'm ambitious. Even if I'm ambitious, I know how much I can accomplish, but there's an even greater force supporting me behind the scenes, which is why I dare to be so blatant. Do you know who this force is? It's the Blood Fiend Hall. Blood Fiend Hall, have you ever heard of it? We're enough to grind you to dust. Su Da's face was contorted with rage as he grinned viciously. He can't wait any longer. They couldn't wait to see how Su Ming would be so scared that he would lie on the ground and beg for mercy when the Blood Fiend Hall people arrived. Return the King of Kyushu to me. Within the 9 provinces, no one can stop the Blood Fiend Palace. He was a subordinate hand-picked by the Blood Fiend Hall. By capturing him, Su Ming was essentially making an enemy of the entire Blood Fiend Palace. This idiot kid probably doesn't even know the monstrous mistake he's made. Su Ming raised an eyebrow at that moment. Finally, he heard what he wanted to hear. Then tell me, how did the Blood Fiend Hall instruct you? How many people are in the Blood Fiend Hall? What kind of people are they? What is their real purpose? Su Ming asked several questions in a row.
But these questions immediately revealed his true intentions.
Suda was such a cunning old fox.
Seeing Su Ming's attitude, he grinned and chuckled. This is what you really want to know, isn't it? The reason I'm still alive and you've brought me here is to find out these questions, isn't it?
You think you can get information out of me? No way. If you want to know, figure it out yourself.
But let me tell you, in 10 days at most, the experts and celestial masters of the Blood Fiend Palace will come here and rescue me.
And in your manner, not a single person will be spared.
After saying this, Suda threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter deafening, extremely proud, as if he had gone mad. Su Ming's face was grim as he said to Yi Tang, drag him away.
Yes.
Yi Tang raised her hand and had Su Di and the entire iron cage dragged away. Then he looked at Su Ming with a solemn expression. King Su, it seems this guy wasn't lying. If it weren't for the Blood Fiend Palace backing him up, he would never dare to be so arrogant. Perhaps the news that he's in our hands has already reached the Blood Fiend Palace's ears. Should I immediately dispatch the War God army to guard Cloud Mist Manor closely and take precautions?
Need not. Su Ming raised his hand to interrupt, his gaze cold and indifferent.
I have nothing to fear from the Blood Fiend Hall. In my opinion, the people of the Blood Fiend Hall are not as difficult to deal with as Su Di, because at most, the Blood Fiend Hall consists of martial arts practitioners, not a large army. It's best if they know. Let them come to us. I'll kill as many as they come, until I get out what I want to know. Su Ming's gaze was sharp, and his whole body exuded a murderous aura.
Yes.
Yi Tang was shocked and horrified. Knowing that Su Ming had murderous intent, no one could stop him.
What? You were married to him?
Inside the upscale restaurant in Zhengzhou, Qin Ku and Su Ziyan listened when Wan Shirin started talking about Su Ming's past. Both of them were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Qin Ku's expression was complex, filled with mixed feelings.
A deep sense of disappointment filled my heart. Su Ziyun is right. 10 or 20 years is enough time for a person's life to change drastically.
She shouldn't have had any expectations at all. She could tolerate other identities, statuses, and strengths, but she, Qin Ku, could not tolerate the fact that someone had been married to another person. She is, after all, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, one of the most prominent families in the entire country. If she were to fulfill her marriage contract with a divorced man, the entire Qin family would probably kick her out of the house. Thinking of this, Qin Ku couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile.
I've already made up my mind. 783, Chapter 783, Paying Respects. What about the Wan family's problem?
Wan Shirin asked tentatively, observing the expressions of the two men with her eyes. Qin Ku stood up and said, how about this, come to Zilin Manor tomorrow, and I'll give you a solution, but bring Su Ming with you too. There are some things I need to clarify with him in person.
Okay, I'll definitely bring him here.
Wan Shirin nodded excitedly and happily. Having failed to get help from the garrison leader in Zhengzhou, and with Zhang Xinqi now out of contact, she had no idea who else to turn to.
I never expected to meet these two benefactors.
It's truly a case of after the darkest hour comes the dawn.
It's too easy to resolve such a huge problem simply by bringing Su Ming there.
Although she had no idea why these two powerful and exceptionally capable beauties were asking about Su Ming.
But the greatest value of that kind of guy is that he can be of some use. Well then, we'll take our leave now. Qin Ku nodded slightly and left the restaurant with Su Ziyun.
Outside, the two got into the car together and returned to Zilin Manor.
In the car, Su Ziyun grinned and sneered, how about that, peacock, I told you so. How could someone like that be worthy of you? It's a shame you still care with your status. There are countless people in and around the 9 provinces who want to pursue you, yet you've been held back for so long by this kid's childhood betrothal. It's a complete waste of your youth and time. I advise you to ignore him and just do what you need to do anyway. That kind of person is from a different world than us.
Su Ziyun scoffed, not taking Su Ming seriously at all.
She could crush such an ant with a single finger. Yes, I'll explain it to him.
Qin Ku nodded and said calmly. I'll have Wan Shirin bring him over tomorrow so I can talk to him face to face and make things clear. That way, he'll give up on that idea and behave like an honest person.
Qin Ku said slowly. No way. Su Ziyun rolled her eyes. I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're too rigid in your approach. Even if you dump him, what can he do from now on? He might never even be able to leave Zhangzhou for the rest of his life if you really tell him you have a marriage agreement with him. If someone like that knew who you were and that you were a great beauty, wouldn't they be clinging to you like a leech? What if he disagrees? Wouldn't that be shooting yourself in the foot? Su Ziyun was almost fainting. Xingku is good in every way, except that she is too serious and doesn't know how to be flexible at all. If it were her, she wouldn't even glance at someone like Su Ming. If he really is that kind of person, I'll teach him a lesson, and whatever you want to do then, I won't stop you. Xingku said in a deep voice. Alright. Alright. Su Ziyun shook her head helplessly, but she had already made up her mind that Su Ming, a lowly ant, would never agree to it easily. A stunningly beautiful woman and a golden opportunity were presented to her. Unless that kid is an idiot, how could he possibly let him go? The car sped off, heading towards the Purple Forest Manor. Inside the Purple Forest Manor, Sol Celestial Venerable and Li Celestial Venerable received a phone call. It was called by Blood Fiend Heavenly Venerable of the Blood Fiend Palace. Tell the two that Su De is inside the Cloud Mist Manor. The two of them must rescue Su De as quickly as possible. Su De can die, but he absolutely cannot die at Cloud Mist Manor. Because Su De knew too many things. The Blood Fiend Palace will send reinforcements to complete this task. Upon receiving this death order, the two were shocked and moved. Sol Celestial Venerable immediately decided that one of them would go to Cloud Mist Manor to capture the person, while Li Celestial Venerable would stay behind to wait for reinforcements from Blood Fiend Palace. So when Su Ziyun and Xingku returned to Zilin Manor, they saw Han Tianzuan hurriedly leaving, almost brushing past each other. Isn't that Sol Celestial Venerable? What's he going to do? Why does he look so flustered and in such a hurry? Su Ziyun asked in confusion. Could it be? Xingku raised an eyebrow, as if realizing something, and said in surprise, could it be that he's going to settle scores with Su Ming? Xingku already knew that Su Ming had offended the Blood Fiend Hall. Although she had dealt with Sol Celestial Venerable and Li Celestial Venerable before, given her status, she was considered a junior in front of these two. There's no way either of them could possibly take her words to heart. Okay. Su Ziyun smiled broadly and grinned. That's good, we don't need to lift a finger. This Sol Venerable Divine Power Realm expert can kill that kind of trash with just a flick of his finger, right? This way, you don't have to cancel the engagement in person. What kind of engagement is it with a dead person? Su Ziyun almost burst out laughing. What are you talking about? What kind of person do you make me? Xingku glared at Su Ziyun with annoyance. He quickly parked the car and took Su Ziyun to the manor hall. We found Li Tianzuan, who was left behind in the manor. Senior Li. Xingku stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I just saw Senior Sol Celestial Venerable rushing out. What was it because of? Could it be that he was planning to make a move? What's it to you? Li Tianzuan let out a cold shout, his gloomy gaze falling on Xingku. He said coldly, do I, the Blood Fiend Hall, need to report to you what I do? You're just a little girl. I'll let it slide because you're so young, but do you think I wouldn't dare to touch you? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Li Tianzuan snorted coldly and turned to leave. This. Xingku was stunned on the spot. Li Tianzuan's attitude changed so quickly. Could it be that he was right? What should we do? It's too late for him to rush over and save him, and he has no idea where Su Ming is. Su Ziyun smiled and shook her head. I think you should stop meddling in other people's business. I know you take everything very seriously, but didn't you do your best? That kid is destined to be like this, a good-for-nothing who still offended the Blood Fiend Hall. Can you protect him for a while, or for a lifetime? I think you'll see what happens. Just rest is fine. It's the best of both worlds for us. Su Ziyun laughed heartily. In this way, even the possibility of Su Ming returning to the Su family to demand benefits was eliminated. This is also a great joy for her. Su Ziyun was smiling so hard she could hardly stop. Meanwhile, Sol Celestial Venerable had already arrived outside Cloud Mist Manor. Is Grand Commandant Su here? Sol Celestial looked up at the vast and mysterious Cloud Mist Manor, his face full of doubt. Wasn't Grand Commandant Su raising an army in Zhengzhou to seize the imperial family? Why did we end up in this cloud mist manor? And did Rakshasa and Ghost Lord also die here? Could it be that the owner of this cloud mist manor is some kind of extraordinary figure? Soul Celestial shook his head, stepped forward, and knocked on the door. No matter who the big shot is, as one of the top forces in the 9 provinces, Blood Fiend Palace should give them face. Creak. The gates of Cloud Mist Manor opened, and Yi Tang stood at the entrance, her brows furrowing as she recognized Soul Celestial Venerable at a glance. His gaze instantly turned icy. Unexpectedly, the Blood Fiend Hall people arrived so quickly. I have long admired the name of Cloud Mist Manor and would like to pay my respects to the Manor Lord. Soul Celestial Venerable, however, remained polite. All right, come in. Yi Tang sneered. 784, Chapter 784. You got off easy. The master of Cloud Mist Manor, even the Blood Fiend Hall had heard of him. Moreover, the Blood Fiend Palace had been trying to win over this big shot for several years. After all, with such a master joining and assisting, the Blood Fiend Palace would be even more powerful. But this person is a reclusive master, even more mysterious than the Blood Fiend Palace. Despite multiple visits, I still haven't had the chance to see it. Although it is uncertain whether Ghost Celestial Venerable and Rakshasa died at the hands of this Manor Lord, it is certain that they died at Cloud Mist Manor. Soul Celestial Venerable concluded in his heart that it would be impossible for the king of the 9 provinces alone to deal with Ghost Celestial Venerable and his disciples. These two practice the same martial arts techniques, and together they are far superior to any martial arts master at the Divine Power Realm. Therefore, the manor owner must have been secretly helping them. Regardless, let's be polite. Even if you can't befriend this person, you absolutely must not become enemies with them. With this mindset, led by Yi Tang, Soul Celestial Venerable crossed the front courtyard of the manor and arrived at the main hall. The entire hall was empty, there was no one else in sight except for a young man named Su Ming sitting there drinking tea. Where is the master of the manor? Soul Celestial looked around and asked in confusion. Presumptuous. Yi Tang sneered, the master of the manor is right in front of you, how can you not recognize him? Someone like you, who dares to think he can pay respects to the master of the manor, is blind and ignorant. At the same time, Yi Tang raised his hand, and countless war god soldiers surged out of the courtyard, blocking all escape routes in the front yard. Dom Lei Chuanxue also quickly came out, staring at Han Tianzuan with a wary expression. They were, after all, experts at the divine power realm of the Blood Fiend Palace, and they were afraid that if Soul Celestial Venerable suddenly made a move, they might not be able to withstand it. You mean him? He's the Manor Lord? Soul Celestial's eyes widened suddenly, his surprised gaze instantly falling on Su Ming. Upon closer inspection, he finally recognized him as Su Ming, the kid he had warned Li Tianzuan about a few days ago. They even gave a limited date. Send this kid to Zilin Manor to report and tell the truth. We never saw anyone. Could it be that? Soul Celestial Venerable's body trembled violently. Then he turned around sharply, his shocked gaze falling on Yi Tangha immediately recognized her. Wasn't this guy also with Su Ming at the time? Sky. Soul Celestial was so shocked that the hairs on his body stood on end. Could it be that the real master has always been this kid, and that he and Li Tianzuan both misjudged him and failed to recognize him, allowing this kid to slip away and escape right before their eyes? You are the master of the manor? Soul Celestial's pupils dilated, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Countless thoughts flashed wildly through his mind. Su Ming slowly raised his head, his calm and cold gaze sweeping over Soul Celestial Venerable. He sneered, you came alone, you think you can save people by yourself? You're being far too naive. Sude has placed great trust and expectations in your Blood Fiend Hall. It seems you don't take him seriously. Upon hearing this, Soul Celestial's expression changed drastically, and he staggered back 2 steps. He stared at Su Ming with a face full of shock. Su Ming saw through his purpose and the Blood Fiend Hall's plan. How could he not be shocked? This young man is so insightful, how could he not be shocked? It's as if they know everything. Who exactly are you? Soul Celestial Venerable's eyes widened like those of a commander. These past few days, the people your Blood Fiend Hall has been trying to eliminate, Ghost Celestial Venerable and Rakshasa, are already dead at my hands. Next up is you,
and your entire blood fiend hall, none of you will escape. How you hunted down my parents back then, today I will deal with your blood fiend hall in the same way, tenfold retribution. Su Ming's cold shout echoed throughout the entire hall. Boom! Soul Celestial's head felt like it was about to explode, as if struck by lightning.
Because there's so much information in those few sentences.
Ghost Celestial Venerable and Rakshasa died at the hands of this brat. Doesn't that mean this guy isn't just the owner of Cloudmist Manor, but could also be the king of the 9 provinces, or maybe he's the same person all along?
Did they hunt down Su Ming's parents? How can you even begin to explain this?
15 years ago, the Blood Fiend Hall did indeed hunt down a couple, but such a distant event was almost forgotten by the entire Blood Fiend Hall.
What's the relationship between this kid and that couple?
At this moment, Soul Celestial Venerable's mind was almost filled with a tidal wave of shock. But then, he gritted his teeth, revealing a ferocious expression, and glared at Su Mingli, shouting, "No matter who you are, no matter how powerful you are, you're unlucky to have met me, Soul Celestial Venerable. Today do you think these lackeys from your manor can stop me? I am a divine power realm cultivator, invincible and unstoppable. Today, I will massacre your Cloudmist Manor. Whether Sudi can get out alive is no longer important, but you must DME Blood Fiend Hall will never allow a scourge like you to live in this world." Soul Celestial Venerable's face was contorted with ferocious killing intent, his aura surged forth, and immense pressure swept across the land, causing his clothes to flutter even without wind. Yi Tang and the others were immediately shocked. But no one retreated even a step, they just stared intently at Soul Celestial. The Blood Fiend Palace's divine power realm experts are truly terrifying. These top figures from the forces outside the 9 provinces are all at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces pyramid, and their every move is earth-shattering. Yi Tang, Donglei, Chun Shui, and the others were all at the King Realm when they saw this true divine power realm expert. It was like facing a fierce tiger. They were all wary. But Su Ming remained unmoved. And his phone rang. Su Ming took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Wan Shireen. He immediately answered the call, completely ignoring Soul Celestial.
"Hello?" Su Ming asked into the phone. "Where are you?" Wan Shireen asked over the phone.
Su Ming rolled his eyes. "Don't ask where I am. As soon as you call you wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Just tell me what you want."
"You bastard." Wan Shireen almost fainted from anger.
Ever since he started currying favor with Shen Luo Yun, this kid has become more and more arrogant. Now Shen his family also had a stroke of luck, ranking first in the medical Dao conference. From now on, this kid will be incredibly arrogant.
No wonder this guy dares to harass someone like Su Ziyun by phone. The confidence comes from this kind of place. However, just because the Shen family is capable doesn't mean Su Ming is capable. Those who fawn over others will eventually be abandoned. At that time, Su Ming had nowhere to cry about his regret. However, Wan Shireen was too lazy to care about such things now and went straight to the point. "There is indeed something I would like to ask you to come with me." "Go somewhere? Where to?" "The Civil Affairs Bureau. Didn't we get divorced a long time ago?" Su Ming gave a cold laugh. "Can't you say anything serious? I need you to come with me to the Purple Forest Manor. Someone there wants to see you. Consider it a bargain for you. Otherwise, with your status, you'd never be able to set foot in such a high-class place in your entire life. This will broaden your horizons." Wan Shireen snorted impatiently. She simply didn't have the patience to talk to Su Ming properly. This guy's behavior made it impossible for her to be serious. He was like a frog in a well who didn't know what was good for him. "Purple Forest Manor, sure, I was just about to go there anyway. Just come to the entrance of Cloudmist Manor tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you here." After Su Ming finished speaking, he hung up the phone. "Cloudmist Manor, you're really at Cloudmist Manor. You're not just pretending with me, are you?" "Hello?" Wan Shireen was shocked and wanted to ask more questions, but Su Ming had already hung up the phone. In the hall, seeing Su Ming blatantly ignoring him, Soul Celestial Venerable was already on the verge of exploding with rage. "You arrogant brat, you think you're all above everyone else. Today I'll make sure you die right here." With a roar, Soul Celestial Venerable charged out with overwhelming momentum. His cultivation at the Divine Power Realm seemed to cause even space to tremble. But the next moment, boom!
Soul Celestial Venerable was sent flying backward from the hall, landing in the front yard, where he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth like a dead dog.
785, Chapter 785 Too Dangerous. Don't kill me, don't kill me.
Soul Celestial Venerable lay in the courtyard, his eyes wide with terror as if he had seen a ghost. He watched Su Ming approach step by step, his heart pounding with fear.
One move. It was just one move. He didn't even touch Su Ming's clothes. He was sent flying and severely injured, without even the strength to get up, and all the aura of the divine power realm was shattered. His cultivation was almost completely destroyed. How can there be such terrifying people in the world? Just how strong is this kid? Moreover, he couldn't sense any aura from Su Ming. Does this mean that this guy has cultivated to a level that even he can't understand, a realm that even he can't reach? Could it be the mysterious realm of earthly immortals? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Earth Immortal Mystic Mirror is equivalent to having entered the realm of the divine. Such a person simply cannot exist in the world, especially at this age. The shock and fear that Soul Celestial Venerable felt had reached an indescribable level. I know a secret, but if you kill me, you'll never know. I'll tell you if you let me go. Soul Celestial looked at Su Ming in fear and said, Explain. Su Ming's sharp shout shook the hearts of everyone. Your parents are not dead. I know who you are. Only you could have such talent. You are the heir of the Su family. The Su family's Jovuay Mountain has the full power of the dragon vein. Each of their descendants is a child of the destiny of heaven and earth, inheriting the dragon vein's fortune. Their talents are like those of monsters. Back then, our blood fiend Hall made our move to seize the dragon vein, but to seize the dragon vein, we needed the key to unlock the nine-headed mountain dragon vein. That's why we hunted down your parents, because the key was in the hands of your father, Su Lingkong. However, your parents fled to the Ten Seas land where the Temple of War is located and then disappeared. We dare not set foot in the Temple of War. Let's just give up like this. Once they enter the Temple of War, they can't possibly die. You, aren't you still alive? Soul Celestial Venerable trembled all over as he recounted everything that had happened back then. These are things that Su Ming did not know and wanted to know. It turns out that the reason his parents were being hunted down was because of the dragon vein. The fact that the Su family still exists means that the Blood Fiend Hall did not succeed. Perhaps there's an even deeper hidden story. If his parents are still alive, where are they? He grew up in the Temple of War and had never heard anything about his parents. Su Ming shook his head. This matter was too far-reaching and too complicated to be understood in just a few words. Now, can you let me go? Soul Celestial used all his strength to get up and looked at Su Ming with pleading eyes. It's too late. Whether my parents are dead or not, your actions back then have dug your own grave. The Blood Fiend Hall. Now get out of here. After saying that, Su Ming pressed his palm against the crown of Soul Celestial Venerable's head. Don't want. Soul Celestial was so frightened that he soiled himself. But at this moment, no matter how powerful he was at the divine realm, he couldn't use any of his abilities. It was as if his whole body was locked in chains, and he couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as Su Ming's palm pressed against the top of his head. Puff! Soul Celestial Venerable coughed up blood from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. The next day, early in the morning, Wan Shireen drove to Yunwu Mountain Villa. In the car, Wan Shireen took out her phone and called Qin Ku. Hello, Miss Qin, I'm on my way to pick up Su Ming. We should be at Purple Forest Manor in less than an hour. Wan Shireen informed Qin Ku in advance. Upon hearing this, Qin Ku exclaimed in surprise, he's still alive, he's not dead? Ah! Wan Shireen was stunned. How could Qin Ku curse Su Ming to death after only one night? Didn't you ask her to bring Su Ming to meet you before? Could it be that there is some deep-seated hatred between the two, and this trip is just to deal with Su Ming? Wan Shireen's expression immediately became complicated. Miss Qin, what did you say? Wan Shireen asked again, sounding surprised and doubtful. No, it's nothing. Then hurry up and come over. I'll be waiting for you at Zilin Manor. Qin Ku quickly changed her tone and said calmly. Good. Wan Shireen hung up the phone, filled with doubt. If this trip is meant to kill Su Ming, then wouldn't she also be considered an accomplice? Although she had absolutely no liking for Su Ming. They even wished Su Ming would disappear from their world so they wouldn't have to see him anymore. But this is completely different from killing Su Ming directly. In order to solve the Qin family's problems, he sacrificed Su Ming's life. Isn't that a bit too heartless and inhumane? Thinking this through, Wan Shirin felt a mix of emotions. Soon, the car arrived at the foot of Yunwu Mountain Villa. She decided to ask Su Ming for his opinion first. This also subtly reminded Su Ming, making him understand the situation. If Su Ming chooses not to go, she can't force him. If all else fails, the Wan family still has some savings, they can always retreat to Yunqing and start over. Even if the Wan family were to retreat back to Yun City, they would still be the number one force. After parking the car, Wan Shirin looked around and was about to call to ask where Su Ming was when she saw Su Ming come out of the public restroom in front of her. Wan Shirin rolled her eyes, her face full of disdain. Sure enough, he was just pretending on the phone. This kid still cares a lot about his image in front of her, probably wanting to leave a strong impression on her. That's such a waste of time. He talks about Cloud Mist Manor, but he just hangs around at the foot of Cloud Mist Manor. Moreover, Cloud Mist Manor is already a famous scenic spot in central China except for the area above the halfway point, which is off limits to ordinary people. Other areas are open to the public. This guy, even over such a small thing, tries to glorify himself and build a good image for himself. If it were someone else, they would really be fooled. Unfortunately, she knew Su Ming too well. Over here. Wan Shirin opened the car door and rushed towards Su Ming. He waved. Su Ming walked over, followed by two people carrying a huge cardboard box that was more than half a person tall. Wan Shirin looked at it with a puzzled expression and asked, "What is this?" "It's nothing, just a little gift I brought down from the foot of the mountain," Su Ming grinned. You even know to prepare a gift. That's an improvement. Knowing that Zilin Manor isn't a place you can just come and go as you please, preparing a gift is a good thing. It can make a better impression on people. Wan Shirin nodded approvingly, her opinion slightly changed. If Su Ming had figured things out sooner and had this brain earlier, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. But I have to warn you, this trip won't end well. It might even be dangerous for you. You can still back out now, I won't force you. Wan Shirin pondered for a moment, then looked up at Su Ming and said earnestly. Danger? How do you know there's danger? Su Ming grinned. That's too dangerous. In the past, none of the Blood Fiend Hall members could escape. It wasn't that he was in danger, but that the other Blood Fiend Hall members in the Purple Forest Manor were about to face a great calamity. 786, Chapter 786. The villain accuses first. What, you're saying that kid's still alive? Upon hearing the news, Su Ziyun was also shocked and stared at Qin Ku in astonishment. Yes, I just finished talking to Wan Shirin on the phone, and they're already on their way, Qin Ku nodded. How is this possible? Su Ziyun's face was full of doubt, confusion, and disbelief. Could it be that even a master of the divine power realm, Soul Celestial Venerable, couldn't defeat him? That's impossible. When I saw that kid, I couldn't sense any energy from him at all. He was just an ordinary person through and through. He even looked rather thin, perhaps even weaker than an ordinary person. For Soul Celestial Venerable to kill him, it's just a matter of snapping his fingers, isn't it? Could it be that Wan Shirin found out and found someone to help him save him? Let alone Wan Shirin, how many people in the entire central continent can withstand Soul Celestial Venerable? Countless possibilities raced through Su Ziyun's mind, but none of them made sense. The more she thought about it, the more confused and incredulous it seemed to her. I think this matter is not that simple. Qin Ku continued. Have you forgotten where Soul Celestial Venerable went? Cloud Mist Manor. I heard that Ghost Celestial Venerable and Rakshasa both died in Cloud Mist Manor. The owner of this Cloud Mist Manor is also a reclusive master, a peerless genius. If the Cloud Mist Manor master were to protect him, I think even Soul Celestial Venerable would have to think twice. But this is good too. This way I can talk to him face to face and make things clear, so I won't owe him anything. Qin Ku let out a breath, feeling somewhat pleased. She didn't want Su Ming to die. If Su Ming dies, she will never be able to explain herself clearly. An unresolved marriage will forever hang on her shoulders, forever a burden. Su Ziyun will never understand. When the Blood Fiend Palace launched its massive invasion,
attempting to seize the dragon vein of Jiahui Mountain. The Qin family was also present. His own father was almost seriously injured and died at the hands of the Blood Fiend Hall in order to resist them. It was Su Lingkong of the Su family who risked his life to save Qin Ke's father. From then on, Qin Ke's father and Su Lingkong became close friends, and that's how they arranged this childhood betrothal. Her father had also told her that as long as Su Ming was alive, the engagement could not be cancelled. But so much time has passed, and Su Ming has grown up to be what he is today, and his performance is really not satisfactory, even though Su Lingkong has done a great favor for the Qin family. But having come this far, I suppose we've done everything we could. Although doing so would be a bit unfair to Su Ming, Qin Ke also felt that she couldn't let a verbal promise from an elder ruin her life. Father will understand this to some extent. Moreover, she wasn't acting recklessly, she had observed him carefully and concluded that Su Ming indeed had no potential and was unlikely to achieve anything in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Ke let out a heavy sigh of relief. Regardless, let's settle this score today, a grudge between two generations. She also took this opportunity to help Su Ming resolve his grievances with the Blood Fiend Palace, as a final gift to Su Ming, so that she wouldn't feel indebted to him.
Qin Ke, Miss Qin, you know her, right?
On the way to Ziling Manor, Wan Shirin drove while casually asking Su Ming a question.
I don't know him. Su Ming blurted it out without even thinking. Are you kidding me?
Wan Shirin rolled her eyes at Su Ming. You don't know them, yet you still call and harass them. Even if you don't know them, you must know their names, right? Otherwise, why would you do something so despicable? I know you well enough to know you're not doing this for nothing. If you didn't know better, you would never have done this. I see you know that the Shin family has risen to become the #1 medical family in Kyushu at that time. You will definitely be discarded by the Shin family like trash after all. You have no value whatsoever, and the Shin family will not keep you.
Shen Luoyun will also forget about you.
You're afraid of losing your backer, so you're desperately trying to find a cure and making calls everywhere to curry favor with others, aren't you? Wan Shirin sneered, looking as if she had already seen through all of Su Ming's thoughts.
Su Ming sneered, too lazy to reply.
Wan Shirin's prejudice against him was deeply ingrained and could not be changed no matter what. Even if he were to bring all 8 million War God's army soldiers to gather in front of Wan Shirin right now, Wan Shirin probably thought he hired countless extras to act with him. Since that's the case, there's no need for further explanation. However, Su Ming still retorted, I called Su Ziyun, not Qin Ke. Don't try to pin this on me.
Is there a difference?
Wan Shirin glared at Su Ming, feeling disgusted by his stubbornness. I'm warning you, no matter what you think, when you get there, those two young ladies will beat you or scold you, so you'll suffer less and it won't ruin my plans.
As compensation, I will give you 5 million after the matter is completed.
You've been doing all this messy stuff, isn't it all for money? Now you've finally succeeded, getting 5 million just by lying down. You must be overjoyed, right? Wan Shirin curled her lip and said disdainfully. Su Ming rolled his eyes, can you drive properly? If not, I'll switch to another car. Look at you, getting all cocky the moment you hear it's 5 million. That's all you've got. Wan Shirin sneered. Su Ming rolled his eyes and shook his head speechlessly. I should have known better than to ride in Wan Shirin's car. It was only when Wan Shirin called, her tone pleading, that he thought of taking a ride with her. I didn't expect so much nonsense. He even beat and scolded her. Even if Su Ziyun and Qin Ke had 100 times the courage, neither of them would dare to lay a finger on him.
Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of Ziling Manor, and a black luxury Rolls-Royce suddenly rushed over from the side. Because the entrance is narrow, only allowing one vehicle to pass at a time once the cars are passing, whoever is there first goes first, the other party clearly intended to cut in front. Creak! Wan Shirin slammed on the brakes, and the two cars nearly collided head-on, blocking the entrance. How the hell do you drive? Before Wan Shirin could speak, the window of the black sedan rolled down, and a long-haired young man pointed at Wan Shirin and Su Ming and started cursing. You bastard! Wan Shirin also got angry. She was the one who arrived first and did nothing wrong, yet the other party was the one who accused her first. If it were the old Wan Shirin, she would have accepted this insult. But today, thanks to her own efforts,
the Wan family has achieved such a high status in Zhengzhou that anyone dares to challenge her. Moreover, her recent string of bad luck has left her with a pent-up anger. After the young man finished cursing, Wan Shirin got angry, stepped on the gas, and drove straight at him, crashing into the front of his car. The front of the black Rolls-Royce was immediately dented. The car slid backward 4 or 5 meters. "You son of a bitch." The young man driving the car got angry and abruptly opened the door and got out. Wan Shirin also got out of the car. Su Ming sat calmly and watched the show. 787, Chapter 787 The Land of 10 Seas, Azure Cloud Prodigy. "Are you blind? How dare you hit my car? Do you even know how much my car cost? You woman, driving a beat-up Audi, what are you so arrogant about? Believe me or not, I'll make you pay for it all." The long-haired youth was so angry that he jumped up and down, his face full of rage, and he pointed at Wan Shirin and roared. Wan Shirin glanced at it, her face cold. "How much? Name your price, I'll buy your car, and then I can run it over whenever I want, right? This is the consequence of cutting you off." "Huh, you." The young man was going crazy, so angry that he spun around in circles, looking as if he was about to faint from lack of oxygen. "This has nothing to do with money. When has Li Qingyun ever lacked money?" In his eyes, money was no different from waste paper. He never expected that Wan Shirin would be even more arrogant than him. "You filthy woman, you think you're so great just because you have a little money. Money is trash, tomato. You even know who I am. Do you know my identity? If I were to reveal my identity, you'd regret your words to the point of dying." Li Qingyun roared through gritted teeth. Wan Shirin curled her lip and sneered. What kind of person is he? At most, he's just the son of some company in Zhengzhou, driving a luxury car around showing off with his family's money. This is probably the only car he can afford in his entire life, right? I've seen plenty of people like you. Do you still want your money? If not, I'm not going to keep you company. This is your last chance. Wan Shirin's expression was icy. You. Li Qingyun was so angry that his tongue was practically tied in knots. He was breathing heavily, and his finger was trembling as he pointed at Wan Shirin. Neuropathy. Wan Shirin rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay attention to the other person, returned to her car, and drove off again towards Zilin Manor. From behind, Li Qingyun's furious roar could still be heard. "You bitch, you just wait until I run into you again or you'll regret it." The roar echoed throughout the intersection. This kind of person is utterly nonsensical. They're the real scum of society. Wan Shirin drove the car and snorted coldly. Then she turned and glared at Su Ming, saying with disgust, "Men are all the same. If you had money, you'd probably be just like him." Su Ming was caught in the crossfire. She smirked and shook her head. "He's more than just rich. I didn't expect you to be so confident now, daring to talk back to someone like him?" Su Mingka could tell that the young man had a steady pace, a powerful and deep breath, and when he was angry, his voice was deafening, yet clear enough to be heard. This is something that can only be done by those at least at the divine power realm. But why didn't the young man make a move even though he was so angry with Wan Shirin? This puzzled Su Ming. He was ready to strike at any moment, but his opponent was able to restrain his powerful cultivation energy. Such self-control is not something an ordinary person can possess. Wan Shirin was just lucky to have met someone who could control her cultivation and temper. Otherwise, he would probably be a corpse by now. So it's not just about money. Look at you, so easily swayed by someone who has a little money. You know better than them. Wan Shirin snorted angrily. As they were talking, the car had already arrived at the main gate of Zilin Manor. Inside the Zilin Manor, the manor's owner, Mo Changlin, personally hosted a banquet, preparing a lavish feast to welcome all the guests. After all, there have been quite a few guests visiting Zilin Manor lately. Even he, the owner of the estate, hadn't expected this. People from the Blood Fiend Hall, the Su family, the Qin family, and a distinguished guest are all about to arrive. This flattered Mo Changlin, who personally came forward to greet him. Su Ming and Wan Shirin were also invited and sat down at the banquet together. Li Tianzuan sat next to Mo Changlin, the owner of the manor, with a complicated expression and a gloomy face. After Soul Celestial Venerable went out last night, he never came back. This gave him an ominous feeling. There was no movement from Cloud Mist Manor, and he didn't even know if Soul Celestial was still alive. Unfortunately, news came from the Blood Fiend Palace that the reinforcements would be arriving today, and he couldn't leave, so he could only wait obediently in the manor. Welcome everyone, your presence is a great honor to my Purple Forest Manor. To celebrate your arrival, I, Mo Changlin, would like to offer you all a toast. It is truly my greatest honor. Mo Changlin laughed heartily and raised his glass to toast everyone. Everyone raised their glasses. Qin Ku and Su Ziyun stared at Su Ming. Su Ming didn't even glance at the two of them, his eyes fixed on Li Tianzuan with a playful and mocking expression. Li Tianzuan noticed Su Ming's gaze, but he was too lazy to bother with such a mediocre person as Su Ming, so he ignored him. Wan Shirin was thinking about her one family's affairs. How could she bring it up? Qin Ke said he could solve it, but what was his method? Are you suggesting I give him another antidote prescription? If that's the case, it's better not to have it at all. She no longer trusts prescriptions given by outsiders. Every time, they end up shooting themselves in the foot. Even the renowned physician Zhang Qianxi, the former head of the Imperial Medical Academy, cannot be trusted. How can anyone else be trusted? Mo Changlin sensed the strange atmosphere at the dinner table and chuckled. Everyone, don't worry, we have another important guest arriving soon. He should be at the door by now. Once he arrives, you can all speak freely. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp and confident voice rang out from the doorway. We've arrived. Immediately, a figure stepped into the hall. Everyone looked up. But when she saw what the other person looked like, Wan Shirin was so frightened that she stood up abruptly, staring at the other person with a look of utter disbelief. This young man, is he the distinguished guest of Ziling Manor? How is that possible? Indeed, the last person to enter Ziling Manor and whom Mo Changlin referred to as a distinguished guest was none other than Li Qingyun, whom he had met at the entrance at the foot of the mountain. Welcome, young Master Li, please take a seat. Let me introduce you all. This is Li Qingyun, the eldest young master of the Li family, whose name resounds throughout the land. He is known as the prodigy of Qingyun, soaring to great heights. This is none other than the eldest young master of the Li family. Mo Changlin excitedly introduced the event to everyone. Azure Cloud Prodigy, the land of 10 seas, my god. Wan Shirin almost fainted. This guy is no ordinary young master from Zhengzhou. This is the pinnacle of Kyushu, one of the best, a dragon and phoenix soaring through the heavens. Not only did she crash into Li Qingyun's car, but she also tried to humiliate him with money. What exactly did she do? At that moment, Wan Shirin felt a chill run down her spine. No wonder Li Qingyun said he didn't care about money at all, and Wan Shirin regretted it so much after learning his identity. Everything has been fulfilled now. Mo Changlin welcomed Li Qingyun to take his seat, and then said with a smile, young Master Li, let me introduce you to everyone. No need, I know them all. Li Qingyun's gaze swept over them, and he grinned. This is Miss Su, the Fire Phoenix prodigy. Who doesn't know her? This is Miss Qin, the White Peacock, the Peacock prodigy in our outer lands. 3 of the 10 prodigies have already gathered here. Right, Peacock, you rejected my marriage proposal 3 times, but it doesn't matter, because I know that in this world, no one but me is good enough for you. Only you and I are a match made in heaven. Li Qingyun, brimming with confidence and arrogance, smiled at Qin Ku and said. Qin Ku rolled her eyes, somewhat annoyed, and ignored her. Su Ziyun, on the other hand, smiled broadly, appearing to greatly admire Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun turned his gaze to Li Tianzuan and continued, this is Senior Li, the great senior of the Blood Fiend Hall. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Ming and Wan Shirin. As for these two, I saw them at the foot of the mountain. This young lady not only rammed my car, but also humiliated me, saying that I was just a mere young master from Zhengzhou who wanted to buy my car with money, right? Li Qingyun wore a mocking sneer. Wan Shirin was terrified when she heard this. What? Others also expressed their shock. Mo Changlin, in particular, was utterly shocked and looked at Wan Shirin with disbelief. Did they pay money to humiliate young Master Li, one of the 10 outstanding talents of the outer world? Are you crazy? 788, Chapter 788. You're not qualified. To tell you the truth, my car was custom made just for me by a master craftsman. There's only one in the world. It was a gift to me when I was promoted to one of the top 10 prodigies of the outside world. The cost wasn't high, at most 30 million, but to buy it, it's not just a matter of money. You need the personal permission of this master craftsman to have the right to purchase it. Now, Miss Wan, I'm giving you that chance. If you can buy this car, I'll pretend nothing happened otherwise. Just mentioning the fact that you hit my car and insulted me, there are plenty of people throughout the land who want you dead. Lee Qingyun sneered, looking at Wan Shireen as if she were an idiot. Even if Wan Shireen were offered 3 billion or 30 billion, she still wouldn't be able to buy this car. Because of their status and qualifications, they did not meet the requirements. There are very few people who can gain the approval of that master craftsman. Moreover, someone like Wan Shireen doesn't even have the master craftsman's contact information, let alone his approval. By the way, that master craftsman's name is Daanli. Miss Wan, you can handle this. Lee Qingyun revealed a smug, cold smile. Wan Shireen was so frightened that her face turned pale. My legs trembled involuntarily. Impossible, how could she possibly do something like that? Even if the Wan family had failed at the medical Dao conference, or even if they had become the champion, contacting such a top overseas figure would still be beyond her current capabilities. Lee Qingyun's words were not giving her a chance. Instead, it made her realize how big the gap was between her and such top talents. It's something that money can't make up for. Now, she has no way out at all. The only thing they could do was kneel down and admit their mistake. By the way, if you can't do that, don't blame me for sending you and this kid to jail for a while until we figure things out. After all, if you make a mistake, you have to take responsibility for it. Lee Qingyun grinned, not even bothering to glance at Su Ming and Wan Shireen. Sorry. Wan Shireen trembled and was about to kowtow to Lee Qingyun to apologize. Sorry, I bought it. However, at that moment, Su Ming slowly raised his head, grinned, and said, What? Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was stunned, and all eyes fell on Su Ming, revealing expressions of shock. Is this kid talking nonsense? Wan Shireen froze, staring at Su Ming in disbelief, and exclaimed in shock, You don't understand anything, so don't talk nonsense. This is something you can't buy even if you have money. Besides, you don't have any money at all. However, Su Ming ignored Wan Shireen and grinned at Lee Qingyun, saying, Who said there's only one like this in the world? If I remember correctly, this master craftsman opened a small workshop specifically to research this type of car, to promote innovation. His unconventional behavior back then didn't allow him any autonomy. Not even the Rolls-Royce headquarters gave him a single penny. So, where did his funds come from, and do you know? Su Ming looked at Lee Qingyun with a smile on his face, mocking him. Lee Qingyun probably never dreamed that when De Henry was desperate, he sought help from the overseas branch of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. This matter was personally reviewed and approved by Su Ming. It took an investment of 3 billion to give that master craftsman the capital to devote himself to researching and developing his own luxury cars. Simply put, that master craftsman was nothing more than someone who worked for him. What exactly are you trying to say? Lee Qingyun looked puzzled and gave Su Ming a disdainful and sarcastic glance. What kind of nonsense is this piece of trash spouting in front of him? He had never heard of any of these things. But he soon understood. Su Ming picked up his phone and dialed Jiang Yilan's number, saying into the phone, Have Xiao Hong call me back as soon as possible, within 3 minutes. After saying that, Su Ming put down his phone. What exactly do you want? Stop pretending. I don't have time to waste on you. Lee Qingyun gave Su Ming a cold stare. Even Wan Shireen stared blankly at Su Ming. Although Lee Qingyun's presence was very oppressive, it was really just a matter of bowing one's head and admitting mistakes. If she were willing to kneel down and apologize, someone like Lee Qingyun wouldn't really hold it against her. But now, if Su Ming continues to make trouble, it won't be as simple as just an apology. What exactly do you want? Wan Shireen was going crazy with worry. Qin Ku, Su Ziyun, and the others couldn't help but shake their heads, believing that Su Ming was just making baseless accusations and stirring up trouble. Who do you think Lee Qingyun is, so easily fooled? However, the phone rang again the next moment, and Su Ming pressed the speakerphone button. Hello? Su Ming asked a question. Is this Mr. Su? On the phone, De Henry's broken English came through, filled with shock as he asked. "It's me. There's a kid here who said you customized a luxury car for him, one of only one in the world. Nobody else can buy it, really. By the way, I think he's one of the 10 outer heavenly prodigies, named Lee Ching-yun."
Su Ming asked with a smile. Lee Ching-yun?
De Henry immediately recalled, and hurriedly replied, "That's right, Mr. Su, I did give him one, but it was to express my gratitude for our business dealings with the Lee family, not a gift specifically for him. Besides, I have more than a dozen of those cars in my factory."
"Mr. Su, if you want them, I'll have them all sent to you right away," De Henry answered cautiously.
Upon hearing this, the entire hall was once again stunned.
A deathly silence.
Lee Ching-yun, in particular, was able to clearly hear that the voice belonged to the master craftsman, as he had dealt with him before.
"But this, how is that possible?"
Lee Ching-yun suddenly looked up, staring at Su Ming in utter shock.
"Who exactly is this kid?" "No."
Su Ming grinned. "I don't want any of your beat-up cars. I want this one he has. I want you to tell him to his face that you're taking back the car you gave to the Lee family and transferring it to my name. I'll have someone transfer the money to you, no matter how much."
"Need not." De Henry was so frightened he almost knelt on the ground.
"It's ridiculous that someone who is your benefactor, almost your savior, would ask you to buy his car." He hurriedly said, "Not a penny is needed. I'll take it back immediately and call the Lee family right now. Also, is Lee Ching-yun here? I can talk to him in person." Upon hearing this, Lee Ching-yun could no longer contain himself. He grabbed Su Ming's phone, sweating profusely, and asked in shock, "Master Henry, what exactly happened? Who coerced you?" "Don't worry, if anything happens to you, the Lee family will definitely come to your aid."
"Help me?" De Henry scoffed dismissively. "Your Lee family and I are just business associates. I don't need your help, and let me make it clear, you're not qualified, much less worthy of a car I personally built. From now on, that car no longer belongs to you."
"I'll call the Lee family right away and get it back. Don't doubt me. Call back yourself and ask." After saying that, De Henry slammed down the phone.
"This?"
Lee Ching-yun was completely dumbfounded. Wan Shirin was also stunned, staring at Su Ming in disbelief.
What exactly happened? 789, Chapter 789. A gift. Boom! Su Ming threw a lighter into the fuel tank of Lee Ching-yun's Rolls-Royce. A loud bang.
The luxury car exploded and was burned to scrap metal.
"You beast, you dare to blow up my car?"
Lee Ching-yun's face was flushed red as he glared at Su Ming and roared angrily.
Su Ming grinned. "You heard the phone call just now. The car is mine now. I can do whatever I want with it, but sorry, I don't like used cars that other people have driven, so it's best to blow it up. I'll kill you."
Lee Ching-yun was furious, his anger reaching its peak. He grabbed Su Ming by the collar. He wished he could tear Su Ming to pieces.
"All right." Chinku interrupted the whole farce with a cold voice.
Their gaze fell on Su Ming, and they looked at him with newfound respect. After knowing Lee Ching-yun's identity, he still dared to do this. Whether Su Ming was ignorant or simply wanted to show off, his courage and boldness were extraordinary.
However, that's not enough. There are many ways to resolve conflicts.
But Su Ming chose to confront him head-on, even blowing up Lee Ching-yun's car to humiliate him. It seems that Su Ming was now in a powerful position and had vented his anger. But in reality, he was shooting himself in the foot. For someone like Lee Ching-yun, dealing with Su Ming would be as easy as stepping on an ant.
It's only because she's here today that Su Ming's life can still be saved. Otherwise, he would probably be lying dead on the spot. Chinku shook her head. It seems Su Ziyun was right. Marrying someone like that would bring endless trouble to the family.
If you have the ability, that's fine, but if you don't, doing these things is like shooting yourself in the foot. Chinku stared at Su Ming and said, "Actually, I invited you here today. I guess you don't know our relationship, but you don't need to know. You just need to know that our parents knew each other, and they even verbally promised to be engaged to me. I invited you here to make things clear to you face to face. This engagement is off from now on. We have nothing to do with each other anymore.
Do you agree?
If you just say yes, from now on we'll be from two different worlds. We'll never cross paths again." Chinku looked at Su Ming calmly and said indifferently,
"Engagement?"
Upon hearing this, Lee Ching-yun, Wan Shirin, and the others stared in shock. Wan Shirin, in particular, never dreamed that a top-tier young lady like Qin Ku would be engaged to a guy like Su Ming.
Are you kidding me?
She thought it was simply that Su Ming had offended Qin Ku by making harassing phone calls, so Qin Ku had come to settle scores with Su Ziyan.
I never expected it to be like this.
This completely shocked Wan Shirin.
Could it be that Su Ming's father's family had a powerful background? Otherwise, how could he have a marriage agreement with Qin Ku?
Li Qingyun was shocked, but also suddenly realized the truth. No wonder Qin Ku repeatedly rejected his marriage proposals. It turns out she was engaged to this kind of person. But how could such a good-for-nothing be worthy of Qin Ku? Now that the engagement has been publicly called off, this kid must be regretting it to death. No wonder he blew up his car in public. He probably wanted to impress Qin Ku and salvage his image.
Unfortunately, that kid is too stupid.
They still don't understand that the real gap in social status cannot be bridged by such petty tricks and pretense.
Do you agree? Say something. Didn't you hear them talking to you?
Li Qingyun urged him hurriedly. Even if Su Ming disagrees, he has plenty of ways to make Su Ming agree. Su Ming glanced at Qin Ku with some surprise.
He really knew nothing about this.
If Qin Ku hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known he was engaged to this woman. No wonder he traveled all the way to Zhengzhou.
But without even thinking, Su Ming nodded and said, I agree.
Ha! Wan Shirin stared in shock, her eyes wide.
Did she hear that right?
Su Ming actually agreed, knowing that he was engaged to such a beautiful and talented woman. He didn't shamelessly pester her for some benefits. He agreed so easily.
This isn't like Su Ming at all.
Wan Shirin was filled with surprise and doubt.
Good.
Qin Ku also glanced at Su Ming in surprise, not expecting him to agree so readily, which caught her off guard. He paused for a moment, then nodded and said, in return, I will resolve the trouble you caused by offending the Blood Fiend Hall, and I guarantee you will be safe from danger again. Of course, if you encounter any difficulties in life, you can also ask the Li family for help. I can give you 3 chances to ask for help. After saying that, Qin Ku turned to Wan Shirin and said, Miss Wan, you've done what I asked you to do. I promise to help your Wan family. Let's talk down the mountain.
Yes, yes.
Wan Shirin nodded hurriedly. As expected of one of the 10 great prodigies of the Outer Realm, he keeps his promises and his word is as good as gold. Wan Shirin felt immense respect for him.
I'm also happy for Qin Ku.
Such a top figure should not be bothered by a lowly ant like Su Ming.
This guy isn't even good enough for her, so how could he possibly be good enough for Qin Ku?
Su Ming agreed so readily, probably because he hadn't realized what was going on yet. Once he does, he'll have lost such a wonderful partner, and he'll probably regret it so much that he won't be able to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights.
Wan Shirin couldn't help but shake her head. Then he left with Qin Ku. Etc.
Su Ming looked up at Qin Ku and said, I can't be bothered with other matters, but you'd better not interfere in my feud with the Blood Fiend Hall. It's not something you can resolve. Don't presume to do anything.
Unrequited love?
Qin Ku glanced at Su Ming with a frustrated expression. Too lazy to reply, I turned and left.
Wait for me.
Li Qingyun caught up with them, and then the group went down the mountain together. In the entire hall, only Su Ming, Mo Changlin, the owner of Zilin Manor, remained there as the Blood Fiend Palace's fierce heavenly venerable. Mo Changlin's gaze fell on Su Ming, and he gave an awkward smile. He patted Su Ming on the shoulder and said with a smile, Young man, don't be sad. Although you've lost someone like Qin Tianjiao, we should understand that what we gain is our fortune, and what we lose is our fate. Nothing can be forced. Don't be upset or regretful. You agreed decisively just now, just like Amani. Admire that. This table is full of food and wine, so why don't you stay and eat your fill before you go down the mountain?
Mo Changlin said with a smile.
I felt sorry for Su Ming. Having lost such an excellent fiancé, it will probably be difficult for Su Ming to even set foot in his Purple Forest Manor again, given his current status. Su Ming grinned, Don't be in a hurry, Master Mo. Let me ask you a question. Why did the Blood Fiend Hall people settle in your Purple Forest Manor, and what is your relationship with the Blood Fiend Hall?
Mo Changlin was taken aback.
Looking at Su Ming with surprise and doubt, It's nothing. My purple forest manor has its doors wide open. Anyone with a bit of status can come. I welcome them all. The Blood Fiend Hall is also my honored guest.
Alright, then I prepared some gifts for you too, please take a look.
After saying that, Su Ming waved to the door, bring my gift in. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge cardboard box, more than half a person's height, was carried in and placed in the center of the hall.
Mo Changlin's eyes widened immediately. What is this thing? Li Tianzuan also frowned. He's just a kid, and he hasn't even made a move yet, but he's still lingering here and refusing to leave?
What gift is it? There's no need to be so polite.
Mo Changlin smiled, stepped forward, and opened the cardboard box.
But after opening it up and seeing what was inside, Mo Changlin was shocked. His face changed drastically, and he was so frightened that he sat down on the ground.
Trembling all over, he pointed at the cardboard box in terror. This?
Li Tianzuan also stood up abruptly, his eyes falling on the cardboard box, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Inside was none other than the corpse of Soul Celestial. 790, Chapter 790. A master has made a move.
Who are you?
Li Tianzuan suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with shock, his pupils trembling as he stared at Su Ming. He hadn't heard from them all night and was still wondering where Soul Celestial had gone. Regardless of whether the person had been rescued or not, he should at least get some news. Unexpectedly, in just one night, Soul Celestial had become a cold, lifeless corpse.
How could that be? Throughout the entire Central Plains, how many people can rival Soul Celestial Venerable? Moreover, even if Soul Celestial Venerable couldn't defeat him, it would be an easy thing for him to withdraw. And so, the Soul Celestial Venerable lies here. Could it have been this kid? Li Tianzuan stared wide-eyed, his eyes revealing disbelief. You want to save someone from me, but you don't even know who I am. What a joke. He can't save people by himself, so I'll take you with me. Weren't you two working together? If you're going to die, you'll die together.
Su Ming sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent, and a chilling murderous aura instantly filled the entire manor hall.
Manor owner Mo Changlin was already terrified and sat on the ground, not daring to breathe.
You're asking for death. I'll see how capable you really are.
With a fierce shout, Li Tianzuan suddenly rushed out from behind the table and pounced on Su Ming like a tiger.
A powerful aura swirled around, causing the surrounding air to tremble.
When they make a move, they go all out.
The power of the divine realm surged forth. With the example of the Soul Celestial Venerable, he dared not be careless in the slightest. He wouldn't be the next one to lie here.
It was this arrogant and ignorant brat. Is this the divine power realm? Mo Changlin felt the overwhelming aura, and the hairs on his body almost stood on end. That's terrifying.
The people of the Blood Fiend Hall are indeed not to be trifled with.
This guy is really clueless. He actually brought the corpse of Soul Celestial to provoke Ush. Has he gone mad?
With such a terrifying aura, Su Ming probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from Li Tianzuan.
Boom!
The next moment, Li Tianzuan's fist, like a cannonball, slammed towards Su Ming's head with terrifying force.
Die! Li Tianzuan's face was contorted with rage, like a demon. Boom! The entire main hall of Zilin Manor was shaken violently. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. Mo Changlin's face was as pale as a sheet of paper.
Thinking to himself, Su Ming is probably dead, not even a trace left. But when he calmed himself down and looked up again, he was completely dumbfounded. Su Ming stood calmly, as still as a pine tree or bamboo, with one hand raised in front of his eyes, easily grasping Li Tianzuan's fist. The fierce energy spread outwards, causing their clothes to flutter loudly, but even so, Su Ming remained unharmed and calm.
How is this possible? Mo Changlin was so shocked he almost knelt on the ground. This is the divine power realm. At the pinnacle of martial arts, which master who has reached the divine power realm isn't renowned and famous?
Moreover, since they came from the Blood Fiend Hall, they are even stronger than ordinary divine power realm cultivators. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to join the Blood Fiend Hall.
Even so, Su Ming easily blocked it with just one hand. That's amazing. Mo Changlin had lived most of his life and had never seen anything so terrifying. You? Li Tianzuan, who had made the move, also looked up abruptly, staring at Su Ming in disbelief. This kid actually managed to withstand his full force attack? Could it be that Soul Celestial Venerable really died at the hands of this kid? Impossible. Li Tianzuan's pupils trembled. This kid was at most 25 or 26 at this age. Even a freak or prodigy who started cultivating from the womb could not possibly reach a level beyond the divine power realm. Not to mention how easily he could be stopped. But Su Ming did indeed do it. Li Tianzuan was bewildered, shocked and furious. He glared at Su Ming and roared, "You brat, I'd like to see if you can withstand my next attack." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tianzuan, his face contorted with rage, raised his left hand, his enormous fist clenched high in the air, and a terrifying surge of energy erupted forth once more. Bang! But the next moment, Su Ming slapped Li Tianzuan across the face. A deafening explosion. Li Tianzuan was flung away like a sack of potatoes, spinning 360 degrees in the air before slamming his body against the wall of the hall. Upon landing, his face was deformed, blood was flowing from all 7 orifices, and he died on the spot. He didn't even have a chance to make a second move. Su Ming gave him a chance, otherwise, Li Tianzuan would have already been down by the time of the first strike. This. Mo Changlin was dumbfounded, almost fainting from fright. Staring blankly at Su Ming, he asked, "Boss, who exactly are you?" "Sudi is in my hands, so who do you think I am?" Su Ming wiped his hands and grinned at Mo Changlin. "Could you bait a king of Kyushu?" "Oh my god." Mo Changlin nearly fainted. Now he understood everything. No wonder Su Ming asked him about his relationship with the Blood Fiend Palace before he made his move. If he had answered even one wrong question, he would probably have ended up like Li Tianzuan and Hun Tianzuan. Thinking of this, Mo Changlin broke out in a cold sweat, feeling extremely frightened. Halfway up the mountain, Li Qingyun, Wan Shirin, Qin Ku, and the others, who were riding down the mountain in a car, heard a loud noise coming from the mountain. The sound was so loud that it shook the car. With a screech, Qin Ku stepped on the brakes. The group turned their heads and looked towards the direction of the Purple Forest Manor on the mountaintop. Was there an earthquake? Wan Shirin asked in surprise and doubt. No, some experts have started fighting. This is the noise they're making. Li Qingyun was also a master of the peak of martial arts, the divine realm, and he could instantly sense the abnormal fluctuations in the energy at the mountaintop. Judging from the overall situation, they all went down the mountain, leaving only Mo Changlin, Li Tianzuan, and that reckless brat on the summit. Reaching Godenli, Li Tianzuan has reached the Tongjing realm. Could it be that Venerable Li made a move? Li Qingyun's expression was solemn. A powerful expert intervened. Could it be that Celestial Venerable Li attacked that guy Su Ming? Wan Shirin asked in shock. She remembered that when the Blood Fiend Palace people arrived in Zhengzhou before, they had caused trouble for Su Ming. Now that Su Ming was the only one left on the mountain, he might have angered Li Tianzuan. If a big shot like that were to make a move, Su Ming would probably be smashed into a meat pie on the spot. Thinking of this, Wan Shirin's expression became complicated, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. In the end, did Su Ming still die? He didn't die at Qin Ku's hands, but at the hands of the Blood Fiend Hall. So, wouldn't she be considered an indirect culprit in Su Ming's death? Wan Shirin was speechless. Very likely, after all, only Li Tianzuan could cause such a commotion, but that kid brought it on himself. Did he think this was a place where an ant like him could run rampant? Su Ziyun sneered with schadenfreude. Well. Qin Ku sighed helplessly. Did she intend to save Su Ming's life, but her plan backfired? 791, Chapter 791 Negotiation. Ache, don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. That kid brought it on himself. Have you forgotten what that kid said when we went down the mountain? He told you not to interfere in his affairs with the Blood Fiend Hall. Who does he think he is? He's just a piece of trash with no self-awareness. You've already given him a chance. Su Ziyun said with a cold smile. Qin Ku shook his head helplessly and could only restart the car and head down the mountain. Whether Su Ming lives or dies isn't that important. I just don't know how to explain it to my father when I get back.
If her father knew that her benefactor's son had died and she hadn't offered any help, it would be somewhat unreasonable. But what's done is done, and nothing can be changed. As Chinka drove, he said in a deep voice, since things have come to this, there's no need to stay in Zhongzhou after Ziyun and I visit the owner of Yunwu Manor, we'll head to Dizhou. Such a major upheaval occurred in the imperial state, and the imperial state's royal family escaped unscathed. Therefore, they sent out invitations to the top figures of the 9 provinces, seemingly in an attempt to win over the hearts of the people. I have to go there on behalf of the Qin family.
Li Qingyun, are you going or not?
Qinko asked without turning her head.
I'm not going.
Li Qingyun scoffed and said, that imperial family of Dizhou, if it weren't for good luck and the help of others, they wouldn't even be able to hold on to their own homeland. What's there to brag about? Besides, I have things to do in Zhongzhou.
However, Miss Qin, now that your engagement has been cancelled, are you ready to accept the marriage proposal from my Li family?
We're a match made in heaven. Li Qingyun smiled smugly, his eyes sweeping over Qinko without any restraint. Qinko frowned. I've never considered this matter, and I have no intention of getting married for the time being. We'll talk about it later.
Fine, anyway, you wouldn't look at anyone else but me.
Li Qingyun was extremely confident. Hearing Qinka say she was leaving, Wan Shirin suddenly became nervous, as she hadn't yet settled matters concerning her Wan family.
Miss Qin, what about my matter?
Wan Shirin hurriedly inquired. Your matter is very simple. You just need to go back and hold a press conference, and Ziyun and I will handle things on your behalf. Then we'll withdraw the medicine from the market and offer a small amount of compensation. After all, buying medicine is a voluntary transaction and no one has died from it.
Qinka said calmly. Thank you, Miss Qin and Miss Su.
Wan Shirin immediately smiled happily.
That's exactly what she was waiting to hear.
She had been trying to find someone to take charge, but she hadn't been able to find one and had even been rejected by the leader of the Central Plains garrison.
We're completely out of ideas.
But now, with Qin Ku and Su Ziyun, their status, position, and influence are many times greater than that of the garrison leader.
Now the Wan family is saved.
Wan Shirin was overjoyed and immediately called the Wan family to prepare a banquet for their distinguished guest. So after the car went down the mountain, it headed towards Wanjia.
Prince Su, please have some tea.
Inside the main hall of Zilin Manor, the manor lord, Mo Lin, who had calmed down, personally poured tea for Su Ming. Mo Lin glanced at the corpse of Li Tianzuan in the corner, and shuddered, still feeling a chill run down his spine. He looked at Su Ming and said, I was blind and failed to recognize the identity of Prince Sui. Deserve to die.
Su Ming took a sip of tea and said with a cold smile, you have nothing to do with the Blood Fiend Hall, so you can live, but if you collude with the Blood Fiend Hall, from now on, you, including your Purple Forest Manor, will be wiped out. Yes, I swear, this was just a coincidence, and I absolutely have no connection with the Blood Fiend Hall.
Morin was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and raised his finger to swear.
Then, sweating profusely, he said, but King Su, even if you kill these two, it won't make much difference. I've heard that the Blood Fiend Palace has 12 heavenly venerables. Although 3 are dead now, the remaining ones are all incredibly powerful. If they find out this news, they will definitely come out in full force to seek revenge.
Morin looked terrified and, to show his loyalty, told everything he knew.
I'm afraid they won't dare to come. No matter how many come, I'll kill them all.
Su Ming's face was filled with icy killing intent. Seeing this, Mo Lin understood that it wasn't the Blood Fiend Hall causing trouble for Su Ming, but rather Su Ming causing trouble for the Blood Fiend Hall.
Yes, the might of King Su is unmatched. Morin quickly lowered his head and said respectfully.
After hesitating for a moment, Mo Lin looked up again and said, King Su, I have another piece of news to tell you. The reason why this heavenly venerable Li is staying here is to wait for the Blood Fiend Palace's reinforcements to make contact. I heard that the evil heavenly venerable of the Blood Fiend Palace and the wicked heavenly venerable are coming. It is said that these two also contacted helpers, but I have no idea who they are. I learned about these things by chance 2 nights ago when I overheard Sol Celestial Venerable and Li Celestial Venerable plotting a conversation. Morin wiped his sweat and spoke slowly.
All right.
Su Ming stood up and waved his hand.
He didn't care who came.
Anyone from the Blood Fiend Hall who comes here will not leave alive. He tossed a phone number to Morin. If the Bloodfiend Hall people are here, call me. I am at Cloud Mist Manor. If you're scared, you can have them come find me directly.
I'm waiting for them to come to their deaths.
After saying that, Su Ming strode out.
Yes, respectfully seeing off the King of Kyushu. Take care, Prince Su. Mo Lin practically knelt down to see Su Ming off at the door.
But looking at the phone number in his hand, he felt relieved. Even if the corpses of Soul Celestial Venerable and Fierce Celestial Venerable were in his Purple Forest Manor, with the King of the 9 Provinces backing him up, he wouldn't be afraid. Let's see what kind of background these people from the Blood Fiend Hall really have.
The night after one day. At the entrance of Yunwu Mountain Villa. Qin Ku and Su Ziyun arrived.
After the two got out of the car, they looked up and were surprised to find Li Qing. Even the clouds have come here.
Why are you here too? Didn't you say you had something to do? Su Ziyun asked in surprise.
Li Qingyun grinned. This is my serious business. I am here to negotiate with the owner of Cloud Mist Manor.
Negotiation? Su Ziyun and Qin Ku looked surprised and suspicious. Although they knew that the master of Cloud Mist Manor was a reclusive master, what did he have to do with Li Qingyun? The manor owner probably hasn't even met Li Qingyun. What's the point of discussing a judgment? Su Ziyun asked in confusion.
It's better that you don't know. This matter is of great importance. Knowing won't do you any good. Let's go inside and talk about it. Li Qingyun grinned confidently. So the three of them stepped forward and knocked on the gate of Cloud Mist Manor.
792, Chapter 792. What is your identity?
Creak. Creak. The door opened, and Yi Tang stood in the doorway.
Yi Tang looked Li Qingyun, Qin Ku, and Su Ziyun up and down. He frowned and asked, "Is there something you need? You are the owner of the manor?" Qin Ku asked with a mixture of curiosity and respect. "I'm not."
Yi Tang shook her head. The master of the manor is Su Ming. No one else dares to call themselves the master.
I see.
Qin Ku nodded slightly. It was impossible for the manor lord to personally come up and open the door for them.
We wish to pay our respects to the master. Qin Ku said respectfully. He's not here. Please come back another day.
Yi Tang spoke directly. This is not false. After returning from Zilin Manor last night, Su Ming has already set off for Dezhou, and he also took Su De with him to Dezhou to be dealt with by the current king.
I reckon they've arrived by now.
But Qin Ku and the other two didn't believe it at all.
Please give us a chance. We really want to see the master. I am Qin Ku. This is the eldest daughter of the Su family of Zhouhui Mountain, and this is Li Qingyun, the prodigy of the 10 Seas. He also has matters to discuss with the master.
Qin Ku looked sincere and was quite polite.
But Su Ziyun didn't care about any of that.
He scoffed dismissively. What are you pretending for? Just the master of Cloud Mist Manor, and anyone who didn't know better would think he's the emperor of the 9 provinces. Such airs, even the emperor of the 9 provinces would have to host a banquet for us. What's a mere Cloud Mist Manor? Let us in right now, or I'll tear the whole manor down.
Su Ziyun's icy, stern shout echoed through the main gate. Snort! Yi Tang sneered and glanced at Su Ziyun. Although he knew that Su Ming was related to the Su family, he did not expect the Su family to be so arrogant. He grinned and said, "Alright, come in then, but we don't know when he'll be back. You can wait here as long as you like." After saying that, Yi Tang turned around and went back into the hall.
Look at this kind of person, a bully who preys on the weak and fears the strong. Don't give him a friendly look, otherwise, he'll become even more arrogant and pretentious.
Su Ziyun snorted coldly.
The three of them then stepped into Cloud Mist Manor. Upon entering, one feels a refreshing breeze that invigorates the mind and body. Taking a deep breath, one feels completely refreshed, with even the internal energy circulating rapidly and unimpeded.
Oh my God!
Such a rich aroma. Even my Li family doesn't have this kind of environment. Qin Ku looked around and saw a faint halo above the courtyard, with the surrounding energy converging towards it, as if the energy of heaven and earth were pouring in. Gathering qi from heaven and earth, setting up a qi gathering array, this manor lord is indeed a master among masters.
Qin Ku said in shock. Li Qingyun looked up and nodded in deep agreement. I've never seen this formation before.
Su Ziyun immediately pursed her lips, her face turning ugly. She had just said such sharp words, but now, feeling the difference in Yunwoo manner, it was as if she had been slapped in the face. This made her instantly regretful. I should have known better than to say such things.
The three of them walked into the hall and sat down. Yi Tang ignored them and didn't even offer them tea.
The three of them could only sit there, staring at each other.
Imperial State. What, you're saying the king of Kyushu has already arrived? Duan Xingyue received the news from the servants and stood up excitedly. How long have we been here?
She asked as she tidied up.
The servant replied respectfully, it's been about 2 hours. Why didn't you say so earlier?
Duan Xingyue rolled her eyes in anger. She couldn't wait to see this hero in her heart as soon as possible.
Where is it? Has it entered our royal family?
Duan Xingyue asked as she fixed her hair. No, they're said to be staying at the Imperial Palace Hotel in Dezhou.
That's what the servant replied.
Tiangong Hotel, okay, prepare a car for me, I'll head over right away, Duan Xingyue said impatiently.
This.
The servant hesitated and said, Third Princess, the prince has ordered you to be confined to your quarters, and the confinement period hasn't ended yet. If you go out on your own, I'm afraid the prince will blame you.
What are you afraid of? I'll take responsibility if anything happens. If I'm determined to go out, who can stop me? Besides, I haven't even left the imperial state. Hurry up, stop dawdling.
Duan Xingyue shouted angrily.
Yes.
The servants hurriedly turned around and went to prepare the carriage.
Inside the Tiangong Hotel.
Not only Duan Xingyue received the news, but many important figures in the imperial state also received it. News from outside the capital might travel slowly, and they might not know that the Grand Commandant's uprising was being suppressed by the king of the 9 provinces. But within the imperial state, everyone, young and old, knows it.
If it weren't for Su Ming, the imperial state would have been completely transformed by now.
The news of Su Ming's arrival immediately caused a sensation throughout the entire imperial state. The Tiangong Hotel was packed with people. In no time, all the rooms in the Heavenly Palace Hotel were fully booked. Even the storage rooms and toilets were in high demand, all for the sake of meeting the King of Kyushu. Third Princess, we found out that the King of Kyushu is in room 8888. A car stopped in front of the hotel, and a servant spoke to Duan Xingyue in the back seat.
Okay. Duan Xingyue opened the car door, eager to enter the hotel. Third Princess, I'll have 2 people go with you, just in case it's not safe. So, the 2 henchmen followed Duan Xingyue into the hotel.
As they walked up to room 8888, Duan Xingyue pressed her hand to her chest, her heart pounding with excitement. She took a deep breath, her cheeks flushed, and gently knocked on the door.
Who is it? An impatient voice rang out, followed by a bang as the door was flung open. It was none other than Su Ming. Duan Xingyue was completely stunned. Staring at Su Ming in disbelief? Why is it you?
She took a half step back and looked at the room again. I checked the room number to make sure I wasn't mistaken.
What's this kid doing in this room? It's you, what's up? Su Ming glanced at Duan Xingyue and asked impatiently.
Since he stepped into the hotel, he has been knocked on the door dozens of times in the past 2 hours.
I'm not looking for you.
Duan Xingyue shoved Su Ming aside and barged into the room. After entering, she looked around and found the room completely empty, with no one in sight.
Only Su Ming. Where are they? Where is the king of the 9 provinces? Duan Xingyue was completely stunned. All expectations were dashed, leaving him looking lost and utterly disappointed. I'm right here, aren't I a human being? Su Ming frowned, wondering what this woman was looking for.
Duan Xingyue turned around abruptly and glared at Su Ming. Don't pretend with Mado you even deserve to stay in this room. Tell me the truth about why you're here, or don't blame me for not letting you off the hook. Not seeing the person she wanted to see, Duan Xingyue immediately vented all her disappointment and anger on Su Ming.
Su Ming grinned sarcastically. I booked the room, why can't I stay here? Here's your order back.
Duan Xingyue was so angry that she gasped for breath, her chest bulging out and making her tight-fitting long dress look rounded.
Who are you, you?
Creak. At that moment, the door opened. A hotel employee from Tiangong Hotel came in and handed Su Ming a receipt and a wad of cash, saying, "Mr. Su, your checkout has been completed. However, there are currently no other rooms available for you to change. Tao apologize for any inconvenience caused by the hotel's poor service." 793, Chapter 793 Sinner. Alright, it's not your fault, I was just too attention-grabbing. Su Ming waved his hand and took the receipt and cash. Duan Xingyue understood immediately. As expected, Su Ming wasn't staying in this room at all. He was probably just like everyone else, coming to grab a room in order to pay homage to the king of Kyushu. Still putting on airs here. Duan Xingyue gritted her teeth in anger. This kid is worlds apart from the hero in my heart. The king of the 9 provinces would never do such a thing. Su Ming turned to look at Duan Xingyue. Are you still going to stay here? Then I won't keep you company. After saying that, Su Ming turned and left. Su De had already secretly sent him to the royal family. He also had other matters to attend to on this trip. Now that the Tiangong Hotel is crowded and noisy, there's no need to stay here. Watching Su Ming leave, Duan Xingyue's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly called out, "Wait, I'll go with you." After saying that, he hurriedly caught up with Su Ming and followed him downstairs. She realized something. Even if Su Ming wasn't the king of Kyushu, he was definitely involved in this matter. Otherwise, Su Ming wouldn't even be qualified to stay in this room. Perhaps Su Ming is escorting the king of Kyushu here, so he deliberately stayed in this room to cover for the real king of Kyushu and attract attention. After all, such a big shot causes a sensation wherever he goes. Exposing it easily will bring no benefit whatsoever. But maybe this kid knows where the king of Kyushu is. Having figured this out, Duan Xingyue couldn't help but smile. Why are you following me? Once outside the hotel, Su Ming got into the car, and Duan Xingyue followed suit, sitting next to him. Duan Xingyue rolled her eyes at Su Ming. Everyone knows the truth. Stop pretending. Do you think you don't know why I'm following you? Just say it directly, or I'll follow you wherever you go today. Su Ming rolled his eyes. You're not going to keep chasing me to break off the engagement, are you? I already said I agree. You can tell your father to just cancel the engagement. I never accepted this from the beginning. It was your father who unilaterally promised you to me. You're not good enough for me, so let's just call off the engagement. Su Ming shook his head and said. You? Duan Xingyue wished she could strangle Su Ming. Who told you to spout nonsense? I'm not good enough for you. Do you know how many men in the world have been chasing after me and proposing marriage, and none of them are good enough for me? You think I'm not good enough for you? Don't try to comfort yourself. Don't you know how far below my standards and status you are? If you keep acting like a scoundrel, I'll have your mouth slapped raw. Duan Xingyue was so angry that her eyes bulged out. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Think what you want. Follow me if you want. I am going to the Imperial Physician's office. Come with me. The Imperial Physician's office? Do you think you can even get in? Duan Xingyue sneered. This time, Su Ming didn't even bother to answer, and drove towards the Imperial Physician's mansion. Since returning from Zhengzhou, Zheng Qianqi of the Imperial Physician's office realized the enormity of his mistake and extended more than a dozen invitations to Su Ming, earnestly requesting him to come so that he could personally apologize and make amends. Su Ming originally didn't want to pay attention to it, but since he was already here, he also needed some medicinal herbs. The Imperial Physician's Garden is the most prestigious medicinal garden in the entire imperial state. The herbs cultivated there are the finest, and perhaps he can find what he needs. Moreover, Shuai was also waiting to see him at the Imperial Physician's office. Although the toxins in his body have been mostly cleared, he still needs to find some rare medicinal herbs to refine medicine and break through the shackles of his martial arts cultivation. After all, he will be facing the entire Blood Fiend Palace next. The others in the Blood Fiend Hall are not to be feared. However, we must be wary of the Blood Fiend Heavenly Venerable and not be careless. Soon the car arrived outside the Imperial Physician's Garden. Su Ming stopped the car and headed towards the entrance of the garden. Duan Xingyue followed closely behind, a cold smile on her face. She remained silent throughout, wanting to see if Su Ming could even step into the important Imperial Physician's mansion without her saying a word. They were chased out by the people from the Imperial Physician's office like dogs. Only then will this kid realize that a place like Dizhou is completely different from Zhengzhou, and it's not a place where he can act recklessly. Who goes there? Upon reaching the entrance of the medicinal garden, 6 or 7 guards from the imperial physician's office stared at the two and shouted. These guards are all top-notch. Each and every one of them possessed the strength of a king. Duan Xingyue crossed her arms and sneered, already eager to see Su Ming make a fool of himself. Unexpectedly, Su Ming remained calm, took out an invitation, handed it to the guard, and said, Zhang Qianqi personally invited me here.
Zhang Qianqi personally invited him? Duan Xingyue almost burst out laughing. Keep pretending. However, upon receiving the invitation, the guards immediately changed color, their faces filled with shock and respect as they stepped aside, exclaiming in astonishment, so it's a great man, please, great man, the lord of the manor is in the herb garden, and has been waiting for you for quite some time. Su Ming nodded slightly and stepped inside. Duan Xingyue was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. Is this kid really capable of entering the Imperial Medical Academy? Are you kidding me? Seeing Su Ming go in, she hurriedly followed him in. But she was stopped by several guards who stared coldly at Duan Xingyue and said, Who are you? Big shots can come in, but who are you to dare to force your way in? Do you have an invitation? The guards had sharp expressions. I'll invite you my foot. Su Ming wasn't stopped, but she was, which infuriated Duan Xingyue. He pulled out his princess token and held it up in front of them, angrily saying, Open your dog eyes and see who I am. Do I need an invitation? Is this how Zhang Qianqi treats you? Princess? The guards were shocked again. The people who came were all extraordinary. They never expected this. Was that invitation that kid just gave me real? Let me see it. I want to see if Zhang Qianqi personally invited him. Duan Xingyue snatched the invitation from the guard's hand and unfolded it in front of her. The invitation only had one line of text on it. My name is Zhang Qianqi. I cordially invite you, esteemed sir, to visit the Imperial Physician's Garden. I have prepared generous gifts to sincerely apologize to you. I humbly request your presence. Finally, there is Zhang Qianqi's signature and seal. This? Duan Xingyue was completely stunned. I am a sinner, I apologize, and I beg for forgiveness. Even if Zhang Qianqi invited his own father, he probably wouldn't need to use these words. Is this invitation addressed to Su Ming? Is this guy crazy? How could that kid have such a status and position? Duan Xingyue was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. He's just the chairman of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Duan Xingyue felt that her worldview had been shaken. He hurriedly threw down the invitation and rushed into the herb garden. He wanted to see what was going on. 794, Chapter 794 Replacement. Can we look around? Inside the Cloud Mist Manor, Qinke stood up and asked Yi Tang a question. Yi Tang didn't even bother with the three of them. Upon hearing this, he calmly replied, Please go ahead. Cloud Mist Manor was originally just one of Su Ming's many temporary residences. The manor only had value because Su Ming was there. Su Ming was not there, it was just a simple dwelling. This is the meaning of it is not the height of the mountain that matters, but the presence of a deity that makes it sacred. Qinke then led Su Ziyun out of the hall and headed towards the backyard. Waiting here idly isn't going to do anything. Taking a stroll around Cloud Mist Manor might give us a glimpse into what kind of person the manor owner really is. Li Qingyun was the only one left in the hall. Unlike Qin Ku and the other two, Li Qingyun's eyes lit up and he immediately realized that Yi Tang was no ordinary person. His steps were steady, and his demeanor was extraordinary. And you can stay inside this hall. A servant cannot stay in the hall forever. It is highly likely that Yi Tang is the owner of the manor, but he is just deliberately not revealing his true identity. Li Qingyun has important business to attend to, he doesn't have that much time to waste here. He stood up, smiled at Yi Tang, and said, Don't pretend. You must be the manor lord, right? I am Li Qingyun of the Li family from the Ten Seas land. You must have heard of me. I am here on someone's behalf. I heard that your Cloud Mist Manor captured Grand Commandant Su Dehan Sudu over to me, and we'll be friends.
Oh. Hearing this, Yi Tang turned around. His deep gaze fell on Li Qingyun.
This is your purpose, you're from the Blood Fiend Hall?
Yi Tang asked with a cold laugh. Only the Blood Fiend Hall would consider saving Su De. The reason he stayed here instead of going to the Imperial State with Su Ming was because Su Ming had instructed him to stay here and deal with the people from the Blood Fiend Hall who might come looking for him. I never expected that this would be such a young man. If Li Qingyun were truly a member of the Blood Fiend Hall, he wouldn't have let Li Qingyun leave alive. The Blood Fiend Hall, it's not worthy of my membership and you don't need to know. All you need to know is that you hand Su De over to me, and everything will be fine.
Li Qingyun's gaze darkened as he sneered.
You're so arrogant, young man, know where you are. This isn't a place for you to act recklessly.
Yi Tang gave a cold shout.
Yeah? Li Qingyun suddenly stepped forward and grabbed at Yi Tang's throat with his claw.
Court death.
Yi Tang raised his hand and threw a punch to meet the attack, unleashing his full power as a king. The two auras immediately surged and collided in the hall.
What is this?
Qin Ku and Su Ziyun strolled to the guest room in the backyard and immediately noticed a classic book casually placed on the table. Qin Ku leaned closer for a look and immediately let out a sound of utter shock.
My God, the 13 Needles of the Ghost God? Qin Ku's eyes widened in shock. What?
Su Ziyun was also taken aback. She leaned closer, her eyes falling on the ancient book, and she was immediately stunned. The 13 Needles of Ghosts and Gods is a rare and precious medical technique. If such a thing were to be revealed, it would be like a bombshell, capable of causing a huge upheaval in the medical field of the 9 provinces. I never expected they would be able to see this here. Qin Ku was not surprised that the 13 ghost needles had appeared before her eyes, but rather that they had been so casually tossed onto the table.
Does that mean that the owner of Cloud Mist Manor is so powerful that he doesn't even care about such a treasure?
Upon realizing this, the two of them were immediately terrified and their scalps tingled. At this moment, Qin Ku smelled a strong medicinal scent. Following the scent, she opened a drawer in front of her and found it filled with medicines.
Pick up any item and open it. My goodness, a 9th grade elixir, the Qilin pill. Just who is this manor lord? The scene before them deeply shocked them. This made them realize that Cloud Mist Manor was a place where hidden talents resided, and that the manor lord was no ordinary person. In the entire Kyushu, you probably can't find another being as powerful and terrifying as this. Boom! Just then, a loud bang came from the outer hall.
Both of them were startled, turned their heads to look, and prepared to return to the hall. Before leaving, Su Ziyun tried to pick up 2 bottles of pills and stuff them into her bosom, and also to take the book on the 13 Needles of Ghosts and Gods with her.
But Qin Ku held his hand down, frowning as she asked, "What are you doing?"
Su Ziyun grinned, "Why not take it? The manor lord just left it here casually. He probably doesn't care at all. Even if we take it, he might not even know it."
No! Qin Ku stopped him in a deep voice. "Even if the manor lord doesn't care, he can't steal other people's things if he finds out. Won't we offend him? How powerful does this manor lord have to be to not care about 9th grade pills or the 13 Needles of the Ghost God? If we offend such a big shot because of such a small thing, that would be a huge loss." Upon hearing this, Su Ziyun felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and quickly withdrew her hand. He nodded and said, "I was short-sighted. Let's go see what's going on in the lobby."
The two returned to the hall, where they found Yi Tang lying on the ground, severely injured. Li Qingyun's face was filled with sinister murderous intent. Although Yi Tang is at the king realm, he is old and his talent is limited. Even if he stays by Su Ming's side, his strength will not improve much. But Li Qingyun was a genuine master of the divine power realm. They had only been fighting for a short time when Yi Tang was already lying on the ground, seriously injured. "It seems you are indeed not the master of the manor, because if the master of Cloud Mist Manor were as weak as you, it would have changed hands long ago." Li Qingyun sneered disdainfully.
"Looking at Yi Tang is like looking at trash. What are you doing?" Qin Ku and Su Ziyun both looked shocked. Only then did they realize that the owner of Cloud Mist Manor was an extraordinary figure.
Li Qingyun had already seriously injured the people of the manor.
Can Li Qingyun afford to offend the manor lord?
It's nothing, I just wanted to ask him for someone. This, not only did he refuse to hand over his trash, but he also attacked me, so I taught him a lesson.
Li Qingyun sneered disdainfully. Are you crazy? Do you even know who this manor lord is? If you do something like this, how are you going to explain yourself when he comes back? Qin Ku asked in shock.
Explanation, why should I explain to him? Perfect, I'll use this piece of trash as a bargaining chip. If Cloud Mist Manor doesn't hand over the person I want, this piece of trash won't have much time left to live. After saying that, Li Qingyun picked up Yitang and swaggered out of Cloud Mist Manor.
This? Qin Ku and Su Ziyun were completely dumbfounded. Peacock, have you, Li Qingyun, gone mad? What do we do now? Su Ziyan asked blankly.
Judging from the piles of 9th grade pills, the master of Cloud Mist Manor is probably not just a simple cultivator at the divine power realm.
Offending such a powerful figure means even a god couldn't save them.
We can't worry about that now, let's hurry up and get going, otherwise we'll be implicated by Li Qingyun sooner or later. Let's get to the royal family gathering in the imperial state first. Qin Ke said with a complicated expression.
So the two of them quickly left Cloud Mist Manor. 795, Chapter 795. I have a third choice. Dr. Zhang, here is the 9-yang herb you requested.
There's also Thunder Root and Heavenly Spirit Flower. A middle-aged man with a long beard and impeccably dressed had his men deliver all the medicinal herbs to Zhang Qianqi. These medicinal herbs were all specifically requested by Su Ming.
They're not easy to find.
Even in the Imperial Physician's Garden, a highly important place, only 1 or 2 plants were cultivated. The rest were collected by Zhang Qianqi with the help of others, who searched almost the entire imperial state for plants from both inside and outside the province. In addition, he also prepared a generous gift to apologize to Su Ming.
However, Physician Zhang, why are you suddenly seeking out these medicinal herbs? Are you preparing some extraordinary, top-tier elixir to present to your majesty?
The middle-aged man asked with a curious expression. This middle-aged man was no ordinary person either. His name was Qian Heng, one of the most important officials in the imperial state. His official rank in the court was only 1 grade lower than Zhang Qianqi's, but the power he wielded was unmatched by anyone else. Only someone like Qian Heng could gather all these medicinal herbs.
However, Qian Heng was puzzled with Zhang Qianqi's status and the vast imperial physician's mansion. What couldn't he have?
I need his help with these things.
Has something serious happened?
Thinking that this evening, the prince will be hosting a grand banquet for prominent figures within the royal palace, could it be that Zhang Qianqi is going to show off his skills and steal the spotlight at this banquet? Zhang Qianqi sighed helplessly and said to Qian Heng, "Well, Qian, you're one of us now. I won't hide anything from you. I went to Zhongzhou before, didn't I? I was blind and offended. A big shot there. I asked you to find these medicinal herbs to apologize to that big shot. But don't worry, I won't take your things for nothing. You can choose any of the pills from the imperial physician's office. Just say the word and I'll have someone send them to you right away," Zhang Qianqi said with certainty.
Qian Heng waved his hand. "What are you saying? We've known each other for decades. Don't worry about such a small matter." "But who exactly is this person who can make even you, Physician Zhang, so fearful? Could they have such a powerful background?" Qian Heng frowned.
He thought it was a gift for the king, or for the imperial physician's own use. That's worth the money, and it wasn't a waste of my time and effort to make this trip. But when he heard that it was to be given to an outsider, he felt somewhat unbalanced and suspicious. In Kyushu, there are very few people who can surpass Zhang Qianqi, no, even those who can surpass him.
Who could possibly be so degrading as to make Zhang Qianqi act like this? He should be here soon.
Zhang Qianqi turned his head to look at the entrance of the herb garden.
Just then, Su Ming walked in. Su Ming glanced around and landed on Zhang Qianqi. He walked over and calmly asked, "Are everything ready?"
When Zhang Qianqi saw Su Ming, it was as if he had seen a celestial being. Even when I was meeting the current king, I wasn't this flustered. He hurriedly stepped forward, his face full of respect, and said, "This humble servant greets Prince Su. Everything has been prepared, please take a look." Then Zhang Qianqi waved his hand, and the people behind him hurriedly brought all the medicinal herbs and prepared gifts to Su Ming. Su Ming glanced down and frowned, saying, "Why are there so many? I only need some medicinal herbs." Zhang Qianqi respectfully said, "These are all to make up for my previous mistakes, please accept them, Prince Su." Su Ming shook his head, knowing that if he didn't accept the money, Zhang Qianqi would never have peace of mind. He nodded and said, "Alright, send all the rest of the packages to Zhongzhou, I can't carry them all with just my 2 hands. Yes. Zhang Qianqi's face lit up with joy, and he quickly agreed. That's settled then. Su Ming took the medicinal herbs and prepared to leave. Stop. However, a roar echoed throughout the herb garden. The one who spoke was naturally Qian Heng. He had just heard Zhang Qianqi boasting about his amazing abilities and actually believed it. He really thought Zhang was some kind of world-renowned big shot and was eager to see for himself. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an unremarkable-looking young man. Qian Heng felt a surge of anger rising in his chest, which rushed to the top of his head. So all that he had been running around doing things for Zhang Qianqi, practically traveling all over the country these past 2 days, was actually working for such a little beast. This made him furious. Who gave you permission to take these things? Put them down. Qian Heng roared, and more than a dozen guards behind him rushed forward, surrounding Su Ming. Su Ming stopped in his tracks, turned around slightly, and said with a sneer, "Lord Zhang, your medicine garden has quite the grand entrance. You think you can just leave once you've arrived?" No. No. Zhang Qianqi was so scared he almost knelt down. Panicked and sweating profusely, he said to Su Ming in great fear, "Your Highness, this guy doesn't know anything. Please wait a moment, I'll talk to him." Then Zhang Qianqi turned around, quickly walked to Qian Heng's side, glared at Qian Heng in shock and anger, and said angrily, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? He is the big boss I was talking about. Why are you stopping him? He is not someone you can afford to mess with. Tell your men to get out of the way." Zhang Qianqi is going crazy with worry. Just when he was about to fill the huge hole, Qian Heng interfered. If this caused another mess, the entire Imperial Physician's office would be unable to afford the compensation. He's already quite old, he simply can't handle such a shock. However, Qian Heng's face was gloomy and icy. "Imperial Physician Zhang, every single one of these medicinal herbs is priceless. If you were to use them yourself or present them to the prince, I would wholeheartedly approve, but to give them to someone like this is simply shameful. You've only grown older, but not braver. You're going to be so subservient to this kind of person? I'd like to see just how formidable he really is." Qian Heng's roar echoed throughout the venue like thunder, and almost everyone could hear it. Duan Xingyue, who was standing at the door, also came in. When she saw the scene, she was stunned. But then a smile appeared on his lips. He stood to one side with his arms crossed, looking on with amusement. Clearly, Su Ming has gotten himself into serious trouble. She wanted to see how Su Ming would leave the Imperial Physician's garden alive without her intervention or the influence of her status. Moreover, this is a win-win situation. When Su Ming could no longer withstand the pressure from the Imperial Physician's office and had nowhere else to turn, she only stepped forward to feign sympathy for a couple of words. At that time, when faced with her annulment of the engagement, Su Ming wouldn't dare to refuse anymore. In this way, there were no more obstacles between her and the king of Kyushu. Ahead, Qian Heng strode forward, pointing at Su Ming and roaring, "Kid, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, immediately put down what you're holding, then kneel down and apologize. I'll let you leave alive. 2, my men will kill you and use your blood to nourish the medicine here. You're from Zhongzhou, even if you die and disappear into thin air, no one will care. Choose." Qian Heng's face was fierce, and he exuded an imposing aura. "Yes, make a choice." Duan Xingyue had a big smile on her face. Su Ming's legs must have gone limp with fear. She had given him many chances before, but this kid still couldn't recognize his own limitations. It's time for these bigwigs from the imperial state to teach Su Ming a lesson. Only then can this good-for-nothing realize how far he is from true power and from being a truly top figure. Oh my god! Zhang Qianqi rolled her eyes and almost fainted from fright. What kind of mess is this? It's over, it's over. This is really the end. Is it truly heaven's will to destroy the Imperial Physician's mansion? Zhang Qianqi was filled with despair and wailing. Su Ming turned around, his icy gaze falling on Qian Heng, and grinned, "I have a third option. I won't give you the thing, and I'll slap you twice, then you'll have to kneel down and beg me for forgiveness. Court death." Qianhong flew into a rage, his face filled with murderous intent.
Duan Xingyue was taken aback. Is this kid crazy? They're about to die and they still don't realize it, yet they dare to be so arrogant? Did he really think no one would dare to kill him? If it were just admitting defeat and begging for mercy, she could still salvage the situation by saying a few words, but if she were to provoke a high-ranking official like Qianhong like this, even her intervention might not be of any use. What a hopeless piece of trash. Duan Xingyue frowned. Do it, kill him. Qianheng's roar was deafening. Steward Shui has arrived. Just then, a loud shout rang out from the doorway. Everyone was stunned. At the entrance to the herb garden, countless servants lined up on both sides. Shui Hai, dressed in a purple-blue robe, strode into the herb garden.
796, Chapter 796 Keeping One's Word.
Uncle Shui. How did Shui Hai suddenly appear here? Duan Xingyue exclaimed in surprise.
Shui Hai suddenly turned his head, his gaze landing on Duan Xingyue. Third princess, so you're here. The prince can't find you and is furious. You'd better go back quickly, or no one can bear the prince's wrath.
Guards, escort the third princess back. Shui Hai called out to someone behind him.
Several guards immediately stepped forward and respectfully said to Duan Xingyue, Princess, please.
No, Uncle Shui, I have something to do. Can't I go back later? Duan Xingyue said anxiously.
She hasn't even found out the whereabouts of the king of Kyushu yet.
If it's sent back like this, isn't it just a wasted trip?
Thinking of this, she glared at Su Ming fiercely again. It's all this kid's fault for dawdling with her, making it impossible for her to get anything done.
Qianhong, hurry up and get started. She never wanted to see Su Ming again. Then Duan Xingyue was forcibly taken away.
Coming to his senses, Shui Hai saw Su Ming and greeted him with a broad smile. Prince Su, I didn't expect you to have arrived already.
Old Shui, long time no see.
Su Ming greeted Shui Hai with a smile.
So you're from the Imperial Household Department. Qianhong gave a cold snort with a gloomy look in his eyes.
He said that a mere kid from Zhongzhou had no idea. How dare he be so presumptuous in front of him.
But so what if they are from the Imperial Household Department? Can Shui Hai still control everything?
Qianheng's murderous intent did not dissipate in the slightest, in fact, it intensified.
Shui Hai glanced around and saw that Su Ming was surrounded by a group of people, all of them looking fierce and menacing. He immediately frowned and asked, What's going on here? Get out of my way. Steward Shui, what a magnificent display of power. Qianhong sneered and slowly walked out, his mocking gaze fixed on Shui Hai. Everyone says that you, Chief Steward Shui, are notoriously protective of your own. I didn't believe it before, thinking it was just an exaggeration. Now it seems it's true. You're supposed to be the Grand Steward of Internal Affairs, yet you're even taking this kid from Zhongzhou under your wing. What, Chief Steward Shui, are you planning to gather your cronies and dominate the court?
Qianheng's gaze was gloomy, and with a single sentence, he accused Shui Hai of a heinous crime.
But this trick didn't work on Shui Hai. Shui Hai sneered, Qianhong, don't bother coming with Mado. You think I don't know who you are. You claim to dominate the court and the country, but what I do is none of your business. In terms of official rank, you are 2 ranks below me. This is blatant insubordination, do you understand? Shui Hai's gaze was cold and indifferent. So you've conceded to insubordination. Well, that means you admit it. I'll report you to the king and see how you explain yourself then. Qianheng's face was sinister. Idiot.
Shui Hai ignored Qianhong, turned his head and respectfully said to Su Ming, Your Highness Su, there are such idiots and idlers here, disturbing our peace. Let's find another place to talk.
Alright, lead the way. Su Ming nodded slightly.
So Shui Hai turned around and prepared to leave with his men.
Stop right there, seize that kid.
Enraged by being ignored like this, Qianhong pointed at Su Ming and roared.
Immediately, the dozen or so henchmen pounced on Su Ming like tigers. Bang, bang, bang.
Several loud explosions rang out, and before anyone could even see what was happening, several of Su Ming's men who were near him were sent flying more than 10 meters away. 2 of them landed right at Qianheng's feet, spitting out blood.
Everyone was stunned. Stunned.
Although they didn't see clearly what happened, they all saw that it was Su Ming who made the move, slapping all these thugs at the king realm level away with just a few slaps.
Is this a person? This is simply monstrous.
The other thugs who hadn't yet rushed forward were instantly stunned, too afraid to move, staring at Su Ming with pale faces.
Shuai Hai was also shocked. As expected of King Su, his prowess is even greater than before, and his strength is even more formidable than it was a few years ago. Then came overwhelming anger.
Shuai Hai turned around, and without saying a word, strode up to Qian Hong and slapped him twice across the face.
Qian Hong was beaten until his face was red and his mouth was bleeding.
Qian Hong was both shocked and furious, staring at Shuai Hai in utter astonishment.
Shuai Hai pointed at Qian Hong's nose and said, "Chen, I've given you a chance. I know better than you what you've been doing all these years since you were promoted to a second-rank official. If you dare to mess around again, I think your official career is over. Do you believe I can kick you out of the imperial court with just one word, and from now on you'll be like a dead dog, never to rise again?"
You?
Qian Hong gritted his teeth.
But they also knew that Shuai Hai wasn't lying. The Imperial Household Department was specifically in charge of this area.
These court officials were seen as completely naked by the Imperial Household Department. He could only grit his teeth, lower his head, and admit defeat, saying, "Steward Shuai, I'm sorry.
What's the use of telling me, kneel down and apologize to Prince Su?"
Shuai Hai shouted. Kneel down?
Shuai Hai suddenly looked up, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets.
Do you expect him to kneel down and apologize to this little beast? As a high-ranking official of the Imperial Court, if this matter gets out, how will he ever be able to face anyone again?
If you don't kneel, you can expect your home to be ransacked before tonight.
Shuai Hai said it without any emotion. Thump!
Qian Hong's face turned purplish red, looking as ugly as pig intestines. He knelt heavily on the ground and said to Su Ming, "Boss, I'm sorry."
Su Ming smiled and shook his head. They never took Qian Hong seriously at all.
He grinned and said, "I told you, my third option was to make you kneel down and apologize. Now you believe me."
"Alright, Shuai Hai, let's go."
"Yes." Shuai Hai then turned around, quickly walked to Su Ming's side, and together they walked out of the Imperial Physician's Garden.
Looking at Su Ming, Shuai, the two men went far away.
Qian Hongzai, who was kneeling, slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with a sinister and vicious light, like that of a venomous snake.
"If I don't avenge this, I, Qian Hong, swear I'm not a man." "Huh, what do you want to do?"
Zhang Xianqi was still feeling fortunate to have escaped a disaster. Fortunately, Shuai Hai appeared in time, otherwise he wouldn't know how he would have ended up like this today. Upon hearing Qian Hong's words, uttered through gritted teeth, she felt as if her soul had been shattered.
"Are you crazy? Forget about that big shot, even Shuai Hai could suffocate you. You still want revenge. Besides, what happened today was your fault. What revenge could you possibly have?"
Zhang Qianqi said with utter astonishment.
"Shut up." Qian Hong turned around and glared fiercely at Zhang Qianqi. "Today I finally see just how spineless you are, you old coward. I've been so unlucky to have befriended you all my life. You may be afraid, but I'm not. Shuai Hai's only mistake is that he insists on protecting this little beast, a nobody from Zhangzhou, with no name, no rank, and no official position, yet Shuai Hai treats him with such care. His heart is despicable. If I report this to the prince, I'll see how Shuai Hai explains himself. He slapped me twice, and I'll repay him tenfold." Having said all he could say, Qian Hong's eyes were filled with boundless hatred, and he was just waiting to see how Shuai Hai and Su Ming would die. He's not someone you can afford to mess with, he is. Having known each other for many years, Zhang Xianqi still wanted to offer a word of advice. But Qian Hong was furious at the moment and didn't want to hear anything. "Shut up!"
With a sharp shout, Qian Hong led his men and left the herb garden in a menacing manner.
It's insane, it's insane.
Zhang Qianqi could only shake his head helplessly.
797, Chapter 797. You think you can just barge in like that? Inside a private room at the Emperor Hotel.
Only Su Ming and Shuai Hai were present.
Shuai Hai respectfully reporting to Prince Su, "Su De has been brought before your Majesty. Your Majesty has taken action, imprisoning him in a death row cell for half a month,
subjecting him to severe torture until all of Su Da's accomplices were extracted. Half a month later, he will be beheaded and his head displayed to the public. Of course, all of this is thanks to your Majesty's suppression. His Majesty also asked me to convey his gratitude to you. He also intends to appoint you as a general who protects the nation. Tonight's banquet, ostensibly for honored guests and heroes, is in reality a grand banquet to bestow titles and rewards upon you, Prince Su. Shui Hai said with a big smile. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. That's an exaggeration. Go back and tell him I don't need this title. I can accept the reward, but I don't need the title. If you insist on sealing it off, then I will not attend this grand banquet. Su Ming said calmly. Why? Shui Hai asked in surprise. The title of general who protects the nation is just that, a title. But the impact of this reputation was so great that it shook the entire nation and earned a place in history. The title of general who protects the nation is equivalent to that of Duke Protector of the nation, which truly puts him second only to the emperor and above all others. Even if countless people in the imperial court devoted their entire lives to this, they might not necessarily receive such a title. Why did Su Ming refuse? Moreover, this time he suppressed the 9 provinces and protected the royal family from the great calamity. He deserves the title for this merit. Su Ming didn't explain, but calmly said, "You'll understand later." The truth is quite simple. Su Ming's war god army, though seemingly serving the 9 provinces, does not actually belong to the 9 provinces, but rather to the war god temple in the outer lands. The lands beyond the borders are not under the jurisdiction of the emperors of the 9 provinces. The temple of war is supreme. However, accepting this title would be tantamount to surrendering to the imperial family of the imperial state. In other words, Su Ming was demoted 1 rank from the Hall of War Gods to the imperial court, serving the emperor of the 9 provinces. If the master of the war god temple found out about this, wouldn't he smash his head in? It must be said that although the emperor of the 9 provinces did not step out of the imperial province, he was quite shrewd and wanted to use this method to trap him. If it were someone else, they might have fallen for it. But for him, this little trick is far from enough. Shui Hai didn't understand because he was a member of the imperial court and had never seen the outside world, so he had a limited perspective and couldn't figure it out. However, once Shui Hai sees it for himself, he will naturally understand. Similarly, his marriage to Duan Xingyue was also a marriage arranged arbitrarily by the emperor of the 9 provinces, with the purpose of binding the war god army. Unfortunately, Su Ming never agreed. When Duan Xingyue insisted on announcing the engagement, Su Ming was more than happy to oblige and never objected. Duan Xingyue, however, thought that Su Ming's quick agreement meant he had ulterior motives. In reality, Su Ming never acknowledged this marriage agreement. But there was no opposition, because opposition would be going against the current king. Although he wasn't afraid, it didn't do him any good. Shui Hai lowered his head and pondered, unable to understand, but knowing that Su Ming's words must have a reason, he nodded and said, "All right, then I will go back and report to your highness truthfully. As for this grand banquet, will your highness still attend? Since you're already here, your highness should go and take a look." Shui Hai tried to persuade him. Actually, he also wanted to have a get-together with Su Ming at the grand banquet. "Okay, I'll go later then." Su Ming nodded. "That's wonderful, I'll go back and report to prepare, and await the arrival of Prince Su." Shui Hai happily stood up, bowed respectfully, and took his leave. After that, Su Mingdi took a leisurely stroll around the capital. They headed towards the royal palace only when the appointed time arrived. It was dusk. Qin Ku and Su Ziyun rushed over and arrived at the entrance of the royal banquet right on time. Upon reaching the entrance, I glanced up and saw Su Ming ahead of me, seemingly there to attend a banquet. That kid. Su Ziyun's eyes widened in shock as she pointed at Su Ming. What? Qin Ku also looked up and saw Su Ming. She was so shocked that her beautiful eyes widened and her face was full of disbelief. The two beauties stood there dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. What shocked them was not that Su Ming had come to the banquet. But this guy is actually still alive? In their hearts, they all believed that Su Ming had died at Ziling Manor. After all, they heard that earth-shattering roar with their own ears. If they thought it was Li Tianzuan who attacked Su Ming, then Su Ming would definitely be doomed. Who would have thought that Su Ming would be standing alive and well right in front of them now?
What on earth is going on? He's not dead yet. Su Ziyun was filled with surprise and shock.
Impossible, a master like Li Tianzuan, a powerful expert in the divine power realm, could crush this kid to dust with just one finger.
Could it be that we guessed wrong, and that Li Tianzuan didn't attack him at all? Su Ziyun's brows furrowed tightly.
With that kid dead, all is well, and the Su family won't have to worry about any future troubles. But if you're just trying to stay alive, things get complicated. Shinka's expression was also quite varied. She shook her head and said, I don't know what happened either, we'll find out if we go ask. So the two beautiful women walked straight towards Su Ming.
Hey kid, stop right there. Su Ziyun gave Su Ming a sharp shout.
Su Ming was about to walk into the royal palace when he heard the sound and turned around. Seeing the two of them, he remained extremely calm and said indifferently, Oh, it's you two, what's the matter? What else is there? Didn't you provoke Li Tianzuan at Zilin Manor? How did you manage to come down the mountain alive? Did Master Mo of Zilin Manor step in to protect you? That's impossible. Master Mo has no relation to you. He wouldn't even consider someone like you a threat. Su Ziyun was completely baffled, staring intently at Su Ming with a look of utter suspicion. Su Ming grinned, his face calm. About this, I did indeed fight with Li Tianzuan, but that kind of trash couldn't withstand two of my moves. I've already smashed it into mincemeat.
Puff. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyun nearly coughed up blood in anger. Can you be a little more realistic with your boasting? You say Li Tianzuan couldn't withstand two of your moves? Who do you think you are? Do you even know what martial arts are? Do you know what the divine power realm is? You don't have a shred of energy. Someone like you, let alone Li Tianzuan, I could easily crush you, understand? Su Ziyun's face turned red with anger, and she said furiously. Hearing this, Su Ming smiled and shook his head. It seems that the two of them only knew that he had fought with Li Tianzuan, but they didn't know the specific outcome. He shook his head, think what you want, I don't have time to deal with you. After saying that, Su Ming walked back into the royal palace. Stop. Su Ziyun stormed forward and grabbed Su Ming's arm, angrily saying, Explain yourself clearly, and where are you going? Do you even know what kind of place this is? It's not a place you can just barge into. 798, Chapter 798. Is it time to fulfill the marriage contract? Nerve. Su Ming shook off Su Ziyun's hand. Pulling and tugging in public, what kind of behavior is that? I don't even know you. Su Ming ignored Su Ziyun. You? Su Ziyun was furious. This makes it seem like she's relentlessly pursuing Su Ming. I think you want to die. Su Ziyun blushed and was furious. She raised her hand to attack Su Ming. Stop. Just then, a sharp shout rang out from the royal entrance ahead, and Shuai strode out. Prince Su, who are these two people? How dare they lay a hand on you? Shuai's cold gaze fell on Su Ziyun and Xin Ku. Su Ming shook his head, ignore these irrelevant people. Idle people. Su Ziyun was completely dumbfounded. Let's go inside. Su Ming said calmly. Yes, Prince Su, this way please. Shuai gave Su Ziyun a cold look before turning to Su Ming and speaking respectfully. He had been waiting at the entrance since the start of the banquet, afraid of missing Su Ming, since even a king would be eager to meet Su Ming. Su Ming nodded slightly and went inside with Shuai. This? Su Ziyun stared in disbelief, unable to recover for a long time. Neither she nor Qin knew Shuai, let alone that he was the grand steward of the imperial household. They were simply surprised that someone like Su Ming would be greeted at the gates of the royal family. What was going on? Is this person blind? Qin's expression was complicated, and she remained silent for a long time. Although she didn't know the answer either, she was thinking about something else entirely. Since Su Ming is not dead, it means that her engagement has not been cancelled. Because she hasn't completed any of the things she promised to help Su Ming, it means she still owes him something. Things have become complicated again. Su Ziyun turned around and said anxiously, say something, did you see what happened just now? Who was that guy? Do you know him? Su Ziyun was eager to find out how an aunt like Su Ming could be allowed into the royal banquet. I don't know him. Qin shook her head. You don't even recognize me? Su Ziyun frowned,
pondered for a moment, and then sneered, "Then I understand if even you don't recognize him, then the person who came to pick up that kid must be no big deal either. He must have spent money, that idiot, to get into such a top-level event, went to great lengths to get in by associating with the underlings inside. What a clueless idiot, still struggling in his death throes. It's a shame, even if he goes in, nobody will know him, it's just throwing money down the drain." Su Ziyun sneered disdainfully. Then, together with Qin Ku, they stepped into the royal square. Even royal banquets are divided into different ranks. The outermost plaza, several kilometers wide, is where wealthy individuals and prominent figures from the capital city are entertained. Simply put, those of ordinary status, without official positions, and not related to the royal family, could only gather in the square outside. The surrounding area was heavily guarded, with layers upon layers of imperial guards protecting the area. Even a simple meal here required extreme caution for those who came to gather. They dared not speak loudly, and could only sit stiffly like wooden figures. Seeing this scene, Su Ziyun grinned sarcastically and said, "That kid, even if he racks his brains to get in, he'll probably only be able to squeeze into this outer gathering and make a living weary different. We were legitimately invited in by the royal family. He'll probably never understand our status. Let me see which corner that idiot is hiding in." Su Ziyun sneered and turned around to look around, intending to find Su Ming and mock him. But as his eyes slowly swept across the entire square, he couldn't find Su Ming's voice at all. This immediately surprised and puzzled her. Has Su Ming already been kicked out? Why can't I see anyone? But thinking about it, it makes sense. Even if someone like that squeezed their way in, a commoner from the bottom of society wouldn't have the right to sit down. I bet he's been kicked out of the royal family and is now so frustrated he wants to die. Qin Ku didn't have time to waste and urged Su Ziyun, "Let's go in quickly." Leaving the square, there are hundreds of steps leading up to a platform. This place is where important officials of the imperial court and powerful figures of the capital are gathered. They are all well-known figures, and the lowest ranking among them are at least 4th or 5th rank officials. The atmosphere here is even more solemn and heavy. Upon arriving here, Su Ziyun had to restrain herself and dared not act recklessly. But this is not the end. The highest level, and the very top of this grand banquet, is the imperial palace in front of us, which is also where the imperial council of the 9 provinces is located. Inside, it is also the pinnacle of the entire imperial state. Those who can step inside tonight for a gathering must be prominent figures throughout the land. Su Ziyun and Qin Ku, backed by powerful families from outside the capital, the Su family and the Qin family, were naturally invited to this top-tier banquet. Su Ziyun couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. Although she and Qin Ku, from a reclusive family, were no longer under the control of the imperial court. But the thought of stepping into this place and seeing all the top figures in Kyushu still makes me a little excited. Moreover, although they have impressive reputations and come from top backgrounds, they are still quite young, with limited experience and knowledge, and cannot remain calm and composed in any situation. Su Ziyun was even more excited, thinking that she might be able to meet some real young heroes or geniuses of the 9 provinces inside, which would be a huge win. Inside the main hall, there were only 2 or 3 tables set up for a banquet. When Su Ziyun and Qin Ku stepped in, they were both dumbfounded. At the banquet table right in the center, Su Ming just sat there, calmly and composedly drinking his wine. Upon seeing their arrival, Su Ming even looked up at the two of them. However, his expression remained completely unchanged, and he didn't even greet anyone. This? Su Ziyun was struck dumb, as if by lightning. I was completely stunned. This is the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, the top of the pyramids, the highest royal palace, and the most magnificent banquet. This kid is actually sitting here? She had always thought that Su Ming didn't even have the right to sit at the outermost part of the banquet. This had an unparalleled impact on her mind. It wasn't just Su Ziyun. Even Qin Ku was stunned speechless at this moment. Besides them, there was another person at the banquet who was staring at Su Ming with a depressed expression, rolling his eyes repeatedly. That's Duan Xingyue. Duan Xingyue's face darkened. She never dreamed that Su Ming would appear here, and even sit at the same table as her. She felt incredibly embarrassed. However, unlike Qin Ku and the other two, she knew very well why Su Ming was able to sit here. It was probably because of his engagement to her that he was invited by his father and thus qualified to sit here. Otherwise, someone like him wouldn't even be qualified to step into the royal family's door. But that's also the most shameful part. Wouldn't this let the entire imperial state know that she is engaged to a guy like Su Ming? Could it be that? At this moment, Duan Xingyue's gaze sharpened. Could it be that father invited this boy over so that she would fulfill her marriage agreement with Su Ming? OMG. Thinking of this, Duan Xingyue almost fainted. 799, Chapter 799. I'm not going to live anymore. You two must be the eldest daughters of the Su and Qin families, right? Your seats are here, this way please. The guards came up and spoke politely to Su Ziyun and Qin Ku. The two then came to their senses and sat down at another table next to them. Those at the same table were all well-known scions of other prominent families, and they knew each other well. After sitting down, they all nodded and greeted each other. Su Ziyun could no longer contain herself and pointed at Shui Hai with curiosity, asking, "Who is that guy? Why is he allowed to sit in this hall?" A young master from a powerful family rolled his eyes. No way, Miss Su, you don't even recognize him. He's Shui Hai, the Grand Steward of the Imperial Household, the right-hand man of the Emperors of the 9 provinces. If even he can't sit here, then who can? Ah, the Grand Steward of Internal Affairs? Su Ziyun was shocked, staring in astonishment at Shui Hai and Su Ming. This guy even went outside to greet Su Ming himself just now. If this guy is the Chief Steward of Internal Affairs, then what merit does Su Ming have to be greeted by such a person? Could it be that Su Ming has some unknown identity? Su Ziyun stared wide-eyed in shock. Qin Ku also looked surprised and doubtful. Is the truth not what they see? Since so many people have come today, I have something to announce in front of everyone. Just then, Duan Xingyue stood up. Facing the crowd, he pointed at Su Ming with an imposing air and said, "This kid, Su Ming, most of you probably don't know who he is. Let me introduce him to you as the founder of the Zhengzhou Tianming Chamber of Commerce, a chairman without any official title or position, but it was this man who was betrothed to me by my father. It's with me, simply put, he's my fiancé. But everyone here is a person of importance. Do you think a man like that is good enough for me? Therefore, I hereby publicly announce that I am unilaterally announcing the cancellation of my engagement with this boy." With so many influential figures here as witnesses, I don't think he can deny it. Duan Xingyue's words were sharp and resounding throughout the room. Oh my God! Upon hearing this, Shui Hai was so shocked that he almost fell off his chair. What is the third princess trying to do? Are you crazy? To publicly annul the engagement to the king of Kyushu. If the king himself found out, wouldn't that be a huge problem? Wouldn't he be furious? Shui Hai was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't utter a single word. So that's how it is. Su Ziyun, however, looked as if she had just realized something. Looking at Duan Xingyue in surprise, she suddenly realized, so this kid is engaged to the current princess, which is why he was invited. I knew it. With his status and position, how could he possibly be personally greeted by the Grand Eunuch of the Imperial Household Department? However, how is he able to be engaged to the princess? Su Ziyun said in surprise. Those who are engaged to the current princess are all outstanding individuals, the pride of their time. This matter is probably related to your Su family. Qin Ke spoke calmly and slowly. Her arranged marriage with Su Ming originated from the relationship between Su's elders and her own father. The marriage between Su Ming and the current princess is probably also related to the Su family. I understand, that makes perfect sense now. Su Ziyun finally understood everything. It seems that Su Lingkong went to great lengths for his son. Not only did he arrange an engagement with the Qin family, but he also made connections with the royal family. As soon as Su Ming comes of age, he can rise to the top and achieve great success. Unfortunately, Lu Shan was always Lu Shan, and he could never be helped up. Su Lingkong put in so much effort and laid out such a grand plan, only to have it all destroyed by Su Ming in the end. Now, the third princess has even publicly broken off the engagement with him. If this gets out, it will be a laughingstock. If Su Lingkong knew, he would probably die of anger on the spot. Su Ziyun shook her head, looking at Su Ming with a smug and amused expression.
Now, what should this kid do?
They must be drenched in sweat and their legs are trembling.
Do you agree or not?
Amidst shocked gazes, Duan Xingyue pointed at Su Ming and demanded an explanation. Despite the countless shocked gazes and the immense pressure from Duan Xingyue, Su Ming remained calm, sitting as if nothing had happened. If it were anyone else, they would probably be scared out of their wits. But Su Ming didn't care. He didn't care about the marriage agreement at all.
They even wished Duan Xingyue would break off the engagement as soon as possible.
In this way, he would have no connection with the imperial family of the imperial state. Su Ming slowly raised his head, a smile on his face, and was about to agree to annul the engagement.
Retreat? What retreat? Just then, a sharp shout rang out from ahead, as loud as thunder. Emperor Duan Tianhong of the 9 provinces, dressed in a black robe, exuded an awe-inspiring aura, like a god, and led his entourage out. That overwhelming power made everyone present shudder and stand up, staring in shock at the emperor of the 9 provinces. Dad! Duan Xingyue turned her head and exclaimed in surprise. How dare you! Duan Tianhong pointed at Duan Xingyue, her face sharp with anger, and roared, "This marriage was personally arranged by me. Su Ming as your rightful fiancé can get married on a chosen date. Since when did it become your place to make decisions on your own? Did you get my permission? Is this how I taught you?" His words made Duan Xingyue blush. But she was extremely resentful. Duan Xingyue turned and glared at Su Ming, then said to Duan Tianhong, "Dad, are you bewitched? This boy is not worthy of me at all. I wouldn't object if you married any young master from a prominent family in the imperial state, but this is just an ordinary man. If I marry him, our royal family will lose face. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by everyone in the land?" Duan Xingyue's eyes widened, and she looked quite reasonable. Her words he vehemently opposed Duan Tianhong's words. "You?" These words almost drove Duan Tianhong crazy. If it weren't for Su Ming, the entire royal family would have changed hands by now. Su Ming is not good enough for him. There is no one else in the world who is. Duan Tianhong flew into a rage, strode forward, and slapped Duan Xingyue across the face. Duan Xingyue's veins bulged and her face trembled with anger. A slap left a bright red finger mark on Duan Xingyue's face. Then Duan Tianhong flew into a rage and roared, "Guards, take him away and back to his own quarters. Confine him for 3 months from now on. He is not to step out without my order. Furthermore, I will take charge of this marriage. The wedding will take place in 1 month." Duan Tianhong's voice was firm and resounding throughout the entire royal hall. Ah! Upon hearing this, Duan Xingyue nearly fainted from anger. Getting slapped is a small matter. But in the end, not only did she not break off her engagement with Su Ming, but they also got married a month later. The thought of spending her whole life with someone like this made her feel like the sky was falling. "I don't want to live anymore." Duan Xingyue let out a cry, her voice shrill and piercing. 800, Chapter 800. Don't force people to do things they don't want. What the heck? Su Ming suddenly looked up. Duan Xingyue cried and screamed, and was forcibly taken away. But Su Ming was shocked. What's going on here? They forced him to get married a month later without his consent? Could this father and daughter be in cahoots? Su Ming stood up abruptly, his eyes somewhat cold. Would the emperor of the 9 provinces really think of using such a trick to forcibly tie him up and kill him? Su Ming was about to speak up in protest. Useless. However, another voice rang out. Qian Hong, a high-ranking official of the 2nd rank who had previously clashed with Duan Tianhong in the Imperial Physician's Garden, suddenly stood up, strode over to Duan Tianhong, knelt down with a thud, and shouted, "Your Majesty, this is unacceptable. How can you allow the princess to marry such a person? Wouldn't this make us a laughingstock to the world?" Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and his piercing eyes fell on Qian Hong. That idiot actually did something worthwhile. He wanted to see what the emperors of the 9 provinces would say. "What did you say?" Duan Tianhong's domineering gaze instantly fell upon Qian Hong. "Your Majesty, please forgive my bluntness, but this young man, a nobody from Zhangzhou,
previously worked at the Imperial Physician's Office. I suspect he used his engagement to the princess to blackmail the Imperial Physician's Office into providing him with medicinal herbs. Those herbs are all rare treasures, collected by my own hands. I originally thought they were a gift for your majesty. Unexpectedly, this kid embezzled it all, abusing his power for personal gain and enriching himself. If someone like this marries a princess, I don't even want to think about what he might do in the future. Most importantly, the Grand Steward of the Imperial Household Department even stepped in to protect him. This man's intentions are despicable. I hope your majesty will see the truth. Qian Hong spoke with conviction, spittle flying from his mouth, his face full of indignation. His words were deafening, and he wished he could execute Su Ming on the spot to avenge him for that arrow wound.
Then what? Duan Tianhong stared at Qian Hong with a cold expression. What?
Qian Hong suddenly looked up, staring at Duan Tianhong in surprise and doubt.
What then?
Aren't these charges enough to throw Su Ming into prison and conduct a thorough investigation? They could even implicate Shui Hai, the chief steward, and interrogate him thoroughly.
He originally thought Duan Tianhong would be furious upon hearing this, but he never dreamed that the current king's reaction would be so indifferent.
This left Qian Hong completely bewildered, unable to react for a long time.
I asked you, and then what? Is this all you wanted to say?
Duan Tianhong let out a fierce shout, like a tiger's roar, which made Qian Hong tremble all over. Qian Hong was immediately covered in sweat and his whole body was trembling slightly.
I don't know what's going on.
He felt filled with indignation, but all his strength seemed to be hitting cotton, and he felt indescribably miserable.
But he can't figure out where the problem lies. He could only answer tremblingly, yes. Okay, I understand. Duan Tianhong's face was cold and stern as she snorted.
Then he raised his head and called out towards the door, "Guards, end the banquet and see the guests out." "Shui Hai, stay." "Qian Hong, stay."
Besides.
Duan Tianhong turned to look at Su Ming, her expression extremely unpleasant. "I'd like to trouble you to stay as well."
Su Ming nodded in understanding.
Immediately, the guards entered and escorted Su Ziyun, Qin Ke, and the others out, then slowly closed the heavy palace doors.
Outside, Su Ziyun looked utterly dejected. I never expected so much trouble to arise, and it was all because of that kid. Now, he's been detained by the venerable king. That kid's probably in deep trouble. He even dared to embezzle rare medicinal herbs that were offered to your majesty. I think he's gone mad. And I just can't understand it. What makes someone like that worthy of being with a royal princess? Su Lingkong, you've really dug a huge pit for your son.
Su Ziyun shook her head, her face full of disdain and contempt.
Qin Ke turned around and took a deep look, then shook her head and said, "Forget it, this is not something we can interfere with. Whether he lives or dies is up to him to pray for the best." Miss Miss Qin, let's stop with the idle talk. It would be truly foolish to waste time on a dead person. We, the scions of these noble families, have finally managed to gather together. We organized a gathering outside, and we hope that you two exceptional young ladies will do us the honor of attending. The young master from the powerful family who had spoken earlier walked over and extended an invitation to the two of them with a smile and polite manner. Good, this is indeed a rare opportunity, and it's also a good chance to discuss the future cooperation and development of our families. Su Ziyun had a big smile on her face. He agreed on the spot. This is the kind of top-tier circle that she and Qin Ke should be in. Even a small gathering can influence the balance of power in the 9 provinces. It's a height that even an idiot like Su Ming could never imagine in his entire life. However, that kind of person's time will end tonight. I'm afraid we'll never see each other again. So Su Ziyun, Qin Ke, and a group of young men from other prominent families left the royal palace. The royal palace was deathly silent. Emperor Duan Tianhong of the 9 provinces had an extremely gloomy face, almost as if it were dripping with water. He turned around and went to Su Ming first, saying apologetically, "I didn't expect these things to happen, and I'm sorry you had to see this. It's my fault for not disciplining my daughter and my men properly. I hope Wang Su will forgive me." What? Qian Hong, who was kneeling on the ground, was struck dumb upon seeing this scene. Oh, King of Kyushu. Duan Tianhong. The imperial family of the imperial state is practically the heavens above all the 9 provinces.
Why would such a towering figure apologize to a nobody like Su Ming?
He didn't see wrong, did he?
Qian Heng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his head about to explode. But what shocked him even more was yet to come. Su Ming remained calm, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He calmly said, it's a minor issue, but there's one point I disagree with, that is, the marriage to Princess Duan in a month. I remain opposed.
What? Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Qian Hong nearly fainted. This kid is really getting too big for his britches. How can he say something like that?
However, Duan Tianhong was shocked upon hearing this, staring blankly at Su Ming and asking, "Why, does your highness think my daughter is unworthy?" "Yes, her performance today was indeed a bit lacking. I will personally teach her well, so that she can understand everything and become a well-mannered and knowledgeable woman."
No.
Su Ming shook his head slightly. "I just got divorced not long ago and have absolutely no plans to remarry. I hope your highness will not force me."
Puff.
Upon hearing this, Qian Heng felt as if he were about to vomit blood.
This is insane. This guy must be insane. Either he's gone mad and is hallucinating, otherwise he would never have seen such a scene. 801, Chapter 801. Wouldn't it be better to just kill him?
Su Ming's meaning was already quite subtle. They did not choose to expose the truth and offend the king. He also knew that the emperor of the 9 provinces was not a fool and should understand his meaning.
Trying to outsmart him won't end well.
Sure enough, Duan Tianhong sighed regretfully. "It seems my daughter is not fortunate enough to have that. Let's postpone this matter for now."
At this point, Duan Tianhong looked at Qian Hong, who was kneeling numb, and asked Su Ming, "What do you think is the best course of action against this person?"
Not only did Qian Hong have a conflict with Su Ming, but he also publicly insulted Su Ming in front of so many people, framed him, and stirred up trouble.
Even execution would not be an exaggeration.
But Su Ming just smiled faintly. "He is your man, your majesty, I can accept whatever you do with him."
This attitude once again gave Duan Tianhong a lot of face. Duan Tianhong was overjoyed. My opinion of Su Ming is almost perfect.
But at the same time, it is even more regrettable that such outstanding and powerful talents could not be used for our own purposes. What a huge loss.
It's all Duan Xingyue's fault for messing things up and ruining such a great opportunity. After this is all over, we need to teach that girl a good lesson.
Then Duan Tianhong's imposing and oppressive gaze fell on Qian Hong, and he coldly said, "Then I'll dismiss you from your official post from now on. You are no longer a member of the court. Hand over everything related to you, and then retire to your hometown and live as an ordinary person."
What?
Qian Hong was shocked, his body trembled violently, and he looked up abruptly as if struck by lightning, staring in astonishment at the Emperor of Kyushu and Su Ming.
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand.
He only said 2 words at this banquet, and he received such an irredeemable punishment, which completely ruined most of his life's efforts.
What kind of action is this? Even if he said something wrong, it shouldn't be this serious, right? Your Majesty, why?
Qian Heng's face was flushed, his expression a mixture of resentment and extreme anger spreading through his eyes.
You're such an idiot. Duan Tianhong sneered coldly and disdainfully, "You have committed treason by falsely accusing the king of the 9 provinces and the leader of the war god army. The fact that the king of the 9 provinces hasn't asked for your life is already a blessing you earned in your past life. Don't you even understand this? It's shameful for me to have someone like you." What? Qian Hong was struck dumb, once again deeply shocked.
Stiffly turning his head, his shocked and trembling eyes fell on Su Ming, his face filled with despair and sorrow. He is the king of the 9 provinces?
Oh my God. Qian Heng's eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. Understood.
Now he finally understood everything. It turns out he really was the biggest fool. He'd kicked a hornet's nest.
Duan Tianhong is right. He is already blessed to be alive. Thank you, King of Kyushu, for sparing my life.
Qian Heng's head slammed heavily against the ground with a loud thud. He burst into tears and could no longer lift his head. Su Ming shook his head, too lazy to pay attention, and said to Duan Tianhong, "Then, Your Excellency, I'll take my leave now." Then he strode out of the palace.
Prince Su, I'll see you off. Shuai hurriedly followed and escorted Su Ming out of the imperial city. I'm so angry.
Inside Duan Xingyue's residence, Duan Xingyue was so angry that she was like a madwoman. She picked up the antiques and furniture on the table and smashed them violently on the ground.
It was smashed to pieces. That bastard, I will never let him get away with this. Marry him. Are you kidding me? If I marry someone like that, my life is over. Who am I? I am a princess of the Duan family, royal family. How can I let myself be ruined by such a person? Duan Xingyue grew angrier the more she thought about it, and smashed everything she could in the hall. Two servants stood to one side with grim faces, neither daring to stop Duan Xingyue from venting her anger. Why didn't you stop me? I'm tired of smashing. Duan Xingyue suddenly turned her head and stared angrily at the two servants, asking them questions. The two servants' expressions immediately turned ashen, as if they had eaten shit. I wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare. Is there anything you wouldn't dare? Father put me in solitary confinement, and your job was to monitor me, right? If you can even monitor me, what else wouldn't you dare? Duan Xingyue vented her anger directly on the two of them. The two were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. Who has made the princess angry again? At that moment, a figure slowly walked in through the entrance of the hall. He looked at Duan Xingyue with a big smile and asked. The man who walked in was a handsome young man, tall and slender, with an arrogant and sharp air about him. He's clearly no ordinary person. Second brother? Upon seeing the young man, Duan Xingyue showed a look of surprise and delight. Second brother, you're back, didn't you go to the border? This young man was none other than Duan Xingtian, the second prince of the Duan family's royal family. Duan Xingtian grinned, exuding confidence and swagger, and said with an air of authority, the borderlands are nothing more than a tourist area to me. Your second brother went to the borderlands and, in just 3 short years, has swept through them, now commanding hundreds of thousands of troops. I heard that father is holding a grand banquet, so I was just thinking of coming back to celebrate with him. I didn't expect to arrive too late. The banquet had already ended. But what's wrong with you? Why are you in confinement and throwing a tantrum? Who would dare to bully you? If you have any trouble, just tell your second brother there's nothing I can't handle these days. Duan Xingtian walked over and sat down, exuding an imposing aura. Finally, I have someone to confide in. Duan Xingyue was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She immediately recounted to Duan Xingtian everything that had happened at the banquet that night, the entire process, and how she was being forced into marriage. After listening, Duan Xingtian frowned. Are you sure that kid is just the chairman of the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce? Why did he feel that things weren't so simple? Oh, even if my father is old, he shouldn't be so senile, right? I'm sure, I'm 100% certain that's why I'm angry. How can I live if I marry someone like that? Duan Xingyue said with a mournful face and red eyes. I understand. I'll take care of it for you once he's dead. Your engagement will no longer exist, right? Duan Xingtian curled the corners of his mouth and said meaningfully. Second brother, what do you mean? Duan Xingyue looked at Duan Xingtian with a surprised expression. Duan Xingtian smiled without saying a word, but called out to the door, help me inform Night Demon Xiao Jian to come see me. Yes. The guard at the door responded. About 10 minutes later, Night Demon Xiao Jian, dressed in a black robe, cold as ice, and exuding murderous aura, slowly stepped into the hall. Duan Xingtian's intention was very simple. The idea was to send Night Demon Xiao Jian to kill Su Ming. After explaining the purpose, Xiao Jian immediately realized that the two siblings were going to deal with the leader of the million-strong war god army. Moreover, he was the savior of the Duan family during this great calamity in the capital. Su Ming. Although Xiao Jian could move freely within the imperial city as a palace guard, he was ultimately just a servant, working for the Duan family. After listening, Xiao Jian's expression turned cold, and he stared at Duan Xingtian, asking, Prince Duan, are you sure? If something goes wrong with this, I'm afraid it's beyond our ability to handle the consequences. Xiao Jian spoke with an incredibly deep gaze. 802, Chapter 802 Unbelievable Luck. Joke. Duan Xingtian gave a domineering laugh, leaned back, and had an expression of utter disdain for everyone. The world is vast, and all land belongs to the king. Is there anyone I, Duan Qingtian, cannot kill? Is there anything I cannot bear? Do you expect me to personally deal with such an utterly mediocre brat? That would be truly laughable. Do what I tell you to do. If anything goes wrong, just say it was my order. You, Night Demon Xiaojian, can't possibly be this slow even when killing someone, can you? Duan Qingtian asked with a cold smile. I'll take care of it right away. Xiao Jian did not refute, and turned to leave the hall. Second brother, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Upon hearing that Duan Qingtian intended to kill Su Ming, Duan Xingyue hesitated. Although she was extremely unwilling and wished she could fight Su Ming to the death. That way, we don't have to get married. But when Xiao Jian actually got involved, and Su Ming was already doomed, she felt it was somewhat unnecessary. After all, Su Ming hadn't done anything heinous. Those lowly thugs couldn't even cause a ripple in the imperial state. He died so mysteriously, and he probably won't even know how he died. It's really pitiful. No way? Duan Qingtian grinned and said, Third sister, do you really want to marry that kind of person? At a time like this, you're starting to pity that good-for-nothing? Let me tell you, this kind of person just got lucky and is delusional about rising to the top. Even if 1,000 of them die, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Besides, the order has already been given, and Xiao Jian has already been dispatched to carry it out. It's too late for you to regret it now. Duan Qingtian took a sip of tea and said calmly with a smile. This. Duan Xingyue was also helpless. But deep down I still felt it wasn't quite right. After Duan Qingtian left, Duan Xingyue secretly made a phone call to Wan Shirin of Zhongzhou. She didn't have Su Ming's contact information, but she did have Wan Shirin, as she originally thought that it was impossible to contact someone like that, but now she had no choice but to make the call in order to help Su Ming escape this predicament. She has done more than enough by notifying them. Whether Su Ming lives or dies is up to fate. During the phone call, Wan Shirin learned that Su Ming had offended the royal family and was being hunted down by the royal family's top imperial guards. I felt like I was going to faint. This kid always manages to cause trouble wherever he goes. There's no one in the world he wouldn't dare mess with. Despite being a complete waste of space, he's second to none when it comes to causing trouble, and can easily make things worse. Duan Xingyue didn't want to get involved. Her one family had just escaped a disaster and were not yet completely at peace. If she got involved in these other people's business and got implicated, she would be completely finished. But Duan Xingyue held a high position, and she couldn't disobey her orders. He could only agree over the phone, promising to inform Su Ming. With that, Duan Xingyue could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She had done what she needed to do, and what happened next was no longer her concern. Inside the imperial city. King Su, are you going back tonight? It's getting late. Why don't you rest for the night and return to Zhongzhou tomorrow? You've come all this way, and I haven't even had a chance to properly entertain you. Besides, the imperial branch of the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce is waiting for your personal inspection. When Shuai heard that Su Ming was about to leave, he tried to persuade him to stay. Su Ming stood by the car and said calmly, These are all minor matters. There are important things waiting for me to handle in Zhongzhou. My feud with the Blood Fiend Hall is not yet resolved. Either the Blood Fiend Palace is completely destroyed, or I die. There has to be a result. Su Ming said with an icy gaze. Blood Fiend Palace? Shuai's eyes sharpened, and he said with a complicated expression, Prince Su, it is said that the Blood Fiend Hall is not easy to deal with. Everyone inside is a peak-level martial arts expert. Any one of them could roam freely throughout the 9 provinces. They are not comparable to those bandit leaders and brutes in the border regions. These are true cultivators from beyond the secular world. How about we contact the Su family of Jiuhui Mountain and ask them to lend you a hand? Shuai was very worried, even though he had never actually seen the Blood Fiend Palace. But it is rumored that everyone in the Blood Fiend Hall is a fierce and bloodthirsty monster. Moreover, they are all top-notch experts, which is quite terrifying. The Su family is also a powerful, reclusive family with their backing. The Blood Fiend Hall certainly wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Moreover, the Su family has a grudge against the Blood Fiend Hall. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Shuai offered his suggestions. Su Ming sneered, Why do you need to worry about my affairs? You just need to take care of things in the imperial state. Yes.
Sweat beaded on Shui Hai's forehead as he realized he had been somewhat disrespectful to his superiors.
That's fine.
Su Ming said something, opened the car door, and prepared to get in.
Take care, Prince Su.
Shui Hai saw him off respectfully. Just then, 7 or 8 young men and women came out of the door of a bar next door. It was the same group of young masters from powerful, aristocratic families who had previously invited Su Ziyun and Qin Ke to a gathering. The young man at the head of the group, who was quite drunk, looked up and saw Su Ming, who was about to get into the car.
The young man's eyes widened immediately.
Miss Su, isn't this the good-for-nothing you were complaining about? What a small world, we've run into him here and what's more, this guy didn't die in the royal palace.
It's simply a miracle.
The young man said with a look of surprise and amusement.
Ah.
Su Ziyun and Qin Ke looked up and saw Su Ming as well. Both of them showed surprise at the same time.
What's going on? This kid escaped another disaster? Is he really that lucky?
It's one thing that he survived at Ziling Manor, but now that he's caused such a huge disaster in the royal family, how is he still alive? Su Ziyun and Qin Ke were both a little dumbfounded. Su Ming's repeated unexpected escapes from death were truly beyond their comprehension. However, when they saw Shui Hai next to the car, they immediately understood what was going on. It's likely that the Grand Steward of the Imperial Household Department intervened and saved this kid's life. That's why this Guille barely survived, clinging to life once more.
What an incredibly lucky guy. Su Ziyun rolled her eyes in frustration.
His luck is incredible, I'll see just how incredible it is. Miss Su, Miss Qin, don't worry, let me teach this shameless scoundrel a lesson and help you vent your anger. The young man in the lead smirked and said something, then clenched his fists and strode aggressively toward Su Ming.
Young Master Fu, wait. Qin Ke exclaimed in shock.
Fu Long, the eldest young master of the Fu family, is ranked 5th among the top 10 prodigies. Although he is weaker than Li Qingyun, he is still a genuine master of the divine power realm.
If Fu Long makes a move, can Su Ming still survive?
It's really unacceptable for someone at the divine power realm to bully ordinary people. Qin Ke stared anxiously with her eyes wide open.
803, Chapter 803, do you know?
Ache, don't worry, young Master Fu is only at the divine power realm, he could easily crush that kid with a flick of his finger. It's time to teach that idiot a lesson, otherwise he'll really think he's capable of moving freely in the top circles. Su Ziyun sneered, gloating and watching the show with a smug expression. Just wait and see how Su Ming is trampled under Fu Long's feet, howling and begging for mercy.
Of course I'm not worried about Fu Long, I am worried that he might go too far and really kill Su Ming if word gets out that a cultivator at the divine power realm is bullying an ordinary person. Wouldn't that be shameful?
Qin Ke said with a grim expression.
Don't worry, Fu Long should know what he's doing.
Su Ziyun grinned, completely unconcerned. Hey kid, stop right there. As he spoke, Fu Long had already reached Su Ming, a sinister smile on his face, rubbing his fists together in anticipation. Su Ming glanced back at Fu Long, but didn't even bother to acknowledge him. At the same time, his phone rang. Su Ming took out his phone from his pocket and answered it. The voices of Dong Lei and Chen Shui came through the phone. Prince Su, something terrible has happened. We just received news that Brother Yi Tang has been seriously injured and captured by Li Qingyun of the Li family. Li Qingyun has given us 3 days to exchange Su Di for him. This is the last day.
That's what Dong Lei said anxiously over the phone. What?
Su Ming raised an eyebrow, a surge of anger almost bursting from his chest. He never expected that it wasn't the blood fiend Hall that came, but Li Qingyun from the Li family. If he had known earlier that Li Qingyun was also connected to the blood fiend Hall, he would never have let Li Qingyun leave alive at Ziyun Manor. Yi Tang was not only the Azure Dragon war god, but also followed him for many years. Even when he was seriously injured in Yun City, Yi Tang never abandoned him and secretly helped him. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble that he would have a hard time handling on his own. He told Yi Tang almost everything about himself without reservation.
He already regarded Yi Tang as family.
And now, she has been kidnapped by Li Qingyun.
Su Ming's boundless killing intent was almost bursting out of his body. Are you sure it's Li Qingyun? I'll be right back.
Su Ming spoke through gritted teeth, enunciating each word clearly.
Alright, King Su, Chuanxue has already gathered enough people. If you can't get back in time, we will go to rescue them ourselves, Dong Lei said nervously. Wait for me, I'll be there.
After Su Ming finished speaking, he slowly put down the phone.
Hey, you brat, did you hear me? Face me.
Seeing that Su Ming was making a phone call and ignoring him completely, Fu Long was immediately enraged and grabbed Su Ming by the neck with one hand.
His eyes widened in anger. You idiot, still putting on airs in front of me. Do you even know who I am, you beast? You dare to call and harass two beauties, Miss Su and Miss Qin. Today I'll cripple your manhood and make sure you can't be a man anymore.
After saying that, Fu Long's face turned fierce, and he raised his other hand and punched Su Ming in the face.
Roll.
Unexpectedly, the next moment, Su Ming flew into a rage, roared, and slapped Fu Long across the face.
Bang! A deafening explosion resounded, the force of which surged like a cannonball exploding. Fu Long was sent flying more than 10 meters away. After landing, he coughed up blood. This? Everyone present was utterly astonished. Su Ziyun and Qin Ku, in particular, stared wide-eyed, not blinking, wondering if they were hallucinating. Fu Long was actually slapped away by Su Ming? How is that possible? You dare to hit me?
Fu Long was shocked. He lay on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked up at Su Ming with a shocked expression. However, the first thing that shocked him was not that Su Ming could easily defeat him. Su Ziyun was taken aback and stared at Su Ming in shock. What do you want to do? Do you know who that person you just hit was? Do you know what the consequences of your actions will be? As a result of? Su Ming grinned and gave a sinister laugh. Soon you scions of noble families will know what the consequences are. I only have one question for you two.
Wasn't Li Qingyun with the two of you before? Did you two know about his trip to Cloud Mist Manor?
After asking that question, all that could be seen in Su Ming's eyes was boundless killing intent.
If Su Ziyun said she knew and conspired with him.
Tonight, none of Su Ziyun, Qin Ku, or these young masters from aristocratic families will leave alive. Both of them felt a tremor in their hearts. I never imagined that Su Ming would exert such a strong pressure.
Even these geniuses at the Divine Power Realm felt a bit breathless under Su Ming's aura.
Qin Ku was about to answer seriously, I know. But Su Ziyun spoke first, gritting her teeth and saying, what are you being so arrogant about? We have no idea that Li Qingyun went to Cloud Mist Manor weary in a hurry to attend the royal banquet. We don't have time to care about such trivial matters.
Very good.
Su Ming pointed at Su Ziyun and said, I hope what you're saying is true. If I find out you're lying in the future, even if you beg for mercy on your knees, it won't do you any good.
After saying that, Su Ming turned around, quickly got into the car, and drove back towards Zhongzhou. This kid, what's going on? He's actually a bit scary. Is it a dragon or a worm?
Seeing Su Ming leave, Su Ziyun finally breathed a sigh of relief, though she was already covered in cold sweat. I have never faced such a terrifying situation before. She had a feeling that if she said even half a wrong word, Su Ming would kill her.
It must be an illusion. Su Ziyun shook her head, her forehead covered in sweat. Qin Ku also turned her head and looked at Su Ziyun in surprise, saying, Ziyun, why did you lie? We went up the mountain with Li Qingyun.
Su Ziyun wiped away her sweat and sneered, does it matter to him whether he lies or not? Besides, although we went up the mountain together, what Li Qingyun did really has nothing to do with us. That kid is so arrogant now, who knows what kind of trouble he's caused. Let's check on young Master Fu's situation first. So a group of people moved closer to Fu Long.
804, Chapter 804 Leasing. But what's wrong with this kid? He even managed to seriously injure young Master Fu, who's at the Divine Power Realm. Is he really that strong? Su Ziyun looked surprised and uncertain.
Su Ming may be arrogant, but he's also prone to causing trouble. It's a real thing that he could severely injure Fu Long, who was at the Divine Power Realm, and trample him underfoot.
Could it be that the kid's strength has already surpassed the divine power realm?
The crowd gathered around Fu Long, who had already fainted like a dead dog.
What do we do now? Su Ziyan looked down and asked in surprise. Let's take him to the hospital first, Qin Ke said in a deep voice. So a group of people took Fu Long to Dizhou Hospital. About half an hour later, the Fu family arrived, led by a middle-aged man with fierce eyes and an imposing aura. It was none other than Fu Tianhe, the head of the Fu family. Who did this?
Seeing Fu Long lying on the hospital bed, barely alive, Fu Tianhe's thick eyebrows furrowed, and his face was filled with murderous intent.
The other scions of prominent families were so frightened that they dared not utter a sound. Su Ziyun was about to reveal Su Ming's identity.
Qin Ke spoke first. Master Fu, we don't know either when we arrived. Young Master Fu had already fainted, but I'm very curious, isn't young Master Fu a cultivator at the Divine Power Realm? How could he be so easily injured?
This time, it was Qin Ke's turn to tell a lie.
This left Su Ziyun completely shocked. He looked at Qin Ke in surprise.
Why did Qin Ke lie? Why protect Su Ming? Shouldn't they all be hoping Su Ming dies?
Now that they've offended the Fu family, and the Fu family is taking action, using them as a tool to kill, they don't need to worry about this anymore.
Besides, even if Qin Ke doesn't say anything, how long can she keep it a secret? Wouldn't it be easy for the Fu family to find out the truth?
Su Ming is going to die sooner or later. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Fu Tianhe revealed an even more shocking secret.
My son is not at the Divine Power Realm,
Fu Tianhe said coldly.
Ah?
Su Ziyun, Qin Ke, and the others were all shocked.
Then, why?
Su Ziyun was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. If Fu Long didn't have the Divine Power Realm, why was he ranked 5th among the top 10 prodigies outside the realm? This ranking required peak martial arts strength to even be considered.
Fu Tianhe offered no explanation. But Qin Ke was quick-witted and immediately understood.
Fu Long's status as a prodigy is likely fabricated to enhance the Fu family's reputation. The family's power was used to forcibly elevate Fu Long to the ranks of prodigies. Others, fearing the Fu family's authority, dared not truly challenge Fu Long. That's why Fu Long's true identity has remained undiscovered. That's why Fu Long was so eager to prove himself in front of everyone tonight, wanting to teach Su Ming a lesson and establish his own image. Unfortunately, he ran into Su Ming, a reckless and fearless young man. Instead, he was the one who was seriously injured. After figuring all this out, Qin Ke felt both amused and exasperated. As it turned out, Su Ming had only accidentally injured a fake prodigy, and he himself was not particularly capable.
How will he face the Fu family's retaliation then? Fortunately, I kept Su Ming's identity a secret. Otherwise, that guy might not even be able to leave the Imperial City tonight. Fu Long's icy gaze slowly swept over Qin Ke and the others, and he sneered, It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. There's nothing my Fu family can't find out, no matter who he is. If I find out that he dared to seriously injure my son, Fu Tianhe, I will make sure he dies a horrible death. The Fu family took over Fu Long's business. Everyone left the hospital. Su Ziyun couldn't hold back any longer and pulled Qin Ke aside, asking, Ike, what are you thinking? At a time like this, you're still protecting that kid. You don't actually have feelings for him, do you? Master Fu just said that Fu Long doesn't have the Divine Power Realm. That means that kid is a coward too, and it was just a coincidence that he got away with it. Don't fall for it. Su Ziyun was getting a little anxious.
Qin Ke shook her head and said calmly, I don't care whether he's at the Divine Power Realm or not. He said I would help him to repay his father, Su Lingkong, for saving my Qin family's life this time. I'll consider it a favor to me to save him, but you're right, you can only save him temporarily, not forever. I hope he'll take care of himself. After saying that, Qin Ke left the hospital.
Well. Su Ziyun was completely speechless.
Qin Ke, this peacock prodigy, is good in every way, except that she is too particular about rules and too rigid.
What gratitude, that's all from the previous generation. Why take it so seriously?
If it were her, she wouldn't care about all that. Besides, someone like Su Ming is trash, he's not even in the same league as them. However, that kid can't escape. He's not only offended the Blood Fiend Hall, but now he's also offended the Fu family. They're courting death, they'll be finished soon.
Are you fucking going to tell me or not? Who exactly is your master, and where is Su De?
In a dark, secret room, Li Qingyun's face was contorted with murderous intent as he plunged a dagger into Yi Tang's ribs, causing blood to gush out. Yi Tang was in so much pain that she was covered in sweat, but she still gritted her teeth and kept quiet.
He gritted his teeth and sneered, "Don't worry, when he comes back, you'll die a horrible death. You'll regret what you've done so much you won't want to be human anymore." Are you kidding me?
Seeing that Yi Tang was still so stubborn even when he was about to die, Li Qingyun became even more furious and kicked Yi Tang to the ground. Then he picked up a medicine bottle and forced the medicine into Yi Tang's mouth, grinning maliciously. "This is called the 3-day heart-eating pill. It's fine if you don't talk. Let's see how stubborn you are. There are only 3 days left if you don't talk. In 3 days, 100 poisons will devour your heart. Even a god can't save you." Li Qingyun let out a cold snort.
"Turn around and leave the secret room."
As Wan Shirin opened the door and stepped out, she saw Yi Tang lying on the ground, half dead.
That face was so familiar.
Wan Shirin's eyes sharpened upon careful reflection. It suddenly came to mind.
Isn't this the man who used to appear often and follow Su Ming around? How did it end up in Li Qingyun's hands?
And judging from his appearance, Li Qingyun practically wants Yi Tang dead.
What exactly happened? Young Master Li, what is that?
Wan Shirin asked in shock.
He's just a good-for-nothing. Don't worry about him. I'll borrow your place for a few days. I'll leave as soon as I'm done. Don't worry. I won't implicate you and you'll get your share of the benefits.
After saying that, Li Qingyun casually took out a few 8th-grade medicine prescriptions and threw them to Wan Shirin. These priceless prescriptions were as worthless as trash paper to Li Qingyun.
He said calmly, "Is this enough to rent this place to you?" Wan Shirin looked down and was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. All these prescriptions, once refined into finished products, would fetch an unknown price. Rent? You could buy the entire Wan family's business.
Wan Shirin was overjoyed and said, "Young Master Li, please use it as you please, for as long as you like."
Okay.
Li Qingyun grinned. "Keep an eye out for me if any strangers appear at your Wan family's house, or if they're looking for me, let me know in advance."
Yes.
Wan Shirin respectfully agreed. At the same time, many guesses began to form in my mind. She had just received a call from Duan Xingyue, informing her that someone from the royal family was hunting down Su Ming.
Now that Yi Tang has fallen into Li Qingyun's hands and is being tortured by him, could it be that Li Qingyun is a member of the royal family? Is the purpose of capturing Yi Tang to force her to reveal Su Ming's whereabouts? Should I call Su Ming to inform him? For a moment, Wan Shirin was also caught in a dilemma. 805, Chapter 805. Su Ming, who is he? King Su. King Su. Su Ming rushed back to the entrance of Yunwu Manor overnight.
As soon as they stepped inside, Dong Lei and Chen Shui immediately greeted them, along with a group of war god soldiers who all shouted respectfully.
How long has Yi Tang been detained? Su Ming asked with a gloomy expression. It's been 2 days already, tomorrow is the last day. Dong Lei asked with a solemn expression. Weren't you there at the time? If the three of you had joined forces, along with the thousands of war god soldiers here, would Li Qingyun have dared to make a move? Would he have been able to come down the mountain? The anger in Su Ming's eyes made Dong Lei and Chen Shui dare not look him in the eye. Dong Lei lowered his head and said guiltily, "We went to investigate the Blood Fiend Hall at the time. If we had been there, we would never have let Brother Yi be captured. Please punish me, Prince Su." Dong Lei. Chen Shui knelt down with a thud.
"Alright, this has nothing to do with you. Where is Li Qingyun now? I'll break his hand the way I told him to. I'll make him beg for mercy on his knees the way I told him to kidnap Yi Tang." Su Ming's voice wasn't loud, but the killing intent in his tone was chilling. Dong Lei and Chen Shui trembled slightly. Others might not know, but as the Azure Dragon war gods, they had been by Su Ming's side for so many years. He knew all too well how terrible the consequences of angering Su Ming could be. It's best if Li Qingyun didn't do anything. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. We found out after Li Qingyun kidnapped Brother Yi, he went to the Wan family. We don't know if he's conspiring with them.
Dong Lei said in a deep voice. One family? Are you sure?
Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified.
Could Li Qingyun's actions be related to the Wan family? Just then, the phone rang.
Su Ming took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Wan Shireen.
Answer the phone. Su Ming shouted in a dark and sharp tone, speak.
Wan Shireen was stunned for a moment, then said in a deep voice, why are you so angry? Are you on fire? You caused this trouble yourself, and I kindly called to remind you, why are you taking it out on me? Sensing the violence and impatience in Su Ming's tone, Wan Shireen immediately became angry as well. Su Ming has caused quite a stir outside, even a big shot like Duan Xingyue called her personally. Before she could even blame Su Ming for dragging her down, Su Ming started yelling at her. I told you to speak, just say what you have to say. Su Ming was impatient and didn't want to listen to a single word of his rambling. Fine, you have no skill but a big temper. I can't afford to mess with you. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were the number one in Zhengzhou with your attitude. There's no one you can't afford to offend. Well then, I'll just tell you directly, someone asked me to warn you that you went to Dezhou and got into big trouble. The royal family is after you. I don't know how many lives you have left. I don't know how you've survived until today, but you'd better take care of yourself. This might be our last conversation. Wan Shireen said with a cold laugh.
Is that all? Is there anything else?
Su Ming asked with a gloomy expression.
He hasn't heard what he wants to hear yet.
Wan Shireen sneered. What else do you want to hear? You don't want me to help you, do you? Let me tell you, no way. I can't afford to offend any of the big shots you've messed with. Besides, I can't even protect myself. Since you're capable of causing trouble, take responsibility for it yourself and don't drag others down with you. You can be a loser, but at least live like a man.
That's right.
At this point, Wan Shireen paused, then said in a deep voice, there's one more thing. That man who's always by your side, I think his name is Yi Tang or something, was brought to my Wan family. I didn't want to bring this up, but whatever you're up to, you'd better not drag me into it.
If you're going to die, die somewhere far away.
After saying that, Wan Shireen slammed down the phone. Su Ming gripped his phone, his face so dark it looked like it could drip water. Dong Lei and Chen Shui both looked at Su Ming with surprise and doubt.
Dong Lei asked cautiously, Prince Su, what's going on? Do we need to set off immediately to rescue him?
No need, you all stay here and wait. I'll go to the Wan family alone. I'll bring Yi Tang back. Su Ming stood up, his face full of murderous intent.
Upon hearing this, Dong Lei Chuanxue became nervous.
Prince Su, are you going alone? The Li Qingyun is no pushover, and he's so cunning. He won't be easy to deal with, plus, he's at the Divine Power Realm. Why don't we go with you?
The two asked nervously. Divine Power Realm?
Su Ming sneered, even if he were a great Luo celestial venerable, I would still cut him down. After saying that, Su Ming strode away from the villa, got back into his car, and headed towards the Wan family's residence.
Dong Lei and Chen Shui looked at each other, their expressions complicated. Dong Lei frowned and said, King Su might not let us go because he's worried that the war god army will make a big fuss and attract attention. Why don't we find some people to go and help? Even if it's useless, it can still deliver messages in a timely manner. You're right. Chuanxue nodded in agreement.
So the two of them started making phone calls to contact people.
It's fine if I don't make the call.
The fight caused a sensation throughout the top echelons of Zhengzhou, including the local bigwigs. Anyone who knew Su Ming's identity was shaken. The king of Kyushu's right-hand men have been kidnapped. The king of Kyushu is going to rescue him all by himself. This is outrageous.
In an instant, people started pulling strings and offering support.
The same event stirred up a huge wave and caused a sensation throughout the Central Plains. At the Wan family home, Li Qingyun leaned back on the sofa, making a phone call with a relaxed and carefree expression.
Hey, Celestial Dragon, I've done about 80% of what you needed to do. Just one last step.
How are you going to thank me? So you blood fiend palace are making a mountain out of a molehill. You sent people to rescue us time and time again, but we didn't see a single hair. On the contrary, when I take action, it's simple and decisive. They couldn't even handle a mere Central Plains cloud mist manner. Sometimes, martial arts skills alone aren't enough, you also need to use your brain. Li Qingyun crossed his legs, his face full of smugness and self-satisfaction. On the phone, Long Tianzuan's deep voice chuckled, "You, a prodigy from the 10 Seas, have proven your strength to Ali was right about you, you've truly broadened my horizons this time. Rest assured, I will keep every promise I made if you can bring Suda back. I will allow you to join the Blood Fiend Hall. All the resources of the Blood Fiend Hall will be shared with you. I guarantee you'll be the first and youngest to reach the pinnacle of the divine power realm then. What will the 10 Seas land and the powerful clans of the outside world be but yours to call the shots?" Dragon Celestial Venerable said with an appreciative smile. "I'm relieved to hear that." Li Qingyun was beaming with joy. The first person in history to reach the peak of the divine power realm, and with the potential to break through the divine power realm, what an honor that is. He will make history. Just thinking about it made him so excited that he couldn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Don't be careless, things are still far from settled. You haven't even seen Suda's men yet, have you? According to our investigation, Cloud Mist Manor isn't as simple as it seems. The Soul Venerable and the Fiend Venerable sent by the Blood Fiend Palace haven't replied at all. You'd better be cautious. Dragon Venerable warned. Don't worry, leave the rest to me, just wait to greet me at the Blood Fiend Palace. Li Qingyun said with a confident smile. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Li Qingyun had just finished speaking and hung up the phone. He looked up and asked sharply, "Who was that?" "Young Master Li, there's someone outside named Su Ming looking for you. He wants to see you." The servant replied. "Su Ming, who's that?" Li Qingyun frowned, feeling that the name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a moment. He shouted impatiently, "Let him up here." "Yes." 806, Chapter 806. Thank you for giving me face. "Oh, it's you, kid. I thought it was someone else. It's you, the good-for-nothing Qin Ke dumped." Su Ming went up to Wan Jia's office. Li Qingyun spotted Su Ming at a glance and immediately recognized him. He leaned back in his boss's chair with a mocking and sarcastic expression, completely disregarding Su Ming. He sneered, "What, are you regretting being jilted by Qin Ke? So you finally understand, Qin Ke was a woman you can't reach. If you miss out on someone like her, you'll never have a chance to turn things around? So you came to me begging me, wanting me to act as a go-between for you?" Li Qingyun grinned, wanting to see how Su Ming would kneel and beg him. After all, in his eyes, this kind of person isn't even trash. He's just a grasshopper at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Su Ming's gaze was icy as he stared at Li Qingyun and slowly said, "I'll give you 3 minutes to release Yi Tang, and I'll spare your life, otherwise, your corpse will be lying here today." Ha 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 ha. Li Qingyun burst into laughter, as if he had been struck by a funny punchline. He stood up abruptly, walked up to Su Ming with a smile, patted Su Ming on the shoulder, and said with a contemptuous laugh, "Kid, do you even know who I am? Do you even know where you are? Yi Tang, you know her, what's your relationship with her? You dare ask me for my people? I've never seen anyone as bold as you in my entire life. Ignorant people really have nothing to fear." Li Qingyun was completely amused. Su Ming shook his head, his expression completely unchanged. "Weren't you looking for me? You don't even know what my relationship with Yi Tang is, and you dared to kidnap him. I am the master of Cloud Mist Manor. Release him within 3 minutes, and I don't want to repeat myself." "So you are the owner of Cloud Mist Manor?" Li Qingyun's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, but more so with amusement. "Everyone says the owner of Cloud Mist Manor is so powerful, but it turns out to be a piece of trash like you. You want me to release the people? Fine, kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me, then hand over Cloud Mist Manor to me, and I'll release them." Li Qingyun had a smug smile on his face. "Kneel before me." Su Ming flew into a rage, his murderous aura erupting instantly, and he threw a punch directly at Li Qingyun's head. Boom! The entire office's glass windows were shattered by the deafening noise, and the glass pieces fell to the ground with a loud crackling sound. Court deaf. Seeing Su Ming make a move, Li Qingyun was not afraid at all. In fact, he was waiting for Su Ming to make a move so that he would have a reason to teach this arrogant good-for-nothing a lesson. He immediately raised his fist and punched Su Ming. The 2 fists collided in mid-air. Bang! Li Qingyun was sent flying backward, his body crashing into the wall behind him, creating a deep crater and cracks in the wall.
Wow!
Li Qingyun opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood.
He looked up at Su Ming in utter shock. How could this kid be so capable?
Not only was he sent flying and coughing up blood, but Su Ming stood still without even swaying.
How is that even possible? Li Qingyun's pupils trembled instantly. What happened?
Hearing the noise below the building, Wan Shirin was shocked and hurriedly rushed upstairs.
The Wan family reported, "Miss Wan, your ex-husband Su Ming just arrived and went straight upstairs to find young Master Li. It seems they've already started fighting." What?
Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped.
Is that kid crazy? He'll be beaten to death by Li Qingyun?
Wan Shirin felt like she was about to faint.
This is insane. Su Ming must be crazy.
They had only just finished the phone call, and now they were coming to Li Qingyun's door to die.
Li Qingyun didn't go looking for him. Shouldn't he have quickly found a place to hide? Is he really tired of living?
That phone call wasn't meant to send Su Ming to his doom. It was a warning to Su Ming about the serious trouble he'd gotten into, and that he should be smart and hide.
Who would have thought it would end like this? The glass was shattered. If Li Qingyun were to make a move, how badly would Su Ming die?
It's one thing for Su Ming to die, but please don't let him die in the Wan family.
The Shin family treasures Su Ming. If Su Ming dies here, wouldn't Shin Luoyun fight her to the death?
She didn't want to go head-to-head with the Shin family, who were currently the #1 medical practitioners in Kyushu. Wan Shirin was extremely anxious and rushed upstairs. Sweating profusely, he rushed to the office door and saw Su Ming walking step by step toward Li Qingyun, whose face was ashen, as black as the bottom of a pot, and whose eyes were filled with murderous intent.
Stop!
Wan Shirin shouted sharply. But Su Mingli ignored him and walked straight toward Li Qingyun.
I told you to stop right there.
Wan Shirin rushed forward, blocking Su Ming's path, and angrily shouted at him, "Are you crazy? If you want to die, can't you go somewhere else to die?" Then, in a panic, she said to Li Qingyun, "Young Master Li, this kid is an idiot. It's not what you think. Please, for my sake, spare his life." Li Qingyun's face was dark, and he gritted his teeth. Upon hearing this, his pupils dilated in shock.
Spare this brat's life? He does want to.
Now Su Ming wants him dead. His nerves were on edge. He had never faced such terrifying pressure before, and his back was completely soaked with sweat. If Wan Shirin had arrived even half a step later, he wouldn't know how to handle it.
The difference in strength is simply unimaginable. Who exactly is this guy? Is he a monster? Is he merely the owner of Cloud Mist Manor? Impossible. How could such a powerful person emerge from a mere Cloud Mist Manor?
Li Qingyun was unable to make a sound. His entire body was stiff. He's starting to regret it now. Why did he have to provoke such a monster?
Get out of the way.
Su Ming gave Wan Shirin a cold shout.
Why are you moving aside?
Wan Shirin turned around, glared angrily at Su Ming, and shouted sternly, "If you're still a man, if you still remember we were married, then get out of here right now. Haven't you dragged me down enough? Are you only satisfied when you've killed me? I'm begging young Master Li to let you go right now. Can't you use your blockhead brain?" Wan Shirin said in a fit of exasperation. Su Ming glanced at Wan Shirin with a gloomy look and said in a deep voice, "Fine, you won't let me, huh? I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve." He raised his head, his icy gaze fixed on Li Qingyun. "This is your last chance. If I don't see you by tomorrow evening, you will be gone from the 9 provinces and your Li family will not escape death." After saying that, Su Ming turned and left the scene. Li Qingyun felt a tremor in his heart, as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast.
My body hair almost stood on end. They could only watch Su Ming leave without moving. You're insane. Is saving face really that important? He barely escaped death and still dares to make threats?
Wan Shirin was almost dizzy. She turned around, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said gratefully to Li Qingyun, "Young Master Li, thank you for giving me face and letting this kid go."
Of course.
Li Qingyun nodded calmly with a stern face.
Thanks.
Wan Shirin was extremely grateful.
807, Chapter 807. Half of the big shots from Kyushu have arrived. But who exactly is that kid? Lee Ching-yun was still shaken by Su Ming's attack just now. He had to find out exactly who Su Ming was and what his background was. He would never allow such a threatening enemy to exist within the 9 provinces, as it would ruin his plans sooner or later. He must eliminate the threat completely. However, Wan Shirin knew very little about Su Ming's affairs, and her impression of him was still based on their marriage 3 years ago. After all, that was the only time she and Su Ming spent every day together. But since the divorce, although she occasionally sees him, it always makes her furious, and she can't be bothered to care what Su Ming is doing. Wan Shirin shook her head. He's just a good-for-nothing. He's probably still resentful because Miss Qin publicly rejected him, so he's come here to ask for favors. Young Masterly, don't worry, I will definitely not let him bother you again for my sake. Please let him go. This kind of ant isn't worth your time. Wan Shirin said helplessly. What is Lee Ching-yun's identity? Compared to Su Ming, he's worlds apart. Su Ming lacks self-awareness, but Lee Ching-yun couldn't possibly be oblivious. It would be embarrassing to go up against Su Ming. Lee Ching-yun's gaze was cold and indifferent. If only it were that simple. Su Ming's warning should not be underestimated. He grinned coldly and said, "Of course I won't hold it against him. How about this? Didn't you want me to give him an explanation? Tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, you help me invite him to Baiyang Mountain in Zhengzhou, and I'll explain things to him." No, young Masterly, are you really going to cut ties with that kind of person? Wan Shirin was shocked. Didn't you just say you wouldn't hold it against me? You don't understand. I am giving him a chance. Don't worry, I won't kill him, Lee Ching-yun said with a grin. I see, I understand now, I'll tell him. Wan Shirin suddenly realized what was going on, nodded in agreement, and turned to leave. Lee Ching-yun's plan was to make Su Ming face reality so he wouldn't bother her anymore. It's all thanks to me that Lee Ching-yun was willing to give me this opportunity. Otherwise, just the fact that he offended young Masterly would mean Su Ming could forget about ever working in Zhengzhou again. After leaving the office, Wan Shirin immediately called Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming had already returned to Cloud Mist Manor. Explain. Su Ming answered the phone. Can't you be a little nicer to me? I've been pleading for you all this time. Thanks to my efforts, young Masterly is too lazy to bother with you. In fact, he's willing to give you a chance to go to the top of Baiyang Mountain tomorrow. Prepare some gifts, and when you get there, apologize to young Masterly properly. That'll be the end of it. That's all I can do for you. Wan Shirin said in a deep voice. Hopefully, Su Ming will be smarter. Being hunted by the royal family and causing such a huge mess, she has done everything she could. Even if Duan Xingyue calls again, she will have an explanation. Sure. Tell him to wait, but whatever you do, don't let him run away. Su Ming sneered and hung up the phone. What's wrong? Wan Shirin rolled her eyes. How could she not speak clearly? She was asking Su Ming to apologize, but her attitude made it sound like Lee Ching-yun was asking Su Ming to apologize. This guy is crazy. Wan Shirin put down her phone in frustration, too lazy to care anymore. She did her best. However, just as she put down her phone, 2 high-ranking members of the Wan family rushed over from behind, panting and sweating profusely, and said to Wan Shirin, President Wan, something has happened. A lot of big shots have suddenly come from Zhengzhou, and they specifically asked to see you by name. Among them are members of the Kyushu Jinyang Chamber of Commerce, and some other big shots whose names I don't know, but they are all top figures who are very famous in Kyushu. What, you mean the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce? Is it the Golden Sun Chamber of Commerce, which is ranked among the top 50 globally and the top 10 in Kyushu? Wan Shirin stared in astonishment. That's right. The 2 executives were wiping away sweat, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so flustered. I'm coming right away. Wan Shirin hurriedly left the house. The Jinyang Chamber of Commerce is world-renowned, and countless entrepreneurs and top business elites are eager to cooperate with it. Joining the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce would bring abundant resources, propelling them to the forefront of the world and ensuring a worry-free future for generations to come. Moreover, and most importantly, only by joining such a globally renowned Chamber of Commerce can one be qualified to step onto a higher stage.
Otherwise, without a powerful backer, even if the Wan family were thriving in Zhengzhou, they wouldn't be able to leave Zhengzhou.
This is the same reason why she needed the Black Gold Merchant Alliance's introduction to enter Zhengzhou. Could it be that the influence of her Wan family has reached such a height that even the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce is extending an olive branch to her? With a heart full of trepidation,
Wan Shirin prepared many gifts and drove to the most luxurious banquet hall in Zhengzhou, where she found her room. Carrying gifts, they pushed open the door and entered. Suddenly, I saw that the room was full of people, more than a dozen in total, and an overwhelming sense of pressure rushed over me.
Wan Shirin's face turned several shades paler in an instant, as if several mountains were pressing down on her.
She entered the room, placed the gift on the ground, and bowed to everyone with a smile. My daughter, Wan Shirin, from the Wan family, greets the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce and all the distinguished guests.
All right, sit down.
The leader, a middle-aged man in a black suit, exuding an imposing and domineering aura, spoke without a smile.
Yes.
Wan Shirin sat down properly. The man stared intently at Wan Shirin and said, "We've come to see you today because we have something to tell you."
Is it coming? Has she already qualified to join the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce? This is exactly the same as the recognition the Black Gold Alliance gave her back then.
Her heart was pounding with excitement. "We are informing you that your Wanja group is under complete lockdown starting today. You are not permitted to sell any Wanja products on the market. Besides, the Wanja group is hereby dissolved.
This is an enforcement order.
If you do not comply, we will notify the law enforcement teams inside and outside Zhengzhou to shut down your Wan family and carry out a complete cleanup."
The middle-aged man had a sharp expression and a booming voice. What?
Wan Shirin seemed to hear a thunderclap, and stood up abruptly, looking at the other person with disbelief. My whole body was trembling, and I wondered if I had misheard. However, the middle-aged man stood up and said coldly, "That's right, you heard me correctly. This execution order was jointly signed by more than a dozen top figures present here. If you don't know them, let me introduce them to you.
This is the commander of the Kyushu Border Naval Forces. This is the chief of the border transport checkpoints. This gentleman is the audit manager of the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. This."
In front of Wan Shirin, the middle-aged man introduced more than a dozen top figures from various industries and departments in Kyushu.
These bigwigs all signed a petition to ban Wanja.
These people were all there because of the sensation caused by Yi Tang's kidnapping by Li Qingyun tonight, and some were notified by Dong Lei and Chen Shui by phone. At this moment, all the top figures in half of Kyushu have gathered in this room.
Oh my God.
Wan Shirin felt dizzy and fell to the ground instantly.
808, Chapter 808 King of the Nine Provinces, have you heard of him? I want to know what happened.
Why is there a complete ban on my Wan family? The problem with the 7th grade pills last time has already been resolved, hasn't it? And there are also the powerful and influential families outside the secular world, the Qin family and the Li family, who will stand up for me as witnesses. You should have all heard of the powerful and influential families outside the secular world, the Qin family and the Li family, right?
Young Master Li is currently in the Wan family headquarters office. Do you even dare to offend him?
Wan Shirin looked up excitedly at the group of top figures and asked. Li Qingyun, what a joke, you really think he's your backer? After doing something like this, it's uncertain whether he can even protect himself. You'd better be smart. After the Wan family is blacklisted, you'd better sever ties with the Li family as soon as possible. Otherwise, a complete blacklist is the least of your worries. You can't even imagine the consequences.
Your Wan family has only 3 days to disband. You'll see. Don't force our departments to take action themselves.
The middle-aged man sneered, then left the scene with the others.
Why is this happening?
Wan Shirin sat on the ground, stunned and unable to recover for a long time.
What did Li Qingyun do that would lead to the Wan family being blacklisted?
I thought he was a lucky star, but he turned out to be a jinx.
Could it be because of Yi Tang?
Thinking of this, Wan Shirin shuddered. When Li Qingyun arrived at the Wan family, this was the only thing he did.
But isn't Yi Tang just a scoundrel who hangs out with Su Ming? Could someone like that alarm half of the heads of various departments in Kyushu? Could it be that Yi Tang has some extraordinary identity?
Thinking of this, Wan Shirin hurriedly took out her phone and called Li Qingyun.
At Wanjia headquarters, Li Qingyun answered the phone. Hello? Young Master Li.
Wan Shirin's voice was filled with extreme distress as she gritted her teeth and said, I just received a joint blacklist order from the heads of various departments across Kyushu. They say it's because of you. What exactly did you do? Can you tell me? Let me die knowing the truth.
Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun smirked. Really, Miss Wan, you weren't acting like this when you took my prescription. You believe everything they say? Are you questioning me now? I'm not afraid to tell you, even without your Wan family, there's the Li family, the Wang family. With my status, countless people would beg to curry favor with me. It's a great honor for you that I've settled in your Wan family instead of being grateful. You're here making trouble. Do you think that's meaningful?
Li Qingyun sneered. But I don't know what you're doing. You said you had something to deal with, but you didn't tell me.
Wan Shirin said anxiously. Do you have the right to know? Li Qingyun sneered, but then said, here's what we'll do, bring that kid to Baiyang Mountain to see me on time tomorrow. After tomorrow, you'll know what I'm up to.
Don't worry, with my help, Li Qingyun, your Wan family will have countless opportunities to rise to prominence. You'll be overjoyed then, so what's the rush? After Li Qingyun finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Wan Shirin was completely dumbfounded. Li Qingyun refused to talk, and she couldn't do anything about it now. She could only take it one step at a time. The next day, Wan Shirin called Su Ming and asked him to go to Baiyang Mountain. Meanwhile, other figures from various parties also heard the news and began converging on Baiyang Mountain. Apart from the war god army led by Dong Leichuanshui, who were preparing to provide support to Su Ming. Also present were Fu Tianhe, the head of the Fu family, who had come all the way from Dizhou, as well as Qin Ku and Su Ziyun.
Qin Ku and Su Ziyun didn't say it.
However, Fu Tian had discovered Su Ming's identity through the other scions of prominent families present. Upon learning that his son had been seriously injured by an unknown figure from Zhengzhou, Fu Tianhe was enraged and immediately led his men to attack Zhengzhou. Su Ming must pay for his crimes in blood. If he seriously injures his son, Su Ming will pay with his life. Meanwhile, on Baiyang Mountain, Li Qingyun contacted the evil Heavenly Venerable and the wicked Heavenly Venerable who had come to support him from the Blood Fiend Palace overnight. In an instant, the winds of war gathered, and murderous intent from all directions converged on Baiyang Mountain. Wan Shirin drove with a gloomy and unpleasant expression, unaware of just how terrifying Baiyang Mountain, which they were about to reach, truly was. I thought they were just taking Su Ming over to apologize to Li Qingyun. In the car, she said to Su Ming with a cold face, I don't care why you went up to find Li Qingyun before, and I'm too lazy to argue with you about that matter.
I just want to tell you that even I have been implicated by you.
If you're smart, and still a normal person, this time you should properly apologize to Li Qingyun. If he wants you to kowtow, you should kowtow. If he wants you to apologize, you should apologize. Please, just behave yourself. Wan Shirin was truly exhausted. She didn't know when it started, but the Wan family had been plagued by misfortunes. They finally managed to turn their lives around by selling top-grade pills, but they hadn't even had time to be happy for 2 days. The successive blows came like a raging storm. She has no idea what kind of trouble she has caused.
Who did I offend? Why did all this happen to me? And all of this seems to be inextricably linked to Su Ming. If Su Ming hadn't followed her to Zhengzhou, she felt her luck wouldn't have turned out so bad. Su Ming remained expressionless, his cold gaze fixed on the direction of Baiyang Mountain. He sneered, do you really think Li Qingyun can save you? Can he solve the problems of your Wan family? Why don't you understand even now how much disaster he has brought you? If it wasn't him, it could be you?
Wan Shirin turned her head and glared at Su Ming angrily. He's from a prestigious, secluded family, the eldest son of the Li family of the 10 Seas. The title of Qingyun prodigy is something you can never even dream of. What makes you think you can compare to him? Wan Shirin gritted her teeth. I know you're not convinced, but what have you ever given me? We were married for 3 years. I even hope you caused me some trouble because I don't want the man I spend my life with to be a loser, a mediocre person. Do you understand? Wan Shirin spoke sharply, finally uttering the words that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time. It's not that I didn't give you a chance. I really hoped you could be extraordinary, but you disappointed me time and time again. shook her head as she finished speaking, then continued driving, too lazy to even glance at Su Ming again.
So you finally said it? Su Ming exhaled and sneered, then what kind of person do you think is worthy of you, someone like Li Qingyun? The king of the 9 provinces, have you ever heard of him?
Wan Shirin gritted her teeth, wanting Su Ming to see reality clearly.
Only a unique, one-of-a-kind man is worthy of me. Can you do that? Do you even have a chance in your lifetime?
After Wan Shirin finished speaking, she fell silent completely.
She thought that Su Ming should finally face reality now. 809, Chapter 809 is already a dead man.
Wan Shirin drove the car to the foot of the mountain and was about to drive it up the mountain. However, they were stopped by the people Li Qingyun had arranged at the foot of the mountain. Miss Wan, young Master Li has ordered that this young man can go up the mountain alone. You can stay here or go back. Wan Shirin stopped the car, turned to Su Ming and said, remember what I said, if you cause trouble again, don't blame me for not forgiving you.
Then you just wait and see what happens.
Su Ming opened the car door, got out, and walked up the mountain. Wan Shirin parked her car on the side of the road and waited. Actually, she couldn't understand why Li Qingyun would call Su Ming up the mountain just for an apology. Could it be that Li Qingyun wanted to take this opportunity to teach Su Ming a lesson? If that's the case, it's actually good to let Su Ming suffer a bit, so that he won't dare to be arrogant and cause trouble everywhere in the future. However, we also hope that Li Qingyun will show mercy. Su Ming is guilty, but his crime does not warrant death. These are things she can't control anymore. A short while later, 2 more cars drove up. The people who arrived were Fu Jia, Qin Ku, and Su Ziyun.
Miss Qin.
Upon seeing Qin Ku, Su Ziyun, and Wan Shirin, they hurriedly stood up to greet them. Su Ziyun turned her head and glanced at the car before opening the door and getting out.
Aren't you going up?
Qin Ku asked, puzzled. I can't be bothered to watch that kid's going to die anyway, whether it's a horrible death or a peaceful one, I don't care. Have you ever seen anyone watch how an ant dies?
Su Ziyun said dismissively.
All right. Qin Ku was helpless. She still wanted to go up the mountain. If she can save Su Ming's life this time, the Qin family's debt to Su Ming's father will be paid off, and she can completely sever ties with Su Ming.
So Qin Ku and the Fu family headed towards the top of Baiyang Mountain. Su Ziyun then sat down next to Wan Shirin. How's it going? Have you settled things with the Wan family? Su Ziyun asked with a smile.
Thanks to Miss Qin and Miss Su's help, the matter of the pills has been resolved. However, at this point, Wan Shirin sighed helplessly. However, we don't know who we've offended, but bigwigs from all over the 9 provinces have personally come down to launch a complete blockade against my Wan family. We only have 3 days. If we can't find a solution by then, my Wan family will probably have no choice but to retreat to Yun City.
Such a thing is true. What kind of person could alarm the heads of various departments across half of Kyushu? Su Ziyun was also shocked and asked. To achieve this level of influence, unless the entire Su family came down to Zhongzhou, she really didn't know how many people in the 9 provinces could have such a great influence. I'll call and ask for you, Su Ziyun said in a deep voice. Real? Wan Shirin was overjoyed and looked at Su Ziyun with anticipation and gratitude. Su Ziyun didn't actually want to help Wan Shirin, she just wanted to find out who the amazing big shot behind her was. A phone call was made back to the Su family father in Zhohui Mountain. Meanwhile, half of the bigwigs from Kyushu gathered in Zhongzhou. We await news from Dong Lei and Chun Shui. If anything happens to the king of Kyushu or Yitang, then no one on Baiyang Mountain will be able to leave Zhongzhou alive. At the top of Baiyang Mountain, Li Qingyun, along with Xie Tianzuan and Evil Tianzuan, stood facing the wind. Li Qingyun has 1 foot on Yitang. Yitang's hands were tied behind her back, her face was covered in blood, and she couldn't move an inch at Li Qingyun's feet. Young Master Li, have you got this straight? You think we need to team up with just the 3 of us for some greenhorn? Wouldn't that make us a laughingstock? The evil celestial venerable said in a deep voice. Li Qingyun sneered, I didn't take him seriously at first, but that kid is really strange. He almost seriously injured me with 1 blow. No ordinary person. I must kill him today. I will not allow someone who threatens me to exist in this world. Li Qingyun's face was extremely gloomy.
Really, young Master Li, you're at least at the second stage of the divine power realm, right? There's someone you can't even stop?
Upon hearing this, both celestial beings were also shaken. You'll know when you see them.
As they spoke, Su Ming had already climbed the hillside and arrived at the grassy area at the summit. The two were separated by 100 meters, and the wind howled, instantly turning the atmosphere cold and tense.
Hey kid, come here.
Li Qingyun pointed at Su Ming and waved. Su Ming slowly walked up to the three people, the distance between them now reduced to 50 meters. Su Ming's gaze slowly swept over the three of them. So you're all here after all. It wasn't for nothing that I gave you a day. Don't waste any more time. Release Yi Tang, and all three of you attack together. Let's finish this quickly.
Ha!
Before Li Qingyun could even speak, the two celestial venerables behind him burst into laughter. They could also sense that there was no energy fluctuation at all from Su Ming. He immediately felt contempt for Su Ming. Unexpectedly, the person Li Qingyun asked them to join forces to deal with was just an ordinary mortal.
What an arrogant brat, you probably don't even know who I am, do you? Have you heard of the Blood Fiend Palace, and have you heard of the evil heavenly venerable of the Blood Fiend Palace? The 12 heavenly venerables of the Blood Fiend Palace are filled with malevolent spirits, evil demons, dragon kings, and rampant monsters. Any one of them could unleash a bloodbath. Even 1,000 of you ants wouldn't be enough for us to kill. I think you're just a frog in a well, completely ignorant of how big this world really is. Xia Tianzuan's face was fierce and grotesque as he glared menacingly at Su Ming. Enough with the nonsense. I've already kicked the heads of 3 of you 3 venerables under my feet like footballs. You re the 4th. Su Ming gave a sinister smile. Court death. Enraged, Xia Tianzuan roared and leaped into the air like a bat, swooping down on Su Ming.
A surge of powerful energy swept through the air as the evil heavenly venerable's hands emerged from his black robe, like eagle claws and iron hooks, reaching out to grab Su Ming's face.
That kid is already dead.
The evil celestial venerable stood beside Li Qingyun watching the show, and at this moment he grinned sarcastically. This kind of person, I don't know what kind of pieces the evil celestial venerable will tear to pieces.
Boom! Su Ming threw a punch at Xia Tianzuan.
Both of their hands collided with Su Ming's fist. Click click click. The sound of bones cracking kept ringing out. The 2 claw-like hands of the evil celestial venerable were directly deformed and twisted, with bones breaking inch by inch.
Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed across the entire summit of Baiyang Mountain. This?
The evil celestial venerable and Li Qingyun were nearly scared out of their wits. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost, and his eyeballs almost popped out.
How is that possible? He's gone mad, he must be hallucinating.
They had never seen anything so terrifying in their lives. That's the evil heavenly venerable, one of the 12 heavenly venerables. His supernatural powers have reached the 5th level, and he practices the evil arts of the Blood Fiend Palace, making him unimaginably strong. Li Qingyun trembled all over when the wind blew. He felt a chill in his crotch and felt so scared that he almost peed himself.
810, Chapter 810. So you're the one who wants to call off the engagement? What was that sound?
Fu Tianhe and Qin Ke, who were driving up the mountain, both heard screams coming from the top of the mountain. It was horrifying and chilling.
Qin Ke's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Su Ming has already fallen victim to the Blood Fiend Hall's poisonous scheme?
Qin Ke couldn't help but say, Master Fu, to tell you the truth, it's not just you who wants his life, the Blood Fiend Hall wants his life too.
What?
Fu Tianhe was shocked and jerked the steering wheel, almost causing the car to plunge down the mountain. Gritting his teeth, his face grim, he said with a mixture of shock and rage, No, that brat must die by my hand today. Only then will I have an explanation for my son. After saying that, Fu Tianhe slammed on the gas pedal, and the car shot up the mountain like a sharp sword.
It's too late. Qin Ke sighed helplessly.
If the people of the Blood Fiend Hall really wanted Su Ming dead, Su Ming wouldn't even have a chance to struggle.
She couldn't even imagine the terrible state Su Ming was in. If possible, she also wanted to save Su Ming's life. But now it seems we're too late again.
Qin Ke was in a heavy mood, preoccupied with many worries. In that short time, the car had already reached the top of the mountain. Fu Tianhe slammed on the brakes, and the two of them got out of the car and were immediately stunned. The two of them stood there dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. On the lawn ahead, the two heavenly venerables of the Blood Fiend Palace lay on the ground like dead dogs, their flesh mangled and bloody, already dead. Li Qingyun knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly, and kept kowtowing to Su Ming, begging for mercy. "Big brother, no, boss, please spare my life, I'll never do it again, please let me go. I really didn't know who you were, I was blind, if I had known you had this ability, I wouldn't have dared to do it even if you gave me 10 lives. Tears and snot streamed down Li Qingyun's face, he was completely broken down and knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging his head against the floor. However, Su Ming remained unmoved, his entire being like a sturdy pine tree in a storm, a sharp blade. He walked step by step toward Li Qingyun, his face full of murderous intent. "Weren't you looking for me? Didn't you want to switch places with me? Aren't you the pride of the 10 Seas land? Where has your arrogance gone?" Su Ming stepped forward, reached out, grabbed Li Qingyun's hair, and lifted Li Qingyun up. Li Qingyun's eyes widened instantly. "Could it be that you are the owner of Cloud Mist Manor? Could it be that you are the one who captured Su De? That's impossible. Even if you are the owner of Cloud Mist Manor, you don't have the ability to capture Su De." Li Qingyun felt like his head was about to explode. "You idiot!" Lying on the ground, Yi Tang, with dried blood at the corner of her mouth, cursed viciously, "He is the king of the 9 provinces you're looking for. You don't even know who my master is, yet you dare to be so insolent. It's a miracle you're still alive." "What?" Li Qingyun completely gave in this time. Even with Su Ming twisting her hair, her legs dangled on the ground like pretzel ropes. It wasn't just Li Qingyun who was shocked. Qin Ku and Fu Tianhe, who arrived from behind, had their mouths agape, wide enough to fit 2 eggs. Qin Ku, in particular, was as if struck by lightning, her mind in complete chaos, the world spinning around her. His childhood betrothal, the abandoned son of the Su family, the worthless brat humiliated by Su Ziyun, is actually the now famous king of the 9 provinces. And yet, he actually thought of breaking off his engagement with such a peerless genius. She also felt that Su Ming was not good enough for her. OMG. Qin Ku's small mouth was agape, unable to describe her feelings. Thinking back on what she had done recently, she wanted to slap herself twice. With Su Ming's status, position, and abilities, why would he need her help? Fu Tianhe, standing to the side, stiffened and mechanically turned his head, staring blankly at Qin Ku and asking, "Miss Qin, the Su Ming who hit my son, it couldn't be him, could it? His name is Su Ming." Qin Ku said blankly. "Ah." Fu Tianhe went berserk on the spot. Is the person he wants to take revenge on such a powerful figure? What's going on? He almost fainted. "Yi Tang, how did he treat you?" Su Ming turned to Yi Tang and asked. "Prince Su, I can forgive the other physical pain, but it seems he fed me a bottle of poison called the heart-eating pill in 3 days, all the poisons will devour my heart." Yi Tang's face was ashen as she spoke forcefully. Yes. Coming to his senses, Li Qingyun hurriedly and frantically said to Su Ming, "King Su, I did indeed give him poison. You can't kill me. If you kill me, there will be no antidote. Let me go back, and when I return to the Li family, I will definitely bring back the antidote and present it to you with both hands to repay your kindness in sparing my life. Please, I'm still useful." Li Qingyun pleaded in terror. A man as ruthless as him knows very well that if a person loses their value, they are doomed. So as long as it's still useful, it won't die. Su Ming smiled darkly. "Heart-eating pill, that's child's plaything. From the moment you touched Yi Tang, you were already a dead man." After saying that, Su Ming punched Li Qingyun in the stomach. Boom! Li Qingyun's internal energy and internal organs were completely shattered, and he was blasted dozens of meters away, flying off the cliff at the top of Baiyang Mountain, which is hundreds of meters high. "Don't want." All that could be heard was Li Qingyun's heart-wrenching scream, and then there was complete silence. At this moment, Su Ming had already decided to kill and had made his move. He knew very well that even if someone at the divine power realm fell off a cliff, they wouldn't necessarily die because of the internal energy protecting them. However, if Li Qingyun's internal energy is shattered and he has no protection, then when he falls, he will be smashed to pieces just like an ordinary person. Su Ming then turned around and untied the ropes binding Yi Tang's hands and feet.
Thank you, Prince Su.
Yi Tang struggled to her feet and said gratefully.
Winter thunder, spring snow. Su Ming turned around and called out.
Winter thunder and spring snow, who had been lying in ambush in the woods around the mountaintop, immediately led the war god army out. Even though Su Ming was at a disadvantage today, fighting against 3 opponents at once. These 3, surrounded by the god of war army, were also doomed to die.
Arrive! Winter thunder and spring snow jogged up.
Send Yi Tang back to Cloud Mist Manor and ask me to prepare some medicinal herbs for him. I will personally detoxify him. I will send the prescription to your phone. Su Ming said in a deep voice.
Yes.
The 2 men helped Yi Tang down the mountain with the war god army.
Qin Ku and Fu Tianhe were once again shocked by the scene. Now there was absolutely no doubt about Su Ming's identity. Moreover, with layers of traps and deadly intent at every turn, Li Qingyun and the people of the Blood Fiend Hall are destined to die today. Fortunately, they arrived a step too late, otherwise their fate would probably have been the same as these 3. What do you 2 want now? Su Ming's gaze fell on Qin Ku and Fu Tianhe.
Fu Tianhe trembled with fear and almost knelt on the ground, completely losing any thought of revenge.
The 2 dared not speak.
Su Ming stared at Qin Ku. I know what you're up to. You want to break off the engagement, right? I already said I agreed. You don't believe me. I'll call your Qin family right now and tell them that I'm canceling that verbal agreement with you, Qin Ku, a worthless marriage.
No, I won't return it.
Qin Ku's body trembled, and she hurriedly shook her head.
811, Chapter 811. Is it worth it for someone like that? Not going to refund? Su Ming frowned and gave a cold laugh. Although it's just a verbal agreement, you can't just back out whenever you want, or not back out whenever you want. How can you, Miss Qin, have the final say? You're quite the big shot.
You must withdraw, and I will personally go to the Qin family and withdraw in front of your father. Let's see who dares to disagree. Upon hearing this, Qin Ku was so frightened that her heart sank.
If father were to handle these matters, things would be disastrous.
She'll probably never be able to step out of the Qin family's house again. Qin Ku's face turned pale instantly, her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground.
And what about you? Su Ming's cold gaze fell on Fu Tianhe.
Fu Tianhe was completely stunned. Being stared at by Su Ming felt like being scrutinized by the Grim Reaper.
How could he dare to speak?
This means he came to seek revenge on Su Ming.
Wouldn't his head be smashed to pieces on the spot? Fu Tianhe's lips trembled as he stammered, "2 came to see if you, king of the 9 provinces, need any support." "Yes, I came to support you." However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Ku said weakly, "He is Fu Tianhe, the head of the Fu family, who came to avenge his son Fu Long. He is the young master from a prominent family who was severely injured by you, Prince Su, in Dizhou." Puff! Qin Ku's finishing blow almost made Fu Tianhe spit out a mouthful of blood. She turned her head and glared fiercely at Qin Ku, wishing she could strangle him.
This woman, she had no hope of getting anywhere, but she still dragged him down with her.
Fu Tianhe was so frightened that he knelt on the ground on the spot, and said to Su Ming with a face full of fear, "King of the 9 provinces, King Su, I was blind. My son is arrogant and domineering, and he is utterly wicked. King Su, you have done a good job in disciplining him. I was not here, but if I had been here, I would have applauded and cheered. He deserved to be killed. If he survived, it's because Prince Su was merciful. From this day forward, the Fu family is willing to serve the war god army. We beg Prince Su for mercy." After saying that, Fu Tianhe knelt on the ground again and kowtowed to Su Ming several times. Su Ming didn't even bother to look at it. Waste!
With a cold shout, Su Ming ignored the 2 and headed straight down the mountain.
Fu Tianhe collapsed to the ground, glaring fiercely at Qin Ku, and roared, "You're so vicious, you wanted to kill me?" Qin Ku gave Fu Tianhe a cold look. "Am I wrong? Didn't you come here to avenge your son? Did I stop you? Now that you've encountered a powerful figure, you're afraid to take revenge? Is that all the cowardice you have?"
Qin Ku snorted coldly, got up and ignored Fu Tianhe, and followed him down the mountain. She was filled with regret and didn't expect Fu Tianhe to give her a kind look at all. Chinko, don't think that just because you're a member of the Qin family I won't dare to touch you.
Fu Tianhe was so angry he was practically incapacitated.
At the foot of the mountain, Wan Shirin and Su Ziyun waited. They all thought it would be Li Qingyun, or the Blood Fiend Hall, or Fu Tianhe, so Chinka came down first. But after waiting for a long time, when I turned around, I saw Su Ming slowly walking down the mountain path. This immediately shocked the two of them. They never dreamed that it would be Su Ming who came down. Wan Shirin is alright, she only has a superficial understanding of things. When Su Ming came down, the most people would assume was that Su Ming had apologized and been let down the mountain by Li Qingyun. But Su Ziyun knew very well that Su Ming's trip up the mountain was a death sentence.
Now that she could only see Su Ming and no one else, how could she not be surprised? You're still alive? Su Ziyun came towards him and stood in front of Su Ming. Nerve! Su Ming didn't even bother to glance at Su Ziyun. Stop! Seeing Su Ming's indifferent attitude, Su Ziyun was immediately enraged and coldly retorted, although I don't know what happened, you're not alive because you're capable. You're just lucky to have met Chinko. Chinko would definitely do anything to save your life, right? Hearing this, Su Ming turned around and frowned, you're saying that woman went up the mountain to protect me? Otherwise, I don't know what good fortune you accumulated in your past life to be able to snag a wonderful woman like Chinko. She came out here with only one purpose, to save your dog's life. No, it shouldn't be called your good fortune. It's the good fortune left to you by your old man, Su Lingkong. Your father, Su Lingkong, saved her father's life, and she still remembers it to this day. She even keeps that arranged marriage in mind. So many young masters from noble families line up to pursue her, but she doesn't accept any of them. But you wouldn't understand even if I told you you're destined to be with her but not to be together right now. You're probably still gloating, thinking you're lucky to have escaped death. Su Ziyun kept talking and told the whole story. Wan Shirin listened in a daze, finally figuring out the whole situation. No wonder she said that even if Su Ming had one or two outstanding qualities, he was still worlds apart from a rich young lady like Qin Ku. How could he possibly be engaged to Qin Ku? It turns out that all of this was the good fortune accumulated for Su Ming by the previous generation. Are you done talking? Su Ming snorted coldly. You can leave now that you've finished talking. Although they knew everything, it didn't affect them much, so they prepared to leave. Su Ziyun was almost furious. So, people like you are destined to be worthless. Knowing that Chinko did so much for you, you didn't even say thank you. You are a disgrace to our Su family. Let me tell you another secret. You are indeed from our Su family of Zhouhui Mountain. This should be the highest status you ever achieve in your life. I just spoke with my dad, and he asked me to bring you back to the Su family home. Are you going or not? Give me an answer. Su Ziyun asked arrogantly. I'm not going, get out. Su Ming was extremely impatient. He shouted coldly and left the scene. Asshole. Su Ziyun stomped her feet in anger. She had never seen such an ungrateful person before. She was absolutely furious. This idiot, he doesn't think it is. Should I beg him? My father's willingness to see him is his greatest opportunity. If he misses this chance, he can forget about ever benefiting from the Su family again. Wan Shirin slowly walked out, shaking her head and saying, Miss Su, don't be angry, that's just the kind of person he is. I am used to it. I wonder why young Master Li hasn't come down yet. She turned around and looked at him with a puzzled expression. After Su Ming apologized and came down, Li Qingyun should come down too. At that moment, another figure stepped down. It was none other than Qin Ku. Ake, are you alright? Su Ziyun also turned around to greet her. Was it you who stepped in and risked everything to save that kid's life? Protecting someone like that must have come at a high price, right? Mentioning this, Su Ziyun's contempt for Su Ming reached its peak. Me, protect him? Chinko, looking pale and disheartened, looked up and glanced at Su Ziyun with surprise and suspicion. Now she understands and is certain that, despite being a member of the Su family, Su Ziyun doesn't even know Su Ming's identity. I almost ruined her life. Chinko shook her head and said, never mind, I'm going to Cloud Mist Manor next, and then I'll go back to the Qin family. Let's part ways here, don't follow me. What? Su Ziyun was shocked. It was the first time she had ever seen Chinko's face look so pale. Is it really necessary to pay an unbearable price to save Su Ming? Is it worth it for someone like that? Su Ziyan asked in shock. 812, Chapter 812 Going Mad. After parting ways with Su Ziyun, Qinku arrived at Cloud Mist Manor alone. She still has a sliver of a chance to turn things around. That means finding the owner of Cloud Mist Manor and asking him to put in a good word for me. This means that Su Ming can be won back, and the engagement can be salvaged. He wouldn't risk incurring his father's wrath by returning to the Qin family. Upon entering Cloud Mist Manor, Qinku was shocked to find that the entire manor hall was filled with people. Qinku glanced at the group from left to right, and was shocked to see a series of familiar faces. Aren't these all top leaders in various industries across Kyushu? Oh my god. Qinku felt a chill run down his spine. The big shots of half of Kyushu have all gathered here. Are these people also here to ask the owner of Yunwu Manor to take charge? Qinku didn't dare to be presumptuous. She slowly walked over, found a seat, and waited quietly. On the second floor, Su Ming used the 13 ghost needles to force the heart-eating poison out of Yi Tang's body little by little through her meridians. The pitch-black venom almost filled a whole rice bowl. Finally, Su Ming put away the silver needles and exhaled. Dong Lei and Chun Shui, who had been anxiously guarding the door, rushed forward and asked worriedly, "Prince Su, is Brother Yi alright?" Su Ming nodded. "It's alright now. The toxins in his body have been mostly cleared out. As for the others, just use the medicine I prescribed to brew and give it to him, and it will be completely eliminated." Very good. The two of them looked happy. Yi Tang also struggled to her feet and knelt down gratefully on the ground. "Thank you, Prince Su, for saving my life." Su Ming turned his head and frowned, saying, "But as the Azure Dragon War God, being captured and held hostage by others is somewhat shameful. It's a disgrace to me. But it's not your fault when you encounter people from powerful families outside the martial world. Each one of them is at least at the divine power realm. It's true that you can't handle them. The difference in strength is too great. How about this?" Su Ming took out a small jade bottle, placed it on the table, and said to Yi Tang, "This is called the 9-turn chi replenishing pill. Taking it should help you break through to the divine power realm. The three of you should share it, but don't take too much at once. Do what you can." Divine power realm? Thank you, Prince Su. Not only Yi Tang, but also Dong Lei and Chun Shui showed expressions of surprise. Only Su Ming could casually produce something like this. If this were taken outside, even those reclusive aristocratic families would probably fight tooth and nail to get it. By the way, King Su, a group of people have arrived. They are all heads of various departments in Kyushu, waiting to see you. Dong Lei reported to Su Ming. Okay, I'll go down now. Su Ming turned and went downstairs towards the lobby. After arriving in the lobby, almost as soon as Su Ming's figure appeared, almost everyone in the hall stood up at once. Then everyone bowed deeply and shouted to Su Ming, "Greetings, King of the 9 provinces." Qinku also jumped up, but when she saw that it was Su Ming, she almost fainted. Are these people waiting for Su Ming? Is Su Ming also the owner of Cloud Mist Manor? Oh my god. Qinku almost collapsed to the ground. But now she finally understood. No wonder they didn't see the Manor Lord when they came here. Su Ming had already been invited to the imperial state. No wonder Li Qingyun was able to take advantage of the situation and seriously injure Yi Tang. No wonder Su Ming was so angry after learning about this. Oh my god. Qinku realized how foolish she had been, knowing absolutely nothing about her fiancé. In Qinku's shocked gaze, after everyone paid their respects, they all rushed forward to inquire about Yi Tang's safety and well-being. Then they tried various ways to invite Su Ming to their place to take charge. It was clear that whoever could invite Su Ming would be honored and have their family shine. Now Qinku finally saw what it meant to be unparalleled in the world, and just how influential Su Ming was. Alright, don't worry about me anymore. I have other things to do. Just go back the way you came. Su Ming glanced at Qinku and then dismissed everyone else. Upon learning that Yi Tang was unharmed, everyone respectfully dispersed. Su Ming then walked up to Qinku. Qinku was completely numb. "Su, King Su!" she shouted, her face flushed.
Su Ming said calmly, since you're already here, stay at Cloud Mist Manor tonight. I'll go to your Qin family with you tomorrow.
Ah? Qin Ko looked disappointed. Is there absolutely no chance now? A group of leaders from the 9 provinces arrived outside Cloud Mist Manor. A subordinate ran up to them and asked, Gentlemen, should we continue the blockade against the Wan family of Central Province? And I just learned that Wan Shireen of the Wan family is apparently the ex-wife of the king of Kyushu, but they're already divorced. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of shock. The man in black at the head of the group, who was also the president of the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce, said with a shocked expression, I never expected that the president of the Wan family would be Su Wang's ex-wife. We almost made a huge mistake. Let's lift the ban right away. What are we waiting for? That's right. What would happen if we angered Prince Su? And immediately send a notification to the Wan family, informing them that they have passed the review of my Jinyang Chamber of Commerce and inviting her to join. The president was covered in sweat. The others chimed in, yes, I'll also invest in the Wan family. Pass on my orders immediately. In an instant, half of the bigwigs in Kyushu changed their attitude and offered assistance to the Wan family, extending olive branches. Wan Jia headquarters. Wan Shireen's phone was ringing off the hook. What, I passed the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce's review? What, the head of customs wants to invest in my Wan family and cooperate with me? Ah? One phone call after another kept coming in. One shocking piece of news after another almost made Wan Shireen's mind explode. I've never encountered such a surprise before. It was an overwhelming windfall, arriving in a deluge and instantly enveloping every household. It almost overwhelmed her, and she went crazy. My God, what on earth is going on? After receiving the call, Wan Shireen was completely stunned, and she even tore her beautiful hair into a mess. Just the day before, these bigwigs were trying to blacklist me and the entire Wan family. How could things have changed so quickly? Is this the basis of fortune and misfortune? After regaining her senses, Wan Shireen immediately relayed the news to everyone in the Wan family. Instantly, the entire Wan family was in an uproar. Luo Hongxia and Wan Jinshan practically rolled over and found Wan Shireen. Daughter, what exactly is going on? Didn't you say before that our Wan family was facing a great calamity? How did we suddenly receive so much aid? This is insane. Wan Shireen had calmed down by now. Holding her phone, she said blankly, I think this matter might be related to Su Ziyun, the eldest daughter of the Su family. During the day, Miss Su personally told me in front of me that she would call the Su family to inquire about it. I never imagined the Su family had such great influence. My goodness, Miss Su, you are truly a great benefactor to the Wan family. Wan Shireen said blankly. What are you waiting for? Quickly call Miss Su to thank her. Luo Hongxia was trembling with excitement, almost unable to control herself. Wan Shireen picked up her phone, unable to contain her joy, and dialed Su Ziyun's number. 813, Chapter 813 Meeting in Qingyun Town. Miss Su, thank you so much. I never expected you to actually keep your word and help the Wan family solve such a big problem. I really don't know how to thank you. Wan Shireen was so excited that she couldn't control her voice. If it weren't for Su Ziyun's intervention. Faced with a blockade by half the bigwigs of Kyushu, she never imagined that her Wan family still had even the slightest chance of survival. What? Su Ziyun looked completely bewildered. She did call her father at noon, but only asked a few questions and didn't do anything specific. Moreover, the Su family would never care about the life or death of a small family in Zhangzhou. Wan Shireen's words of thanks left her quite puzzled. Wan Shireen immediately told Su Ziyun about removing the blacklist from all the leaders of Kyushu and also about providing substantial financial assistance to the Wan family. Su Ziyun was completely stunned after hearing this. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Who could do such a thing? Could it have such a big impact? How much would it take to influence half of Kyushu's leaders to change their decisions? Actually, she was just being polite with Wan Shireen at noon and had no intention of helping at all. After all, Wan Shireen and she were not related. Unexpectedly, such a big turn of events occurred. But besides the Su family, who else can change the situation? Could it be that his father really did secretly lend a helping hand to the Wan family? Su Ziyun was completely bewildered. "Hello, Miss Su, are you still there?" Wan Shireen asked in surprise. "Yes, it's nothing, just a small matter, a phone call, don't worry about it," Su Ziyun said, feigning calmness. "Although it's unclear, it's unlikely that anyone other than myself can influence these leaders of Kyushu." "Just a phone call?" Wan Shireen was so shocked that her mouth was agape. As expected, Su Ziyun has reached a level that is beyond her comprehension. Wan Shireen was overjoyed. "Miss Su, I really don't know how to repay your kindness. Where are you? I'll come find you and thank you in person." Su Ziyun was silent for a moment, then grinned and said, "Well then, I'm returning to the Su family tomorrow. If you really want to express your gratitude, come with me to Sister Su's place. Go and thank my father in person. That's the only way to show your sincerity. After all, it wasn't me who actually helped." "Okay, thank you, Miss Sui will definitely arrive on time tomorrow." Wan Shireen happily hung up the phone. "How did it go, daughter? Did Miss Su really help us?" Luo Hongxia asked impatiently. "Right." Wan Shireen smiled broadly, "And Miss Su even invited me to go to the Su family with her. My God, this is an incredible opportunity to rise to the top. I, Wan Chongshan, never imagined in my lifetime that I would have the chance to come into contact with such a prestigious family from the 9 provinces. Daughter, this is an extremely rare opportunity. You must prepare well and perform exceptionally well. Even just a single word of praise from the Su family would be an unparalleled honor for us." Wan Jinshan was so excited that his whole body was trembling. "I understand, Dad, I'll go get ready." The entire Wan family was immersed in a feeling of surprise and joy, as if they had won the lottery. On the other side, at the Zhengzhou Hotel, Su Ziyun slowly put down her phone with a cold look in her eyes, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. "Su Ming, let's see how you turn things around this time." She invited Wan Shireen for only one purpose, to let the entire Su family see what kind of aunt Su Ming was. They are not worthy of setting foot in the Su family. From now on, I will completely sever ties with people like Su Ming. The Su family is destined to be an existence that Su Ming can only look up to. The next day, at the entrance of Yunwu Mountain Villa, Winter Thunder, Spring Snow, and Yi Tang escorted Su Ming to the outside of the manor. "Prince Su, do you want us to go with you?" Yi Tang inquired. After all, the place Su Ming is going to next is the highlight of the entire Kyushu, which can also be called the upper world. Those are the real top figures in the Kyushu pyramid. Every aristocratic family is capable of influencing the Geju overall situation/structure of the 9 provinces. They were all somewhat worried that Su Ming would go alone. "No." Su Ming shook his head. "I'm just going through the motions and to inquire about my father. You all stay here and keep an eye on the Blood Fiend Hall's movements. Let me know if there's any news. During this time, you should quickly break through to the Divine Power Realm with the pills I give you. I guarantee you will be able to enter the Divine Power Realm within a month." Su Ming spoke calmly. Shin Ke, who was listening from the side, was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. "Oh my God! Breaking through to the Divine Power Realm in just 1 month?" If someone else had said those words, she would have thought it was the biggest joke in the world. But coming from Su Ming's mouth, it seems like nothing is impossible. It should be understood that martial arts are 3 parts effort and 7 parts talent. Some people may achieve in a month what others do in a lifetime. Forget about the Winter Thunder and Spring Snow. Looking at Yi Tang, who is already quite old, at least 40 or 50, and still hasn't reached the Divine Power Realm, it means his talent is quite average. But can we force a breakthrough like this? Shin Ke was speechless. "Take care, Prince Su." Yi Tang and the others watched as Su Ming got into the car and drove away down the mountain. As the car arrived at the gate of Zhengzhou City and was about to leave the city, another car suddenly sped out. It was Su Ziyun. Wan Shireen was also sitting in the car. Su Ziyun slammed on the brakes, blocking Shin Ke's car, and peered out to see Su Ming sitting inside as well. Su Ziyun immediately shook her head. "Shin Ke, I thought you were just joking. I didn't expect you to be serious. You really want to take this boy back to the Qin family and fulfill the marriage agreement, putting aside how ridiculous it is for you to marry someone like this. Do you think the Qin family would agree to this? I never dreamed you could be this stupid, but you'll soon come to your senses, and I'll show you just what kind of trash this kid you've taken a liking to really is. See you in Qingyun town. After saying that, Su Ziyun stepped on the gas, and the car sped forward. Neuropathy. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Qinke said with a grim expression, Prince Su, don't take it to heart, that's just her personality, and besides, she doesn't know your identity. Does she even know she's a lunatic? Su Ming didn't bother with it. Qinke gave a helpless bitter smile and could only continue driving. Qingyun Mountain, the Qin family. My sister is coming back, the rest of you are coming with me to Qinshan town to pick her up. In the Qin family compound, a handsome young man shouted and led his men out the door. Once in the car, the young man checked his phone, frowned, and exclaimed in surprise, What, she brought her fiancé back with her? Everyone, come with me to Qinshan town for a banquet. I want to see what kind of guy is worthy of my beautiful and talented sister. Qin Fifen's voice echoed through the main gate. They led a large group of people down Qingyun Mountain. 814, Chapter 814 Brother-in-law? Qinshan Town. Welcome, welcome, young Master Qin. At the entrance of a 5-star restaurant in Qinshan Town, a young man in a suit, with a fawning smile on his face, led a group of people who bowed and scraped as they lined up to welcome them. Qin Fifen opened the car door and got out. The young man immediately jogged up to greet him, chuckling, Young Master Qin, knowing you were coming down the mountain, I immediately brought people over to welcome you. I've booked the entire restaurant. You can eat, drink, and have fun however you like, for 3 days and 3 nights. Qin Fifen glanced coldly at the young man and sneered, I bet you know my sister is back. How can you be so persistent? What makes you worthy of my sister? It's not that I look down on you, but no matter how hard you try, you're never on the same level as my sister. The young man's name was Kong Fu, and he was the son of the first leader of Qinshan Town. Although it is just a small town, Qinshan Town is a place of hidden talents and great power, nestled against the mountains and by the water, and relying on these powerful families from the outlying lands. Kong Fu, at such a young age, has already reached the 3rd stage of the divine power realm. Kong Fu wasn't angry even after Qin Fifen gave him a good scolding. Because he knew very well that although he was the eldest young master in Qinshan Town, he was still far inferior to this young master of the Qin family. Not to mention compared to the Qin family. Kong Futian chuckled shamelessly, I'm working hard right now, and my martial arts strength has recently broken through in just 1 year. I've already reached the 4th stage of the divine power realm. Of course, I can't compare to young Master Qin. I heard that your strength has improved recently, and you've already reached the 8th level of the divine power realm. My God, the 8th level of the divine power realm. I don't know if I can catch up with young Master Qin in another 10 years. Kong Fu showered Qin Fifen with compliments, practically praising him to the skies. Alright, stop with that. It's no use trying to curry favor with me. To tell you the truth, I received word that my sister brought her fiancé back. You really don't have a single chance. Qin Fifen sneered and strode into the restaurant. What? Kong Fu froze on the spot, feeling as if all his strength had been drained away. He hurriedly followed Qin Fifen into the restaurant and asked in shock, Young Master Qin, are you kidding me? In this secluded place, how many people are worthy of Miss Qin? Qin Fifen chuckled jokingly, he's not from the outer realms, he seems to be from the central plains. Puff. Hearing this, Kong Fu nearly vomited blood in anger. Zhengzhou, what kind of talent could a place like Zhengzhou possibly have? People from that place are like ants in front of Mado. People like that even dare to dream of being worthy of Miss Qin? Men, prepare this place. If I send this brat here, he won't leave alive. I want him to see clearly that this vast world beyond compare is something that no number of central continents can match. You ants, how dare you compete with me? Kong Fu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He had wasted so much money and effort on Qinke, only to have such a scoundrel get there first. If Qinke were to marry someone like that, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep for the rest of his life. Qin Fifen glanced at it with a smile, but did not stop him, letting Kong Fu make the arrangements.
Anyway, he didn't have a good impression of the people from Zhengzhou. He might as well take this opportunity to let Kung Fu give them a hard time and make the kid back down. The town chief's residence of Qingshan Town. Chief Kong Baisui answered the phone. What? The king of Kyushu is coming to our Qingshan town, war god Yi, is what you're saying true? Yi Tang said in a deep voice over the phone, I'm just informing you, don't make a big deal out of it. Su Wang originally told me not to do anything, but I'm worried, so just keep an eye on things. Yi Tang gave her instructions. I understand. I will keep a close eye on Prince Su's movements. Kong Baisui wiped the sweat from his brow with trembling hands. The renowned leader of the war god army, the king whose might shakes the four seas, has arrived in Qingshan town. How could he not be nervous? After respectfully finishing his phone call with Yi Tang, Kong Baisui shouted towards the door, someone come here, find out which restaurant in Qingshan town the king of Kyushu is staying at. At this moment, Qin Ke, driving with Su Ming, had arrived at the entrance of Haoding restaurant in Qingshan town. Qin Ke opened the car door and got out, then looked at Su Ming and said, King Su, my brother said he'd wait for me here. Shall we go up and say hello to him? That won't be too late, will it? Since we're already here, a little longer won't make a difference. Su Ming stretched and got out of the car, then entered the restaurant with Qin Ke. We took the elevator up to the third-floor presidential suite. Qin Ke raised her hand and knocked on the door. Brother, I'm back. Come in. Qin Fifen's deep voice echoed in the room. Qin Ke pushed open the door and entered, only to see Qin Fifen sitting imposingly in the head seat, with Kung Fu sitting beside him, his delighted gaze fixed on Qin Ke. Upon seeing Su Ming beside Qin Ke, Kung Fu's eyes instantly turned gloomy and sharp. Kneel down. Without saying a word, Qin Fifen pointed at Su Ming and gave the order. Ha! Qin Ke was startled and stared at Qin Fifen in shock. Brother, what did you say? Qin Ke was utterly astonished. Qin Fifen grinned and sneered, it's nothing. It's the custom in Qingshan town when you arrive, you have to kowtow 3 times to the host. Besides, this kid is your fiancé, right, so I'm his brother-in-law. I can accept those 3 kowtows, can I? Brother, are you crazy? Qin Ke was so shocked she almost fainted. She hurriedly walked up to Qin Fifen and said in a deep voice, Brother, it's not what you think. He didn't come to marry Meihei's. Shut up. Qin Fifen glared at Qin Ke, his gaze icy, and said, you're already protecting him like this before you've even had a wedding ceremony. You don't even respect me, your brother. What will happen if he gets married to you? Does that mean you'll have to side with him even if it's just about half of the Qin family's assets? Don't say anything, leave the rest to me. If you have any complaints, go and tell your father yourself. Then Qin Fifen's sharp gaze fell on Su Ming, and he sneered, Kid, are you even a man? Don't make women plead for you. If you're a man, come and kneel down in front of me. Kung Fu watched the scene with a grin that almost reached his ears. Before he could even make a move, Qin Fifen had already done so. As expected, someone as proud and arrogant as Qin Fifen couldn't possibly remain calm upon learning that his sister was going to marry a good-for-nothing from Zhengzhou. This kid is probably going to be crippled or dead if he doesn't die today. Su Ming smiled and shook his head, then walked over and swaggered over to sit down at the table. If you won't let Qin Ke speak, then I am here to annul the engagement with your Qin family, not to complete the marriage. Brother-in-law, you want to be one, you're not qualified. Su Ming smiled and took a sip of the wine on the table. Presumptuous. Upon hearing this, Qin Fifen instantly flew into a rage, slamming his hand on the table with a loud crash. He stood up, and the aura of the 7th level of the divine power realm surged out, enveloping the entire restaurant room. The atmosphere suddenly became somber and cold, so oppressive it was terrifying. Qin Ke was dumbfounded. He looked at Qin Fifen in horror. He wasn't afraid that Qin Fifen would do anything to Su Ming. He was worried that if Qin Fifen made a move, he might get beaten to death by Su Ming right there. What a joke! Both Blood Fiend Palace Heavenly Venerables and Li Qingyun were completely dominated by Su Ming. If my brother dared to lay a finger on me, he'd probably die on the spot. Qin Ke was so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe, and her beautiful face turned deathly pale in an instant. 8:15, Chapter 8:15. He wants to die. Just as tensions were about to escalate between the two sides. The food is served. At the sound of a knock at the door, a waiter pushed the door open and brought all the dishes to the table.
Young Master Qin, please calm down. Kung Fu stood up, smiled meaningfully, and said something. Then he whispered in Qin Fifan's ear, Young Master Qin, this kid was brought by Miss Qin, and he's her fiancé. Even if you beat him to death now, it will only make Miss Qin turn against you and hold a grudge against you. Sit down first. I have plenty of ways to deal with him. I'll make him lose face and beg for mercy on his knees, so that Miss Qin can see his true colors. Isn't this more satisfying than punching him to death?
Hearing this, Qin Fifan's anger subsided by half. He gave Su Ming a cold look and sat down again. Kung Fu, with a mocking smile on his face, returned to his seat.
Actually, he mainly wanted to show off in front of Qin Ku. If Qin Fifan were to kill Su Ming so easily, wouldn't Su Ming have no chance to prove himself?
We booked this entire restaurant today, but it was all for nothing.
After sitting down, Kung Fu smiled obsequiously at Qin Ku and said, Miss Qin, please sit down. 2Ive ordered your favorite dishes.
Sit
down, what are you standing for? Qin Fifan glared at Qin Ku, extremely annoyed.
He was furious that his own sister was helping an outsider.
Kung Fu glanced at Su Ming and asked with a smile, I heard that Mr. Su is from Zhengzhou. May I ask what your background is, what your family is like, and what your educational background is? To make Miss Qin look at you with such admiration, you must be an outstanding student, right?
Kung Fu wanted to take this opportunity to mock Su Ming and also to find out Su Ming's true strength so he could decide how hard to hit him.
Regardless of Su Ming's identity,
a mere boy from Zhengzhou could not possibly be as good as any of them present. No matter their social status or family background, they are all people who are completely crushed by him.
If Su Ming dares to speak, he'll be humiliated. None of your business.
Unexpectedly, Su Ming didn't even glance at Kung Fu, and just gave a curt, indifferent remark.
You son of a bitch. Kung Fu was almost furious. Su Ming's stubborn and arrogant attitude almost drove him crazy. Where does this good-for-nothing from Zhengzhou get such confidence? Is it because of ignorance? Kung Fu gritted his teeth in anger, glaring fiercely at Su Ming. As far as I know, the most famous and influential person in Zhengzhou is the Zhengzhou medicine saint. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he has a good relationship with my Kong family. When he was traveling, he came to Qingshan town and stayed as a guest in our Kong family for quite some time. However, given your status, someone at the level of the medicine saint ancestor is already beyond your reach, isn't he?
Kung Fu was smug, wondering how Su Ming would handle the situation.
Idiot.
Su Ming had completely lost his patience. He stood up and said to Qin Ku in a deep voice, You said you were just coming up to say hello to your brother, and you've done that. If you're not leaving, I'm going to the Qin family's house by myself.
I'm leaving.
Qin Ku hurriedly stood up and prepared to leave with Su Ming.
Stop.
Kung Fu gritted his teeth, his anger about to erupt from his head.
Someone come here.
With a roar, Kung Fu threw the teacup in his hand to the ground, where it shattered with a crash.
Smash the cup as a signal.
A large crowd suddenly poured out of the doorway, blocking the entire entrance and the corridor, making it completely impassable. Young Master Qin is right. It's a waste of breath to even talk to a lowly ant like you. You're trash from Zhengzhou, yet you think you're so important. Kung Fu suddenly stood up, his face dark and twisted, full of ferocity. Being ignored by Su Ming time and again finally ignited his anger. He was too lazy to pretend anymore, and he didn't care about anything else today. Su Ming had to lie here. Young Master Qin, you should take Miss Qin and leave first, because what's about to happen will be very bloody. It's not good for Miss Qin to see such a bloody scene. Leave this good for nothing to me. Kung Fu said with a gloomy look in his eyes.
Okay.
Qin Fifan stepped forward, grabbed Qin Ku's arm, and led her outside.
King Su. Qin Ku looked back repeatedly in shock.
Su Ming remained unmoved and did not leave. He simply stood there with an icy expression.
Seeing that Su Ming didn't run away, Kung Fu sneered coldly, What, are you so scared that your legs are weak and you don't dare to move? So, if we don't teach you a lesson, you won't even know who you're dealing with.
Su Ming slowly turned around, his eyes landing on Kung Fu like lightning.
Qingshan Town, the Kong family. Although Qingshan Town is located in a remote area, it is still under the jurisdiction of Jingzhou, right? Your father works under Chen Kai, the leader of Jingzhou, isn't he?
Su Ming said with a murderous look on his face.
What? Kung Fu was startled and looked at Su Ming with surprise and suspicion. What the hell are you saying? Are you scared out of your wits? Kung Fu's shocked gaze flickered uncertainly. Brother, don't pull me, where are you taking me? Are you crazy? You won't even let me speak before you try to take me away. Do you know what you've done?
Qin Ke roared in anger, flung Qin Fifen's hand away, and her face turned red with rage.
I think you're the one who's crazy.
Qin Fifen pointed at Qin Ke's forehead and shouted, You went out for a while and your heart has become wild. You met a man and you're protecting him now. Have you forgotten where your home is?
You're being completely unreasonable. Do you even know who he is? He's the infamous king of the 9 provinces, the leader of a 1,000,000-strong army of war gods. He's not lying. He's here to annul the engagement. I've already offended her, and now you've pulled this stunt? Are you really afraid our Qin family won't die?
Qin Ke was furious. A quiet, well-mannered young lady suddenly became so angry that she yelled in the street.
The king of the 9 provinces?
Qin Fifen was also stunned for a moment. You understand now, what? He's someone you can't afford to mess with, let alone Kung Fu.
Qin Ke was furious. Come on.
Unexpectedly, Qin Fifen sneered disdainfully the next moment, even if you fabricate such an identity for him, I will not recognize him king of the 9 provinces. Does he even deserve it?
Come on, come back to the Qin family with me. Don't make me resort to violence, you're no match for me.
Qin Fifen snorted coldly, not believing Qin Ke's words at all, and forcibly dragged Qin Ke away.
OMG. Qin Ke almost fainted.
Meanwhile, at the Qingshan town chief's mansion. Within the Kong family compound. A servant, drenched in sweat, stumbled into the lobby, reporting, Master Kong, we've found out, the Grand Court Hotel, where the King of Kyushu is staying, has been booked entirely by the young master. Moreover, the young master is now leading men to surround the King of Kyushu and is about to launch an attack.
What?
Kong Baisui, who was sitting in the chair, trembled with fright and crushed the teacup in his hand.
Tea dripped down his wrist and onto his crotch.
He jumped to his feet, his expression one of utter despair, as if he had seen a ghost.
This beast, has he gone mad? Quick, get help, get to the hotel as fast as you can. He wants to die, you bastard. Kong Baisui's panicked and furious roar echoed throughout the entire commander's mansion. 816, Chapter 816. Are you sick?
Hurry up, haven't you eaten yet? Stomp the gas pedal like crazy. Screw the traffic lights, get through, if anything happens to the King of Kyushu, I'll break all your legs.
Kong Baisui sat in the car, roaring furiously.
At the same time, he turned his head and asked sharply, how many men did that rebellious son Kung Fu bring? The subordinate replied tremblingly, reporting to the master, the young master brought at least 300 men.
300 people? Kong Baisui almost fainted from fright. It would be one thing if it were 300 ordinary people.
But what kind of place is this? It's Qingshan town, a remote and secluded place. Everyone in his leader's mansion is at least at the heavenly profound realm.
Who can stop these 300 people?
Let alone the king of the 9 provinces, even if you randomly replaced him with a master of the divine power realm, he would probably be smashed into mincemeat. He couldn't imagine what would happen if something happened to Su Ming.
Enraging millions of war gods, what will become of Chief Kong Baisui's mansion? No. The entire town of Qingshan is likely to be flattened. Kong Baisui became increasingly alarmed and fearful as he thought about it. He frantically pulled out his phone and kept calling Kung Fu. Hello, the number you dialed is not being answered. Hello, the number you dialed.
Kong Baisui called his phone repeatedly, but Kung Fu on the other end didn't answer. It was as if he had disappeared.
He could only collapse onto the car seat, praying that nothing bad would happen. Inside the Grand Court Hotel. Boom. Boom. Boom.
The walls were blasted open with several large holes, and countless people lay sprawled on the ground, screaming and wailing incessantly. The entire scene was as horrifying as a hellish inferno.
The air was thick with the stench of blood.
No one in Kung Fu could withstand a single move from Su Ming. His aura was as terrifying as a landslide or a tsunami. Some of them couldn't even get within 10 meters of Su Ming before being forced to their knees by the terrifying aura. coughing up blood.
Kung Fu was stunned.
Standing frozen in the room, his hands and feet numb, he dared not move an inch, his eyes wide with terror as if he had seen a ghost.
Supernatural power realm? No.
I've never seen such a terrifying divine power realm expert. It may have already surpassed the divine power realm, and it may be the legendary Earth Immortal Profound realm.
Earth Immortal's mysterious mirror?
What a joke! In the hundreds of years of history of Kyushu, we've never heard of a master of this level.
With the Earth Immortal Mystic Mirror, one could slaughter the entire Green Mountain town repeatedly. Who exactly is this guy?
Kung Fu's sweat was already streaming down his face, almost forming a small river.
Kill. Awe-inspiring and powerful.
Su Ming alone killed hundreds of people at the scene, who were terrified and fled like stray dogs, scrambling and crawling. Some panicked and lost their way, falling directly from the corridor into the lobby from a height of 20 or 30 meters, making a loud thud everywhere.
One person is like 1,000 troops. No one dared to step forward anymore.
Su Ming then turned around, his gloomy, knife-like eyes landing on Kung Fu behind him.
Thump!
Kung Fu knelt straight on the ground, staring blankly at Su Ming, his pupils trembling. He was so frightened that he urinated, which flowed down his crotch and onto the ground.
He understands now.
It turns out that what Chinka said before was true. This guy is someone that he and Qin Fifan really can't afford to mess with. He no longer dared to ask Su Ming who he really was. All he could do was stand there, his lips trembling, and utter, "Spare me.
Go beg for mercy from the King of Hell."
Su Ming raised his hand and aimed it at Kung Fu's skull.
Don't want. Kung Fu was terrified and desperate, trembling like a rat.
Su Ming's hand had already been swung out and was about to fall.
Kung Fu was so frightened he almost fainted.
King of the 9 provinces, please show mercy. At the entrance of the private room, Kang Baisui rushed in like a madman, tumbling and crawling, and knelt down at the door, crawling in on his knees.
Prince Su, please have mercy.
I, Kang Baisui, only have this one son. I am already over 50. If he dies, my Kang family line will end. I beg you. Kang Baisui kept banging his head on the ground, kowtowing to Su Ming and begging for mercy, instantly causing his head to bleed profusely.
Bang!
Su Ming's hand fell, slapping Kung Fu so hard that he flew backward and crashed into the wall, leaving a large hole in it. Seeing this, Kang Baisui was filled with despair and almost fainted. It's over, it's over. He lived to be 100 years old, but had no descendants. The subordinate rushed over, checked Kung Fu's condition, and then turned back, sweating profusely, and said, "Master, the young master is not dead yet, he still has a breath left."
Ah! Kang Baisui finally snapped out of his despair and hurriedly said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take this beast to the hospital." Yes. Kang Baisui's men carried Kung Fu away. Su Ming glanced at it coldly but did not stop it.
Kang Baisui burst into tears of joy and kowtowed to Su Ming again. Thank you King Su, for sparing my life and leaving that rebellious son alive. Thank you, King of the 9 provinces."
Kang Baisui was on the verge of collapse.
In just half a day, his mental state was already on the verge of collapse and going crazy. When he arrived at the hotel and saw people lying on the ground, beaten up, he realized just how terrifying this king of Kyushu truly was. That slap just now almost drove him to despair. Su Ming gave Kang Baisui a cold look. "I know your resume perfectly well. I spared his life not to leave you any descendants. It's because you did a good job protecting Qingshan town. But your merits outweigh your faults. Your contributions have been wiped clean in my eyes. If there's a next time, you'll die too." After speaking, Su Ming's eyes were icy cold, and his aura was awe-inspiring.
Yes. Kang Baisui knelt on the ground, not daring to even lift his head.
Su Ming didn't even glance at Kang Baisui before striding away from the scene.
Everyone else knelt down and retreated, no one daring to breathe heavily. Qingshan Town Market. Su Ziyun standing in front of an antique stall with Wan Shirin. Su Ziyun answered a phone call. "What did you say? Are you telling the truth? You mean that kid offended Chief Kung Fu as soon as he arrived in Qingshan Town, and even got into a conflict with Qin Fifan? That kid." Su Ziyun grinned sarcastically.
Alright, I know looks like I don't need to lift a finger is already a dead man. That idiot who doesn't know his own limitations dared to come to the outer realm is lucky to be alive.
Su Ziyun hung up the phone with a cold laugh. Miss Su, what's wrong? Wan Shirin asked in surprise and doubt.
Your ex-husband, that kid Su Ming, as soon as he arrived here, he got into a fight with young Master Kong from the chief's mansion and Qin Fifan from the Qin family is probably dead by now.
Su Ziyun's face was full of sarcasm, as if she had finally gotten her revenge. This?
Wan Shirin was immediately shocked. She never expected Su Ming to be so audacious. But with that kid's temper, there's nothing he wouldn't do. It can only be said that they spun their own cocoon and got themselves into trouble. Wan Shirin sighed with regret. She could only feel sorry for him after all that fuss. That guy ended up like this. At least it existed in my memory, I can only slowly forget it later.
What are you two doing here?
Just then, Su Ming's voice rang out beside them.
Ah!
Su Ziyun and Wan Shirin were both startled when they turned around and saw Su Ming. They were so frightened that they almost jumped 3 feet high.
Su Ziyun's screams were so loud they seemed to pierce eardrums. You're not dead yet?
Su Ziyun's eyes widened in shock, as if she had seen a ghost. Are you crazy? You're cursing me to die in broad daylight on the street? Do you have a blood feud with me?
Su Ming glared angrily at Su Ziyun. 817, Chapter 817. Isn't this harming people? Su Ziyun was so shocked she almost fainted.
It's already a miracle that Su Ming managed to survive after offending the Blood Fiend Hall and the people of the Imperial State. At least he had Qin Kelebao.
But now, in this Qingshan town, who can protect Su Ming? This guy, is he really that lucky, he managed to escape death? How did you even survive? Did you abandon Qin Ku and run away? Are you even a man? At this point, Su Ziyun peeked behind Su Ming to make sure she didn't see Qin Ku.
This further confirms her idea.
Su Ming rolled his eyes and said irritably, "What's it to you? You haven't answered my question yet. Aren't you going back to the Su family? What are you doing here?" Su Ming looked at Su Ziyun and Wan Shirin with suspicion. That's none of your business. Su Ziyun sneered and left with Wan Shirin, entering the antique shop next door. Hey, how do I get to the Qin family's house? Su Ming called out and followed.
Qin Ku was taken away by Qin Fifan, and once he came out, he was immediately disoriented. After all, I've never been to the Qin family before. Yi Tang and the people from the War God Army were not with them, and now they even lost their route.
Su Ziyun walked into the antique shop, looked back, and saw Su Ming following her.
He couldn't help but sneer. This kid really did follow us. He dared to abandon Qin Ku when they were in danger. He doesn't even know who saved his life. Let's see how I deal with him. Wan Shirin shook her head. Miss Su, how about we forget about it? Let's hurry up and go to the Su family. Wan Shirin didn't want to waste any more time on these things. She wanted to hurry up and go to the Su family to express her gratitude, but she also needed to rush back to Zhongzhou. After all, the Wan family had received so much assistance, and there were still many things waiting for her to handle. There's absolutely no need to waste time on Su Ming.
No rush, no need to rush.
Su Ziyun's eyes lit up, and she said to the antique shop owner, "Bring out the most expensive item in your shop."
Ah. The shop owner looked at Su Ziyun in surprise.
Just take it. What, don't you recognize me, Su Ziyun? Have you ever heard of the Su family of Zhouhui Mountain?
Su Ziyun glared sharply. The Su family of Zhouhui Mountain?
Upon hearing the name, the shop owner was shocked. He hurriedly turned around and went behind the counter, then came out carrying a crystal-clear jade bottle. He handed it to Su Ziyun and said, "Miss Su, this is called a mutton-fat jade bottle. It's the most expensive item in my shop. It would sell for 30 million here, and at least 50 million at an auction house."
Okay, this is it.
Su Ziyun held it in her hand, weighed it in her hand, and grinned as she spoke. The boss was so frightened by Su Ziyun's actions that he almost lost his soul. They were afraid that Su Ziyun might accidentally drop it and break it.
Just then, Su Ming walked in. Su Ziyun feigned surprise and exclaimed, "No way, you're selling a jade bottle for such a high price, really?" Then he turned to look at Su Ming and said, "Didn't you want to know the way to the Qin family? Come on, help me check if this jade bottle is real or fake. If you're right, I'll tell you the way to the Qin family." Real? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. He has already sent a message to Yitang. Ask Yitang to check the route. However, it might take a while before Yitang finishes processing it and sends it back. Since he had nothing better to do, Su Ming stepped forward, glanced at the item, and asked, "How much?" "Not much, just 30 million. What do you think, is it worth it?" Su Ziyun asked with a smile. Su Ming glanced at it and shook his head, saying, "It looks somewhat real, but it's most likely fake. The real ones would have been sent to an auction house and collected long ago. How could they possibly appear in a place like this?" Su Ming didn't know much about these antiques, so he just made a casual remark. "I see." Su Ziyun feigned sudden realization, then pointed at the boss and angrily said, "You actually tried to cheat us with your weapons, how dare you?" After saying that, Su Ziyun smashed the mutton fat jade bottle in her hand to the ground with a bang, and it shattered into pieces. "You?" The shop owner was instantly dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at Su Ziyun. He only took out this most precious item after hearing that it was the eldest daughter of the Su family. Little did he expect that Su Ziyun would smash it in the blink of an eye. "What are you doing?" The shop owner was shocked and furious. "Help! Help! Help! Someone's vandalizing the shop!" The shop owner roared angrily. Boom! Suddenly, more than a dozen people surged out from the stairs and the main entrance. They were all guards and thugs of the antique shop, and each of them was a master at the peak of the King realm. A powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire antique shop. Wan Shirin was utterly shocked when she saw this scene. He looked around in shock, then turned to Su Ziyun. She had no idea what Su Ziyun was planning. "All of you, get down on these three bastards. This woman smashed my prized possession. If she doesn't pay for it today, she'll be dead." The shop owner, his face flushed and veins bulging, roared angrily. Immediately, more than a dozen experts at the King realm surrounded Su Ming and his companions. The powerful aura was like a mountain pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Wan Shirin's face had turned pale with fright, and she dared not move. But Su Ziyun remained calm, as if she had expected this situation. She pointed at Su Ming and said, "It was this Guy told me the things were fake, so I smashed them. If you want to find someone, find him." "I believed his nonsense. What do I, a woman, know? You should seek compensation from him. Moreover, he said that he doesn't care about the people of Qingshan town at all. In his eyes, they're all trash." Su Ziyun shifted all the blame onto Su Ming. Boom! This enraged everyone. Pairs of eyes filled with murderous intent were fixed on Su Ming, wishing they could tear him to pieces. Now, Su Ming, both Wan Shirin and Su Ziyun knew what Su Ziyun was planning. It's like using someone else to do your dirty work. This made him a target of public criticism. Su Ming turned his head and gave Su Ziyun a cold look. "You really wish I were dead, don't you? I didn't want to go to the Su family, but today I have to go there and settle things with you." Su Ziyun sneered disdainfully. "You'd better protect yourself first. A dozen or so experts at the King realm are more than enough to grind you to dust. Wan Shirin, let's go." After saying that, Su Ziyun pulled Wan Shirin and turned to leave. Upon reaching the entrance, two guards from the King's realm attempted to stop them. Su Ziyun raised her hand, unleashing her divine power realm aura, which forced the two guards to retreat repeatedly. Then, she quickly left the scene with Wan Shirin. Everyone was immediately shocked. That woman, is she at the divine power realm? At the scene, Su Ming was left alone to face the encirclement of more than a dozen experts at the King realm. "Miss Su, isn't this inappropriate? Isn't this harming someone?" Wan Shirin was pulled along by Su Ziyun for a long distance, almost out of the streets of Qingshan town, before turning her head to look at Su Ziyun in shock. Although she disliked and looked down on Su Ming. But she never does anything to harm others. Even when she first entered Zhengzhou, she was able to stop in time after knowing that her business would harm others. Su Ziyun's behavior has crossed her bottom line. Su Ziyun grinned and said, "Don't worry, those guys will at most beat that kid up, maybe cripple him at best. Besides, if he had the money, he wouldn't have been able to take that beating. I just don't like him, so I'm just teaching him a lesson. He thinks he's in Zhengzhou now that he's in Qingshan town. He even dares to swagger around like that. I'll show him what's what." Su Ziyun sneered disdainfully. "But..." Wan Shirin hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. Boom! Just then, 5 or 6 cars roared past, kicking up dust. Su Ziyun turned her head and glanced at him, then immediately showed a look of surprise. Is it someone from the Qin family? The one sitting in the head seat is the Qin family head, Qin Haotian, right? Why did he come down the mountain too? Could they be here to pick up Qin Ko? Su Ziyun was completely shocked. What shocked her even more was that the Qin family's car was heading towards the Qingshan town market. What exactly happened? 818, Chapter 818. Just treat me like your godson. The jade vase, 30 million, hand over the money and I'll let you go. The antique shop owner pointed at Su Ming and shouted angrily. Su Ziyun ran away with Wan Shirin. Only Su Ming was left. Now they can only settle accounts with Su Ming. Su Ming glanced at it, then shook his head. I didn't break the things, why should I compensate you? You bastard, aren't you in cahoots with those 2 women? Do you think we're blind? Don't you even know where you are? How dare you cause trouble here? This is your last chance, hand over the money, or I'll break your legs. The shop owner was furious. The other dozen or so experts at the King realm also gathered around. The realm of kings is far too far away. If it were a dozen or so emperor-level beings, he might be interested in taking action. These dozen or so people were no different from ordinary people in his eyes. Su Ming ignored him and was about to turn and leave. Pay me money, you fucking hear me? The shop owner rushed out angrily, grabbed the teapot from the table, and smashed it against Su Ming's head. Su Ming raised his hand to block the teapot, but tea and tea leaves spilled all over him, running down his shirt and jacket. You bastard, kneel down before me. The shop owner roared and kicked Su Ming in the groin again. Su Ming's eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. Boom! The powerful burst of energy sent the boss flying backward, crashing heavily onto the counter behind him. The counter was smashed, leaving a deep dent. The shop owner coughed up blood. Everyone present was immediately stunned, their eyes filled with shock. This kid has some nerve. Surrounded by so many experts, how dare they still make a move? Dare to fight back? The shop owner, still struggling to stay upright, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking up, he was both shocked and furious, pointing at Su Ming with murderous intent. What are you all standing there for? Kill him, whatever happens, I'll back you up. How dare someone like him act so arrogantly in my shop? Take his life. At the boss's roar, more than a dozen people surged forward, ready to attack. Stop. Just then, a deafening roar came from the entrance of the antique shop. Everyone was stunned and turned their heads. Qin Haotian, the head of the Qin family, led his men into the shop, his imposing aura enveloping the entire area. Qin Haotian glanced around first, then saw Su Ming standing among them, and noticed that Su Ming's clothes were soaked with tea. He was immediately shocked. My God! Nephew Su, are you alright? Qin Haotian looked alarmed and concerned. He quickly came up, took out a tissue, and wiped the tea off Su Ming's head. Su Ming calmly said, I'm fine, it's just that these guys want me to compensate them for their things, but I didn't smash them. The pawnshop owner was dumbfounded when he saw this. Qin Haotian, head of the Qin family. A peak expert in the divine power realm, the Qin family is a powerful and influential clan, known to everyone in the entire Qingshan town. This kid is actually Master Qin's nephew? Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Qin Haotian suddenly turned his head and roared, Who did this? Come out here. The pawnshop owner trembled with fear, scrambling to his feet in a panic. He stumbled and crawled to Qin Haotian's side, kneeling on the ground and stammering, Master Qin, I beg your forgiveness, I was blind. I didn't know this boy was your nephew. He smashed my jade bottle, and I was just about to make him pay for it. If I had known his identity, I wouldn't have dared to do it even if you gave me 10 lives. Smack! Smack! Qin Haotian slapped the shop owner twice across the face, angrily saying, How dare you touch a distinguished guest of the Qin family? I think you don't want to work here anymore. I'll immediately inform the antique shop owner to fire you, you piece of trash. No, Master Qin. The pawnshop owner was so frightened that he cried and begged for mercy, kowtowing repeatedly. Su Ming shook his head, looked up and said, Uncle Qin, let it go. He just didn't understand the situation. He was just fooled by that woman, Su Ziyun. Qin Haotian sighed helplessly, Nephew Su, you are just like your father, so kind and gentle. My trip here has not been in vain. Come on, let me take you to my Qin family home and give you a welcome feast. Okay. Su Ming nodded, turned around and got into the car. You're lucky, you piece of trash.
Qin Haotian kicked the pawnshop owner over, his long robes fluttering, his imposing aura soaring, and led his men back to the car.
The car started and sped away. Everyone was left standing there dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. On the bus.
Qin Haotian said with a look of shame, Nephew Su, it was my fault for making such a poor arrangement, causing you to suffer such injustice. Qin Fifan and his sister were also like that, not telling me anything. If I hadn't asked, I wouldn't have known you were here. I understand. I'll bring people down the mountain to pick you up right away. Qingshan town is a very chaotic place, and it's really not safe for you to be alone, but don't worry, I'll back you up from now on, and no one will dare to bully you.
Qin Haotian completely treated Su Ming as an ordinary person. You just mentioned my dad, you know him? Su Ming didn't care about anything else, but asked a question out of curiosity.
Of course I know him. Your dad saved my life. If he hadn't been there when that happened, I would have been dead long ago. We're like brothers. I've been trying to find out about you all these years. Now that I know Su Lingkong has a child, I can finally rest easy. Excuse my impertinence, but from now on you can be my godson. You can take anything from the Qin family as long as you ask.
Qin Hao said with great confidence. Su Ming grinned, we'll see.
Su Ming did not directly answer whether he agreed or disagreed.
Qin Haotian could only give an awkward smile. Alright then, let's go up the mountain first. By the way, you just mentioned Su Ziyun. And Su Ziyun also from your Su family? Is anyone there? Why did she tease you?
Su Ming slowly said, she thinks I'm not good enough for Qin Ke, nor am I good enough to return to the Su family, so she can't wait for me to disappear.
This girl. Qin Haotian was so angry that he blew his beard and glared.
We're all family, how could he have such thoughts? Su Huaigu really doesn't know how to raise his daughter. When I see him another day, I'll definitely give him a good talking to.
Qin Haotian snorted coldly.
Then he looked at Su Ming and said, but don't worry, now that you're here in the Qin family, treat this place as your own home. If you have any difficulties, just let me know. Given my relationship with your father, I will never treat you as an outsider.
Qin Haotian patted his chest and promised.
The car followed the mountain road and entered the renowned, secluded family, the Qin family.
Inside the Qin family manor on the hillside.
Little sister, just give up on that idea. That kid is miles behind us, probably been beaten into an idiot by Kung Fu by now.
You'll never see him again if you marry someone like that. Won't you be disgracing the Qin family?
Qin Fifan stood in the hall, hands on his hips, and arrogantly reprimanded Qin Ku. Besides, you could have found someone better than the 10 great prodigies of the outer realms or those young masters from aristocratic families. Why did you have to travel all this way to find some kind of arranged marriage? Luckily, I received the information and stopped you halfway.
Otherwise, if you bring this kind of person back, how many powerful families will laugh their heads off and mock our Qin family? Qin Fifan grew angrier as he spoke, wondering how his younger sister could be so naive and ignorant. Master is back. Just then, a loud shout rang out from outside.
Qin Fifan's face lit up with joy, and he was about to go out to tell his father about it, but when he saw the person getting out of the car, he was completely dumbfounded.
Su Ming swaggered out of the car, his cold eyes fixed on him. Qin Fifan was immediately stunned, his face blank. 819, Chapter 819 Climbing High. This kid's still alive? How is that possible? Qin Fifan's gaze instantly turned cold. Could it be that Kung Fu, with so many men, couldn't even take down a piece of trash from Zhengzhou?
As Qin Haotian led Su Ming into the hall, Qin Fifan immediately took out his phone and called Kung Fu.
A moment later, the call was answered. Just as Qin Fifan was about to ask, a strong, hoarse voice came from the phone. You're the eldest young master of the Qin family, right? My grandson was seriously injured. Do you know who did it? I found out that you were together this morning. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Fifan was taken aback. Who are you?
Young Master Qin, you really have a bad memory. I am Kong Tianqi, the patriarch of the Kong family and grandfather of Kung Fu.
Kong Tianqi said with a cold snort. Ancestor Kong? Qin Fifan was immediately shocked.
Kong Tianqi, also known as Ancestor Kong, reached the peak of the divine power realm 2 years ago. However, in order to pursue the earth immortal mystic mirror, he left to travel 2 years ago. It has been a long time since this ancestor has been seen in Qingshan town.
I never expected you to come back. Kang Tianqi asked in surprise. Ancestor, have you broken through?
More or less. Besides, I had more important things to do when I came back this time. I never expected to see my grandson beaten up like this. They're trying to cut off the Kang family line. Whoever it is, if you tell me, I will take their life.
If I, Kang Tianqi, want to kill someone, no one can save them.
Even through the phone, Kang Tianqi's voice carried a palpable murderous intent.
The Earth Immortal's mystic mirror, I never imagined that someone in the world would actually achieve it.
Qin Fifan was deeply shocked. They dared not be disrespectful in front of this patriarch in the slightest. He immediately said respectfully, Ancestor, I roughly know who it is, but it's not convenient to say right now. I'll go down to Qingshan town tomorrow and tell you in detail then.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
After saying that, Kang Tianqi hung up the phone.
Kid, you think you're still alive this time?
Qin Fifan turned his head to look in the direction of the hall, revealing a sinister smile.
The reason he didn't say it directly was that he wanted to find out the situation. Does this matter have anything to do with the Qin family? After all, his father had also gone down the mountain, and it was possible that his father had injured Kung Fu. After all, someone like Su Ming might not be able to do that.
With that thought in mind, Qin Fifan returned to the hall. Upon bringing Su Ming back, Qin Haotian was beaming with joy and immediately instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast. All sorts of delicacies were served.
Qin Haotian greeted Su Ming with exceptional enthusiasm.
Nephew Su, please start eating. Make yourself at home. Don't stand on ceremony.
Also, let me introduce you. This is Qin Fifan. He's a bit older than you. He'll be your older brother from now on.
This is Qin Kuve. Already met her, and I'm sure you understand the situation. Don't worry about your marriage. I will ensure it goes through no matter who objects. It's useless. Keeping my word has always been my principle as Qin Haotian.
Qin Haotian spoke emphatically at the dinner table.
Upon hearing this, Qin Ku blushed and lowered her head. If only Su Ming would marry her, but unfortunately, after learning Su Ming's true identity, she was well aware of the gap between them and knew that he probably wouldn't even look at her. Qin Fifan sneered but didn't say anything, only staring coldly at Su Ming.
Because he knew Su Ming wouldn't live much longer. What's the point of talking to a dead person?
Su Ming didn't take these words to heart. She simply looked up and calmly said, Actually, I've come here with only one question. Is my father really dead? If so, how did he die?
Click.
Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Qin Haotian's hand, which was holding food, froze in midair, and the rice bowl in his hand fell onto the table.
Qin Fifan flew into a rage and stood up abruptly. You brat, you really know how to rub salt in the wound. Keeping you here for dinner is already a blessing you earned in your past life, don't you know that? Shut up. Qin Haotian interrupted Qin Fifan with a sharp shout. Then, forcing an awkward smile, he nodded to Su Ming and said, I know this matter can't be kept from you sooner or later. As long as you're here, you'll find a way to figure it out. Eat first, and after you finish, I'll take you to see it, and you'll understand everything. Su Ming remained silent, no longer speaking, and had no appetite. The overall atmosphere was somewhat oppressive and quiet. After the meal, Qin Haotian took the initiative to invite Su Ming to set off. He drove around a mountain and arrived at a mountainside dozens of miles away. Qin Haotian led Su Ming through the mountain road, and Su Ming was shocked to see a tomb standing in front of him. Su Ming's eyes widened suddenly. He stepped forward and immediately saw the inscription on the tombstone. The tomb of brother Su Lingkong. Su Ming was shocked. My dad is really dead. I don't believe it. I want to see his body. Su Ming's memories of his childhood are almost blurry. He has even forgotten what his father looked like. Even looking at the body, he wants to remember what his father looked like. Qin Haotian walked up, patted Su Ming on the shoulder, and said something that shocked Su Ming. This is an empty tomb. What?
Su Ming suddenly turned his head.
Don't get agitated. Back then, your father was hunted down by the Blood Fiend Hall and ended up in the 10 Seas. After that, there was no news of him. I sent people to inquire and investigate, but even the highest-ranking War God Hall in the 10 Seas didn't know anything about your father, so it's very likely that he's dead. And in all these years, no one has ever mentioned the name Su Lingkong again.
Nephew Su, some things are difficult, But we have to accept them. At least your father made way for you. That's why I erected this empty grave, so I can come here often to remember him.
But if you don't accept, this tomb can be demolished at any time. Qin Haotian sighed helplessly. Then let's tear it down,
Su Ming said with an icy gaze.
He's not dead until we find his true whereabouts. What's the point of talking about a grave?
Su Ming said through gritted teeth. Although he knew Qin Haotian meant well, he couldn't accept the outcome before things were settled. Alright, then I'll bring people to demolish this empty tomb tomorrow. Let's go back first. UVE just arrived, so don't put too much pressure on yourself tomorrow. I'll have Qin Fifan and Qin Ke take you down the mountain to relax, Qin Haotian said comfortingly. The next day, Qin Fifan picked up Su Ming on time and took him down the mountain.
You really have a good dad. Kites paved such a wide road for you, and you're even able to climb up to the Qin family. Even I, Qin Fifan, have to be your driver. You should be secretly happy.
Qin Fifan drove his car, his face full of disdain and mockery. If we were to appoint Qin Fifan as our driver, we probably wouldn't find another person like him in the entire Fenghui region.
Brother, stop talking,
Qin Ke interrupted, glaring at Qin Fifan.
Am I wrong? His goal is simply to climb up the social ladder by marrying into our Qin family and get a free meal. Didn't you say he wanted to break off the engagement? Why didn't he say a word when we brought it up at dinner last night? Isn't it obvious what he's thinking? Qin Fifan sneered. I told you to stop talking. Qin Ke was so angry that she became quite agitated.
Su Ming didn't bring it up, which was giving her a chance. If he had, she wouldn't have known how to save face last night, and she wouldn't have been able to face anyone. If we were to reveal any of the things she did in Zhengzhou, it would enrage her father. She was now incredibly grateful to Su Ming. I also regret my previous ignorant actions.
Go ahead and protect him. Let's see how long you can do it. Qin Fifan snorted coldly and said nothing more.
He sneered inwardly, thinking that once they reached the foot of the mountain, they would send Su Ming to the Kong family patriarch, and the kid wouldn't even know how he died.
This is the last chance for this kid to enter and leave the Qin family. 820, Chapter 820. Even living one more second is too much.
Inside a KTV in Qingshan town.
Is everyone here?
4 or 5 young men and women gathered together. One of them, a young man with long hair, stood up and swept his cold, sharp gaze over the group.
Young Master Wu, why did you call us over in such a hurry? Singing doesn't have to be this rushed.
One of them said with a smile.
Go to hell, how can you still laugh?
Wu Xiong glared at the young man and shouted, Kung Fu, young Master Kong has been severely injured and is now lying unconscious in the hospital. Don't you know that? Upon hearing this, the group of people who had been laughing and joking immediately fell silent, their expressions turning serious. Young Master Kong is like a brother to us whenever he's around. He's always the one who steps up in the face of trouble. Now that he's been seriously injured, how can we just ignore him? Wu Xiong said in a deafening voice. Upon hearing this, the others were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Young Master Wu, you don't need to say anything if this matter is brought up. We will all help without hesitation. However, we don't know who hit young Master Kong, someone said in a deep voice. I found out it's a young man from Zhengzhou named Su Ming. He's also the fiancé of Miss Qin from the Qin family, Wu Xiong said with a cold gaze. What? Upon hearing this, everyone stood up abruptly. A brat from Zhengzhou, what audacity, but young Master Kong is also at the divine power realm. How could this Zhengzhou trash possibly injure him? Several people asked in surprise and doubt. That's hard to say, but I heard that it was the head of the Qin family who stepped in to protect that kid. Wu Xiong spoke slowly, his gaze deep. Doesn't that mean it was Master Qin who beat Kung Fu, this? The men's faces immediately turned grim. If it were just about seeking revenge on Su Ming, a resident of Zhengzhou, they would do it without hesitation. But seeking revenge on Qin Haotian, what difference would that make from banging their head against a rock? Isn't that just courting death? Wu Xiong rolled his eyes. Look at you bunch of cowards. Of course, it's not about finding Master Qin. I sent that kid the real culprit. Besides, I just spoke with young Master Qin on the phone. He is bringing that kid down the mountain right away. We'll teach him a lesson right here. Let's show this piece of trash from Zhengzhou what he can do. Qingshan town isn't a place he can run wild in, Wu Xiong said with a cold smile.
Understood, young Master Qin. I'll do as you say. I'll be the first to go, the first to avenge young Master Kong.
Upon hearing that it was only to deal with Su Ming, the others immediately became smug and excited.
Teaching these lowly ants from the Central Plains a lesson is a piece of cake, isn't it?
The few of them present were all young masters from powerful families in Qingshan Town, with the lowest level being the King Realm.
Beating up that kind of person is as easy as stepping on an ant.
Wu Xiong then smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Actually, Wu Xiong had another purpose he didn't mention. That means he was also one of Qin Ke's suitors, and upon hearing this, he became Qin Ke's fiancé. It's ridiculous that his goddess is going to become someone else's woman, and a good-for-nothing from Zhangzhou at that. This trip not only taught Su Ming a lesson and allowed Ticonderoga to vent his anger, but also eliminated a competitor. It was a win-win situation, bringing him both fame and fortune. With that in mind, Wu Xiong and the others waited quietly for Su Ming to take the bait. At this moment, Qin Fifan drove up to the KTV building while making a phone call.
Okay, everything's arranged, right? Great. Qin Fifan hung up the phone and turned to Su Ming, saying, "You go upstairs first. I'll take Qin Ke to buy some things. My dad's turning 60 soon. You probably don't even know, right? Don't worry, I'll prepare your gift too."
Okay. Su Ming nodded without saying anything more, got out of the car and walked upstairs to the KTV.
Qin Fifan called out from behind and gave Su Ming the room number.
This kid doesn't have much of a background, but he has quite a temper. He pretends to know nothing, but you'd think he was some big shot. Watching Su Ming go upstairs, Qin Fifan curled his lip and sneered. However, once Su Ming went upstairs, he was greeted by hell.
He wanted to see if Su Ming would still dare to linger in the Qin family after this trip. "Brother, what do you want to buy?" Qin Ke sensed something was wrong and frowned, asking in confusion.
"Dad's birthday banquet is still 3 or 4 days away. There's no rush to buy it in a couple of days."
Qin Fifan grinned. "Gifts definitely need to be carefully selected, and you come down the mountain every day, don't you? Let's go." Qin Fifan drove in the opposite direction.
Su Ming arrived at the private room Qin Fifan had mentioned, pushed open the door, and immediately saw 4 or 5 people sitting in the room whom he did not recognize at all. He couldn't help but check the room number again to make sure he hadn't made a mistake.
"No need to look anymore, come in, this is the place."
There were 4 or 5 young men and women in the room, all of whom had their eyes on Su Ming. Wu Xiong, in particular, had eyes as sharp as knives, as if he wanted to cut a gash in Su Ming's neck.
"We were notified by young Master Qin to be here to greet and receive you."
Wu Xiong stood up and said with a sneer. Upon hearing this, Su Ming grinned and immediately understood what was going on. Throughout the journey, Qin Fifan's words implied that he wished for Qin Fifan's death.
So this scene is perfectly normal.
Okay. Su Ming smiled calmly, stepped into the room, and slammed the door shut behind him. Wu Xiong and his group looked Su Ming up and down, becoming even more certain that Su Ming was a good-for-nothing. However, Wu Xiong was used to being cautious, and before making a move, he also planned to test Su Ming's strengths. He then grinned meaningfully and said, "Since the guests are here, let's play the first game. It's called Introducing Yourself. Since you're the guest, we'll start."
Wu Xiong was the first to step forward and introduce himself. "I am Wu Xiong from Qingshan Town. My Wu family is a family of doctors and martial artists. We have 100 experts at the King Realm and 5 at the Divine Power Realm. I myself am at the first stage of the Divine Power Realm."
I Zhen Hui, from the Zhan family of Qingshan Town, is a business family with assets in the hundreds of billions and connections with various other families. He is a 9th-level King Realm expert. One by one, the men stood up, their voices booming, and announced their identities. Each and every one of them is one of the best in Qingshan Town, belonging to the top tier of Qingshan Town.
Strong background. It was clearly meant to give Su Ming a warning.
After everyone had finished reporting, Wu Xiong looked at Su Ming with a mocking sneer. "Guest, it's your turn, but I must remind you of the rules of this game. Lying or saying the wrong thing will result in death." The corners of the other people's mouths all turned up in a wide smile.
Their combined backgrounds and identities are enough to sweep away any force in Qingshan Town.
Not to mention the Central Plains. If Su Ming's identity were inferior to any of the others, he would be lying here immediately.
Su Ming shook his head, looking utterly dejected. Are they all just a bunch of little kids? What's so fun about this kind of game? Just get to the point, don't waste my time. Su Ming calmly waved to the group and said. You think a few more seconds is too much? Oh fine, I'll grant your wish. Wu Xiong roared and charged forward, throwing a punch at Su Ming's head. The aura of the divine power realm erupted instantly, shattering all the glass tables and televisions in the room. Everyone else stepped aside, waiting to see Su Ming fall under Wu Xiong's fists. Boom! A deafening sound, like thunder, echoed throughout the entire room. Su Ming slapped Wu Xiong across the face with his other hand. Wu Xiong's fist didn't even touch his clothes before it was sent flying. This? Wu Xiong fell to the ground and coughed up blood. The others were completely stunned. The entire room was deathly silent. 821, Chapter 821. What's on An's mind? Who exactly is this kid? Is this really from Zhongzhou? According to their understanding, the strongest in Zhongzhou might not even be at the king level. Now, with just one punch, Wu Xiong was lying on the ground like a dead dog. The others were all terrified. Call for help, what are you bunch of useless idiots standing around for? Wu Xiong roared angrily, his face full of resentment. He refused to believe he would lose. We still lost to someone like Su Ming. The others shakily pulled out their phones, but it was just for show. If Su Ming were to make a move, they wouldn't even have a chance to call for backup. However, Su Ming didn't even glance at the few good-for-nothings. He simply walked over, sat down on the sofa, opened a bottle of wine, poured himself a glass, and drank it by himself. Is this kid really that arrogant? We're not afraid even if they call for reinforcements? If this call is made, given their status, half the experts in Qingshan town will come. Back then, let alone this kid, even Qin Fifan, if the Qin family came, would have to think twice. Young Master Wu, then let's fight. One of them, trembling and covered in cold sweat, said. While it appeared that he was asking Wu Xiong a question, he was actually speaking to Su Ming. Beat him right now, I want him dead. Wu Xiong roared furiously, his voice hoarse. When Su Ming still didn't respond, the group had no choice but to make the call. Immediately, 4 or 5 of the most prominent families in Qingshan town received calls for help. They all knew that their sons had been beaten, and an immediate commotion ensued. A group of families, accompanied by countless experts, surged out in a massive, overwhelming wave towards the KTV, their killing intent palpable. Those who saw it were all terrified and retreated. I thought things were about to change in Qingshan town. Kid, you're really confident you didn't even stop us from making the call in less than half an hour? The entire building will be completely surrounded. Divine power realm, that's nothing. You know how many experts there are in Qingshan town? One spit from each of them could nail you down. Wu Xiong sat on the ground, staring fiercely at Su Ming. He became emotional and choked on 2 mouthfuls of blood. Su Ming's punch nearly killed him. He didn't know if he had underestimated his opponent or been careless. How could he have been so badly injured by such a person? Su Ming then put down his wine glass, grinned, and said, I hope you guys won't regret it after they arrive, especially the ones who made the calls. Keep pretending. Wu Xiong's gums were about to break from biting. The few people who called to inform their families looked terrified, a sense of foreboding spreading wildly through their hearts. Qingshan Town Market. Qin Ke followed Qin Fifan around and saw that he had visited 7 or 8 shops in a row, but hadn't bought anything. This made Qin Ke realize something was wrong. He frowned and said, Brother, what exactly do you want to buy? You won't finish buying it before dark. More than half an hour has already passed. How can you leave Su Ming alone in the KTV? Qin Fifan casually picked up something, pretending to look at it, and replied nonchalantly, Isn't it good to let him play by himself? No one will bother him. Besides, I've already notified others to take care of him, so he won't be bored. He can play for as long as he wants. At this point, Qin Fifan couldn't help but smile. That kid is probably dead by now. I just don't know how Wu Xiong and his gang disposed of the bodies. But those guys, they have no dirty tricks up their sleeves, so disposing of a corpse is a piece of cake for them. Whom did you arrange? Qin Ke frowned and asked. It's nothing, just a few. Qin Fifan said with a faint smile. Just then, the sound of a car rumbling came from the doorway.
Qingke looked up and immediately recognized that these were people from the Zhan family in Qingshan town. To her surprise, almost all the experts from the Zhan family had been mobilized, and the Zhan family patriarch, Zhan Tian, was even sitting in the car.
This? Qingke instantly realized something. He turned his head and asked, "Did you arrange this? Was it Wu Xiong, Zhenhui, and their group, the same group of scoundrels as Kung Fu?" "How did you know?" Qin Fifan turned his head in surprise. Then realizing he had let something slip, he quickly corrected himself, saying, "It's not what you think. Qin Fifan, you're really something. If something happens to him, I'd like to see how you explain it to father." Qingke roared, turned around, hailed a car, and sped back towards the KTV. "Listen to me, it's really not like that." Qin Fifan rushed out anxiously, but Qingke's car had already driven away at the same time. He also saw the Zhan family's vehicle. "What's going on? Why are even people from the Zhan family here? Could it be that those few good-for-nothings can't even handle that kid?" Qin Fifan was immediately shocked. He hurriedly drove off in Su Ming's direction. A few minutes later, Qin Fifan drove to the KTV entrance. As soon as he got out of the car, he was shocked and speechless. In front of the KTV, experts from various families surrounded the entire building like soldiers, making it completely impassable. Countless experts at the King Realm and Divine Power Realm stood there. The scale of the formation was so immense that even after living in Qingshan town for so long, he had never seen anything like it. What exactly is going on? Qin Fifan felt like his head was about to explode. At the same time, his phone rang. He pulled it out and saw that it was a call from his father, Qin Haotian. Qin Fifan was so frightened that he trembled all over, broke out in a cold sweat, and was even afraid to answer the phone. But the situation was now so serious that it was beyond his control. Qin Fifan answered the phone with trembling hands. "Dad! You beast, what have you done?" Qin Haotian roared furiously into the phone. "Tu didn't do anything." Qin Fifan spoke theory, all stuttering. "Stop pretending, all the major families just called me, saying that Su Ming got into a conflict with their sons, and now they're all going to cause trouble for Su Ming. I asked you to take him to Qingshan town for a stroll, and this is what you do?" Qin Haotian's voice was furious, his overwhelming anger could be felt even through the phone. Qin Fifan swallowed hard, startled. "I didn't expect him to be so impulsive. I just asked those young masters from aristocratic families to play with him." "What are you up to, playing with your head? Do you think I don't know? I'm coming down the mountain now. When I get there, I'll settle the score with you properly." Qin Haotian slammed down the phone. Qin Fifan stood frozen in place, completely numb. He never imagined that a good-for-nothing like Su Ming could attract so many people's attention. He was now somewhat hoping that Su Ming hadn't died, otherwise, his father already knew, and if Su Ming had died, what would happen to him? Qin Fifan felt completely weak and collapsed onto the ground. 822, Chapter 822 In Big Trouble. "Kid, scared now, it's too late for you to regret it." In the KTV private room, Wu Xiong leaned back on the sofa, panting heavily, staring at Su Ming with a vicious grin. Although he hadn't seen anyone yet, his cultivation at the Divine Power Realm allowed him to sense the changes in the aura surrounding the entire building. An immense pressure, like a mountain, has enveloped the building. Even if this kid grows wings today, he won't escape from here. The others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid before because they were afraid that Su Ming wouldn't give them a chance to call for help. But the call has already been made, and reinforcements have even arrived. That kid is doomed. None of them expected that Su Ming would be so arrogant and overconfident as to actually ask them for help. Boom! At that moment, the door to the KTV room was also kicked open, and the heads of several major families rushed in. "Dad! Father!" A group of young masters from prominent families rushed over with tears in their eyes, just as if they had seen a savior. "A bunch of idiots." Zhan Tian, the head of the Zhan family and the most powerful among these families, let out a fierce shout, extremely disappointed with these good-for-nothings, and cursed them. But criticism is just criticism. Su Ming, an outsider, dared to bully their son like this. If Su Ming is not dealt with, once this gets out, the
reputation of the top families in Qingshan town will be ruined. Immediately, the cold and sharp gazes of several family heads fell on Su Ming. Zhang Tian slowly stepped forward, staring at Su Ming with an overbearing expression, and said, "Boy, I'll give you two choices first. Come out with us and kneel down in front of everyone to apologize to my son and several young masters from various families and declare that you were the one who started this trouble. Although it might be a little embarrassing for you, we can spare your life. We'll treat you to good food and drink, and then send you back to where you came from." At this point, Zhang Tian's gaze darkened. "The second option is for us to join forces to kill you and dispose of your body. It'll be as if you never existed, and no one will know what happened today. We've also found out everything about you. You're a traitor to the Su family, a descendant of Su Lingkong, and Qin Haotian values you highly. For Mr. Qin's sake, I hope you'll be sensible and make the first choice." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell into complete silence, waiting for Su Ming to make his choice. Moreover, they all believed that as long as Su Ming wasn't stupid, he would choose the first one. Its embarrassing face isn't worth anything, and besides, this kid isn't anyone important. The first option is also equivalent to doing them a favor in making connections with all the major families in Qingshan town. A bright future awaits Su Ming in the future. Choose. Zhang Tian spoke again in a deep voice. Su Ming grinned, then shook his head with a smile. He raised his hand and clapped, saying, "Well said, as expected of the reclusive family of Qingshan town, you do everything flawlessly. You manage to save face while also venting your anger. Is that why your sons repeatedly refuse to change their ways and act recklessly? You must have accomplished quite a bit using this method." Su Ming had a mocking smile on his face. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian and the other family heads immediately darkened their gazes, their eyes revealing murderous intent. Does Su Ming's attitude mean he wants to make a second choice? The heads of the families immediately harbored murderous intent. Su Ming grinned, "Don't panic, I have some information here. I'll read it to you after you hear it. Think about it, but in the end, it won't be me making the choice, it will be your choice." Then, with a big smile on his face, Su Ming took out his phone and read it aloud in front of everyone. The Zhan family, headed by Zhan Hui, has 8,000 members. 3 years ago, they colluded with the Blood Fiend Hall, received benefits from the Blood Fiend Hall, and then, through internal and external cooperation, allowed the Blood Fiend Hall's people to enter and launch an attack on the Su family. As a result, the family head Zhang Tian's strength has greatly increased. He has gone from the king realm to the 9th level of the divine power realm, and the family's power has flourished. The Zheng family patriarch, Zhang Wei, 3 years ago, received 20 great rejuvenation pills from the Blood Fiend Palace and also received guidance from the Blood Fiend Palace's heavenly venerable. His strength increased greatly. He was also a participant in the siege of the Su family of Zhouhui Mountain. The Xia family, Xiao. Su Ming recounted almost the entire history of how the 4 family heads present rose to power in one go. Moreover, these families, to varying degrees, colluded with the Blood Fiend Hall and gained considerable benefits, which allowed them to rise to become the top families in Green Mountain Town. Finally, it's the Wu family. Su Ming's gaze fell on Wu Xiong beside him. The Wu family is the biggest culprit, even planning the route for the Blood Fiend Hall and providing logistical support. However, since the Wu family head is not here, I'm too lazy to recount the Wu family's deeds. Wu Xiong was completely dumbfounded. Stunned. Even he, the eldest son of the Wu family, had never heard of these things. The 4 family heads, led by Zhan Hui, were utterly shocked, staring at Su Ming with disbelief on their faces. If before it was just a murderous intent. At that moment, they were convinced that Su Ming was doomed. Otherwise, if these things get out, they will probably be besieged by all the powerful families outside the main sects. They were directly destroyed, their families ruined, and they died without a proper burial place. The men clenched their fists, their inner energy surging and churning. To their surprise, how did such a young boy know these things? Who exactly are you? Zhan Hui stared wide-eyed, his pupils trembling, at Su Ming with extreme shock and anger. Alright, this information was obtained by my men, the War God Army, and these past 2 days, your daughter-in-law and grandson have been traveling, haven't they? I know all their addresses. Of course, the War God Army wouldn't do things like bullying women and children, but hiring 1 or 2 mercenary teams would be fine. It was effortless. Moreover, you even colluded with an organization like the Blood Fiend Hall,
which commits all kinds of evil deeds, is it not too much to exterminate your entire family? Especially you. Su Ming pointed at Zhang Hui and said, "You're absolutely right, I am a descendant of Su Lingkong. If my father is a traitor, then what are you?" Su Ming's last words were like thunder, deafening. Thump! Upon hearing this, the four family heads' expressions changed drastically. Finally, they could no longer hold back and knelt heavily on the ground. "You are not only a descendant of Su Lingkong, but also a member of the Temple of War Gods? You can command the War God army, you're the master of the War God Temple?" At this moment, the heads of the four major families in Qingshan town completely broke down. The million-strong War God army cavalry could easily crush Qingshan town, not to mention, there's the Supreme War God Temple, killing them would be as easy as cutting grass. The threatening intent to wipe them out in Su Ming's words just now was quite clear. This is not just a conflict with their son. This is entirely for their revenge. Wu Xiong also understood what Su Ming meant when he told him to make the call and not regret it. This is not the Zhengzhou trash Qin Fifan described. Oh my god. Wu Xiong was trembling all over, too terrified to speak. Su Ming then looked at the four family heads and grinned. "It's not that exaggerated, however, the Lord of the War God Temple is just my master." Bang! Zhang Hui felt a sudden darkness engulf his vision as his head slammed heavily against the ground, instantly causing it to bleed profusely. I almost fainted. What's the difference? The Temple of War Gods is the strongest entity in the Outer Realms, second only to the Blood Fiend Temple. Even the Blood Fiend Hall wouldn't dare to act recklessly on the territory of the War God Hall. They're in big trouble today. 823, Chapter 823. The Patriarch issues an order. Now, I'm giving you two choices. First, cooperate with me to capture Wu Qingfeng, the head of the Wu family, and act as bait to lure the Blood Fiend Hall people here. I guess you still have contact with the Blood Fiend Hall, right? If you do that, I'll pretend today's events never happened, and I can also be lenient about what you did 3 years ago. But if that's not possible, then only the second option remains. I will immediately notify the War God army to come here within 3 days. Your four families will be wiped out without leaving a single survivor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hui and the other three heads of the family trembled and knelt on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. The other four scions of prominent families trembled like leaves, nearly fainting from fright, barely daring to breathe. Zhang Hui was in a terrible dilemma. Logically speaking, they had no other choice. If they dared to oppose it, they would face certain death. But if they cooperated with Su Ming, they would be offending the Blood Fiend Hall, which would also mean certain death. It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. Moreover, the methods of the Blood Fiend Hall are estimated to be 100 times more cruel than those of Su Ming. This plunged them into despair, leaving them completely at a loss. Only large beads of sweat dripped from their chins to the ground. Boom! Just then, Wu Xiong suddenly rushed out of the KTV room. After learning Su Ming's identity, he thought he was the luckiest person in the world. After all, only members of the Wu family did not come. Then he wouldn't have to face Su Ming's judgment. But after Su Ming finished speaking, he realized that while others might still have a chance to consider, in Su Ming's eyes, his Wu family was doomed. So, staying here is a dead end for him. Realizing this, Wu Xiong made a snap decision and decided to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Bang! Su Ming grabbed a wine bottle from the table and threw it at Wu Xiong. Enveloped in powerful energy, the liquor struck Wu Xiong on the back of the head like a cannonball, exploding with a loud bang. Wu Xiong fell to the ground with a thud, his head bleeding profusely, lying on the ground like a corpse, without making a sound. The four heads of the family turned around and saw this scene, and their whole bodies trembled. Only then did they realize that Su Ming's methods might be no less powerful than those of the Blood Fiend Palace. I agree. Zhang Hui said in horror. Yes, we agree. The other three echoed this sentiment. Okay. Get up, Su Ming grinned and said to the three of them, let's leave it at that for today. When we leave, just pretend nothing happened. 3 days later, bring Wu Badian, the head of the Wu family, to the Qin family's birthday banquet. I will deal with him there. Yes, yes.
The four men wiped their sweat and nervously agreed, like lackeys who had made a mistake.
Prince Su, are you alright?
Just then, Qinke rushed in a panic, but she was completely dumbfounded when she saw the scene in front of her. After learning that Su Ming had offended the top families in Qingshan town, she was prepared to come and plead for him, and to do whatever it took to save Su Ming's life.
What caught their eye was the sight of the heads and young masters of the four major families kneeling before Su Ming. The shock of this scene was no less than the impact of seeing Su Ming brutally beat Li Qingyun on the top of Baiyang Mountain.
You've come at the perfect time, I was just worried about not having enough manpower.
Su Ming stepped forward, picked up the unconscious Wu Xiong, and said to Qinke, take this kid back to the Qin family, lock him up, and don't let anyone else know.
Qinke glanced at it and felt a chill run down her spine. This is Wu Xiong, the eldest young master of the Wu family?
Qinke was completely dumbfounded. What exactly is Su Ming trying to do?
That's right, just do as I say. Su Ming said calmly.
Yes.
Although Qinke was shocked, the chaos in her mind prevented her from thinking about these things carefully. Following Su Ming's instructions, she took the unconscious Wu Xiong and left through the back door.
At this moment, right at the main entrance of the building. Rumble.
2 or 3 cars drove up.
Qin Haotian was the first to come down.
Seeing hundreds of experts standing in front of him, their imposing aura overwhelming, Qin Haotian's expression instantly turned serious. He roared at Qin Fifan, what's going on here?
Qin Fifan stepped forward, shrinking back timidly, and said, I don't know what's going on either. I just let Su Ming play around here. Who would have thought that the kid would alarm all the top families in Qingshan town?
You? Upon hearing this, Qin Haotian's eyes widened in anger, and he raised his hand as if to slap Qin Fifan.
Qin Fifan was so frightened that he quickly shrank back. Where is Qinke? Qin Haotian's thick eyebrows furrowed, and he questioned again.
She arrived before me, she must have gone upstairs.
Qin Fifan answered. You beast, if anything happens to those two, you'll see what I do to you.
Qin Haotian said through gritted teeth. Qin Fifan was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe. Meanwhile, several cars arrived, and as the doors opened, Kang Baisui, the leader of Qingshan town, stepped out. Kang Baisui was also alarmed by this incident and immediately led his men to come and support Su Ming.
Make way, all of you make way. What are you all doing gathered here? I am Kang Baisui, the leader of Qingshan town. I order you all to disperse, or don't blame me for dealing with you according to the law. Kang Baisui pointed at the experts from the various families in front of him and roared angrily. He was more anxious than anyone else.
Because of Su Ming's accident, Kang's position as the leader of Qingshan town was a dereliction of duty. Facing the wrath of the war god army and the entire Kyushu, his family simply could not afford it.
This is?
Upon seeing this, Qin Haotian showed a look of surprise and doubt.
Why are even the Kang family here?
Qin Fifan's eyes darted around, and he suddenly realized something. He hurriedly said to Qin Haotian, Dad, Kung Fu was seriously injured and is still in the hospital. It's very likely that the Kang family is here to seek revenge on that kid.
You say what?
Upon hearing this, Qin Haotian's eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets.
Forget about the 5 major families. Now that the Kang family has arrived, is Su Ming going to make enemies of the entire Qingshan town?
But upon closer reflection, Qin Haotian realized something was amiss. He glared angrily at Qin Fifan and demanded, Are you hiding something? I can sense from Su Ming that he has no internal energy whatsoever. He might not even be a martial arts practitioner. Kung Fu, on the other hand, is at least a divine power realm cultivator. How could he have been injured by him? But that's the truth. I don't know anything else. The Kang family patriarch even called me before, saying he wanted to seek revenge.
Qin Fifan said, feeling wronged. The Kang family patriarch has returned too? OMG.
Qin Haotian's face immediately turned extremely grim, and he realized just how serious the situation was.
He pointed at Qin Fifan and roared, You beast, I knew I shouldn't have let you come down the mountain. Look at the mess you've made. What does this have to do with me? I just let him play here. I meant well, but who knew he had no self-awareness and dared to offend even the young masters of the 5 major families?
Qin Fifan said stubbornly.
Still trying to argue. Qin Haotian roared and slapped Qin Fifan across the face, silencing him completely.
Ahead.
Ahead, the experts from various families remained unmoved by Kong Baisui's command, as if they hadn't heard it at all. One of them said in a deep voice, "The patriarch has ordered that without his permission, even if the King of Heaven himself came, he would not be allowed to enter this building today." 824, Chapter 824. Let's see who can save you. Insolence, you're asking for death. Kong Baisui flew into a rage, pointing at the crowd in front of him and roaring, "Do you know who's in this building? If you dare block my way, believe me, I'll take your lives." Kong Baisui was filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, Qin Haotian became even more convinced that the Kong family had come to cause trouble for Su Ming. He was instantly covered in sweat. Given the current situation, even if Su Ming manages to get out alive, he probably won't be able to bring Su Ming back to the Qin family. Thinking of this, Qin Haotian hurriedly took out his phone and dialed Su Ming's number. If Su Ming is still alive, he has to tell Su Ming to leave through the back door. "Hello, Uncle Qin." The call connected, and Su Ming answered it. "Are you alright? That's great. Are you inside the building?" Qin Haotian asked anxiously. "Yes, but I'm about to come out." Su Ming said calmly. "Don't come out." Upon hearing this, Qin Haotian was immediately alarmed. Just as he was about to warn Su Ming, the main entrance of the KTV building in front of him slowly opened with a rumbling sound. Everyone was startled and looked up. The first one to step out was none other than Su Ming. Qin Haotian and Qin Fifan were both stunned by what they saw. Even Kong Baisui was stunned on the spot. "This kid, he's still alright, is he really that hard to kill?" Qin Fifan was completely stunned, staring at Su Ming in front of him with disbelief. Given today's situation, even if it were him, he would probably be stiff as a board by now. But now, Su Ming has managed to walk out unscathed. This surprised him. How exactly did this guy manage to escape the sanctions of the 5 major families in Qingshan town? The five major families have no shortage of money, and in terms of status and position, Su Ming is like an ant in front of them. Is it because of the Qin family's influence? What did you say? Qin Haotian turned around and glared angrily at Qin Fifan. Qin Fifan was completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Kong Baisui had already rushed through the crowd to meet him. Qin Haotian saw this and quickened his pace, taking a few quick steps to block Su Ming's path. Kong Baisui tried to step forward, but Qin Haotian stopped him. "Chief Kong, this nephew Su is a member of my Qin family, and I brought him up the mountain. If he has done anything wrong or offended you in any way, I, Qin Haotian, apologize to you on his behalf. Moreover, 3 days from now is my 60th birthday. If you think this apology is not sincere enough, come to my birthday banquet 3 days from now, and I will apologize to you in front of everyone." Qin Haotian said righteously, looking directly at Kong Baisui. "What did you say? Are you crazy?" Kong Baisui rolled his eyes in exasperation. He came to protect Su Ming and to invite Su Ming to his Kong family's mansion. He even offered Su Ming gifts to apologize for what happened last time. What does Qin Haotian mean by this? Did he get his head caught in a door? Hearing Kong Baisui's words, Qin Haotian's misunderstanding deepened, and he thought that Kong Baisui didn't want to give him face at all. Qin Haotian frowned immediately, raising his voice slightly. "Chief Kong, after all, he's just a young man who hasn't made mistakes. Do you need to be so relentless?" Qin Haotian. Kong Baisui was instantly shocked and furious, so angry he almost fainted. Seeing this, Su Ming immediately understood what was going on. He slowly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Uncle Qin, don't get agitated. Chief Kong is here to see me. Let me speak to him." "I know he's looking for you, but..." Qin Haotian immediately looked tense. Fine. Su Ming shook his head and looked at Kong Baisui, asking, "Chief Kong, just say what you have to say." "Yes." Kong Baisui then responded respectfully, saying, "I would like to invite Prince Su to my chieftain's residence for a gathering. I also want to sincerely apologize to you for what happened last time." "Alright, let's go then." Su Ming nodded, preparing to leave with Kong Baisui. At the same time, he turned to the people from the 4 major families behind him and said in a deep voice, "Don't forget the things I've told you. If you don't do them by the deadline, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Yes." The people from the 4 major families behind him immediately wiped away cold sweat. "Nephew Su."
Qin Haotian shouted in concern.
Master Qin, you don't need to worry, he'll be fine. If anything happened to him, the entire Qingshan town would be turned upside down.
Behind him, Zhang Tian shook his head and said to Qin Haotian.
What did you say? I think you all wish you were dead. You can't even raise your own sons properly, they're causing trouble, and now you're dragging your entire families into this to seek revenge on an ordinary person. Do you have any shame? You call yourselves the Fengwai clan of Qingshan town, it's a disgrace.
Qin Haotian pointed at several clan leaders and cursed them.
The four family heads were immediately blushing and their faces were full of anger after being scolded by Qin Haotian.
While these top families in Qingshan town may not be as powerful as the Qin family individually, if they join forces, they are not to be trifled with by the Qin family. If it were in the past, if Qin Haotian had dared to say such things, they would have declared war on him immediately. But with Su Ming, this great figure, around, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. Zhang Tian gritted his teeth. What Master Qin says is true. We were indeed blind. We'll take our leave now, lest we disturb your display of power, Master Qin. After saying this, the four heads of the family hung their heads in dejection, as if they had suffered a great loss, and slunk away. Seeing the four major families leave, Qin Fifan hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Zhang Hui, who was walking behind, to ask, "What exactly happened? Why did you make such a big fuss?" It would have been better if Qin Fifan hadn't been mentioned. The mere mention of Zhang Hui nearly made him explode. He abruptly shook off Qin Fifan's hand, glaring fiercely at him. "Qin Fifan, you're really something, you almost got us all killed. I, Zhang Hui, have never seen how vicious you can be. Admit defeat today, but don't come looking for me again, or I'll never forgive you." Not just Zhang Hui, but others as well. Several scions of prominent families stared at Qin Fifan with eyes that seemed to wish they could kill him. Qin Fifan instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Who did he offend? If they can't even handle someone like Su Ming, isn't it because these useless people are incompetent? What does it have to do with him? Everyone else had left, and Qin Haotian returned to his car. Qin Fifan asked, "Dad, where are you going?" "I need to go to the Kong family. I already feel guilty towards Su Lingkong, and I can't watch his son die in Qingshan town. If I die, I won't have the face to face him," Qin Haotian said in a deep voice with a firm expression. "But the Kong family patriarch has already broken through to the earth immortal profound realm, which is beyond our capabilities. Is it worth it for him alone?" Qin Fifan was getting impatient. "My own father is possessed. Why must we save that kid? If you're afraid of dying, go home. I'll settle the score with you when I get back." Qin Haotian glared at Qin Fifan, too lazy to pay him any attention, and drove towards the Kong family's location. "This is insane." Qin Fifan was about to go crazy. Why is the whole of Qingshan town revolving around that kid? Anyone who didn't know better would think he was some big shot. Qin Fifan is clearly the true prodigy of Qingshan town. Are these people blind? Qin Fifan grew angrier the more he thought about it, so he took out his phone, found the number of Kong Tianqi, the patriarch of the Kong family, and dialed it. "Hello?" On the other end of the line, Kong Tianqi answered the phone. "Ancestor Kong, I've brought him to Yoha's in the Kong family now. Are you sure you can kill him?" Qin Fifan asked through gritted teeth. Kong Tianqi sneered, "What are you talking about? Anyone who dares to hurt my grandson will only face death. Don't even mention Qingshan town. In this world beyond, apart from the War God Hall and the Blood Fiend Hall, there is no one I cannot kill." "Okay, then I'll wait for your good news." Qin Fifan hung up the phone, his face grim. "You brat, let's see who saves you this time." 825, Chapter 825. The Earth Immortal Mystic Mirror is defeated. Kong Baisui brought Su Ming to the chief's mansion. As soon as he entered, a servant rushed up to him in a panic, looked up at Su Ming, and seemed hesitant to speak. "Speak your mind." Kong Baisui frowned and shouted. The servant then respectfully said, "Chief, the ancestor has returned." "Ancestor?" Kong Baisui was startled and came to her senses. "You mean my father is back?" "Yes, it is indeed old ancestor Kong." Old ancestor Kong also said that he has returned this time to avenge young Master Kong. The servant hurriedly replied. "Ah." Kong Baisui was completely dumbfounded. His father, who was away from home for most of the year, had unexpectedly returned at this critical juncture. "And to avenge Kung Fu?"
Isn't Su Ming the one they're looking for? Kong Baisui almost fainted.
Su Ming was also somewhat surprised. Judging from Kong Baisui's age, he must be at least 50 years old.
Kong Baisui's father must be over 70 or 80 years old. Su Ming asked with some surprise, "Chief Kong, is your father still alive?"
Kong Baisui respectfully replied, reporting to Prince Su, "My father is indeed still alive, and his body is many times stronger than that of an ordinary person. More than 10 years ago, he had already reached the peak of the divine power realm. Since then, he has been traveling abroad. Now that he has returned, he is probably no ordinary person. King Su, why don't we go somewhere else? I'll immediately order someone to reserve a table at the restaurant in Qingshan town, and we won't need to go to the chieftain's mansion."
Kong Baisui is worried.
His father was known for his volatile temper, and after learning that his grandson Kong Fu had been injured by Su Ming, he was now determined to fight to the death.
If Su Ming were to go in under these circumstances, he would be doomed. Su Ming's eyes darted around, and he already knew what Kong Baisui was thinking.
He grinned and said, "Since your father is here, I'm a guest, so of course I should pay him a visit. There's no need to go anywhere else, the chief's mansion is perfect." After saying that, Su Ming strode straight toward the main hall.
"King Su." Kong Baisui was shocked, and cold sweat poured down his back. What kind of mess is this? If a fight breaks out, what will he do? Inside the main hall of the chief's mansion,
a sumptuous feast had already been laid out. Meanwhile, Kong Tanchi, the patriarch of the Kong family, sat majestically in the head seat, while the Kong family members around him dared not even breathe loudly.
Su Ming stepped into the hall, followed closely by Kong Baisui. Kong Tianchi slowly raised his head, his sharp eyes, like an eagle eyeing its prey, instantly landing on Su Ming. "Ming. Our guests have arrived, please take a seat."
Kong Tianchi spoke, his voice deep and resonant, deafeningly loud.
"You are welcome."
Su Ming said with a smile, walked over, and sat down at the table.
Kong Baisui was completely numb.
"Indeed interesting facing me, Kong Tianchi, you are not afraid at all. Young lads are not afraid of tigers. No wonder you dared to seriously injure my grandson."
Kong Tianchi, his face full of domineering arrogance, stared at Su Ming and said, "I admire you a little. Tell me, give me a satisfactory reason why you dared to attack my Kong family. If you can give me a reason and convince me, I can spare your life and leave you with the same injuries as my grandson, then I will stop. But if you can't say it, you'll be dead here. Don't say anything stupid like the Qin family is backing you up. If I, Kong Tianchi, want to kill someone, even the Heavenly King himself can't protect you." As he finished speaking, Kong Tianchi's murderous aura surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire hall of the chief's mansion with overwhelming and terrifying power. The other Kong family subordinates all retreated, their faces filled with horror. "Father, things aren't what you think."
Kong Baisui was completely panicked and rushed to Kong Tianchi's side, wanting to explain the whole process.
"Shut up." Kong Tianchi's sharp shout made Kong Baisui swallow all his words. "Explain."
Kong Tianchi slammed his hand on the table, the powerful aura shattering the entire banquet table into pieces.
This scene is enough to scare anyone to death, including those self-important top experts in Qingshan town. Even Kong Baisui turned pale instantly. My father's aura suggests he has already broken through to the earth immortal realm. Oh my god.
He stiffly turned his head to look at Su Ming.
The king of Kyushu is likely in grave danger today.
No, he absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Su Ming. Because Su Ming is about to get into trouble, facing millions of war god soldiers and the retaliation from the war god temple. Thinking of this, beads of sweat on Kong Baisui's forehead fell to the ground like raindrops. Everyone thought Su Ming was terrified and would try to find an excuse to get away with it. Unexpectedly, Su Ming grinned and looked at Kong Tianchi, saying, "There's no reason, I just don't like him. I want to beat him up and don't even mention him. I don't like you either of your 3 generations of the Kong family, only Chief Kong Baisui is somewhat decent. Neither of you, grandfather and grandson, are normal."
Boom.
These words caused an uproar throughout the Kong family.
Kong Baisui was so frightened he almost fainted. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Arrogant brat, you're asking for death.
With a roar, Kong Tianchi stood up abruptly, his aura sweeping out in an overwhelming manner. Under the influence of this powerful aura, the dishes, bowls, and food on the table in front of him were all lifted into the air and then smashed towards Su Ming. The floor tiles of the chief's residence were almost shaking.
The entire chief's mansion seemed to be shaken by an earthquake.
Qin Haotian, who arrived at the gate of the chief's mansion, felt this aura and his hair stood on end.
It was breathtaking. Is this the terror of the earth immortal mystic mirror? My God! Can Su Ming still live? Qin Haotian was completely desperate.
Even Kong Baisui and everyone in the Kong family in the hall thought that Su Ming was dead. But in this storm and the terrifying environment shrouded in an atmosphere as heavy as rain, Su Ming remained seated motionless in his chair. Everything around him was trembling, but he and the chair he was sitting in remained completely still, as if they were rooted to the ground. At the same time, Su Ming raised his hand and easily grabbed a chopstick that was suspended in midair, then flicked his wrist. The chopsticks, like a thunderbolt, shot towards Kong Tianchi's eyes. This? It was clearly just a chopstick that flew by. Kong Tianchi was greatly shocked. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face changed drastically, and he took several steps back. The surrounding atmosphere was also extremely chaotic. His back slammed into the wall with a loud thud. And the chopsticks were right in front of me.
Don't want. Kong Tianchi let out a terrified scream. Boom!
The chopstick flew past his ear and hit the wall behind him with a loud bang, creating a hole about half a person's height in the wall.
Kong Tianchi was covered in cold sweat, his body was hollow, and he was almost trembling with fear. He was trembling all over, and then he plopped down on the ground. Everyone in the Kong family was dumbfounded. Kong Baisui stared blankly, looking at everything in front of him in disbelief. His own father, defeated? The earth immortal mystic mirror has been defeated? How is that possible? 826, Chapter 826. It's settled then.
Kong Baisui and the others were simply shocked. But only Kong Tianchi, the person involved, knew just how terrifying what he had just faced was. It was just a chopstick, but it pierced through all his strength. At that moment, he felt as if he was frozen in place, unable to unleash any of his energy. After Kong Tianchi broke through to the earth immortal realm in the 10 seas, he believed that no one could rival him. Moreover, even before his breakthrough, he had never encountered such a terrifying situation.
Who exactly is this kid? What's their background? To be able to crush him like that, how strong must he be?
Thinking about all this, Kong Tianchi felt a chill run down his spine.
What kind of terrifying opponent am I facing?
Cold sweat poured down Kong Tianchi's forehead. He leaned against the wall, unable to utter a sound for a long time.
Su Ming, are you alright?
Just then, Qin Haotian rushed in through the door, looking flustered. Seeing that Su Ming was still alive, he felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders. A huge stone had finally been lifted from his heart. Seeing the mess around him and the large hole in the wall, Qin Haotian realized just how terrifying Kong Tianchi was. If he had arrived even half a step later, Su Ming would probably already be a corpse. Qin Haotian hurriedly took 3 steps at a time and came to Kong Tianchi. He respectfully bowed and said, Qin Haotian, the head of the Qin family, greets Ancestor Kong. The Su Ming is my nephew. If he has offended Ancestor Kong in any way, I, Qin Haotian, apologize to you. Please, Ancestor, show me some leniency and give me face by letting him go this time. After I return, I will certainly prepare a generous gift to send to you, my ancestor, as an apology. Qin Hao was naturally afraid that Kong Laozu would not let things go once he was in the right, so he kept offering benefits and his attitude was very sincere. Little did they know, Kong Tianchi was already covered in cold sweat. If Qin Haotian hadn't come, he wouldn't know what to do.
We can't beat them even if we fight.
But he had already said it, that he wanted to avenge his grandson. But if he admits defeat and doesn't dare to make a move, he, the patriarch of the Kong family, will lose all face.
Fortunately, Qin Haotian appeared like a savior.
Kong Tianchi swallowed hard, straightened up, and waved his hand, saying, So it's Qin Haotian, your nephew. That's truly a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple, a case of family members fighting each other. Let's just let this matter go. My grandson, who's always been so arrogant and domineering, deserves this retribution. I'll give you face and let it pass.
Upon hearing this, Su Ming rolled his eyes.
That old guy really knows how to back down gracefully. However, he was Kong Baisui's father after all, and Su Ming didn't want to force the Kong family into a corner. He grinned and ignored him.
Really, thank you for your magnanimity, Ancestor Kong.
Su Ming, hurry up and come over to thank Ancestor Kong.
Qin Haotian hurriedly turned to Su Ming and said.
Su Ming rolled his eyes, turned and left. He should prepare to thank me first.
This. Qin Haotian was instantly shocked. Kong Tianqi waved his hand awkwardly and said, It's nothing, it's normal for young people to be impetuous. I misunderstood things because I didn't understand the situation. Would you like to stay for a meal? No need, I'll take my leave then.
Qin Haotian, covered in sweat, said something and quickly left the chief's mansion.
This kid is something else.
Seeing the two leave and walk away, Kong Tianqi felt weak all over and almost collapsed to the ground. He was barely holding on. Su Ming's attack had already terrified him, leaving him breathless and his blood churning, making him extremely anxious.
So young, yet so strong. Is there really such a monstrous talent in the world? Kong Tianqi said, covered in cold sweat and still feeling lingering fear.
Kong Baisui gave a helpless bitter smile, but he had witnessed the true terror of the king of the 9 provinces.
He said to Kong Tianqi, Dad, I've already told you, things aren't what you think. He is the personal disciple of the current king of the 9 provinces and the lord of the war god temple. You're lucky you're no match for him, otherwise, our Kong family would be finished.
What? Upon hearing this, Kong Tianqi trembled with fear, and his lips quivered slightly.
Yuri saying he's the master of the war god temple, Gu Xiaogao's personal disciple, this is the kid? Oh my god. I never imagined it had grown this strong. Just how terrifying is the Temple of War. Quick, prepare a gift for me. I want to personally go up the mountain to apologize to him. Kong Tianqi then realized how much trouble he had gotten himself into. He thought he was invincible after reaching the Earth Immortal realm, but compared to the War God Temple, he was nothing. Moreover, his confrontation with Su Ming made him realize just how vast the gap was between him and the Temple of War. Dad, don't get excited. Qin Haotian's birthday banquet is in 3 days. I'll go up the mountain with you then. Kong Baisui smiled and said. Well. Kong Tianqi nodded hurriedly, breathing heavily. On the way back to the Qin family. As Qin Haotian drove, he still felt lingering fear, recalling the terror of old ancestor Kong. Apart from Su Ming, both sides seemed quite frightened. Nephew Su, don't blame me for being blunt. But this place is nothing like Zhengzhou. I know you're proud and arrogant, but in Qingshan town, even a dragon has to coil up. That old ancestor Kong, a Dixie in Xianjing, was lucky this time he gave me face and didn't hold it against you. Otherwise, I really don't know what the consequences would have been today. You'll still have to marry Ake later, so if you offend someone like that again, things will get complicated. Qin Haotian spoke earnestly. Su Ming grinned. Oh, right, Uncle Qin, there's something else I wanted to tell you. I want to tell you that my engagement with Qin Ko has been called off. After all, it was just a verbal promise between you and my dad. Now that my dad is missing, let's just forget about it. Besides, I'm not really interested in that kind of thing. Su Ming said calmly. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Haotian was startled and slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a stop. Turning her head, she looked at Su Ming in shock. Did Qin Fifan or Qin Ke say something to you? They're both immature, don't take what they say to heart. Your father and I are like brothers. Our word is as good as gold. How can we just cancel it like that? I'll make the decision on this. If you don't believe me, I'll announce it publicly at the birthday banquet in 3 days, confirming your marriage to Ake. No one can object. Qin Haotian thought that Su Ming didn't trust him and that the Qin family would look down on him. Impossible, Qin Haotian's word is law. No, Uncle Qin, that's not what I meant. Su Ming was frustrated. Stop talking, it's settled then. Qin Haotian said this in a firm and resounding voice. Then they drove up the mountain. Inside the ancestral hall of the family gathering in Qingshan town. No way, you bunch of useless trash can't even handle 2 kids? You urgently notified me to come back, just because of this trivial matter? Wu Batian, the head of the Wu family, dressed in a black robe, his face full of murderous intent and sternness, angrily questioned the 4 family heads. All four of them looked grim.
Jean Tian stepped forward and said cautiously, "Brother Wu, that kid isn't an ordinary person, he has the Qin family backing him up. He taught all four of our sons a lesson, and we don't dare to do anything to him. We can't really start a war with the Qin family, can we?"
"Go to hell."
Wu Badian turned around and slapped Jean Tian across the face, leaving a bright red handprint.
He sneered with disdain, "You're scared of just one Qin family? You're all as cowardly as turtles. You call yourselves the four top families of Qingshan town. I think you're nothing but a fart. You guys handle your own problems, and don't fucking bother me." Wu Badian shouted angrily and prepared to turn around and leave. The four of them originally felt guilty for trying to trick Wu Beixiangxia.
But seeing Wu Beixian's arrogant and violent behavior, his inability to distinguish friend from foe, the four of them immediately felt no more guilty.
Jean Tian gave a deep laugh. "Brother Wu, our matter is resolved, but your Zayasenti, your son, Wu Xiong, has also offended him, and has been severely beaten and taken to the Qin family. And he declared that if you want to save your son, you must personally go up the mountain to apologize to Qin Haotian on his 60th birthday in 3 days." Jean Tian had a big smile on his face. "What?"
Wu Badian was immediately shocked, turned around, and his face was full of rage. The anger and murderous intent on his face were almost bursting out.
"Arrogant brat, you're asking for death." Wu Beixian's roar resounded like thunder in the ancestral hall. 827, Chapter 827. I object. 3 days later, Qin Haotian's 60th birthday celebration will officially begin. The entire town of Qingshan went up the mountain to offer their congratulations. The Qin family manor was bustling and prosperous. Guests from near and far filled the air with lively chatter. "Master Qin, congratulations, may you live a long and healthy life." Guests presented gifts one after another. Qin Haotian, beaming with joy, greeted everyone and was extremely happy. In the hall, Qin Fifan stared at Su Ming with a grim expression. "Kid, I don't know how you escaped that disaster in Qingshan town, but I'm warning you, today is my father's 60th birthday, you'd better not cause trouble, otherwise, don't blame me for not letting you off the hook." "You won't let me go?" Su Ming grinned and looked at Qin Fifan, saying, "Those people at the KTV, weren't they someone you arranged to get back at me? You're the real culprit, aren't you?" "What did you say?" Qin Fifan flew into a rage, stepped forward and grabbed Su Ming by the collar, gritting his teeth and saying angrily, "Kid, don't think that just because you can stay in our Qin family now, you're someone important. It's only because my father is kind and afraid you'll have nowhere to go that he took you in like a dog. But in my eyes, you're nothing. You'd better behave yourself, or don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands." Qin Fifan said fiercely. "Brother, what are you doing?" Qin Ke stepped out and glared at Qin Fifan, shouting sharply. "It's nothing, just explain the things to pay attention to today." Qin Fifan then straightened up, released Su Ming, patted Su Ming's clothes, and said with a smile, "So that he doesn't misbehave and offend someone she can't afford to offend here, I'll go out and help out first." After saying that, Qin Fifan turned and left. "Brother Su." Qin Ke stepped forward and respectfully greeted Su Ming. Su Ming glanced at Qin Ku and calmly asked, "What's the situation with Wu Xiong?" "He's not dead yet, but he's practically dead. I locked him in the storage shed in the backyard." Qin Ku replied. "Alright, it's time to settle things today. The people I arranged should be here soon. After congratulating Uncle Qin and dealing with the Wu family, I should head back." Su Ming said calmly. "Go back to Zhangzhou?" Qin Ku asked in surprise. "That's right. I figured out what I needed to figure out this time. There's nothing else to deal with." Su Ming said slowly. "Good." Qin Ke responded, feeling slightly disappointed, although she was somewhat frightened when she first returned to the Qin family, unsure of how to explain it to her father. However, Su Ming never mentioned the annulment of the engagement in public, saving her face. This made her realize that Su Ming was more considerate than she had imagined. This filled her with gratitude. She had no idea why that woman from the Wan family would choose to divorce such a man. She couldn't wait for Su Ming to stay in the Qin family longer. However, I'm too embarrassed to say such things out loud. Distinguished guest has arrived. Just then, a loud shout rang out from outside. Qin Ku was taken aback and turned to look.
At the entrance of the Qin family compound, a large group of people, numbering several hundred, all dressed in uniform, arrived in a grand and imposing manner. Two imposing and domineering men stepped into the courtyard. To the astonishment of the crowd, they approached Qin Haotian, bowed, and said, "War God Army, Azure Dragon War God, Dragon Army."
Gao Wu, the Azure Dragon War God of the War God Army, has come to wish Master Qin a happy birthday on the orders of his master. A box of gold and silver jewelry, a Fergana horse, and a bottle of grade 9 elixirs as gifts. Please accept this, Master Qin. Boom! These words caused an uproar throughout the entire compound. Countless guests who had rushed over stood up and stared in shock at the scene. Even the renowned War God Army has arrived. I didn't expect Mr. Qin to have such great influence. My goodness, there's even a bottle of grade 9 pills. That's incredibly generous of you. This gift is just too good to pass up. Countless people cast envious glances at Qin Haotian. Qin Haotian was also utterly shocked, staring at the two people before him and asking in astonishment, "Who is your master, the king of the 9 provinces? Has he come? He wants me to personally thank him." Qin Haotian racked his brains but couldn't figure out what connection he had with the people of the War God Army. Not to mention the king of the 9 provinces, he had heard of him, but had never seen him. He never expected that the War God Army would come to celebrate his birthday. Long Jun said with a smile, "My master said that you will naturally see him when the time comes. Don't be in a hurry." Yes, yes. Qin Haotian was immediately overjoyed, then turned around and shouted, "Guards, please give the 2 war gods the best seats and treat them as honored guests." Qin Fifan quickly led his men out from behind to greet the 2 Azure Dragon war gods. Qin Fifan's face was also filled with pride. This is the reputation and status of the Qin family. Even the War God Army came to congratulate his father. If word gets out, it'll be so prestigious. From now on, the Qin family's name will likely be known both at home and abroad. Then he turned to look at Su Ming in the hall, his face full of sarcasm. That brat should now know how great an honor it is to live in the Qin family, and how much he has benefited from it. Such a scene is something those people probably have never seen in their entire lives. Qin Fifan sneered, even more certain that Su Ming was not worthy of stepping into the Qin family, let alone marrying his sister. In the hall, Qin Ku was utterly shocked, her scalp tingling. She knew very well that the War God Army must have come under Su Ming's orders. Otherwise, who would be qualified? "Brother Su, what's this?" Qin Ku turned her head, looking surprised and uncertain. Su Ming smiled and stood up. "I've stayed at your Qin family's house for a few days, so it's normal to give some gifts. Besides, I can see that Uncle Qin is genuinely concerned for me, and his relationship with my father is real. He deserves these gifts. Go out and wish Uncle Qin a happy birthday." So, Su Ming took Qin Ku outside. Once outside, Su Ming bowed to Qin Haotian and said, "Wishing Uncle Qin a long and healthy life." All right, nephew Su, come here quickly." Qin Haotian laughed heartily, his face beaming. He gestured for Su Ming to stand beside him and then addressed the hundreds of people present. "This is Su Ming, my good brother, the son of Su Lingkong. Although Su Lingkong is currently missing, we are like brothers, and his son is one of my own in the Qin family." Perfect timing. Let's double the joy in front of everyone. I hereby announce that Su Ming and my daughter Qin Ku are officially engaged. We hope that you will all grace us with your presence and join us for a celebratory drink in the future. Ah! These words shocked the entire audience. Especially the heads of the 4 major families who knew Su Ming's identity stood up abruptly, their faces full of shock. Qin Haotian is too cunning, isn't he? He actually made the king of Kyushu his son-in-law. After this, to what extent will the Qin family's status be elevated? It seems that the Qin family is the one who calls the shots in the entire Qinshan town. The Azure Dragon War God's army and Gao Hu also suddenly stood up straight. His face was filled with astonishment. Is Prince Su getting engaged? Qin Ku was stunned. After a moment, her face turned red, and she shouted in shock to Qin Haotian, "Dad, what are you doing?" Qin Haotian glared at Qin Ku and said angrily, "I know you think Su Ming is not good enough for you. Didn't you go to Zhongzhou in the first place to break off the engagement? But let me tell you, today's matter is decided by me. Your marriage to Su Ming is settled today." No. Qin Ku was about to faint.
It's not that she thinks Su Ming is unworthy of her, it's that she's unworthy of him. If Su Ming doesn't agree, forcing him would be no different from coercing him into marriage. That would be terrible. Thinking of this, Jin-ko couldn't help but look up at Su Ming, her forehead covered in sweat. But Su Ming had a calm smile on his face, as if he didn't care at all.
Does this mean that Su Ming doesn't mind marrying her? Jin-ko was completely baffled. I object.
Qin Fifan, his face contorted with rage, stood up abruptly and roared, "Dad, are you blind? What makes this boy worthy of our Qin family? He's not fit to be engaged to Qin K. Object, I strongly object."
Yes, we oppose it too.
There were also 7 or 8 scions of prominent families present, all of whom stood up, each filled with righteous indignation.
Most of them were Qin-ko's suitors.
Immediately, the atmosphere at the birthday banquet became restless and chaotic.
Qin Haotian's face turned green with anger. 828, Chapter 828 War God Army, step forward.
Miss Qin is one of the top 10 prodigies of the secluded world, how could such a boy be worthy of her?
Su Ming, has anyone ever heard of this name? Nobody dares to try and climb the social ladder by associating with the Qin family, that's an absolute joke.
Exactly, I've never heard of it.
I've never heard of it either. Never heard of it.
The group of scions of prominent families began to hurl insults at Su Ming, their faces filled with contempt.
Even they, the scions of these families, couldn't win Qin-ko's heart, and now, Su Ming, a kid with no background, was going to get the better deal. How can they possibly feel at peace with this?
Qin Fifan sneered now that his anger was ignited. Even without his intervention, many people wanted to trample Su Ming underfoot and humiliate him.
Now, he wanted to see what Su Ming could do. Should they kneel down and beg for mercy, or tuck their tails between their legs and run away? Immediately afterward, a young master from a powerful family shouted, "Look at all of us guests, every single one of us is offering lavish gifts to Master Qin. Does this kid even have a single present?" He didn't even have a gift, he was empty-handed and penniless. If someone like that were to get engaged to Miss Qin, he would become the biggest laughingstock in and around Qingshan town. As he spoke, everyone burst into laughter. Qin Haotian was furious and was about to speak to intimidate him. On his birthday, how could he tolerate these young scoundrels acting so recklessly here? But just then, a deafening sound rang out from the entrance of the Qin family compound. His gift is here. Everyone was startled and turned to look.
At the main gate, Wu Badian, the head of the Wu family, walked in with a gloomy and fierce expression, carrying an iron rod as thick as an arm, which he then hurled at Su Ming.
The iron rod swept through the air like a cannonball, whistling as it came, even creating a sonic boom in the air. "Brother Su, be careful!" Jin-ko exclaimed in surprise.
Qin Haotian stepped forward, grabbed the flying iron rod, and unleashed his divine power realm energy.
Boom!
The iron rod landed in his hand with a loud bang, then came to an abrupt stop.
Qin Haotian threw the iron rod on the ground with a loud crack. He looked up angrily. "Wu Badian, what do you mean, you're here to ruin my birthday celebration? Make trouble?"
Wu Badian grinned maliciously, "More than just causing trouble, I'm going to turn your birthday today into your death anniversary. This kid, he's from your Qin family, isn't he?"
"So what if it is?" Qin Haotian's face was cold and stern. Wu Badian sneered, "That's right, your Qin family condones such a piece of trash, letting him run rampant in Qingshan town, and even kidnapped my son. Wu Xiong, my son is in your Qin family now, isn't he? Someone come here."
Wu Badian roared, and behind him, hundreds of Wu family experts surged in, each at least at the Emperor realm or Divine Power realm, numbering at least a dozen. This terrifying aura instantly shocked everyone present. The guests present were all terrified, their faces changed drastically, and they stood up in shock, backing away to avoid the attack, but they still stood their ground against the Wu family. The crowd was filled with shock. Unexpectedly, the Wu family, also from Qingshan town, has become so powerful. Unbeknownst to many, they have already nurtured so many top-tier experts. With so many experts, they are in no way inferior to the Qin family. This Wu Badian is terrifying. The most powerful family in Qingshan town has likely changed hands. From now on, it belongs to the Wu family.
Everyone present was awestruck by the Wu family's power. "You're spouting nonsense." Qin Haotian was also surprised and uncertain. He hadn't expected Wu Badian to be able to bring so many experts. For a moment, his nerves were on edge. The entire Qin family paled in shock. "Slanderous accusations. I, Wu Badian, am willing to wipe out your Qin family today. However, I want you to die peacefully, without any complaints. Do you dare to let my men search your Qin family's premises?" Wu Badian asked with a sharp expression. "Search all you want. If you find anything, I, Qin Haotian, will deal with you however I want. But if you don't find anything, don't blame the Qin family for making things difficult for you," Qin Haotian said angrily. "Good. Search." Wu Badian raised his hand and shouted, and hundreds of people behind him immediately rushed out like bats. "No need to search anymore." Just then, Su Ming slowly stepped forward, looking at Wu Badian with a smile. "Your son, Wu Xiong, is indeed in my hands. I personally brought him up the mountain. Qin Ke, bring him out." "Ah?" Qin Ke was completely stunned. She thought Su Ming would deny it or try to find a way to avoid it, but she never expected that Su Ming would confront her head-on. What exactly are they trying to do? The Wu family's power is so great that even the Qin family might not be able to stop them. Seeing that Qin Ke hadn't moved for a while, Su Ming turned around and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Qin Ke trembled and hurriedly replied, "Yes." Qin Ke turned and left. A short while later, Wu Xiong, who was barely alive, was pulled out from behind and placed in front of Su Ming. Boom! The whole scene was about to explode. Wu Xiong, the eldest son of the Wu family, is indeed at the Qin family's place, and he has been beaten to this terrible state. The Qin family is doomed. Even Qin Haotian stared wide-eyed in shock at Su Ming, asking, "Su Ming, did you really do this? What are you planning to do?" Qin Haotian's mind was in complete chaos. Seeing Wu Xiong's miserable state, Wu Baixian's eyes blazed with fury. He glared at Qin Haotian and roared, "Qin Haotian, I didn't wrong you, did I? And now, you deserve to die. Move, kill everyone associated with the Qin family without mercy. I'll handle this kid myself." Wu Badian pointed at Su Ming, his murderous aura soaring to the sky. "This has nothing to do with the Qin family." Qin Fifan rushed out like a madman, kneeling down in front of Wu Badian with a thud, and cried out in terror, "Master Wu, this kid is just a good-for-nothing who's been staying at our Qin family's place. We know nothing about what he's been doing. He has nothing to do with our Qin family. It has absolutely nothing to do with us. Kill him if you want, but please don't lay a hand on us." Seeing Qin Fifan's pathetic state, Qin Hao was so angry he felt like he was going to vomit blood. He stepped forward, gritted his teeth, and said sharply, "So what if it was my Qin family who did it? I took him in, so I can bear the responsibility today. My Qin family will protect him. Wu Badian, if you want war, then come. Have you admitted it?" Wu Badian let out a sinister sneer. "Kill." He uttered a single, chilling word. Qin Haotian turned to Su Ming and said, "Su Ming, you should leave quickly. My Qin family is here to protect you. No matter how arrogant Wu Badian is, he can't touch my Qin family." "No need, Uncle Qin, I've been waiting for him for ages." Su Ming grinned. He turned and shouted, "War God Army, step forward." Boom! The entire scene was filled with a deafening roar that shook the earth, and hundreds of War God soldiers stepped forward. Not only that, but thousands of War God Army soldiers roared out from the mountains surrounding the Qin family, completely sealing off the entire perimeter of the Qin family, making it impassable. The murderous aura was so intense it almost pierced the sky. 829, Chapter 829. A chilling killing intent. Seeing this awe-inspiring scene, the entire audience was stunned. Especially the group of scions of noble families who had previously clamored that Su Ming was unworthy of the role. Their expressions changed drastically in an instant, and they all retreated, almost finding a hole to hide in. This guy can command the War God Army? Could he be the king of Kyushu? Qin Fifan, who was kneeling in front of Wu Badian begging for mercy, had wide eyes, an enormous mouth, and his jaw was almost dislocated. His face was filled with a blank, shocked expression, and he couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Was everything Qin Ke told him back then true? Nephew Su, could it be that you are? Qin Haotian stared blankly at Su Ming.
Su Ming grinned, said nothing, slowly stepped forward, and stepped out with one foot, pinning Wu Xiong under his foot. He grinned at Wu Badian and said, "Want your son? Come on, let me see if you have the ability." "You?" Wu Badian was shocked. Turning his head to look at the situation around him, he was so shocked that his scalp tingled. He finally understood, it wasn't him who came to demand the person, but Su Ming who deliberately lured him here. Thinking of this, Wu Badian suddenly turned his head, his murderous gaze falling on the other 4 family heads. These 4 people knew this would happen, but they didn't say anything clearly, they had already betrayed him. The 4 family heads sat calmly, looking at Wu Badian with cold smiles on their faces. "Serves you right for being so arrogant. If you had changed your attitude sooner, we might have been able to give you a few pointers. You think you're invincible, let's see just how capable you really are." Zhang Tian sneered. Wu Baishan's death here is also beneficial to them. This way, the Wu family can no longer dominate them, and they will have one less competitor, which is a great thing. Wu Badian gritted his teeth. If he went down the mountain, he would not let these 4 beasts go. Wu Badian turned around, his gloomy gaze falling on Su Ming. He gritted his teeth and asked, "You are the king of the 9 provinces, what grudge do I have against your war god army? Why do you need to go to such lengths to scheme against me?" Su Ming grinned, "I'm Su Lingkong's son, don't you understand yet?" Su Lingkong's son, the Su family? Wu Badian raised an eyebrow and immediately realized that it was very likely the incident from 3 years ago. Wu Baishan's face immediately contorted with rage, and he sneered through gritted teeth, "So what if your war god army is lying in ambush? I have over 100 experts, including about 20 at the Divine Power Realm, and we're not pushovers. Your war god army, though numerous, is just a bunch of ants. Are you sure you can stop me?" Speaking of this, Su Ming's gaze darkened. He had indeed considered this matter. With the strength of the war god army, destroying Wu Badian is naturally no problem. But that would require the use of guns and cannons, resulting in large-scale casualties, and the entire Wu family would not be spared. If it were a real battle, with sheer numbers and overwhelming numbers, the war god army would suffer significant losses. However, if he were to take action and kill Wu Badian first, the Qin family would suffer significant losses due to the counterattacks of the others. After all, there is still a significant gap in individual strength. Only Qin Haotian, Qin Fifan, and Qin Ku are at the Divine Power Realm here. But Qin Fifan is a coward. Qin Ku can only handle 1 at most. No matter how you calculate it, you're at a disadvantage. Seeing Su Ming's expression, Wu Badian immediately knew that he had grasped Su Ming's weakness. He sneered and said, "With over 100 men going on a killing spree, I can take at least 200 or 300 people down with Mado. You really want to fight me to the death? What if I were included?" Just then, a deafening voice rang out at the entrance of the Qin family compound. Earth Immortal Kong Tianqi, carrying gifts, slowly walked in. Aura of power emanating from him. The oppressive force of the Earth Immortal Mystic Mirror rushed towards us like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down. It was like dark clouds looming overhead, suffocating one. The 20 or so experts from the Wu family at the Divine Power Realm immediately felt the terror of this aura, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. Earth Immortal Mystic Mirror. The Kong family patriarch? Wu Badian was terrified. The moment Kong Tianqi of the Earth Immortal Mystic Mirror entered the arena, the entire situation was turned upside down. Wu Badian trembled all over. A mere Earth Immortal at the Profound Mirror Realm could easily contend with 7 or 8 Divine Power Realm cultivators. "Ancestor Kong, my Wu family has a very close relationship with your chief's mansion," Wu Badian said in a panic. "Kneel down." With a fierce shout, as if possessing the might of a tyrant, Kong Tianqi slapped Wu Badian across the face. Boom! Wu Badian released his internal energy in time, but he had no chance to resist. As soon as his energy surged out, it was shattered by Kong Tianqi's slap, which landed solidly on Wu Baishan's face. He knocked out several of Wu Baishan's teeth on the spot, causing him to spit out blood. "I'll make you kneel down." Kong Tianqi was arrogant and domineering. Wu Badian trembled all over, gritted his teeth, and knelt down with a thud. "Come, crawl on your knees before the king of Kyushu to apologize," Kong Tianqi said with a murderous look on his face. "Yes." Wu Badian gritted his teeth and knelt down step by step to Su Ming, but at that moment, Wu Baixian's eyes suddenly turned sinister and strange. He suddenly got up from the ground and grabbed Su Ming's throat with his 5 fingers like iron hooks.
Attack, kill. Wu Badian let out a hoarse roar. Begging for mercy won't get you anywhere.
He knew very well what happened 3 years ago. If Su Ming came for this matter, even if he begged for mercy, the entire Wu family would be destroyed and wiped out. It wouldn't be enough to compensate him.
The only thing we can do is to capture the leader first and kill this kid.
This was Wu Baixian's goal. If he can kill Su Ming in an instant, then neither the War God Army nor Kong Tianqi will have the power to resist him. Moreover, fighting Kong Tianqi in a bloody battle is 100 times more difficult than defeating this piece of trash who has no strength left. This murderous intent and intention arose in Wu Baixian's heart almost the moment Kong Tianqi appeared.
Boom!
The hundreds of experts in the audience all stirred and moved with overwhelming momentum.
You beast! Kong Tianqi was shocked. Qin Haoyan and Qin Ku also showed expressions of shock. Qin Fifan's lips trembled, revealing excitement and surprise his expression. Is this kid going to die? Boom!
Almost the instant Wu Badian lashed out, Su Ming's hand was already on Wu Baixian's head, and then he pressed down hard, as if the world were collapsing, directly shoving Wu Baixian's entire head into the mud.
The entire room fell silent. A deathly silence.
Even the hundreds of experts who had just rushed out were frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the scene. Su Ming's gaze was icy, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Grabbing Wu Badian by the hair, they lifted the half-dead Wu Badian up and displayed him to the public.
Those who want to die, come on.
His killing intent was chilling, like a demon incarnate. Wu Baixian's hair was disheveled, his face was messy, blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth, his face was almost deformed, and his eyes were almost unable to open.
This is the Wu family patriarch at the peak of the divine power realm. The existence of a half-step earthy mortal mystic mirror. They couldn't even touch Su Ming's clothes, one blow took away half his life. Oh my God!
The hundreds of experts were instantly terrified, panicked, turned around and ran, rushing out of the Qin family compound and down the mountain. But what they faced was an ambush by tens of thousands of War God soldiers.
Ah, ah.
The piercing screams echoed around the Qin family compound, sending chills down everyone's spines. The area around the Qin family's residence had turned into a battlefield. Kong Tianqi also turned his head, looking at Su Ming with a shocked expression. The king of the 9 provinces seems even more terrifying than his master, Gu Xiaoyao. 8:30, Chapter 8:30. They're already engaged. Master Qin, I just received news that your Qin family was attacked. Was it the Wu family from Qingshan town? Are you alright? How did you manage to provoke the Wu family? Wu Badian, a peak divine power realm cultivator, is not someone to be trifled with. Do you need me to send reinforcements? In the main hall of the Qin family, Qin Haoyan was on the phone with Su Huaigu, the head of the Su family. Qin Haoyan smiled and said, Mr. Su, you are very kind, but my Qin family also has experts. It has already been resolved.
Really, they can even handle Wu Badian?
Su Huaigu seemed a little surprised, but then smiled and said, that's good, then I'm relieved. By the way, I asked my daughter, Su Ziyan, to come and wish you a happy birthday. I wonder if she's arrived yet.
Just as Qin Haoyan was about to answer, a voice sounded at the door.
Su Ziyan from the Su family has come to wish Master Qin a long and happy life.
Su Ziyan led her people into the Qin family's main hall. Arrive! Qin Haoyan grinned and said. Alright, then I won't bother you any longer. I'll visit the Qin family in person another day when I have time.
Su Huaigu said with a smile, and then hung up the phone. Su Ziyan approached Qin Haoyan, knelt respectfully on the ground, and said, Su Ziyan has come on my father's orders to wish Master Qin a happy birthday. This is a gift from my Su family. Please accept it, Master Qin.
Qin Haoyan glanced down and saw that Su Ziyan was holding a top-grade medicinal herb.
Qin Haoyan recognized it at a glance and exclaimed with delight, this must be the 9th-grade medicinal herb, Heavenly Dragon Lingji. How thoughtful. Although the birthday banquet is over, please come quickly. Qin Haoyan had someone take the medicinal herbs, and when he looked up, he saw 2 people following Su Ziyan. Su Ziyun stood up and introduced, Master Qin, these two are my friends. This is Wan Shirin, the eldest daughter of the Wan family in Zhengzhou, and this one, you probably know him, Tu Yang Hao, the eldest young master of the Fengyue Yang family, ranked second among the top 10 prodigies.
Qin Haoyan nodded with admiration. You are all outstanding young talents, please have a seat.
So Qin Haoyan had a banquet prepared and welcomed the three of them in the hall.
By the way, where's Ake?
Su Ziyun turned her head and looked around, asking curiously.
Besides Qin Ke, Su Ziyun also thought of Su Ming. Why haven't I seen that kid? Didn't that guy come to the Qin family with Qin Ke?
Could it be that he was looked down upon by the Qin family and has already been sent back to Zhengzhou, or perhaps it's more than that with Qin Fifen's violent temper? If he knew that his sister's fiancé was such a good-for-nothing, he probably would have already turned that kid into a corpse.
Thinking of this, Su Ziyun couldn't help but grin. She had said long ago that someone like Su Ming could only manage to get by in Zhengzhou, but in a secluded place like Qingshan town, he was no different from an ant, and everyone could trample on him. Not to mention the Qin family.
Qin Haoyan replied, Qin Ke went down the mountain to take care of some finishing work, and should be back soon.
I see. The group sat down at the banquet.
Qin Haoyan glanced at her with a puzzled look. He recognized Yang Hao, but he was seeing Wan Shirin for the first time. He couldn't help but ask curiously, and who is this Miss Wan?
I am from Zhengzhou.
Wan Shirin smiled, but was slightly flustered, as she was about to answer in front of such an important figure as Qin Haoyan. Su Ziyun quickly added, that's incredible, Miss Wan single-handedly led her Wan family to establish themselves and make a name for themselves in Zhengzhou. She's a renowned and fortunate business prodigy. Most importantly, after Miss Wan came to our Su family, my father immediately recognized her potential. Her physique is perfect for cultivation. With my father's slight guidance and the consumption of a few pills, she has now reached the cultivation level of the Emperor realm.
What?
Upon hearing this, Qin Haoyan immediately showed a look of surprise and doubt.
This is incredible.
Although those at the Emperor realm are not considered particularly powerful in the outer realms. However, for an ordinary person to break through to the Emperor realm from scratch in a short period of time, such talent can be described as defying the heavens. Even Qin Haoyan had never met him. Moreover, with such talent, Wan Shirin will probably be able to break through to the divine power realm in less than a year or two. Wan Shirin hurriedly waved her hand, smiling humbly and embarrassedly, Miss Su, you flatter me too much. I just stumbled upon this by accident. Actually, I still only have a vague understanding of it.
Just kidding, I only have a superficial understanding. Su Ziyun's words were hardly an exaggeration.
She had never seen anyone with such extraordinary talent as Wan Shirin. Not only did she break through to the Emperor realm in just 1 week at the Su family, but she also read through all the classics, including those on martial arts and medicine, in that short time. Although, Wan Shirin was not shown the precious thing. But those superficial things, which can be understood at a glance, and whose comprehension is so profound that even Su Ziyun couldn't help but be amazed. It took her more than 2 or 3 years to learn these books. Qin Haoyan also exclaimed in surprise, that's incredible, Miss Wan is destined to be a prominent figure with a bright future. My good-for-nothing son spent nearly 10 years cultivating to the Emperor realm. At this point, Su Ziyun smiled meaningfully and said, besides that, Miss Wan has another connection with us. I believe you've heard of her ex-husband, Mr. Qin. His name is Su Ming, and he was also engaged to Qin Ke. You should have met that young man, Mr. Qin, right?
You mean, Su Ming? Qin Haoyan was startled.
This Miss Wan was actually engaged to Su Ming.
No wonder.
Given Su Ming's abilities, Wan Shirin has likely learned a great deal from him during their marriage. It's only natural that she has this talent.
No wonder, no wonder. Qin Haoyan immediately understood everything. What about that kid? Did Master Qin kick him off the mountain? After all, he's not good enough for Ake at all. Su Ziyun said with a gloating smile.
At this point, Qin Haoyan's expression immediately turned serious. You're a little late. I already announced Su Ming and Qin Ke's engagement at the birthday celebration earlier today.
What? Upon hearing this, Su Ziyun and Wan Shirin both looked shocked, thinking they had misheard. The Qin family actually accepted Su Ming? This was completely unexpected for them. Inside a room in the Qin family's backyard,
Su Ming sat in the chair. Wu Badian, his face covered in blood, knelt before them. Prince Su, spare my life, it really has nothing to do with me. No, you've come because of what happened 3 years ago, but your father's matter truly has nothing to do with me. I am a sinner, I colluded with the Blood Fiend Hall and let them attack the Su family, but isn't the Su family still alive and well? The only ones who suffered were your parents. But why is the Su family alive while your parents suffer? This matter is probably related to the Su family, it really has nothing to do with me. Wu Badian begged for mercy, kneeling before Su Ming and kowtowing repeatedly. Su Ming slowly raised his head, his gaze cold and sharp. You mean the Su family betrayed my father to save themselves? Su Ming's gaze was sharp and filled with murderous intent. 831, Chapter 831, a joke. Two don't know. Wu Badian shook his head in terror, repeatedly saying, I only guided the Blood Fiend Hall back Thenas for the rest. What exactly happened? And even the whereabouts of your parents, I don't know anything. Please, spare me, I beg you. Wu Badian was so frightened that he burst into tears and kowtowed repeatedly to Su Ming. Su Ming stood up and looked coldly at Wu Badian, guiding the way. Isn't that enough of a crime? If you hadn't run into me today, would the Qin family have been wiped out by you? Be a good person in your next life. Don't want. Wu Badian suddenly looked up, let out a shout of shock and anger, and his eyes showed a desperate killing intent. But the next moment, Su Ming kicked him in the chest. Boom! Wu Badian was kicked so hard that he flew backward, smashing a large hole in the door behind him before landing in the courtyard. His internal organs were ruptured, and he died on the spot. The loud explosion startled Su Ziyun, Yang Hao, Wan Shirin, and the others in the main hall. The group of people stood up almost simultaneously, looking back in shock. Then Su Ming slowly walked out of the back door. Upon seeing Su Ming, Su Ziyun, and Wan Shirin all showed expressions of shock. You're still here? Su Ziyun was utterly shocked. Su Ming clapped his hands, looking surprised. Oh, you guys are here too? What was that sound just now? Su Ziyun looked at Su Ming in shock. It's nothing, just kicked away some trash. Su Ming smiled faintly, looking at Su Ziyun and saying, You've come at the right time. I happen to have a question for you. What is my father's status in the Su family, and why was he hunted down by the Blood Fiend Hall back then? You should know a little about this, right? I have no idea. Su Ziyun raised her head and sneered disdainfully, That's your own business, how would I know? Anyway, it has nothing to do with my Su family. Alright, it's fine if you don't want to tell me when I have time. I'll go to the Su family myself and ask your father, then everything will be clear. Su Ming chuckled indifferently, not caring at all. You? Su Ziyun sneered, Do you even have the right to step into our Su family? You've offended the Blood Fiend Hall, and they've probably dug up all your secrets. Whether you'll even live to see that day is anyone's guess. Master Qin, let me tell you, this boy is a good-for-nothing. He doesn't deserve to be engaged to a kite. It's not too late to regret it now. Otherwise, if Qin Ke really marries this boy, it will ruin Qin Ke's life. The entire Qin family will be dragged down by him. Su Ziyun said angrily. Alright. Qin Haoyan rolled his eyes. He already knew Su Ming's true identity perfectly well, and he was even a burden to the Qin family. If it weren't for Su Ming, the Qin family would already be finished. He didn't know what was wrong with Su Ziyun. Why did she look down on Su Ming's current status and position? Did she really think that the Su family was invincible and powerful throughout the land? Qin Haoyan shook his head and said, Guests are always welcome. For your father's sake, I won't hold it against you. Stay here tonight, and feel free to come tomorrow. Ah? Su Ziyun was completely dumbfounded. Why does it seem like they're the ones who are wrong? She was clearly doing it for Qin Ke's own good by telling Qin Haoyan the truth, so why is she still not well liked? Su Ming then turned to Qin Haoyan and said, Uncle Qin, no need, I'll go down the mountain to stay anyway. I'm returning to Zhengzhou tomorrow. I'll come see you again when I have time. Aren't you going to stay a little longer? You're engaged to Qin Ke now, so you're practically family. You can stay as long as you want. Qin Haoyan immediately said excitedly. It's okay, there will be other opportunities. Su Ming smiled calmly and walked towards the door. Long Jun, Gao Hu, and a group of War God soldiers were still waiting for his instructions in Qingshan town, so he didn't want to waste any more time here. Upon hearing this, Qin Haoyan knew that he couldn't force Su Ming to stay. He immediately turned and shouted, "Where is that good-for-nothing Qin Fifan? Send him here to escort Su Ming down the mountain, then get back to the Qin family tonight. Starting today, I'm going to lock him up for a year."
Qin Haotian roared in anger.
Especially during the daytime, when facing Mubadian, Qin Fifan's first thought was not to fight back or resist, but to kneel down and beg for mercy.
Thinking about this made Qin Haotian feel like his chest was about to explode with anger.
Qin Haotian was a brilliant man all his life. How could he have raised such a good-for-nothing? Compared to Su Ming, Qin Fifan appears utterly worthless and extremely shameful. A short while later, Qin Fifan, looking dejected and like a stray dog, arrived at the door, gave a nod, and then drove Su Ming down the mountain.
Su Ziyun and Wan Shirin were both stunned.
Su Ziyun hurriedly said to Qin Haotian, "Uncle Qin, I've also brought my father's congratulations. Let's go down the mountain and stay here too."
"Go!"
Qin Haotian didn't try to persuade Su Ziyun and the other two to stay at all, a stark contrast to his attitude towards Su Ming.
This made Su Ziyun even more depressed. Are the three of them combined really not as good as a piece of trash like Su Ming? This is absolutely a ridiculous joke. She wanted to go down the mountain and see how long Su Ming could keep up the act. Qin Fifan was driving, and Su Ming was sitting in the passenger seat, barely daring to breathe. Only now did he realize just how vast the gap was between him and Su Ming. Previously, he thought the Qin family was invincible, and he himself was a chosen one of heaven in front of him. Su Ming was no different from a lowly ant. Only at that moment did he realize that he was the real ant. At roughly the same age, Su Ming's achievements are something he could never catch up to in his entire life. My heart is filled with regret.
Thinking back on what he had done during this period, he was filled with deep regret. He regretted it, but he was too ashamed to apologize. All the way my palms were sweaty while driving. He had no idea whether Su Ming would hold a grudge and seek revenge. If he does, then his life is over. They were almost at Qinshan town, and if he didn't speak up now, he would miss his chance. Qin Fifan finally steeled himself and said, his face flushed, "Prince Su, I'm sorry I didn't know your identity before and looked down on you. I even deliberately conspired with other young masters from prominent families to scheme against you. I was an idiot. I hope you'll give me a chance." After saying that, Qin Fifan felt like he wanted to die.
"What?"
Su Ming then slowly turned his head and calmly looked at Qin Fifan. "Oh, you mean that matter? I really have to thank you for your help. Otherwise, I would have had to settle accounts with the 4 major families myself, which would have taken a lot of time. It's only because you were able to gather them all at once that I was saved a lot of trouble. But in the future, you should avoid associating with those people. Most of them are two-faced and ruthless. It's a small matter for me, but if they harm your sister or the Qin family, then it won't be worth it." Su Ming seemed completely unconcerned. Or perhaps, he never took Qin Fifan seriously at all.
Ah!
Qin Fifan was dumbfounded, staring at Su Ming in disbelief.
He finally understood.
It turns out that he had tried so hard to scheme against Su Ming, but in Su Ming's eyes, he was just an ant, nothing at all. At this moment, Qin Fifan's mentality was completely shattered. His eyes were empty and blank, his face filled with despair. It turns out, he was a joke from beginning to end.
832, Chapter 832, Giving You a Helping Hand. As Su Ziyun and her 2 companions drove down the mountain, they ran into Qin Fifan, who was preparing to return. Su Ziyun stopped Qin Fifan's car and stepped forward, asking in surprise, "Young Master Qin, did you really bring that kid here? Someone like him doesn't deserve to be your driver." Qin Fifan was already mentally broken. He looked up at Su Ziyun and said irritably, "What's it to you? Is there anything else? If not, then don't block my way." "No." Su Ziyun frowned. "Does that mean young Master Qin has no objection to Qin Ku's engagement to him?" "No objections?"
He had a problem, which is why he ended up in this state.
Moreover, he is now completely convinced by Su Ming.
It is a blessing for the Qin family that Qin Ku was able to get engaged to the king of Kyushu. As a result, Qin Fifan got angry when Su Ziyun said those words. He gave Su Ziyun a cold look. "That's my sister's business, it's none of my concern, get out of my way." Qin Fifan shouted sharply, driving Su Ziyun away, and then drove up the mountain. Su Ziyun looked completely bewildered. What's wrong with Qin Fifan? Why is he acting like he's on fire? What did I do to offend him? Back in the car, Su Ziyan said irritably, that Qin Fifan is really spineless. His own sister is engaged to a good-for-nothing, and he doesn't care at all, and he's a divorced man. If this gets out, won't it ruin Qin's life? She's my best friend, I can't just stand by and do nothing. And that kid dares to dream of going to the Su family, I have to teach him a lesson. After saying this, Su Ziyan noticed that Wan Shirin and Yang Hao were both silent. Su Ziyun then remembered that Wan Shirin had also been married to Su Ming. This statement also belittles Wan Shirin. Su Ziyan quickly turned her head and said awkwardly with a smile, Miss Wan, that's not what I meant. I just felt sorry for Qinku. It's okay, we've been divorced for a long time, and what you said is absolutely right. Although Wan Shirin's expression wasn't very good, she still spoke calmly. That's right. Su Ziyun smiled and said, there's a man here who's 1,000 times better than that kid. At this point, Su Ziyan turned her head and glanced at Yang Hao in the back seat. She had long noticed that Yang Hao was interested in Wan Shirin, otherwise, why would she have followed him after they met at the Su family's house? Besides, this trip was to Zhongzhou to help her father find medicine, and it had nothing to do with Yang Hao. But Yang Hao insisted on following him all the way. His intentions were obvious. Yang Hao smiled but didn't reply. Inside the hotel in Qingshan town. Brother Su, I have already arranged accommodations for the War God army. The 2 Azure Dragon War Gods are waiting in their rooms to report to you. Qinke said to Su Ming with a respectful expression. Su Ming nodded slightly. Okay, let's go up together then. By the way, what do you think about our engagement? Your father said. Qinke's fair face instantly turned red, and she shook her head, saying, that was all just my dad talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. I am not on the same level as you. Brother Sui planned to focus on cultivation after I return to the Qin family. Su Ming smiled slightly, said nothing more, and went upstairs. Qinku couldn't figure out Su Ming's thoughts either, so she followed him. But after taking 2 steps, the phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Su Ziyun calling. Qinku answered the phone. Ziyun, what's wrong? Qinku, where are you? Su Ziyun inquired over the phone. Qinku answered truthfully, I just ran into Brother Su at the hotel and was about to go upstairs with him. No way? Upon hearing this, Su Ziyun on the other end of the phone almost vomited blood. You're going to a hotel with that kid? Even you? Didn't you look down on him before? What do you mean by booking a hotel room? Qinku frowned. If you're talking nonsense, I'm not talking to you anymore. Qinku hung up the phone immediately. Su Ziyun was about to go crazy. The speed at which Qinku and Su Ming developed a relationship was beyond her imagination. What happened? Wan Shirin asked in surprise and doubt. Qinku went to a hotel with that guy, I have to stop her. After saying that, Su Ziyun drove off towards the hotel. Ah! Wan Shirin was also stunned. She hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now she was genuinely shocked. Is Su Ming really good enough for the Qin family and to actually marry Qinku? Does Su Ming's charlatanry and deception work in the Qin family, a powerful and influential clan? What exactly is going on? In the hotel room. King Su, we have discovered that the Blood Fiend Palace has mobilized almost its entire force this time. Several heavenly venerables are leading their troops to the Central Plains, and it seems they are likely to besiege Cloudmist Manor. On the other side, another group of people went to the Imperial City, seemingly intending to take action against the royal family and capture Su De. We've already informed Jitang, Chuanshuet, and Donglei King Su. How about we take some men and launch a coordinated attack from within and without, so that once the Blood Fiend Palace enters Zhengzhou, we can surround and annihilate them. Long Jun and Gao who reported to Su Ming. When Qinku entered, she heard such shocking news and immediately froze on the spot, not daring to breathe. She then realized that the level Su Ming was involved in and the issues he was facing were far more complex than she had imagined. Compared to these events in Qingshan town, they were all minor incidents. She had previously bothered Su Ming with trivial matters like breaking off the engagement and romantic entanglements. Thinking about it now, she feels like slapping herself twice. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then said to Long Jun and Gao Hu, you two take your men and set off tomorrow to provide support to the Imperial State if it's a full-scale attack. the others aren't much of a threat, but the most crucial thing is Blood Fiend Celestial Venerable. If he also gets involved, even the War God army might not be able to stop him. It's currently unclear whether he's going to Zhongzhou or Dezhou. Regardless, you all go to the Imperial State first. Report any news to me immediately. Su Ming made the arrangements. Yes. After saying that, the two turned and left. Qinke was so shocked by this that she couldn't close her mouth. Blood Fiend Celestial Venerable has also made a move? Brother Su, how about I talk to my dad and ask our Qin family to come and help out too? Qinke hurriedly asked. Su Ming grinned. Blood Fiend Heavenly Venerable, can the Qin family stop him? The Qin family could barely stop Wu Badian, let alone dare to challenge the Blood Fiend Palace. This. Qinke immediately lowered her head in shame. Su Ming took out a medicine bottle and handed it to Qinke. This medicine is called the 9th grade Jade Rejuvenation Pill. Take it. It will help your cultivation. If you want support, you should first improve your own strength. A 9th grade Jade Rejuvenation Pill? Oh my god. Qinke was shocked. She had only ever heard of such a top-grade elixir. It is said that even a single pill can raise one level in the divine power realm. With this medicine, to what level will her strength be raised? Qinke was overjoyed. He hurriedly walked up to Su Ming, deeply grateful, and knelt down to accept the gift. Thank you so much, Brother Sui will do my best to help you as soon as possible. Bang! Just then, the door behind me was kicked open. Su Ziyun barged in with her men. He looked up and saw Qinke kneeling in front of Su Ming, while Su Ming sat on the bed. She was about to explode. You, all of you? 833, Chapter 833 Severing Relationship. Why are you here? Qinke stood up in shock and turned to look at Su Ziyun and the other two. Ache, I never thought you actually went to a hotel with this guy and did something like this. My god, do you know how embarrassing this will be if word gets out? Su Ziyun was so angry she almost fainted. Wan Shirin glanced at Su Ming and took Su Ziyun's words seriously. She turned her head away, not wanting to look at Su Ming any longer. Qinke hurriedly shook her head and said, "It's not what you think? Seeing is believing, what's the difference?" Then Su Ziyun pointed at Su Ming and said angrily, "You brat, if you have the guts, stand up and say something. Do you dare to deny it? Don't let a woman take the blame for you." Neuropathy. Su Ming rolled his eyes and coldly shouted at Su Ziyun, "Get lost, don't disturb my rest. I have to travel tomorrow." You're asking for it. Su Ziyun was so angry that her face turned red. Yang Hao, the eldest son of the Yang family, slowly stepped forward. His aura as a member of the divine power realm surged forth, enveloping the entire room. He stared at Su Ming and said in a deep voice, "Boy, you're spouting foul language. You have no manners or upbringing whatsoever. I am Yang Hao from the Yang family below. I've heard of you long ago." Su Ziyun is right, don't hide behind women, dare to stand up and fight me. Yang Hao had been waiting for this moment for ages. He couldn't make a move while at the Qin family's residence, in front of Qin Haotian. But things are different in Qingshan town now. Now, as long as he tramples Su Ming under his feet, his image in front of Wan Shirin will instantly become much more impressive. This also made Wan Shirin realize just how big the gap was between this kid and Yang Hao. He's in heaven, while Su Ming is just an ant on the ground. If you're a man, step forward. Yang Hao stepped forward, his hand resting on the short sword at his waist, exuding a powerful aura. Su Ming leaned against the bed, his cold eyes fixed on Yang Hao, a chill already settling in them. What are you doing? Just then, a sharp shout came from behind. The hotel owner rushed out and angrily shouted at Su Ziyun and the other two, "Who gave you permission to come? Who gave you the audacity to break into Merceau's room? Get out, all of you." The hotel owner had a stern and imposing expression. "How dare you, I am Yang Hao of the Yang family." Yang Hao spoke coldly. "Yang, you son of a bitch, get lost." The hotel owner flew into a rage, pointing at Yang Hao and shouting, "This hotel is jointly sponsored by the four major families of Qingshan Town. Merceau's stay was personally arranged by the heads of the four families. Even if you were the king of heaven himself, you wouldn't be allowed to stay here. Get out of here. Otherwise, I'll call and inform the four major families of Qingshan Town that none of you are leaving either." Upon hearing this, both Su Ziyun and Yang Hao's expressions changed.
Do you know just how much influence the four major families have in Qingshan town? Even more unexpectedly, the four heads of the family knew about Su Ming's move-in. Could it be that Qin Ku arranged this?
Kid, you're lucky. Su Ziyun snorted coldly, gritted her teeth, and led Yang Hao and Wan Shirin out. Qin Ku followed them out.
The hotel owner then approached Su Ming and asked nervously, Mr. Su, did I disturb your rest?
Su Ming said in a deep voice, I don't want to see people like this bothering me again before tomorrow morning. Yes, I will immediately dispatch personnel to strengthen security. I apologize for my negligence in allowing them to break in.
The hotel owner apologized respectfully and then turned and left. The group arrived downstairs. Su Ziyun was furious. She turned to glare at Qin Ku and sneered, Qin Ku, are you crazy? It was one thing to suddenly change your attitude and bring that kid back to the Qin family. Now you want to go to a hotel with him. I'm truly impressed by you. She's still my best friend, how could she do something like this? Enough. Qin Ku finally couldn't take it anymore and exploded on the spot, her face full of anger as she glared at Su Ziyun and shouted, Who I'm with is none of your business. Even if it really was me and brother Su who were in a hotel room, what business is it of yours? Su Ziyun, you should spend more time thinking about your Su family's affairs. Stop meddling in other people's business, okay? You? Su Ziyun was stunned by the drink and stared at Qin Ku in shock.
She had never seen Qin Ku lose his temper with her.
This is the first time. You're insane? Su Ziyun asked in shock.
Qin Ku sneered, I think you're the one who's crazy from this moment on. We're cutting ties. Don't bother me anymore. Also, don't bother brother Su, or you'll regret it. Qin Ku snorted coldly and strode away from the scene. Only at this moment did she realize how foolish it had been to befriend Su Ziyun and her group of arrogant young masters from prestigious families. She considered herself a member of a prestigious, unconventional family and looked down on everyone in such a circle. She was almost led astray. This group of self-righteous people are actually frogs in a well. At this moment, Qin Ku only wanted to sever all ties.
This?
Su Ziyun stood there, stunned, for a long time, unable to come to her senses.
Miss Su, are you alright? Wan Shirin asked in surprise and doubt.
I'm fine. I just didn't expect that Qin Ku, who has known me for so long and has such a deep friendship, is not as good as this guy who has known me for a month. She is the eldest daughter of the Qin family, yet she was bewitched by such a person.
However, the real culprit is still that kid upstairs. I won't let him get away with this.
Su Ziyun turned around and glanced upstairs, her face full of coldness and murderous intent. Yang Hao also said in a deep voice, Su Ziyun, don't worry, I will help you get revenge unless he never leaves this hotel. Wan Shirin didn't care much. She had already seen what kind of person Su Ming was. She said to Su Ziyun, Miss Su, I just remembered that you mentioned the four great families. I am passing through here and plan to collect some medicinal formulas to take back to Zhongzhou to help the Wan family develop. Do you want to come together? I'll go with you. Alright, let Yang Hao guard here, lest that kid sneak off in the middle of the night. Su Ziyun responded, given your status, the four major families might not necessarily give you face. I'll go and support you. Thank you, Miss Su. So Su Ziyun and Wan Shirin left the hotel. Yang Hao remained alone in the hall. They stayed up all night. Around 6 or 7 in the morning the next day, Yang Hao was still half asleep when he suddenly heard a noise. Prince Su, we'll be leaving now. We've left your car outside. If you need, we can leave someone to drive you. Long Jun and Gao who respectfully addressed Su Ming. Yang Hao suddenly opened his eyes and became instantly awake. Suddenly, they saw Su Ming standing with two men in front of them. He stood up abruptly. It seems Su Ziyun was right, this kid really did want to run away and even had a car prepared. He won't allow that to happen. Yang Hao strode towards Su Ming and sneered, Kid, you really know your character inside and out. Come on, don't waste your time. If you can last 3 rounds against me, I'll let you go. Ah. Upon hearing Yang Hao's words, Long Jun and Gao who both turned their heads in surprise, looking at Yang Hao as if he were an idiot. Idiot. Has this kid gone mad? Dare to challenge King Su? Su Ming glanced at Yang Hao with a mocking look. Waited all night. Was it Su Ziyun or Wan Shirin who made you stay here? Never mind that, all you need to know is that you'll be lying in front of me soon, Yang Hao said coldly and arrogantly. Oh. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. I'm not in the mood to deal with you, and I don't even know you. I am telling you this one last time, get lost. Then Su Ming said to Long Jun and Gao Hu, you two go first, don't waste time. Yes. Without hesitation, the two turned and left, not worried at all about Yang Hao's challenge. The two had just turned around and walked to the door. You're asking for it. Yang Hao roared from behind and attacked Su Ming with murderous intent. Result. Boom. Yang Hao was slapped so hard by Su Ming that he was sent flying. The entire hotel lobby seemed to shake, with only the muffled thud of Yang Hao being slapped continuing for a long time. 834, Chapter 834. Business in a moment. Hey, Yang Hao, why are you asleep? What are you doing? When Yang Hao opened his eyes again, he found that Su Ziyun and Wan Shirin had returned. Yang Hao then suddenly sat up. I immediately felt a stinging pain on my face. I raised my hand to touch my face and found that half of my face was swollen up, looking like a pig's head. He suddenly recalled everything that happened before he lost consciousness. Before falling into a coma, he challenged Su Ming but was ignored by Su Ming, which enraged him, and he attacked Su Ming. Before he could even touch Su Ming's clothes, he was slapped away by Su Ming. You'll enjoy baby-like sleep right away. Is that guy really that strong? Looking back, Yang Hao felt a chill of fear and broke out in a cold sweat. Although he was careless to some extent, he was still a being at the divine power realm. Su Ming's slap actually shattered his aura completely, landing squarely on his face. And it was just one strike. Upon recalling everything, Yang Hao nearly fainted again. I've never encountered anything so terrifying. Say something, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to stay here and watch over that kid? Where is he, and what's wrong with your face? Su Ziyun asked in shock. He's gone. Yang Hao said with a grim expression. I got into a fight with a master here last night, and I accidentally took a hit and passed out. That's why I couldn't protect that kid. Yang Hao told a lie and explained. Although he was knocked unconscious by Su Ming, he didn't dare to say it directly because it was too embarrassing, especially in front of Wan Shirin. If he were to say that, he would have no chance at all. What? Su Ziyun looked surprised and suspicious. What kind of expert? Even you couldn't stop him? Su Ziyun asked in shock. Just then, a man in black slowly stepped into the hotel lobby. Seeing Su Ziyun and the other two, he turned and asked, Su Ming, are you staying here? Who are you? What do you want with that piece of trash? Su Ziyun turned her head and glanced at it, then snorted disdainfully. Hearing that someone was looking for Su Ming again, Su Ziyun got angry. He was clearly just a good-for-nothing, so why were so many people looking for him? Waste? Hearing this, the man in black grinned sarcastically. If he's trash, then you're all just garbage ants. I am looking for him under orders to kill him. What the hell are you saying? Are you tired of living? The unpleasant night had enraged Su Ziyun, and upon hearing these words, she could no longer hold back and slapped the man across the face. But the next moment, the man in black raised his hand and, with lightning speed, grabbed Su Ziyun by the neck. Boom! An immense aura exploded instantly, like a thunderclap from a flat surface, enveloping the entire hotel. In the man's presence, a terrifying and suffocating aura. This? Wan Shirin and Yang Hao were both shocked and looked at the man in black with horror. Su Ziyun was almost choked to death by the man. He's gone. Su Ziyun's face turned blue from being pinched, and she spoke in a hoarse voice. The man then slowly said, in the imperial state, Night Demon Xiao Jian was ordered to hunt down Su Mingus for you. You are not worthy to die by my hand, you ant. After saying that, Xiao Jian threw Su Ziyun to the ground and turned to leave. Su Ziyun was completely terrified, staring dumbfounded as Xiao Jian left, not daring to breathe. Night Demon Xiao Jian, is that the top expert in the imperial family of the imperial state? Oh my god. Su Ziyun rubbed her neck, and it took her a while to come to her senses. He stared blankly at Yang Hao and asked, the expert you're talking about, is it him? Yes, yes.
Yang Hao nodded hurriedly.
Why didn't you say so earlier? I almost died at his hands just now.
Su Ziyan clutched her neck, still feeling a wave of fear. Wan Shirin was also dumbfounded. Was this the famous night demon Xiao Jian?
She didn't understand martial arts before, so she didn't think such a person was that powerful, but now that she has also practiced martial arts, she feels the terror of being like Mount Tai standing in front of her, and her hair stands on end.
How did Su Ming get involved with someone like that? Could it be that the real assassin who was supposed to hunt down Su Ming when Duan Xingyue called her back then was Xiao Jian? Oh my god!
Wan Shirin suddenly recalled the events and was filled with shock. At this moment, Su Ming had already driven away from Qingshan town and was on his way back to Zhangzhou.
After driving for a while, an old man in a long robe and with a white beard blocked the road.
Su Ming's eyes sharpened, and he slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a stop.
Then open the car door and get out. The old man approached him, a fierce wind swirling around him. Upon reaching him, the old man knelt down with a thud. War God Hall, Shangshuyu, pays respects to the young master. Shang Bo, what brings you here? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, revealing a look of surprise.
Shang Bo, also known as Shangshuyu, is an elder in charge of the War God Temple. He assisted his master, Gu Xiaoyao, for over 30 years. But ever since Gu Xiaoyao passed on all his skills to Su Ming, he has tacitly agreed that Su Ming is the next hallmaster of the War God Hall. Shang Bo then took his place and continued to assist Su Ming. Shang Shuyu respectfully said, I heard that the Blood Fiend Hall has mobilized all its forces, so I came here specifically to lend the young master a hand if necessary. The great battle between the War God Hall and the Blood Fiend Hall can be fully launched.
Uncle Sean, let's get in the carriage first.
Su Ming said something and turned back to his car.
Yes. Shang Bo got into Su Ming's car. Su Ming continued driving and set off.
It's just the Blood Fiend Hall. Why did you have to come in person, Uncle Shang? Su Ming said as he drove.
Young master, you are unaware of this. The Blood Fiend Hall's current influence isn't entirely due to their own efforts. Even at its most powerful, the Blood Fiend Hall only has a few dozen core figures. The most crucial factor is their backing, the neighboring country of the Dragon Kingdom, the Golden Kingdom. The Golden Kingdom, they spend hundreds of billions of yuan on the Blood Fiend Palace almost every year, and also provide them with the finest resources. Shang Bo spoke slowly. So that's how it is. No wonder the Blood Fiend Hall risked their lives to bring Su back. I am afraid their goal from the very beginning was to occupy the 9 provinces of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Ming then suddenly realized what was happening. He said that how could a mere Blood Fiend Palace dare to devour the heavens and collude with Su to do something like trying to usurp the 9 provinces? That's right, young master, stop ahead and pick up another person. Shang Bo said to Su Ming. Pick someone up?
Su Ming looked up curiously and saw a hot, long-legged beauty wearing a light blue shirt and jeans standing by the roadside, carrying 2 large bags.
Su Ming slammed on the brakes and asked in surprise, who is it? My apprentice, by phone. Shang Bo gave an awkward smile. Then he waved to the long-legged beauty and said, by phone, come up and pay your respects to the young master. A beautiful woman carrying a large bag walked briskly up, offering a polite smile and bowing. Shang Bifeng greets young master. At the same time, her large eyes secretly glanced up and down at Su Ming out of the corner of her eye. Is this the future young master of the War God Temple that master spoke of, the future of the entire War God Temple? Why do you look like this? 835, Chapter 835. What's so good about learning from him? Back when he was in the War God Temple, Shang Bifeng had heard his master tell many stories about the young master of the War God Temple. In her imagination, the young master of the War God Temple must be exceptionally brave and heroic, radiant and noble, with every move he makes capable of stirring up waves. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's completely different. If it weren't for Shang Shuyu's presence, she would have suspected that Su Ming was impersonating someone else. But he is, after all, the young master of the War God Temple. Even if he were a good-for-nothing, she would still have to treat him with respect. After paying his respects, Shang Bifeng stood aside without saying anything more. But the disdain in his eyes was obvious. Su Ming smiled wryly, get in the car. Yes. Shang Baifeng opened the back door, threw the things in the car, and got in. Su Ming continued driving.
Shang Shuyu smiled and said, "Young master, please don't blame me for going to such lengths. I am getting older and will have to retire sooner or later, but you can't do without someone by your side. There are so many affairs to handle in the War God Temple. After I retire, Baifeng will take over as manager and continue to assist you."
Okay.
Su Ming grinned. "I naturally trust the people you personally selected, Uncle Shang. We can talk about the rest when we get to Zhangzhou."
Good. Shang Bo responded.
As evening fell, Su Ming drove to the gate of Zhangzhou City. Su Ming looked up and saw that only the richest man, Han Xiancheng, was waiting alone at the city gate with one attendant. As Su Ming's car approached, Han Xiancheng hurriedly came forward and said respectfully, "Your Highness Su, I heard you were coming back, so I came here especially to welcome you. I've booked a hotel room to give you a proper welcome."
Okay. Su Ming nodded in agreement.
So Han Xiancheng told Su Ming about the hotel.
Yanshanlu. Su Ming then drove to Yanshanlu. Seeing this, Shang Baifeng in the back seat shook her head, utterly speechless.
"Young master of the War God Temple.
Is this how things turn out in Zhangzhou?
Even if it's not a massive crowd coming to greet them, it will surely cause a sensation throughout the entire Central Plains.
Only 2 people showed up, and they were so poor.
They've utterly disgraced the Temple of War."
Shang Baifeng's impression of Su Ming dropped another notch. Is it really possible to have her assist such a person and bring glory to the Temple of War? Is there even the slightest possibility that such a person could achieve this? Shouldn't the Temple of War consider changing its young master? Shang Baifeng arrived at Yanshanlu in a depressed mood. Han Xiancheng arrived shortly after and led the way for Su Ming. "Prince Su, please go upstairs." "Why are you the only one here? Where are the others?" Su Ming asked curiously.
"Your Highness Su may not know this, but some things have happened recently since the last medical ranking. Let's go upstairs and talk about it," Han Xiancheng said as they walked.
Shang Baifeng, estimating that he was 2 identities behind, pulled Shang Shuyu aside and frowned, saying, "Master, are you sure you haven't mistaken him for someone else? This guy, the young master of the War God Temple, if you hadn't told me, I would have thought he was just some random passerby. Is there any need to assist someone like this?" "What are you saying?" Shang Shuyu glared at him and angrily shouted, "You're not allowed to talk nonsense in front of the young master. You can be willful in the War God Temple, and no one will listen to you, but if you talk nonsense in front of the young master, you're just asking for trouble. The young master's strength is not as simple as you imagine. What's so great about him? Look, nobody even knows him." Shang Baifeng rolled her eyes in frustration. "Shut up." Shang snorted coldly in anger. "My apprentice is still too young."
Although he had personally trained him, after being taken as his disciple, he had always stayed in the Temple of War God and had never left the temple. He was unruly and stubborn, even though he was supposed to assist Su Ming in the future.
"But for now, let's stay by the young master's side and learn something. Speak less, observe more, and learn diligently." Shang Shuyu gave Shang Baifeng a few words of advice and then went upstairs.
"What's the point of learning from someone like that?" Shang Baifeng muttered something, but in front of Shang Shuyu, she still didn't dare to be too presumptuous and obediently followed him upstairs. Inside the private room, Su Ming and Han Xiancheng had already taken their seats. Han Xiancheng recounted all the recent events that had occurred in Zhangzhou to Su Ming.
"You mean, a Nangong family has emerged in Zhangzhou, making a name for themselves overnight, with a powerful background, and has already taken control of the situation in Zhangzhou?" Su Ming asked in surprise, frowning.
"That's right, Prince Su. The Nangong family not only has countless experts, but they are also unparalleled in the field of medicine. Just a week ago, they actually released a Xuanhuang-level pill, causing a sensation throughout the entire central continent. The Xianhuang level is above the 9th rank. Aside from those powerful, secluded families, there are only a handful of them in the entire 9 provinces. For the central province, it's a devastating blow. Even the Shen family, which was previously ranked first, is now in a precarious position and fears for its survival. Not to mention the other families that are slightly less prominent, they either seek refuge with the Nangong family or hide to protect themselves. The situation is already a complete mess."
The families, big and small, are already in a state of chaos. The Shen family has almost emptied its coffers in order to counter the Nangong family. We're alright thanks to the protection of Hell's Gate, which you created, King Su. We can still protect ourselves for the time being. The Nangong family is unclear about the true extent of Hell's Gate and dares not interfere easily, otherwise, we wealthy people from Zhengzhou would probably all be groveling and working for the Nangong family. Han Qiancheng said with emotion. I'm also glad I chose the right faction and joined Hellgate. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't even be able to protect myself today. Profound yellow level? That's interesting. A meaningful smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. The fact that a family that suddenly appeared could produce such top-grade pills raises the most intriguing question: who is backing them? Boom! Just then, a noise came from the doorway. A wildly arrogant voice boomed from outside the door. This is the room I want. Haven't you heard of me, young Master Chen? I've reserved this room long-term. Don't you know that? My Chen family could buy your entire Yanchenlo restaurant without a second thought. Besides, now that our Chen family has allied with the Nangong family, what is your Yanchenlo compared to that? As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of slapping echoed outside, like firecrackers going off. Upon hearing the voice, Han Qiancheng stood up abruptly, his face full of anger, and said, Chen Guang is getting more and more arrogant. His Chen family was originally only ranked second among the richest families in Zhengzhou, but now that they have switched sides to the Nangong family, their arrogance has become even more outrageous, and they don't respect anyone. I'll go out and teach him a lesson. No need, let's go out together. I want to see just how capable the Nangong family really is. Su Ming slowly stood up, a smile on his face. Then he said to Shang Shuyu, Uncle Shang, you must be tired from your journey from the Temple of War. I'll arrange for someone to take you to Cloud Mist Manor. Good. Shang Shuyu quickly responded, then asked, Young Master, do you need our help? No need, they're just a bunch of small fry Yuri here mainly to address the Blood Fiend Hall issue. Su Ming smiled and said. Clear. The merchant said no more after a short while. So Su Ming called someone over. The group went out together. When the door to the private room was opened, the eldest son of the Chen family stood in front of him with his hands on his hips, looking arrogant and domineering. Two of his henchmen were grabbing a waiter from Yanchenlo and slapping him repeatedly. The waiter's mouth was covered in blood from being beaten. Enough! Enough! Han Qiancheng let out a fierce shout, his furious voice echoing throughout the scene. 836, Chapter 836. This is unfair. Hey, isn't this the richest man, Han Qiancheng? Chen Guang turned around and looked at Han Qiancheng with a mocking expression. I knew it, who had the nerve to take up my room? Oh, it's the richest man. Han, if it were you, you should have said something sooner. I'd give you 2 more rooms, let alone this one, and I'd even send you off to have some fun. If you had said so earlier, this idiot wouldn't have gotten beaten up. Chen Guang spoke in a sarcastic tone, then burst into arrogant laughter. What exactly do you want? Han Qiancheng was so angry that the veins on her forehead bulged. Chen Guang glanced around and saw Su Ming, Shang Shuyu, and Shang Baifeng. Looking at Su Ming, he grinned and said, Who is this kid? You're not some illegitimate son of yours, Mr. Han, are you, too ashamed to show your face, so you're secretly taking up my room? Chen Guang asked with a smile. You beast. Han Qiancheng was furious, instantly enraged to the point that her hair seemed to stand on end. Humiliating him is one thing. How dare they be so disrespectful to Su Ming? This pushed Han Qiancheng to the brink of rage. He stepped forward and grabbed Chen Guang by the collar, roaring, You think I won't dare to touch you just because your Chen family has sided with the Nangong family? If your father doesn't teach you a proper lesson, I'll teach you a lesson for him. Get out of my way. Chen Guang, his face full of disdain, raised his hand and shoved Han Qiancheng hard, sending her stumbling back several steps before she crashed into the wall with a thud, her face turning red. Then Chen Guang looked at Su Ming smugly, Bastard son, I beat Han Qiancheng, why don't you dare say a word, are you scared? Waste. You bunch of trash, trying to take over my place, even daring to use my room. Han Qiancheng, I might have respected you before, but now you're nothing but a nobody in front of the Chen family. At this point, Chen Guang raised his hand and slapped Su Ming's face with a mocking expression. Bang! Su Ming slapped Chen Guang across the face. With a loud bang,
Chen Guang was slapped so hard that his mouth was twisted and he knelt on the ground with a thud, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. She covered her face, looked up, and stared at Su Ming in shock. At this moment, Dong Lei Chuanshui, who had received Su Ming's notification, also came up the stairs. She approached Su Ming and respectfully bowed, saying, "King Su." Su Ming nodded slightly and said to the two of them, "Let's take Uncle Shang to Cloud Mist Manor first. I'll take care of some trash and then come over." "Yes." The two approached Shang Shuyu and Shang Baifeng.
"Sister Dong Lei, Sister Chuanshui." Upon seeing the two, Shang Baifeng showed a look of surprise and delight.
Dong Lei and Chen Shui had been to the Temple of War before and met Shang Baifeng. Although Shang Baifeng's status and position are higher than the two of them, he is younger than them.
The two hit it off immediately and got along very well.
Dong Lei Chuanshui nodded slightly, then respectfully said to Shang Shuyu, "Elder Shang, please." Uncle Shang led Shang Baifeng away from the scene with the two of them. When they got downstairs, they could still hear Chen Guang's angry roar, "You dare to hit me, do you know who I am?" A furious roar echoed above the hotel. As Shang Baifeng stepped out, she glanced back and scoffed, "If I'd known the young master of the War God Hall was like this, I wouldn't have come. He has absolutely no authority even, and nobody like him can act like a big shot. He doesn't even have anyone with him. If it were the ancient palace master, someone like Chen Guan would probably be scared out of his wits on the spot." At this point, Shang Baifeng's face was full of contempt and disdain. Upon hearing this, Dong Lai Chengsu turned her head and looked at Shang Baifeng in surprise.
"What is this girl saying?"
But that wasn't all. Shang Baifeng continued with a smile, saying to Dong Lei and Chuanshui, "Sisters, it must be very tiring for you to take care of someone like this."
"No, you."
The winter thunder and spring snow were astonishing. Shang Shuyu rolled her eyes in anger, raised her hand and slapped Shang Baifeng on the head, and said irritably, "You forgot what I just told you. If you keep doing this, don't blame me for expelling you from the sect."
Shang Baifeng stuck out her tongue, "I'm just telling the truth." "Shut up."
Shang Shuyu snorted coldly, then apologized to Dong Lai Chengsu. "This little girl has never been out of the house and is naive, but she should understand soon enough." The two men smiled, not daring to argue with a big shot like Shang Shuyu, and led the two men into the car to Yunwu Manor. As they were leaving, countless cars drove up, instantly blocking the entire entrance to Yanshanla. The scene was so grand that it was impossible to move. Shang Baifeng turned her head and glanced at it.
Did he show a look of surprise? Are all these people reinforcements that Chen Guang from the hotel called in? What should be done about the young master of the War God Temple?
The renowned young master of the War God Temple is probably going to suffer a great loss in this hotel.
Thinking of this, Shang Baifeng couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. In the restaurant, Chen Guang, enraged, pointed at Su Ming and cursed, "You beast, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I, Chen Guang, am in Zhengzhou? I think you ought to die." Someone, get him. Chen Guang roared ferociously.
Immediately, 4 or 5 of his men stood up and surrounded Su Ming, ready to attack.
"Let's see who dares to make a move."
Just then, a startling sound came from the stairwell. Shen Luoyun arrived with dozens of members of the Shen family, instantly blocking the entire stairwell. Then she came up to Su Ming and gave him an apologetic smile. "Brother Su, I'm late." Su Ming looked at Shen Luoyun and smiled slightly. It had been a while since I'd seen Shen Luoyun, and she seemed different now, as if she'd grown a lot and was radiating an aura of power. But that wasn't all. Footsteps echoed down the stairs next to them, and one after another, bigwigs from Zhengzhou came up.
What Qianshan has come to welcome Prince Su. National Medical Center, Chang Qingyun, former, come and welcome Prince Su. Yulian greets Brother Su. Brother Su. Chu Qingqing also came.
The area above the hotel was in an uproar, as all the top figures in Zhengzhou had arrived.
The arrogant Chen Guan was instantly terrified.
He stared at Su Ming in disbelief.
King Su? What King Su? Could this be the king of the 9 provinces who was the subject of much whispers in the Central Plains? Chen Guang's hair stood on end. Did I stir up a hornet's nest?
Chen Guang was so frightened that his face turned ashen. He sat on the ground in terror, too afraid to move. Amidst the throng of admirers, Su Ming slowly stepped forward, grinned at Chen Guang, and said, "Tell me, what's your status, how important are you in Zhangzhou?" Chen Guang trembled with fear, his throat tightened, and he stared at Su Ming in shock, his lips shaking as he asked, Who are you? Don't even think about touching me. If my dad finds out, he won't let you get away with it. You calling for help isn't fair. If you're so capable, give me a call. I'll get my dad over here, and we'll see if you dare to be so arrogant then. Chen Guang said in a panic. Okay, then I'll give you this fairness, go ahead and hit me. If your dad doesn't come, you're going to die a horrible death today. Su Ming grinned, giving a cold smile. You just wait. Chen Guang trembled all over as he took out his phone and shakily dialed his father's number. Half an hour later, Chen Zongheng, the head of the Chen family, arrived at the scene with his men. He roared, Who dares to touch my son? But when he stepped onto the stairs and saw the massive lineup in front of him, with countless top figures from Zhangzhou standing there, he was instantly dumbfounded. Staring in disbelief at everything before him. I thought I'd come to the wrong place. 837, Chapter 837 Face. Upon receiving the call, Chen Zongheng immediately led his men to Yanshanlu. He was still thinking about Zhangzhou now, and who was so blind and audacious that they dared to touch his own son. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. This situation is probably because my son is blind. What did this idiot do to deserve this? When he saw Su Ming's appearance clearly from the crowd, he was so shocked that he almost knelt on the ground. 9. The king of the 9 provinces? Has the king of Kyushu returned? Why didn't he receive any messages? Oh my God! Chen Zongheng almost broke down. Dad, save me. Even worse, Chen Guangzhen was right there in the crowd, and at that moment he shouted at Chen Zongheng with extreme grievance. Chen Zongheng trembled, quickly walked to Su Ming, and knelt down with a thud. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he cried out in terror, I, Chen Zongheng of the Chen family, pay my respects to the king of the 9 provinces. Is he truly the king of the 9 provinces? Chen Guang nearly fainted when he saw this scene. Chen Zongheng? Su Mingchen sneered, Your son said that if you come, I'm finished. How do you plan to deal with me? Don't say I'm bullying you too. I'll give you a chance. Call all the experts from your Chen family, and I'll take on your entire Chen family by myself. That's not bullying, is it? Upon hearing this, Chen Zongheng was terrified. He hurriedly turned around and slapped Chen Guang several times across the face. He attacked from both sides, punching Chen Guang until his mouth was full of blood and his face swelled up like a pig's head. Then he turned back and bowed to Su Ming again. Please, Your Highness, give me face and spare this good-for-nothing. When I get back, I will definitely punish him severely. I guarantee he will never dare to appear before you again. Su Ming smirked, looking down at Chen Zongheng. I see you still don't understand. Giving you face. How much is your face worth? Or do you think that just because your Chen family has allied themselves with the Nangong family, you're entitled to talk to me about face? Your son beat a hotel employee half to death, and everyone else loses face, only your Chen family has face? Su Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Chen Zongheng understood. Today's incident is not simply a matter of Chen Guang offending Su Ming. Rather, it was about the entire Chen family's allegiance to Su Ming, which was about to lead to their purge. Chen Zongheng was instantly terrified and trembled like a leaf. He turned around and shouted, Men, drag this good-for-nothing away and beat him like everyone else. Yes. The men Chen Zongheng brought dragged Chen Guang aside and beat him severely. Screams immediately echoed throughout the entire corridor. They beat Chen Guang until he passed out. Then Chen Zongheng kowtowed repeatedly to Su Ming, Your Highness, please forgive me. Hope Your Highness will give me a chance tomorrow. I will definitely bring generous gifts and personally apologize to Your Highness. Su Ming frowned, pondering whether or not to let go of Chen Zongheng, this opportunist. In Zhangzhou today, there are probably quite a few people like Chen Zongheng. Since that's the case, why not make an example of him and dampen the arrogance of the Nangong family? And let those wavering guys in Zhangzhou know that he's back. Just then, a cold, arrogant voice rang out from not far down the corridor. What a grand display! Anyone who didn't know better would think the emperor of the 9 provinces had arrived. Even the emperor of the 9 provinces wouldn't be this extravagant.
Even my Nangong family doesn't have this much influence in Zhongzhou. The king of the 9 provinces is indeed extraordinary.
Upon hearing this sound, everyone turned their heads. Su Ming also turned his head to look. Suddenly, a tall woman in a suit, with an aloof and arrogant expression, walked over with her entourage, exuding a powerful aura. Behind the woman were 2 men with dark expressions and sinister eyes. Su Ming recognized the 2 men at a glance. They were from the Blood Fiend Hall. The evil martial arts techniques practiced by the Blood Fiend Hall also exude a unique and extraordinary aura. Now he understood. The sudden rise of the Nangong family is probably inseparable from the Blood Fiend Hall. Brother Su, that guy is now the president of the Nangong family, Nangong Yenyu. Shen Luoyun frowned and said in a cold voice. Nangong Yenyu approached, revealing a cold smile. She gave Su Ming a perfunctory bow and said, I've long heard of the king of the 9 provinces seeing you today. You are indeed extraordinary. However, this Chen Zongheng is a servant of my Nangong family. He may lack face, but I, as his master, should still have some, right? Even the king of the 9 provinces has to consider the owner before beating a dog. Give me some face and let him go, okay? Upon hearing this, Chen Zongheng, who was kneeling on the ground in terror, suddenly felt a surge of joy in his eyes. It seems that not all of them who have sided with the Nangong family are insignificant. The Nangong family is still willing to stand up for them. This is an incredible honor. There's hope now. Su Ming smiled and looked at Nangong Yenyu, saying, This is the first time we've met. Why should I give you face? That's what they say. Nangong Yenyu remained calm and composed, smiling lightly. You may not give me face, but if we start fighting, I think you, the king of the 9 provinces, probably have some idea of the abilities of the 2 behind me. Perhaps none of us are your match, but if these 2 decide to go on a killing spree, no one here except you will escape. Including these delicate beauties beside you. Nangong Yenyu's teasing gaze fell on Shen Luoyun, Yun Lian, and Chu Qingqing. Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyun and the other 2 all changed their expressions. Shen Luoyun gritted her teeth, her face ashen, and said, Brother Su, don't worry about us. If you want to deal with this woman, just do it. Even if we're unlucky enough to die, she'll take our place. Right. Yun Lian hurriedly nodded in agreement. Chu Qingqing didn't say anything, but her attitude was firm. Great, I didn't expect 9. Even the king of a state needs women around him to risk their lives as shields. Nangong Yenyu laughed triumphantly, as if she had already won a great victory. Su Ming smirked and grinned, Fine, I'll give you that face. Take your dog and get lost. Okay, ha ha ha. Nangong Yenyu laughed heartily. I've truly witnessed something today. The king of the 9 provinces possesses extraordinary bearing. How about this? In 3 days, my Nangong family and this little girl's Shen family will have a medical competition. The loser must apologize on the spot and relinquish their position as the number 1 ranked physician. I've heard that you, king of the 9 provinces, are also quite accomplished in medicine. I await your participation. After saying that, Nangong Yenyu led her people to Chen Zongheng and kicked him. Aren't you leaving? Thank you so much, Miss Nangong, for saving my life. Chen Zongheng expressed his gratitude and hurriedly led his men away from Yanshanla with Nangong Yenyu, scrambling and stumbling along the way. Brother Su, don't worry about Mimi. Dad is already researching it and has even invited some medical experts from outside. He won't let her succeed so easily. Shen Luoyun said with a grim expression. Let's go back and talk about it first. Then Su Ming turned to Yun Lian and Chu Qingqing and said, Come with me to the Shen family. Everyone else, disperse. Yes, Prince Su. The crowd immediately dispersed. Su Ming then went to the Shen family with the 3 of them. Outside Yanshanlu. Thank you so much, Miss Nangong, for saving my life. Otherwise, my Chen family would not know what to do today. From now on, I, Chen Zongheng, will do anything for the Nangong family. Chen Zongheng was extremely grateful and immediately knelt down to thank Nangong Yenyu. He also believed that the fact that Nangong Yenyu was willing to stand up for him meant that his Chen family had gained the attention of the Nangong family. But what happened next? Smack! Nangong Yenyu slapped Shen Zongheng across the face, her expression cold and disgusted, and cursed, Trash! They can't even be a dog properly. I'm not here to save you,
but because if you die at the hands of that king of the 9 provinces, it would be a slap in the face to my Nangong family. I am here simply to curb the arrogance of that king of the 9 provinces. Who do you think you are, to make me intervene? Then Nangong Yenyu turned to the Blood Fiend Hall members behind her and said, this kind of trash is not worthy of serving my Nangong family. Kill him. Yes. The two of them strode out with a roar. Ah, no. Chen Zhonghan's expression changed drastically, and he shouted in terror. But then, bright red blood splattered everywhere. The screams abruptly stopped. 838, Chapter 838. The Medical Emperor. Go tell old master he to prepare himself. In 3 days, I will crush the Shen family under my feet. Medicine is paramount. How dare the mere Shen family claim such a title? Sitting in the car, Nangong Yenyu spoke arrogantly to the person behind her. Yes. The subordinate responded respectfully. He Dongnan, a divine physician of the Jin Kingdom, is said to have reached the realm of medical saints and emperors, and is considered a towering figure in the Jin Kingdom. The Nangong family was able to rise to prominence in Zhongzhou in a short period of time thanks to He Dongnan's miraculous medical skills. However, in today's Dragon Kingdom, even if you mention He Dongnan, very few people know about him. 30 years ago, He Dongnan left the Dragon Kingdom and joined the Jin Kingdom, where he flourished and became very famous. He Dongnan's move was a devastating blow to the medical practices of Zhongzhou. This is also where Nangong Yenyu's arrogance and confidence come from. The Shen family. 3 top medical experts from Kyushu, invited by Shen Songlin, are currently gathered in the Shen family's main hall. Master Shen, this is my latest 9th grade pill, the Snow Phoenix pill. It can prolong life and cure all diseases. Take a look and see if it's enough to fight against the Nangong family. A man stepped forward, his face beaming with pride. Shen Songlin glanced at it, frowned, and looked grim. Master Shen, I have mastered the Heavenly Frost Needle technique in the 9 provinces today. No one can rival me in acupuncture. Taking down the Nangong family is more than enough. Another middle-aged man spoke with an arrogant expression. Master Shen, my diagnostic skills are unparalleled. I guarantee that I can completely crush the Nangong family in terms of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, leaving them with no chance to fight back. These 3 individuals each possessed unique strengths and an extraordinary understanding of medicine in various aspects. They were also incredibly confident and arrogant, believing that taking down the Nangong family would be more than a piece of cake. But the more Shen Songlin listened, the more his head throbbed. 9-grade pills and acupuncture diagnosis sound quite remarkable. Before the Nangong family appeared, any one of these people could have amazed the medical community of Zhongzhou. However, the Nangong family can now produce Xuanhuang level pills. That alone is enough to overwhelm the 3 of them. But having invited these 3 medical experts from so far away, and with such good intentions and confidence, Shen Songlin found it difficult to bring up the topic. He didn't know how to tell them about the current strength of the Nangong family. Just as Shen Songlin was wondering how to deal with the situation. At the entrance, Su Ming led Shen Luoyun, Yun Lian, and Chu Qingqing into the hall. Your childish tricks might earn you a decent reputation in your own area, but compared to the Nangong family, you're still far behind. Upon hearing this, all 3 were taken aback. They all turned their heads, and astonished gazes fell on Su Ming. They assumed the Shen family had invited some renowned medical expert, but upon seeing that it was a young man like Su Ming, they couldn't help but sneer. Boy, do you know what you're saying? How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of the 3 sages of Jizhou? These 3 are all renowned medical sages in Jizhou. This time, they came here not to take anyone seriously. Su Ming grinned. I'd also like to ask, do you know what you're saying? Don't even mention 9th grade pills. The Nangong family has already brought out Xuanhuang grade pills. I asked you 3, which one of you can refine them? Upon hearing this, the 3 of them changed their expressions. A Xuanhuang grade pill? The 3 of them exchanged shocked glances, each seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes. If it were a Xuanhuang level pill, even the 3 of them combined their efforts probably wouldn't be able to refine it. The peak of 9th grade pills was already their limit. Nonsense! Du Hui, the medical sage among the 3 sages of Jizhou, stepped forward and sneered at Su Ming. Do you understand medicine? Do you know what a Xuanhuang level pill represents? If a 9th grade pill can only maintain health and prolong life,
then a Xuanhuang level pill can truly extend lifespan by 1 to 5 years. But regardless, this kind of thing is already extremely rare. Anyone who can refine this medicine must have superhuman medical skills. You probably can't find even one in the entire 9 provinces. You brat, don't just spout nonsense after hearing a couple of words outside. You have no idea how important and sensational this kind of thing is in the medical field. Du Hui said with a sharp expression. If there truly were Xuanhuang level pills, it would be a tremendous shock to the entire medical field of the 9 provinces. Look what this is. Su Ming was too lazy to waste words with the 3 of them, so he took out a pill and threw it to the 3 saints of Jizhou. Du Hui reached out and caught it, holding it in his hand. The 3 of them huddled together to examine it closely, and were instantly so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. My God! Is this really a Xuanhuang grade pill? Am I dreaming? Will we really be able to see this legendary elixir in our lifetime? Take a closer look, is it really true? The 3 of them were trembling all over. They looked at it in disbelief, then touched it, then smelled it. But finally, the look of shock on their faces reached an unbearable level. Du Hui stared blankly up at Su Ming and asked in shock, could this be the Xuanhuang grade pill that the Nangong family brought out? They were dumbfounded. If so, the 3 of them combined would not be a match for the Nangong family. If they were to actually compete, they would likely be utterly crushed, leaving no trace of their former glory, and ultimately suffer a complete loss of reputation and disgrace. No! Su Ming grinned. This is something I refined, called the 9th grade Jade Rejuvenation Pill. It's called 9th grade, but after my refining, it's already reached the profound yellow level. I am just showing you that it's not like no one in the 9 provinces can refine it. This. Upon hearing this, the 3 saints of Jizhou nearly had a mental breakdown on the spot. One of them gritted his teeth and said with a livid face, I don't believe it. Maybe you've just made it look real, but the medicine inside is actually more than just an ordinary grade 9 pill. That go ahead and break it open and take a look. I've made more than one of these pills. Su Ming smiled calmly. More than one? Do you think Xuanhuang grade pills are as common as cabbages? You're just bragging, kid. I don't believe you really have that kind of ability. So the 3 of them placed the grade 9 Jade Rejuvenating Pill on the table, took out a small knife, and prepared to break it open to verify its efficacy in front of everyone. Du Hui held the knife, his hands trembling. If it's fake, then so be it. It's just a slap in the face for Su Ming, with no loss whatsoever. But if that's true, they'll be at a huge loss. This is equivalent to ruining a Xuanhuang level pill. What a huge loss that is. They wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Seeing that the 3 of them hadn't made a move yet, Su Ming was getting a little impatient and said in a deep voice, hurry up and stop dawdling. The 3 of them trembled, and Du Hui then gripped the knife and slowly sliced down into the pill. Shen Songlin, Shen Luoyun, Yun Lian, and the others stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Shen Songlin, in particular, looked utterly astonished and uncertain. Has Su Ming's medical skills reached such an unprecedented level? Even though the Shen family has become the #1 in medicine, collected countless classic texts, and made rapid progress in the medical skills of the entire Shen family, at present, the Shen family still has the highest level of medical skills. Only Shen Luoyun has reached the peak of the medical saint realm. Su Ming, could it be that he has already transcended the saint and entered the emperor realm, reaching the level of the medical emperor? Amidst the shocked, expectant, and slightly suspicious gazes of the crowd, Du Hui sliced open the Xuanhuang grade pill with a single stroke. 839, Chapter 839 Hearing. Boom! After the Xuanhuang grade pill was cut open, a strong medicinal aura swept across the scene, instantly filling the entire Shen family hall. The intense smell lingered. The 3 of them were instantly shocked and dumbfounded. After a moment of shock, she knelt down with a thud, staring at Su Ming in astonishment. Tis this really a Xuanhuang grade pill? Did you really refine it yourself? Oh my God! The 3 of them turned pale with shock, their eyes filled with only shock and terror as they looked at Su Ming. If Su Ming can refine Xuanhuang level pills, then he must be a medical emperor. In the 9 provinces, there actually exists a medical emperor, and he's such a young man. What kind of achievements can one make in the future? Just thinking about it is enough to send chills down their spines. Shen Luoyun stepped forward, looking at the 3 saints of of Jizhou with a smile and said mockingly, "My brother Su is the king of the 9 provinces. Our Shin family owes its current status to him. How dare you question him? You are truly blind."
Now you've confirmed it, but you've destroyed the Xuanhuang grade pills that brother Su refined. What should your punishment be? Shin Luoyun asked with a cold smile. The king of the 9 provinces? Is he the king of the 9 provinces?
The three of them then realized what was going on. It turns out that the king of the 9 provinces, who was the subject of much discussion in Zhengzhou recently, really does exist. They never dreamed that the king of Kyushu would be such a young man.
The 3 sages of Jizhou were horrified and hurriedly knelt before Su Ming. "We, the 3 sages of Jizhou, were blind and offended you. Sir, please forgive us. We will certainly find a way to compensate you with a gift of equal value for the damaged Xuanhuang grade pills."
All right. Su Ming waved his hand and said calmly, "Considering that you came to help the Shin family and are not enemies, let's let this matter go. I was just showing you that Xuanhuang level pills do exist. You are arrogant and domineering. Going to fight the Nangong family will only bring shame upon yourselves." The 3 of them were then ashamed, their foreheads covered in sweat. But at the same time, I felt incredibly fortunate. Fortunately, they met Su Ming first. Otherwise, if they had actually gone to the stage to compete with the Nangong family, the outcome would not have been so simple.
King Su. Shin Songlin also came forward, his face beaming with joy, and said, "I'm relieved to have you back. However, the Nangong family's background and resources are unfathomable, and the competition is imminent. Just let me know what you need me to do."
The Shin family has been ranked first in the medical field in the 9 provinces for some time now, and has collected a lot of good things. The Shin family owns almost all of the finest medicinal herbs in central China.
If the Shin family can't be found, then don't even think about finding it anywhere else. No need, just let Luoyun be alone with me for a while.
Su Ming said calmly.
Upon hearing this, Shin Songlin was taken aback. Why was that? Could it be that Su Ming has finally developed feelings for her daughter?
However, this is a good thing, as they are mutually attracted.
Before he could speak, Shin Luoyun said to Su Ming, "Brother Su, this way please."
So, Su Ming and Shin Luoyun went to the backyard. Seeing this scene, Yun Lian and Chu Qingqing both showed envious expressions, especially Chu Qingqing. She thought back to when she was in Yun City. She also had many opportunities to be alone with Su Ming, but she did not seize them. The Shin family has now reached such heights, while she can only stand aside.
This sense of loss is indescribable. In the back room, Shin Luoyun said to Su Ming with a look of shame, "Brother Su, I have embarrassed you. I couldn't even deal with the Nangong family, and you had to come out in person."
Su Ming grinned, "If you can handle it, that would be truly outrageous. The Nangong family is backed by the Blood Fiend Hall, and they're after me."
Ah? Shin Luoyun looked up in shock, not expecting things to be so complicated.
If it's something like the Blood Fiend Hall, the Shin family really can't handle it.
What do you need me to do? Shin Luoyun asked in surprise.
Starting tomorrow, I will formally instruct you in medical skills. 3 days will be enough. In 3 days, I will guide you to the realm of Medical Emperor and allow you to compete with the Nangong family. Su Ming said slowly.
Me, I've reached the Medical Emperor level in just 3 days? Shin Luoyun was shocked to hear this.
She wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. In the entire 9 provinces, probably no one would believe such a thing. Although she is now at the peak of the medical saint realm, there is still a major constraint on her becoming a medical emperor. Such a significant difference in spiritual level cannot be easily bridged by any external force. If one's comprehension is insufficient, it will be futile for anyone to come. One needs to comprehend the profound realm of the medical emperor, reaching a state of sudden enlightenment and profound understanding, in order to truly break through to a higher level.
Therefore, some people can only be medical saints for their entire lives. Like the 3 sages of Jizhou. Shin Luoyun could hardly believe it. Brother Su, can I really do it? 3 days might not be enough for you, but I can manage it. Wait for me at Zhengzhou Tianxiang Pharmacy tomorrow.
Su Ming said with a smile.
Yes. Shin Luoyun happily and excitedly agreed.
Although she wasn't sure if she could really manage to do it in 3 days, she was already very happy to be able to spend time alone with Su Ming.
Tianxiang Pharmacy. It is the largest pharmacy in Zhengzhou. The next day, Su Ming brought Shen Luoyun to the pharmacy. Su Ming led Shen Luoyun to begin identifying the medicines in the pharmacy.
As Su Ming opened each drawer for Shen Luoyun to see, he said, "The biggest difference between a medical emperor and a medical saint is a kind of understanding of the properties of medicine. The most important aspect of the 4 diagnostic methods of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation is smell, which is the most crucial point in entering the realm of a medical emperor. You can tell what disease a patient has just by smelling it, and you can tell whether the medicine is correct just by smelling it. Simply put, it is a deeper understanding of the properties of medicine. Once you achieve that, you'll naturally advance to the realm of the medical emperor."
Su Ming explained. "I see."
Shen Luoyun listened attentively. He seemed to be deep in thought, or perhaps he had gained some insight. When the other staff members in the pharmacy saw that Su Mingguang wasn't buying anything, they searched through all the medicine cabinets in the pharmacy, and their faces turned dark. Just then, a noise came from the doorway.
Several people carried a sickly old man into the pharmacy lobby.
He shouted anxiously, "Where is the manager of your Tianxiang pharmacy? Quickly, let him save our master's life."
Yes.
The staff panicked immediately, and some rushed up to find the manager. Su Ming turned his head and grinned at Shen Luoyun. "The opportunity has come. Go take a look with your current medical skills. You can definitely diagnose his illness by looking at him or taking his pulse, but remember what I said. Now go over there, close your eyes, don't get close, and use your senses to feel what's wrong with him."
"Good."
Shen Luoyun stopped in front of the old man, closed her eyes, and carefully sensed the changes in the old man's aura. The servants who carried the old man in were dumbfounded when they saw Shen Luoyun's condition.
He asked in shock, "What are you doing?"
Su Ming grinned and said, "Don't panic, don't make a fuss, she's treating your master."
"What?" The group was dumbfounded. "See a doctor? Look with your eyes closed? Are you kidding me?" 840, Chapter 840. You ruined it. What's going on?
Han Xian, the manager of Tianxiang Pharmacy, received a report from his servants and went to the top of the stairs on the second floor. Looking down, he immediately saw that the entire hall was crowded with people.
Han Xian frowned and said in a deep voice, "Didn't you say that Master Lin sent it?" "Where are they?" Han Xian asked in a cold voice.
A servant ran up from below and said to Han Xian with a grim expression, "Steward, there's a young man with a maid who insists on treating Master Lin, and he's even doing it remotely, without using his eyes."
"What? What?" Hearing this, Han Xian almost fell down the stairs in anger.
He angrily shouted, "Where did this idiot come from? How could he do something like this, diagnosing illnesses from a distance? Is he a charlatan?"
"Make them get out of here right now. If they delay Master Lin's treatment, don't blame me for not letting them off the hook."
After saying that, Han Xian strode downstairs. Master Lin is the general owner of Tianxiang Pharmacy, and his status is extraordinary. Although Han Xian is the general manager, he is also in charge of Lin Tianyuan's condition. If anything goes wrong, his job as manager is over. Han Xian hurried downstairs, and when he got closer, he found that Su Ming was blocking the way, not letting anyone get close, giving Shen Luoyun space to receive treatment. Despite the surrounding noise, Shen Luoyun seemed to be in deep meditation, her expression solemn and calm, like a still well, completely motionless, like a stone sculpture. But this scene caused people around to point and whisper.
"I've never even heard of seeing a doctor remotely."
"Boy, get out of the way. Do you know who Master Lin is? If you delay his treatment, the two of you combined won't be enough to pay for it." Han Xian pointed at Su Ming and roared angrily. Su Ming glanced back and smiled calmly. "I don't know who he is, but I know his illness very well. It's a multitude of ailments accumulated over the years. It's not just his legs that are affected, but all his internal organs are also malfunctioning, but it's not life-threatening, making him the perfect subject for experimentation. Don't worry, if she can understand it, then this Mr. Lin can be saved. Even if she doesn't understand, I will still save him," Su Ming said calmly. He only dared to let Shen Luoyun try because he saw through the old man's problem early on. If Shen Luoyun can comprehend this, he will have touched the threshold of becoming a medical emperor. With the help of medicine and guidance, Shen Luoyun will naturally step into the realm of medical emperor.
"Who the hell do you think you are?"
Upon hearing this, Han Xian flew into a rage.
Even I can't cure Master Lin's illness, do you think you can?
Han Xian was so angry that he was about to call for help.
But then a voice rang out from the side, "Steward Han, what's wrong?"
Su Ming turned his head and saw that it was Wan Shireen.
Wan Shireen walked in with Su Ziyun and Yang Hao. "Miss Wan."
Upon seeing Wan Shireen, Han Xian also showed a surprised expression. He then glared at Su Ming and said angrily, "This brat is using Master Lin as an experimental subject, and even having his people treat Master Lin remotely. I assent that ridiculous. I'm about to have someone kick him out."
"Such a thing is true."
Wan Shireen and the other two were startled, but when they turned around and saw that it was Su Ming, they were all stunned. When Wan Shireen looked up again, she discovered that the person who was treating Master Lin remotely was actually Shen Luoyun. She rolled her eyes immediately, almost fainting from anger.
"Are you crazy?"
Wan Shireen frowned and stared at Su Ming, angrily saying, "Master Lin is the general owner of Tianxiang Pharmacy, and he also has a business relationship with our Wan family. No matter how many renowned doctors in Zhengzhou can cure his illness, you've let Shen Luoyun cause trouble here. Shen Luoyun is such a good woman, you've really deceived her terribly. Treating patients remotely, if she actually believes this nonsense, you'll ruin her future." Wan Shireen was almost furious.
The Shen family is already the best in medicine. With the Shen family's strength, Shen Luoyun could have risen rapidly in her career and had a limitless future. But unfortunately, I ended up with this kid, Su Ming. Pretending to know what you don't. Shen Luoyun will be killed by Su Ming sooner or later. Su Ming smiled faintly. "It's your business if you don't believe it, but if she's willing to believe it, then we should let her try." "You?"
Wan Shireen rolled her eyes.
This is insane.
After that trip to Qingshan town, that secluded place, and realizing the disparity in his social status, this kid has probably gone completely mad.
Now he even wants Shen Luoyun to go crazy with him. My God, how can there be such a person in the world? Let him try. However, Su Ziyan grinned and looked at Su Ming with a mocking and sarcastic expression. "I want to see how this Master Lin can afford to compensate for the delay in treating his illness." Su Ziyun couldn't wait to see Su Ming die. This is a golden opportunity that has simply fallen right into our laps. She wanted to see how scared Su Ming would be if this Mr. Lin were to have an accident in public. "I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death by the people here." But this... Han Xian glanced at Su Ziyun with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Where did this woman come from? Playing with Master Lin's life. Wan Shireen introduced, "This is Su Ziyun, the eldest daughter of the secluded family of Zhouhui Mountain." "Fong, the Su family of Fong Wai?"
Upon hearing this, Han Xian was terrified and nearly bit his tongue. He knelt down with a thud and respectfully bowed to Su Ziyun, saying, "Greetings, Miss Su." The powerful and influential families outside the officialdom are not places that ordinary people like him from the Central Plains can come into contact with. This is an incredible honor. There's nothing more to say now. With such a prominent figure from a reclusive family involved, even if something were to happen to Master Lin, someone would step in to smooth things over, and he wouldn't have to take responsibility. He looked up and glanced at Wan Shireen in surprise. I have even greater respect for Wan Shireen. I never expected that Miss Wan could even make contact with people from the outer regions. Her status and position are getting higher and higher. It would be no problem to say that she is among the top in Zhengzhou. Watching the group chattering away in front of him, Su Ming rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay them any attention. He simply turned around and looked at Shen Luoyun behind him. It's almost time. Has Shen Luoyun still not grasped the basics? At this rate, we're getting quite a distance from becoming the emperor of medicine. We need to think of another way. Just then, Shen Luoyun opened her eyes, walked straight toward old Master Lin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and pressed several acupoints below his neck. Suddenly, the sickly old man in the wheelchair widened his eyes, his face turned red, and he gasped. He then coughed violently and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. What are you doing? You bastard! Lin's men immediately flew into a rage, their veins bulging and their faces full of anger. They reached out and grabbed Shen Luoyun's shoulder. He roared, You brat, how dare you! Not only are you hindering Master Lin's treatment, but you also dare to lay a hand on me. We'll beat you to death today. With a roar, the men raised their fists, their faces contorted with malice and their eyes filled with murderous intent.
Stop!
However, at that moment, Mr. Lin, who was in a wheelchair, suddenly let out a loud shout.
This? Everyone present widened their eyes instantly. 841, Chapter 841 Pride.
Everyone at the scene turned their heads in shock to look at Lin Tianyuan in the wheelchair. Lin Tianyuan, who had been sickly and unconscious, now had a rosy complexion and was in no way amiss with an ordinary person.
How is that possible? Did Shin Luojun really do it? Is it really possible to understand Lin Tianyuan's condition and even think of a solution simply by standing at a distance with your eyes closed? What kind of medical skill is that?
Han Xian, in particular, was filled with astonishment and shock, his eyes wide open, wondering if he had seen things wrong. Because he had always been in charge of Lin Tianyuan's medical condition, he knew better than anyone how serious Lin Tianyuan's illness was. Zhongzhou has consulted numerous renowned doctors, but none of them have been able to cure him. He had never even heard of such a thing before. Su Ming curled the corners of his mouth. It seems she's already 1/3 successful. Su Ming said with a smile.
What's it to you? Su Ziyan looked at Su Ming with surprise and suspicion. Even if the person is cured, that's the result of Miss Shin's own abilities. What does it have to do with Su Ming?
Su Ming turned his head and glanced at Wan Shirin and the others, but did not reply. Ahead, Lin Tianyuan hurriedly shouted at his subordinates, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and help me up." The servants, having recovered from their shock, rushed to Lin Tianyuan's side and helped him up. Lin Tianyuan approached Shin Luoyun, his face filled with surprise and respect. He said gratefully, thank you so much, divine doctor, for saving my life. I, Lin Tianyuan, have no way to repay your great kindness, miss. Please just ask for anything you want. Even if you want my entire Tianxiang pharmacy, I won't hesitate. No one knows how much he has been tormented by this illness during this time. He is truly suffering from a life he cannot live, nor can he die.
I can't even think about dying.
They have no control over their own destiny and can only be tormented in pain every day. Shin Luoyan's few moves were like pressing on the snake's vital spot, reducing his pain by at least 70%. Even if he's not fully cured, at least now he has the final say on whether he lives or dies.
Shin Luoyun smiled awkwardly. It's nothing, I just had a sudden realization and felt that's how it should be done. Actually, it's all thanks to Su.
At this point, Shin Luoyun turned around and looked at Su Ming behind her, her face full of gratitude, about to say that it was Su Ming who had given her guidance.
Just then, a loud voice rang out from the pharmacy entrance.
Okay. I never imagined that in such a small place as Zhongzhou, a second medical emperor would emerge besides myself in such a short time. Interesting, very interesting. The sound was magnificent, resounding throughout the entire Tianxiang pharmacy. Everyone looked up and saw a tall, slender man with a slender face, but full of energy, wearing a gray robe, walking in with Nangong Yanyu. This person is none other than Emperor He Dongnan, the physician of the Nangong family. He Dongnan walked into the hall with an extraordinary air about him. Looking at Shin Luoyun with admiration, he smiled and said, originally, I thought that the Shin family, which is supposed to be the best in medicine, couldn't possibly be up to the task with just a little girl like you. The Shin family is nothing but a family without even a medical emperor. How can they claim to be the best in medicine? But you've really impressed me today at such a young age. You've already reached the level of a medical emperor. Your future is limitless. I, He Dongnan, am a man who cherishes talent. I possess unparalleled medical skills, and I fear they might be lost. Little girl, if you're willing, kneel down now, kowtow 3 times, and call me master from now on. I will take you as my disciple. I will pass on all my medical skills to you. Without any hesitation, I guarantee you will achieve great success and become the top doctor in the land. What do you say? He Dongnan said with a smile. Nangong Yanyu also wore a playful smile. He Dongnan's move to turn enemies into friends went against her original intentions. But it won't have a significant impact. If this girl is willing to become Master He's disciple, then she will essentially be a member of the Nangong family from now on. Without losing a single soldier, we can take over the Shin family, the #1 medical family, and put them to our own use. This is absolutely fantastic news. Everyone else in the room was shocked by these words, their faces filled with astonishment and doubt, some even showing deep envy. I'm so envious. Everyone knows how prestigious the Nangong family is now, and to be able to become the disciple of the Nangong family's physician emperor is simply an unparalleled stroke of good fortune. If this happened to anyone else, they would have risen to the top in one step and enjoyed endless glory in the future. I don't think anyone would refuse. Such an incredible opportunity could only come to Shen Luoyun, and even for Shen Luoyun, this is probably the only time in her life she will ever have it. Amidst countless shocked gazes, even He Dongnan was full of confidence. No one would refuse such an opportunity. Unexpectedly, Shen Luoyun raised her head, looked at He Dongnan, and sneered disdainfully, "You are not worthy. I have a master who is far more powerful than you. A single word of guidance from him is worth more than a lifetime of your skills. Therefore, you are not worthy of me becoming your disciple." You? He Dongnan was instantly enraged, his eyebrows stood on end, and he stared at Shen Luoyun with shock and anger, his eyes twitching violently. Everyone else present was stunned and speechless. Especially Wan Shirin, Su Ziyun, Yang Hao and others. Wan Shirin may not have known before how powerful these so-called medical emperors or supernatural beings were. But now that I've come into contact with martial arts and medicine, and have gained a deeper understanding of them, I'm truly appreciating their wisdom. Only then did I realize that these were the truly unapproachable top figures in Kyushu, capable of commanding countless powerful forces with a single word. The Emperor of Medicine, that was the most amazing pinnacle of medical skill she had ever heard of. If it were her, she'd be laughing in her sleep at such an invitation from such a powerful figure. Who would have thought that Shen Luoyun would refuse? Is this girl crazy? Where else can you find someone more amazing than He Dongnan? Could it be that Shen Luoyun has really been brainwashed by Su Ming and has completely lost sight of reality? Wan Shirin was so angry she almost fainted. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Shen Luoyun's personality is that's why he was willing to guide and teach Shen Luoyun. Because Shen Luoyun is just as proud as him. Fine, you've ruined your future. I won't stop you if you insist on competing with me. I'll show you what a true medical emperor is right now. You're just a greenhorn who's barely scratched the surface. You're still far from it. After being rejected, He Dongnan's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Instead of respect, they showed contempt and disdain towards Shen Luoyun. Then he turned to Nangong Yenyu and said, "Let's get down to business." Nangong Yenyu then slowly stepped forward, looking at Lin Tianyuan with a smile and saying, "Boss Lin, shouldn't we have a result by now? 80 or 90% of the pharmacy companies or medical families in Zhengzhou have pledged their allegiance to my Nangong family. Your Tianxiang pharmacy should give us an answer by now. I took pity on you before because you were seriously ill and unable to take care of yourself, but now that you're better, how about joining the Nangong family? Give me a straight answer. You should know what the consequences will be if you don't join." Nangong Yenyu was full of imposing manner, and her words were full of threats, but her tone was unusually calm, as if she was just stating a fact. If Lin Tianyuan doesn't join, he's going against the Nangong family and everyone else. Lin Tianyuan said with a cold gaze, "I, Lin Tianyuan, have only done this one thing in my life that I am proud of, establishing this Tianxiang pharmacy. If you want it, you'll have to take my life first." Well said. I hope your tone is even tougher than your life. Nangong Yenyu gave a sarcastic laugh. Then he turned around and sneered, "A bunch of ungrateful good-for-nothings." Immediately afterwards, they left Tianxiang pharmacy. He Dongnan didn't say much and followed them out. Wan Shirin saw this, her eyes darted around, and she hurriedly chased after him. Su Ziyun and Yang Hao naturally followed suit and left. The entire scene was completely scattered. Lin Tianyuan then turned around and looked at Shen Luoyun again, asking, "Miss Shen, what were you trying to say just now?" Shen Luoyun looked at Su Ming and said, "What I was about to say was that it was thanks to Brother Su's guidance that I was able to diagnose your illness, and he is also the master I mentioned who was 100 times better than He Dongnan. If Brother Su intervenes, it's not impossible for Master Lin to be cured of his illness." Ah! Upon hearing this, everyone at Tianxiang Pharmacy turned their gazes to Su Ming, and they all showed expressions of shock. So this is the real master who's been keeping a low profile all along. Lin Tianyuan hurried over and respectfully bowed to Su Ming, saying, "This humble one, Lin Tianyuan, pays his respects to you. Sir, may I ask your esteemed name?" "He is the king of the 9 provinces, known as King Su."
Shin Luoyun said with a proud smile. 9. The king of the 9 provinces?
Everyone at Tianxiang Pharmacy was shocked, especially Han Xian, who had previously mocked Su Ming, whose jaw almost dropped to the ground in astonishment.
So the king of the 9 provinces, who once caused a sensation in Zhengzhou, is actually right in front of us? 842, Chapter 842. A mortal.
Thinking back to how arrogant and disrespectful he had been in front of Su Ming, Han Xian was so regretful that his face turned red with embarrassment, and he wished he could raise his hand and slap himself twice. He hurriedly bowed his head and knelt down before Su Ming with a thud, crying out in fear, "This humble one is Han Xian, the head steward of Tianxiang Pharmacy, paying respects to the king of the 9 provinces. I was blind and ignorant before, failing to recognize your greatness. I am guilty, please punish me, your majesty." Su Ming glanced at it and said calmly, "Alright, you're just anxious to save people, let's talk upstairs. Prince Su, please come upstairs." Lin Yuantai hurriedly and respectfully said. Then Han Xian walked in front, bending over to lead the way. I sat down in the office upstairs. Lin Yuantai asked someone to serve him tea. Su Ming asked, "Why does the Nangong family want Tianxiang Pharmacy? Is the Nangong family so greedy that they want everything?" Although he already knew that the Blood Fiend Hall might be backing the Nangong family, he really didn't know what these people were planning to do. Isn't he the target of the Blood Fiend Hall? Could it be that the Blood Fiend Palace intends to bring the entire central continent under its control and gather its strength before besieging him? I'm not entirely sure about that either. Currently, most of the forces in Zhengzhou have pledged allegiance to the Nangong family, but rest assured, Your Highness, as long as I, Lin Tianyuan, have a breath left, I will not give away Tianxiang Pharmacy. Even if I die 100 years later, this Tianxiang Pharmacy will be donated to the Shin family. From now on, I will follow the Shin family's lead as long as Miss Shin or Prince Su asks. Whatever I have here, I will offer it to them with both hands. Lin Tianyuan spoke with absolute certainty and unwavering conviction. However, Prince Su, is there any cure for my illness? Lin Tianyuan looked up curiously and asked Su Ming. He knew in his heart that if it couldn't be eradicated, he felt that his days were numbered. Su Ming smiled calmly and said, I'll give you a prescription as long as you take it on time for 3 months. I guarantee you can live for another 10 years or more. Real? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyuan was overjoyed and hurriedly stood up to bow to Su Ming again in gratitude. Prince Su is my savior. Su Ming picked up a pen from the table and wrote a prescription for Lin Tianyuan. However, I need to borrow your Tianxiang Pharmacy for a while. I can sense that there's a treasure inside, right? Otherwise, Nangong Yenyu wouldn't be so eager to get it. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyuan looked up and said, Prince Su truly has discerning eyes, please come with me. So Lin Tianyuan led Su Ming and Shin Luoyun to the back of Tianxiang Pharmacy. On the street outside, Nangong Yenyu and He Dongnan got into the car and were about to leave. Mr. He, please wait a moment. Wan Shirin caught up and stopped the car. What are you doing? He Dongnan turned his head and glanced at it, asking with displeasure. Nangong Yenyu also frowned. Wan Shirin hurriedly and respectfully said, I am Wan Shirin, the president of the Wan family. My mother, Luo Hongxia, has fallen seriously ill. I humbly request that Elder He come and take a look at my mother. The Wan family will be eternally grateful. You actually dared to ask the imperial physician to treat your mother? Are all the people of Zhengzhou this confident? Nangong Yenyu gave a mocking sneer. Wan Shirin's face was grim as she said, I only dared to try because I knew Elder He was a medical sage. I doubt anyone but Elder He can cure my mother's illness. This is also why Wan Shirin went to Tianxiang Pharmacy. She planned to buy some medicine to help stabilize her mother Luo Hongxia's condition. Unexpectedly, I even ran into the medical emperor He Dongnan. This is an incredible opportunity. Otherwise, if her mother's illness were to drag on, she really wouldn't know what to do. At this moment, Yang Hao caught up from behind and said to Yi Dongnan, what Miss Wan said is true. Yang Hao from the Yang family of Fang Wei can testify to this. I was originally planning to contact my Yang family to see if we could find a famous doctor from Fang Wei. But with Elder He around, things become much more convenient. Is it really that serious? Yi Dongnan raised an eyebrow. Alright, then you guys drive ahead and lead the way. I'll go take a look. Yes. Upon seeing Yi Dongnan agree, Wan Shirin was overjoyed and quickly got into her car to lead the way for He Dongnan. Sitting in the car, Nangong Yenyu said with a stern face, "Old He, aren't you just stirring up trouble? Have you been out of the public eye for too long and are you itching for a fight? Why do you care whether this kind of person lives or dies?" He Dongnan smiled and said, "Miss Nangong, you may not know this, but Wan Shirin is also a promising talent. I can sense that she has a high level of comprehension and understanding. Moreover, unlike Shin Luoyun, this girl's foundation is not deep. If we can take her as a disciple, she will surely achieve great things in the future."
"Go ahead."
Nangong Yenyu rolled her eyes in annoyance, speechless at He Dongnan's behavior of taking on disciples everywhere. She didn't come to Zhongzhou to help He Dongnan take on apprentices. She said in a low voice, "I'll have someone take you there, I won't go, I have other things to do."
"Okay." He Dongnan nodded. So Nangong Yenyu parted ways with He Dongnan and returned to the Nangong family on her own.
In truth, He Dongnan was also curious about how there were so many promising talents in Zhongzhou. He had encountered two on just one trip out. Moreover, the talents he can value are definitely not ordinary, they must be 1 in a million.
Could it be that this Central Plains is truly a land of outstanding people and abundant resources?
After He Dongnan arrived at the Wan family's house, he gave Luo Hongxia a thorough examination.
Luo Hongxia is indeed quite ill.
His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, he was vomiting acid, and he was emaciated. He used to weigh over 130 pounds, but now he was as thin as a withered husk.
After reading it, He Dongnan already had a clear understanding of the situation. He turned to Wan Shirin and asked, "What are your thoughts on your mother's illness?"
He wanted to verify whether Wan Shirin's talent was as he had perceived it to be. Hearing this, Wan Shirin pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, "My mother used to be in very good health and almost never got sick. This serious illness is quite unusual. Looking at my mother's complexion and reaction, it doesn't seem like a common illness. It's very likely that she has suffered from some kind of acute illness, but I can't tell the specifics."
"Good." He Dongnan nodded approvingly. Judging from observation and hearing, Wan Shirin already possesses 2 of these qualities. Moreover, his presentation was logical and his insights were quite good. He is indeed very talented.
He Dongnan showed a hint of appreciation and said with a smile, "The things your mother did caused her to be consumed by anger and resentment, which, combined with overwork, led to a deep-seated illness within her. When this flared up, her health plummeted. You were lucky to find me, otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have lived more than half a month."
"I see."
Wan Shirin then suddenly realized what was going on. "I'll write you a prescription. You take it according to the prescription, and then I'll use acupuncture to help her get rid of the resentment accumulating in her body, and she'll be fine."
He Dongnan said calmly. "Yes." Wan Shirin quickly nodded gratefully. After He Dongnan's treatment, Luo Hongxia's overall symptoms did indeed improve. Everyone went into the living room. He Dongnan asked with a smile, "Now that I have cured your mother's illness, how do you plan to repay me?"
Wan Shirin thought for a moment and said, "As long as it's something the Wan family can provide, Elder He, please feel free to ask." He Dongnan grinned and said, "I don't need anything else, I have plenty of money and resources. What I lack is talent. How about this, you become my apprentice?"
"Ha!" These words shocked the entire Wan family.
Even Wan Shirin's eyes widened. She had envied Shin Luoyun before, but she never expected that the opportunity would fall into her lap in the blink of an eye.
Is He Dongnan's acceptance of disciples really that casual?
Suddenly, she felt that this opportunity wasn't so precious anymore. Although Wan Shirin was somewhat excited, she still smiled awkwardly and said, "Elder He, are you joking?" "Why, Wan Shirin, I'm just an ordinary person. How could I possibly catch your eye? I'm afraid I'm not good enough for you." However, He Dongnan's face turned dark when he heard this.
What's going on with these people from Zhongzhou?
Countless people in the Jin kingdom begged to become his disciples, but none had the chance, and today, this was the second time he had asked.
Another rejection?
He Dongnan was so frustrated he felt like he was going to vomit blood. "Your mother's illness won't get better anytime soon, so don't rush to answer me. Think it over before you tell me." He Dongnan said angrily, then got up and left the scene with a whoosh.
A waste of time. Even after He Dongnan had walked away, you could still hear him angrily cursing.
Su Ziyun, Yang Hao, and the rest of the Wan family stared at Wan Shirin in disbelief.
"What's this for?"
Is Wan Shirin imitating Shen Luoyun, but can she be considered the same person as Shen Luoyun? Shen Luoyun is already a half-step medical emperor.
It's perfectly reasonable to refuse. What is Wan Shirin thinking? Everyone was shocked. 843, Chapter 843. There is no one I cannot subdue. Miss Wan, what are you doing? If we could be accepted as a disciple by Elder He, what problem could the Wan family not solve? Yang Hao asked, looking shocked. Yes, daughter, what's wrong with you? This is a golden opportunity. Wan Jinshan also showed a surprised expression. Nobody understands what Wan Shirin is trying to do. Wan Shirin shook her head and sighed. You don't understand this. He Dongnan isn't from China, and he speaks with a heavy accent besides. He works for the Nangong family. You've all seen how big the Nangong family's appetite is. If I really become his apprentice, then our Wan family will never be able to rise again under the control of the Nangong family. Wan Shirin said with emotion. She wasn't that stupid. She couldn't bring herself to betray her identity as a member of the Dragon Kingdom and join someone else's family. And this might not necessarily be a good thing. If we really do that, we'll probably be suppressed by the Nangong family in every way from now on. She wants everyone to prosper and become famous throughout the land, but that doesn't mean she has to be someone else's slave. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Su Ziyun nodded. Although Wan Shirin's achievements in martial arts and medicine were not very high, she still had some vision when it came to matters of principle. It was worth it to have read so many classics at the Su family's house. Given the current situation, offending the Nangong family probably won't bring any benefits. Wan Jinshan said with a complicated expression. Let's wait and see, and get my mother's illness treated first. Wan Shirin said helplessly. Miss Wan, don't worry if He Dongnan refuses to help. I can have Fangwei find a renowned doctor to assist. There's no need to worry, Yang Hao hurriedly promised. Wan Shirin smiled and nodded. And so the matter was temporarily put on hold. Behind Tianxiang Pharmacy, Lin Tianyuan led Su Ming and Shen Luoyun to a mountain villa. Halfway up the mountain behind the villa was a huge medicinal herb garden. Once he got here, Su Ming's feeling became even clearer. Stepping into the herb garden, a strong aura hits you. Even Shen Luoyun can feel it, which invigorates you. Lin Tianyuan, beaming, pointed to the herb garden and said, Prince Su, this is the greatest treasure of my Tianxiang Pharmacy. There's no medicinal herb that my garden can't cultivate, so no matter how the Central Plains changes or how chaotic things get, my Tianxiang herb garden will always stand strong. That's the biggest reason. Su Ming didn't say anything, but stepped into the herb garden. When he reached the center, his eyes lit up. This is incredible. It's been a long time since I've encountered a medicinal garden with such a strong medicinal aroma. Previously, there was only the Chang family's medicinal garden in Yuncheng, where medicinal plants were grown underground, which is why the aura was so strong. However, the Chang family's medicinal herb garden is limited to those below grade 8. It can cultivate any top-grade medicinal herb, but not those above grade 8. But this medicinal herb garden in front of us probably has more than that. Moreover, he could sense that the medicinal plants underground were more than 10 times more potent than those of the Chang family. Only 1/10 of it has been revealed so far, yet its aura is already so intense. If it were all released, the effect would be earth-shattering. Su Ming reached out and touched the ground, feeling a cool and mellow aura that went straight to his palm. It is recorded in ancient medical texts. The medicinal plants are divided into 5 categories: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each category can cultivate top-quality medicinal materials with different medicinal properties. For example, metal-based medicinal plants cannot be used to cultivate fire-based medicinal plants. This is an antagonistic reaction. The underground plants in the Tianxiang Pharmacy's herb garden are clearly ice-water medicinal plants, which can cultivate mostly top-quality water-based medicinal materials. Su Ming turned to Lin Tianyuan and said, Find me an iron rod that's about the thickness of an arm and about 10 meters long. Yes. Lin Tianyuan quickly responded. Although he didn't understand what Su Ming wanted to do, he immediately agreed when Su Ming asked and sent someone to find the iron rod. Meanwhile, Su Ming began to set up an array around the herb garden. Shen Luoyun followed and asked in confusion, Brother Su, what are you doing? You're going to be rich. With an excited smile, Su Ming said,
I have never encountered such a powerful ice water medicinal seed. Even if you can only open 1/3 of it, it will be enough for you to step into the realm of the medical emperor, or even higher.
Besides,
Su Ming glanced back at Lin Tianyuan and said with a smile, do you know why you are plagued by various illnesses and suffer so much pain? It's because you can't control this powerful ice water medicinal seed. It's like a hunting dog kept by its master. If it can't be tamed, it will turn on its master and devour him. Similarly, you possess such a powerful and rare treasure, yet you are unable to utilize it, let alone subdue it naturally. You will suffer the backlash of the fortune of heaven and earth.
However, now as long as I open and release this medicine, the root of your illness can be completely eliminated.
Su Ming had a big smile on his face.
Real? I see. Lin Tianyuan suddenly realized what was going on, and his face lit up with surprise. I can understand what Su Ming meant.
The same principle applies to the saying, to possess a treasure is a crime. Without great ability, carrying overly valuable treasures will only bring disaster upon oneself.
But if this medicine is really that powerful, who among those present could subdue it? Amidst Lin Tianyuan's shocked expression, several servants arrived at the scene carrying an iron rod over 10 meters long.
Su Ming had also set up the formation and pointed to the center of the herb garden, saying, stand the iron rod here and strike.
Yes.
The crowd responded and together they nailed the iron rod to the ground, then set up a ladder and swung the hammer down hard.
It was fine at first.
But problems arose when the iron rod was only halfway in. No matter how hard several people worked together, the iron rod remained motionless, as if it were embedded in the ground, unable to penetrate any further.
Everyone was exhausted and covered in sweat. This? Lin Tianyuan looked on in surprise, wondering what was going on.
Su Ming grinned and said to the crowd, make way, step back. Back, let me handle this.
Yes. The people retreated almost to the entrance of the herb garden. Su Ming stepped forward, grinning, and said, even if you're a rare and precious treasure, there's nothing I can't subdue.
After saying that, Su Ming raised his foot and stepped down, landing on the top of the iron rod, and his powerful energy surged out.
Boom!
It was almost like a bomb exploding. The ground shook several times, and a terrifying aura instantly swept out from the center of the herb garden, overturning all the surrounding herbs and creating rolling waves of air. Lin Tianyuan and his group were instantly thrown off balance by this aura, almost flying out of the herb garden.
Oh my god! Lin Tianyuan was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. What terrifying aura is this?
He had never seen it in his entire life. It's unclear whether the odor emanated from Su Ming or was released by the medicinal seed. It's just as breathtaking as a 100-foot waterfall crashing right in front of you.
The entire medicinal herb garden was in an uproar.
At the foot of Tianxiang Medicinal Garden, Nangong Yenyu led the people of the Blood Fiend Hall to this place. They happened to run into this aura sweeping down the mountain. Nangong Yenyu and her dozen or so companions were forced back 50 meters by this aura. One of the men, exuding an aura of dominance, suddenly looked up, staring in shock at the sky. It seems we've come to the right place. I've never seen such a powerful aura in my life. If we're talking about martial arts aura, this must be at least at the earth immortal profound realm.
Nangong Yenyu was also shocked, but her expression was replaced by boundless excitement.
Once we take this place, our Nangong family will be unstoppable and conquer the entire 9 provinces in one fell swoop.
Let's go up the mountain.
Nangong Yenyu's eyes lit up, and she roared as if she had discovered a treasure.
A dozen or so people, looking menacing, quickly headed up the mountain. 844, Chapter 844 Wanyan Tianlong. Who is it? The guards at the entrance of Tianxiang Medicinal Garden blocked Nangong Yenyu and her group.
This is a restricted area of the medicinal herb garden. Trespassing is strictly prohibited. The leader gave a sharp shout. Nangong Yenyu curled her lips into a haughty and aloof smile, stepped forward, and slapped the leading guard across the face.
Boom! A loud bang.
The leader, who also possessed the strength of a king, had already reacted and raised his hand to block, but the next moment, he was still slapped to the ground by Nangong Yenyu, unable to withstand the immense force.
This?
The other guards were stunned by what they saw.
How can a woman possess such strong martial arts skills?
To be able to slap their leader down with one slap, one must be at least at the emperor realm.
Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Nangong Yenyu stepped on the head of the leading guard, and sneered, "Now in Zhengzhou, there isn't an inch of land that doesn't belong to the Nangong family. Is there anything we can't enter?"
Idiot!
Nangong Yenyu sneered. Nangong Yenyu? The guards were terrified. Now they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. If Nangong Yenyu was already this strong, then how strong are the people behind her? I can't even imagine. Inside the herb garden. Report!
The servant scrambled in, kneeling before Lin Tianyuan with a thud, and cried out in panic, "Master Lin, something terrible has happened. Nangong Yenyu has barged in with the Nangong family, claiming that every inch of Zhengzhou belongs to them. They're trying to seize the herb garden. You'd better go out and see." Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyuan's expression changed. His face was filled with shock and anger. "She dares to come again. Is that woman crazy? I want to see what she's up to."
Lin Tianyuan gave a sharp shout and led his men out. Shen Luoyun turned her head and glanced at him, somewhat surprised. She couldn't help but ask Su Ming in shock, "Brother Su?"
If it were just Lin Tianyuan alone, he probably wouldn't be able to handle Nangong Yenyu. She also wanted to go out and help.
But since Su Ming hadn't given the order, she didn't dare to act recklessly.
Su Ming remained calm and beckoned to Shen Luoyun, saying, "Come here."
Shen Luoyun hurriedly ran to Su Ming's side.
Su Ming, pointing to the spot where the iron rod had been driven into the ground, instructed Shen Luoyun, "For the next 2 days, you will meditate here, using the same state of mind you had during the day to carefully sense the medicinal aura. Being enveloped by this aura will allow you to achieve twice the results with half the effort. If all goes well, you will definitely be able to step into the realm of the medical emperor in 2 days. But Shen Luoyun couldn't help but look up at the outside of the herb garden, feeling somewhat worried.
"Don't worry, leave it to me, just focus on understanding it,"
Su Ming said with a calm smile. Hearing this, Shen Luoyun finally felt relieved, sat down cross-legged beside him, and began to enter a state of focused meditation. Su Ming then turned and walked out of the herb garden. The main courtyard in front of the medicinal herb garden.
"Nangong Yenyu, what exactly does your Nangong family want? Didn't I make it clear during the day that unless I'm dead, you can forget about getting your hands on my Tianxiang pharmacy? Get out!"
Lin Tianyuan said angrily to Nangong Yenyu.
Nangong Yenyu ignored Lin Tianyuan, raised her head slightly, took a deep breath, and felt refreshed and invigorated. "That's brilliant! This feeling.
As long as she takes over this place, she can cultivate 100, no, 1,000 emperor-level beings.
That will be an overwhelming and unstoppable force.
She can roam freely throughout the entire 9 provinces."
Nangong Yenyu's gaze finally fell on Lin Tianyuan, and she said with a smile, "You've made it very clear, and I've come at the right time. I am here to fulfill your wish. Letting you die here isn't unfair to you, is it? Come on, let me introduce you." After speaking, Nangong Yenyu stepped aside, revealing the gaunt man with a sharp and imposing aura behind her, and said with a smile, "This gentleman is named Wanyan Tianlong, my martial arts master. I, Nangong Yenyu, have 2 masters. One is the physician Yi Dongnan, and the other is this Wanyan Tianlong. He is a martial arts earth immortal at the first level of the profound realm. The earth immortal mystic mirror, Master Lin, you've heard of it, haven't you? But in a small place like Zhengzhou, you probably wouldn't have access to it today. I've brought my master here to broaden your horizons." Earth immortal mystic mirror?
Upon hearing this, everyone around Lin Tianyuan was shocked and their faces were filled with astonishment.
The strongest among them is only at the peak of the emperor realm. This is more than just a matter of dimensional reduction. Compared to Wanyan Tianlong, these people were nothing more than ants.
This Wanyan Tianlong doesn't look like a Chinese, he looks more like someone from the western regions.
Could they be from the Jin dynasty?
If they were from the Jin dynasty, their cultivation methods would be even more unpredictable. If they were to fight, it would be a miracle if they weren't instantly killed, let alone win. Instantly, cold sweat beaded on everyone's foreheads, and immense pressure enveloped them, and their vests were soaked with sweat.
Lin Tianyuan's face also turned extremely ugly.
He clenched his teeth so hard that the veins on his forehead bulged. He glared at Nangong Yenyu and roared, "How dare you, although my Tianxiang pharmacy is just a small force in Zhengzhou, we have connections with the Imperial Medical Academy of the Dragon Kingdom and the Medical Academy of the 9 Provinces. The head of the Medical Academy of the 9 Provinces, Xiao Qingyu, is currently in Zhengzhou. The president of the Four Seas Medical Association is also here. If you dare to lay a finger on a hair on my head, you will face the wrath of the entire medical community of Kyushu. At that time, your Nangong family will be annihilated. Lin Tianyuan said through gritted teeth. The Imperial Medical Academy of the Dragon Kingdom, I'll call and ask if it's really as exaggerated as you say. Nangong Yanyu chuckled mockingly, then took out her phone and, right in front of Lin Tianyuan, made a call to Zhang Qianqi of the Imperial Physician's Office. The call was connected and answered quickly. Hello? Zhang Qianqi's voice came from the other end of the phone. Nangong Yanyu asked with a smile, Physician Zhang, is there a medicine called Tianxiang in Zhengzhou? The landlord's name is Lin Tianyuan. He said if I dared to touch him, your Imperial Medical Bureau would retaliate against me. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianqi was startled and hurriedly said, that's not true. My Imperial Medical Academy has never had any dealings with any other unrelated forces. In Zhengzhou, only the National Medical Hall is considered a direct branch of my Imperial Medical Academy. The others are completely unrelated. Zhang Qianqi hurriedly explained. So that's it, so some people were just farting. Nangong Yanyu looked up at Lin Tianyuan, her smile filled with mockery. Lin Tianyuan's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He hurriedly said into the phone, Dr. Zhang, I've sent quite a few top-quality medicinal herbs to the Imperial Medical Academy before. Are you just going to sit idly by and do nothing today? I have no idea who you are. After saying that, Zhang Qianqi slammed down the phone. Suddenly, Lin Tianyuan felt a sense of despair. If even the Imperial Medical Academy won't protect him, then other forces probably won't stand up to help him either. Is Tianxiang Pharmacy really going to fall into the hands of the Nangong family today? Did you understand? Nangong Yanyu gave a sarcastic smile. I'm just in a good mood now that this precious herb garden is right in front of me. I'll play with you a little longer otherwise, even if you brought up the Emperor of the 9 Provinces, let alone the Imperial Physician's Mansion, I wouldn't pay any attention to you. Master Wan Yan, it's time to make a move. As soon as she finished speaking, Nangong Yanyu slowly walked to the side, waiting to watch the show. Wan Yan Tianlong also stepped forward, his imposing aura exploding on the spot. The others behind Lin Tianyuan were so frightened that they trembled and almost knelt on the ground. Wan Yan Tianlong looked at Lin Tianyuan without any emotion. Excuse my rudeness. After saying that, Wan Yan Tianlong suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Tianyuan's throat with a thunderous strike. The others couldn't even see how Wan Yan Tianlong made his move. It's over. Almost everyone had only one thought in their minds. In Nangong Yanyu's eyes, Lin Tianyuan was already a dead man. But the next moment. Boom! Behind Lin Tianyuan, an even stronger aura surged forth. A fist shot out from behind Lin Tianyuan and collided with Wan Yan Tianlong's hand. The powerful collision sent Wan Yan Tianlong flying back more than 10 meters, each step leaving a clearly visible crater in the ground. Everyone present was shocked by Nangong Yanyu's presence, their pupils dilated instantly, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Behind Lin Tianyuan, a figure slowly stepped out. It was Su Ming. 845, Chapter 845 Disciple gets into trouble. You tried to steal my things, did you even ask me? Su Ming stepped out, his cold gaze falling on Nangong Yanyu and the others. It's you, you brat. Nangong Yanyu instantly showed a look of shock. Wan Yan Tianlong was also shocked. He thought that the one who could force him to retreat must be a master with profound martial arts skills. I never expected him to be such a young man. This made him lose face instantly. Miss, step aside, I didn't use my full strength just now let me go all out against him. Wan Yan Tianlong stood still again, his face full of murderous intent. Enough! Nangong Yanyu coldly retorted, looking at Su Ming with a sneer, you think you can really protect this medicine garden? You have no idea who I am. Even if you are the king of the 9 provinces, you are still far inferior to Meth, king of the 9 provinces, in the end, is just a general. You have never seen the true heaven. Today is just the beginning, you'll soon realize it. Nangong Yenyu sneered, turned around and said to Wanyan Tianlong and the others, let's go.
Miss, are we just going to let it go like this? Wanyan Tianlong looked shocked. He could also sense the powerful aura emanating from the herb garden, and he coveted it greatly. This is an absolute treasure. If he could cultivate inside for a period of time, his strength at the earth immortal profound mirror level might even break through 1 or 2 more levels. Nangong Yenyu turned around, gave Su Ming a mocking look, and said with a smile, once he understands the difference between us, he'll immediately kneel down and offer this place to me. There's no rush now. Nangong Yenyu grinned and led everyone away from the scene. Neuropathy. Su Ming rolled his eyes and asked Lin Tianyuan, Mr. Lin, are you alright? I'm fine, thank you for saving me, Prince Su.
Lin Tianyuan was filled with gratitude. If Su Ming hadn't intervened, he might have already died at Wanyan Tianlong's hands. However, Lin Tianyuan's expression was still not good. He thought of that phone call earlier, in which even the imperial physician's mansion did not protect him in the future. This medicinal garden would still be fish on the chopping block, and Nangong Yenyu could take it whenever she wanted. Thinking of this, Lin Tianyuan immediately told Su Ming about it.
After hearing this, Su Ming frowned and said in surprise, there's such a thing? Is Zhang Qianqi tired of living? Wasn't he taught a lesson enough before, now he dares to side with the Nangong family? It's okay, I'll make a call and ask.
Su Ming said calmly. He also wanted to find out who this Nangong Yenyu really was. So, Su Ming called Zhang Qianqi.
The call was connected quickly. Hey, King Su.
On the other end of the line, Zhang Qianqi received a call from Su Ming, and his voice sounded somewhat panicked.
Su Ming sneered, Imperial Physician Zhang, I heard that you severed ties with Tianshan Pharmacy and helped Nangong Yenyu plunder Tianshan Medicinal Garden. You really would do something like that? No, it's not. Zhang Qianqi was instantly terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. He said in a panic, Prince Su, things aren't what you think. This Nangong Yenyu is no ordinary person. She's a princess of the Jin Kingdom. Otherwise, how could she have my phone number? The Jin Kingdom princess is a distinguished guest of your majesty, and she will be attending a grand banquet at the royal court in half a month. The Jin Kingdom has always had beneficial dealings with us. I dare not offend them easily. So, it's just a medicinal herb garden, I didn't pay it any mind.
Zhang Qianqi hurriedly explained.
I see.
Upon hearing this, Su Ming understood. No wonder Nangong Yenyu dared to be so arrogant and disdainful of everyone. However, this further confirms the fact that the Jin Kingdom colluded with the Blood Fiend Palace. Therefore, the purpose of the Jin Kingdom was extraordinary. Su Ming couldn't help but sneer. Now, if the Princess of Jin wants a medicinal herb garden, you'll give it to her. But what if she later wants the land of one of the 9 provinces, will you give it to her? What if she wants the imperial province, will you give it to her then? This. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Qianqi was instantly speechless. Prince Su, are you saying that the Jin Kingdom? Zhang Qianqi's voice was filled with shock.
Alright, I'll figure out the rest.
After saying that, Su Ming hung up the phone.
Then, Su Ming thought for a moment and called Duan Xingyue again, wanting to remind her to pay attention to the situation in the imperial state, since the Blood Fiend Palace could invade at any time. The call connected, and Duan Xingyue answered with a surprised voice, You're not dead yet? Su Ming rolled his eyes, You really want me dead?
Humph, if I wanted you dead, I wouldn't have called Wan Shirin to inform you. It seems you know your place and knew to hide, otherwise you'd probably be dead at Xiao Jian's hands by now, Duan Xingyue said with a disdainful sneer.
Xiao Jian?
Su Ming frowned, completely failing to understand what Duan Xingyue was saying. Duan Xingyue snorted coldly, So you really don't know anything. My second brother is back because of father's insistence on fulfilling the marriage agreement. I said a few angry words. My second brother then ordered Xiao Jian to take your life. Besides, my second brother and I have already come down to Zhongzhou. You'd better stay far away and don't let him see you, or you're finished.
Duan Xingyue sneered. After saying that, Duan Xingyue slammed down the phone.
Su Ming slowly put down his phone, his brows furrowing even deeper. Duan Xingyue, that woman, has come to Zhongzhou again.
Could it be related to the Nangong family? He shook his head. It seemed he had to go back to Cloud Mist Manor to figure everything out. Well, Prince Su, what exactly happened? Lin Tianyuan asked in surprise from the side. It's nothing, don't worry. If the Nangong family dares to come again, just let me know. I'll be watching over Tianxiang Herb Garden from now on. No one will dare to trespass. Su Ming said calmly. Yes, thank you, Prince Su. Lin Tianyuan was filled with gratitude. By the way, for the next 2 days, no one is allowed to set foot in the herb garden. Don't let this affect Shen Luoyun, including yourself. After giving his instructions, Su Ming left the scene. Yes, Prince Su, please take care. Lin Tianyuan responded and respectfully saw him off. When Su Ming arrived at Cloud Mist Manor, Uncle Shan was waiting for him there. Young master, you're finally back. Upon seeing Su Ming, Shang Shuyu hurriedly stood up. Su Ming nodded calmly. Uncle Shang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I've been dealing with some matters. Did you bring any key information with you? Certainly. Shang Bo hurriedly said, I didn't have time to tell you on the way here. The Blood Fiend Palace has the resources of the Jin Kingdom. In just a few years, the strength of the people in the Blood Fiend Palace has increased dramatically. Everyone has the strength of the Divine Power Realm or above. The Blood Fiend Heavenly Venerable may have even reached the peak of the Earth Immortal Profound Realm. Peak Earth Immortal Realm, that's extraordinary strength. So I was worried you wouldn't be able to handle it, and I wanted to help you find your master, the Ancient Palace Master. Only he can subdue the Blood Fiend Heavenly Venerable. Shang Shuyu said with emotion. In this 9 provinces today, there are probably very few people who can rival the Blood Fiend Celestial Venerable. However, Gu Xiaoyao has disappeared without a trace, and it will probably be difficult to find him in the short term. This is a really tricky situation. But Su Ming smiled calmly and said, don't worry, even without my master, I can handle it. Uncle Shang, just rest here and relax. I'll take care of the rest. But Shang Bo hesitated, as if he wanted to speak. Just then, his phone rang. Uncle Shang answered the phone, and a deep voice came from the other end. Are you Shang Shuyu? Your apprentice smashed things in my shop. You're her master, right? You'd better bring money to compensate her right now, or don't blame us for not letting her off the hook. What? Upon hearing this, Shang Shuyu showed a look of shock. 846, Chapter 846 Smashing Someone's Rice Bowl. Uncle Shang, what happened? Seeing the change in Shang Shuyu's expression, Su Ming asked in confusion. Shang Shuyu's face was grim. Something happened to Bai Feng. I didn't want her to leave Yunwu Manor, but she couldn't stay on the mountain and kept making a fuss. I sent her down the mountain, and before I knew it, she'd gotten herself into trouble. Shang sighed helplessly. As they were talking, the other party sent over the address. Su Ming grinned. Don't worry, she's a member of the War God Temple after all, and she was personally trained by you, Uncle Shang. She should be able to protect herself. At this point, Shang Shuyu sighed and said, Young master, you don't know this, but although this girl has a bad temper, she is very intelligent. I am not worried about her right now. I'm afraid she'll get into big trouble. Her martial arts cultivation has already reached the half-step Earth Immortal Profound Realm. If she gets impulsive and kills someone, it will be difficult to handle. Whoa! Hearing this, Su Ming was also surprised. He really didn't realize that Shang Baifeng already had this level of strength. Then I'll go down the mountain with you and take a look. Su Ming smiled and said. Thank you, young master. Shang Shuyu expressed his gratitude. They left Cloud Mist Manor together with Su Ming and headed towards Zhengzhou City. Inside a jewelry store in the city. Pay up, you brat, you broke our stuff, you're not leaving here until you pay. Several burly men blocked Shang Baifeng's way, and the shop owner, looking furious, pointed at Shang Baifeng and shouted angrily. Shang Baifeng crossed her arms, showing no sign of nervousness. At her feet lay the shattered jade bracelet. She sneered disdainfully, You sell counterfeit goods, why should I compensate you? Those counterfeit goods are deceiving people. I haven't even asked you for compensation yet, and you're already accusing me first. Presumptuous. The shop owner roared, You've already sold all this stuff, and you dare say it's fake. Now you not only have to compensate me, you also have to apologize and clear my shop's name, otherwise, I'll show you. The shop owner said angrily.
Shang Baifeng scoffed, I've never heard of anyone selling counterfeit goods so brazenly. Even if you take this to the enforcement team, I won't be the one to pay. Let's see who loses more in the end.
You? The shop owner was furious.
He shouted at the others, grab her and shut her up. If we don't teach her a lesson, she'll dare to spout nonsense here.
Yes.
Several burly men shuddered and surrounded Shang Baifeng.
Shang Baifeng's gaze was icy, showing no fear whatsoever. It looked like the two sides were about to start fighting. Stop. Just then, a voice rang out from the doorway. Wan Shirin walked into the shop. He said to the shop owner, I'll pay for the things she broke. How much? Miss Wan?
The shop owner looked up at Wan Shirin in surprise. The Wan family now held a powerful and influential position in Zhengzhou, belonging to the top tier of Zhengzhou. Although they could not compare to the Shin family or the Nangong family, their influence was still considerable.
Wan Shirin's reputation has spread throughout Zhengzhou. Miss Wan, do you know her? The shop owner asked in surprise.
Why do you care so much? Just tell me, how much? Wan Shirin said calmly.
If it's Miss Wan's friend, then it's fine. It's just a small amount, a few 100,000. Miss Wan doesn't need to pay anything. You're welcome to come anytime.
The boss said with a fawning smile. Shang Baifeng also turned her head and looked at Wan Shirin in surprise. She had never seen her before and didn't know why Wan Shirin was helping her. Without saying a word, Wan Shirin transferred over 100,000 yuan to the shop owner.
Thank you, Miss Wan. You are welcome to visit anytime. The shop owner was all smiles and thanked him repeatedly. Now I can let her leave, right? Wan Shirin asked calmly. Please. The others also made way. Wan Shirin stepped forward, smiled at Shang Baifeng, and said, let's go, let's be friends. Wan Shirin's smiling face was like a spring breeze. Although she had only met Shang Baifeng by chance, her views on everyone had changed dramatically since she began practicing medical martial arts. She could tell at a glance that Shang Baifeng was no ordinary person, especially since the strong aura emanating from him indicated that he was definitely a martial arts master. A woman who can cultivate such profound martial arts energy must have an extraordinary background. Just like Su Ziyun and Qin Ku, aren't they both well-known young ladies from outside the secular world? If Wan Jiao wants to develop further, she must make many friends, especially such extraordinary people, in order to gain a wider network and a larger stage. Shang Baifeng looked at Wan Shirin in surprise, and was also impressed by Wan Shirin's demeanor. She asked curiously, why did you help me? Wan Shirin smiled and said, you're right, because they are indeed selling counterfeit goods, but that's how business is. If you see it, you can let it go, but if you expose them, you're ruining their livelihood. They definitely won't let you go. So, it's better to avoid trouble, and I'm willing to be your friend. Wan Shirin said with a smile. So that's how it is. Shang Baifeng then suddenly understood. She had learned a lot at the Temple of War, but this was the first time she had heard such worldly wisdom and social etiquette from Shang Baifeng. He grinned and said, okay, you can go outside and wait for me. Good. Wan Shirin nodded and walked out. Shang Baifeng turned her head and looked at the shop owner and several burly men. The shop owner sneered, you're lucky you have Miss Wan backing you up. You must have accumulated a lot of good fortune in your past life. You got a bargain, so be happy now. Get out of here from now on. Without Miss Wan escorting you, you're not allowed to set foot in my shop. The shop owner said with a disdainful look. Yeah? Shang Baifeng gave a cold smile. Immediately afterwards, the entire store resounded. One scream after another erupted. A few minutes later, Shang Baifeng walked out of the shop, got into Wan Shirin's car, and left the scene. When Su Ming and Shang Xiuyu arrived, they found the shop packed with people. The place was a mess, with the shop owner and several people with bruises on their faces. Su Ming and Shang Bo both looked shocked at what they saw. And who are you people? The shop owner gritted his teeth, staring at Su Ming and Shang Xiuyu. Shang Xiuyu said, I am the person you called to inform, Master Shang Baifeng. Where is she? So it was you, your apprentice, you smashed my shop and injured my men. You two beasts, you're not leaving now. Then the shop owner looked up and said to the somber-faced man in front of him, Director Shui, these two guys are definitely connected to that woman. Don't let them get away with this. The man with the somber expression looked up,
his icy gaze instantly landing on Su Ming and Shang Shuyu.
Shang rolled his eyes in a moment, feeling like he was about to faint. This girl is really good at causing trouble. I should have known better than to bring it. 847, Chapter 847 Settling Down. Old man, you admit you're her master, right? She not only smashed up my shop, but also injured my people. Shouldn't you be held accountable for this?
The man called Director Shui walked up, his cold eyes instantly landing on Shang Shuyu.
Just as Shang was about to speak,
Su Ming said expressionlessly, "We just came to take a look. Go find whoever smashed it. This has nothing to do with us."
Uncle Shang, let's go.
After saying that, Su Ming was about to leave with Shang Shuyu. Shang Shuyu glanced at Su Ming in surprise, wondering what Su Ming meant.
But since Su Ming had already given the order, he couldn't say anything. Su Ming then prepared to leave.
But Director Shui's gaze darkened, and he sneered, "You think you can just smash up my place and leave as you please? Money is a small matter, but if word gets out, where will I, Shui Lin, put my face?"
No one is leaving until everything is cleared up.
Sure. Su Ming grinned, turned to look at Shui Lin and said with a smile, "Then I'll stay here with you for now, until you've figured things out, but it has to be as soon as possible, and I won't offer any compensation."
Pretending to be something you're not.
The injured shop owner was enraged when he saw Su Ming and Shang Shuyu's self-righteous attitude. He ordered the crowd, "Take them both upstairs and lock them up." Immediately, several burly men came up, grabbed Shang Shuyu's shoulders, and were about to force him to bend over and grab him. But Su Ming raised his hand and gently slapped it, instantly shaking off the arms of all the burly thugs. He said in a deep voice, "Uncle Shang is quite old, please be polite. Besides, I've already said this matter has nothing to do with us. Please be respectful, don't lay a hand on me." Shui Lin's eyes widened in surprise. He could tell that Su Ming had some strength, so he said in a deep voice, "Take them upstairs and let me figure everything out."
Yes.
So Su Ming and Shang Bo were taken to the office upstairs, where a dozen men stood guard at the door.
"Young master, why is this?" In the office, Shang Shuyu asked Su Ming curiously.
Given Su Ming's status, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Simply revealing his identity as a member of the War God Temple would have avoided so much trouble. Su Ming sat calmly, "Uncle Shang, didn't you want to help Shang Baifeng grow up quickly? This is the best way. Let her bear the consequences of her own troubles. Otherwise, even if we protect her this time, she won't learn from her mistake and will continue to cause trouble next time. Don't worry, I'll take care of her if her life is in danger." "I see, young master is right." Shang Shuyu then nodded in agreement. Being isolated in the temple of the god of war, and with others taking extra care of Shang Baifeng, this girl has become somewhat arrogant and ignorant. It's a good thing to take this opportunity to teach her a lesson. Outside, Shui Lin had already mobilized most of his forces to track down Shang Baifeng's whereabouts. Shui Lin is no ordinary person. Although he appears to be just the chairman of a jewelry and jade shop, he is actually a member of the Qingyi Tower in the Imperial State. Qingyi Tower is one of the top commercial organizations in Kyushu, with immense power and a wealth of talented individuals under its command. Shui Lin is a member of Qingyi Tower. At this moment, Shang Baifeng and Wan Shirin are sitting in a 5-star hotel, enjoying a delicious meal. "It's so delicious, I've never eaten anything so good before." Shang Baifeng ate heartily, looking excited. Although the Temple of War God is not short of supplies, it is a secluded place where people cultivate themselves and have little appetite. They usually eat very frugally. Shang Baifeng has never actually tasted anything delicious until now. Seeing Shang Baifeng like this, Wan Shirin became somewhat curious. After all, if Shang Baifeng came from a prominent family, he shouldn't have acted this way. But if they are not from a powerful family, why are their martial arts skills so formidable? Wan Shirin couldn't help but ask, "Miss Shang, where are you from, and where are you from?" While eating a large lobster, Shang Baifeng grinned and said, "It's nothing. I came from the remote lands of Kyushu. I came to follow and serve the young master, but the current young master has disappointed me too much. I feel that he is not worth following at all. To serve someone like that, I think it would be a nightmare for the rest of my life." As Shang Baifeng ate, she shook her head and said that thinking of Su Ming filled her with contempt. Does that kind of person deserve to be the young master of the Temple of War? It's completely different from what I imagined.
If you have to keep following people like that, then there's no hope in life. Young master, who is it?
Wan Shireen asked in surprise.
Someone whom even Shang Baifeng has to serve must be some incredibly important figure, right?
If we can befriend someone like that, then we won't have to worry about the future development of the Wan family. Just as Shang Baifeng was about to say Su Ming's name, her eyes darted around, and she asked with a smile, "The king of the 9 provinces, have you heard of him?"
The king of the 9 provinces? Wan Shireen's body tensed up instantly.
She had heard of this name ever since she was in Yunqing, but until today, she had never had the chance to see it.
I admired him so much. Unexpectedly, the person Shang Baifeng was serving was this very big shot.
Wan Shireen's eyes lit up immediately, and she asked with delight, "Miss Shang, do you know where this king of Kyushu is? Could you let me see him?"
What's so great about him? You'll be very disappointed when you finally meet him.
Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Don't call me Miss Shang anymore, just call me by phone.
Miss Wan, what about you, do you have a boyfriend? Shang Baifeng asked curiously.
Wan Shireen's demeanor and bearing are extraordinary, she clearly possesses profound knowledge and high social standing.
A beauty like that is probably already taken.
It's a pity if she had gone down the mountain earlier and seen the world, she probably could have become someone like Wan Shireen.
I never imagined that in the end, I would only have to serve such a hopeless guy.
Wan Shireen shook his head and smiled, saying, "No, mainly because I'm divorced, it's not easy for me to find someone now. I don't dare to get married again so easily."
Oh my god. Miss Wan, someone like you has been divorced? Was the person who divorced you blind? Who was that, so blind? Shang Baifeng asked in surprise.
That guy's name is Su Ming. You probably haven't even heard of him. Although I was young and naive and wasted 3 years of my life with him, I don't really regret it. Unfortunately, his incorrigible and unchanging personality meant we were destined to be apart. When this was mentioned, Wan Shireen sighed and said,
Su Ming? Upon hearing Su Ming's name, Shang Baifeng nearly spat out her mouthful of food. What, do you know him? Wan Shireen looked up in surprise. No. Shang Baifeng frowned. I suddenly realized that there were many things I didn't know. He then feigned nonchalance and asked with a smile, Miss Wan, could you tell me how you two met, and what happened?
Wan Shireen glanced at her watch and smiled, I can agree, but it's getting late. Why don't you come stay at my house for a while? I'll talk to you about it later.
Shang Baifeng serves the king of the 9 provinces.
If they can keep Shang Baifeng here, they will have the opportunity to meet this legendary king of the 9 provinces. That's why Wan Shireen specifically tried to persuade him to stay.
Okay. Shang Baifeng smiled broadly, it just so happens that I don't want to go back to the mountain either.
So he went to the Wan family with Wan Shireen. What Wan Shireen didn't know was that her taking Shang Baifeng away was causing an uproar throughout half of Zhengzhou. After Xuelin gave the order, all the large and small corporations in Zhengzhou that were related to Qingyi Tower immediately began searching for Shang Baifeng's whereabouts. That very evening, they tracked down Shang Baifeng and found that he had settled at the Wan family's place. The next day, the entrance to the Wan family's house was packed with people, making it impossible to move.
Xuelin personally led his men into the Wan family's home.
When Wan Jinshan learned Xuelin's identity, he was so frightened that he almost knelt down on the spot.
Immediately notify Wan Shireen. Wan Shireen was half asleep when she was woken up by loud knocking on the door. As she opened the door, Wan Shireen asked in surprise, Dad, what's wrong?
Something terrible has happened. Boss Shui has arrived with his men, demanding an explanation. The entire entrance to the Wan family's residence is completely blocked.
What trouble did you get into last night?
Wan Jinshan said in a panic.
What?
Wan Shireen's expression changed, and she hurriedly put on her coat and went downstairs with Wan Jinshan.
848, Chapter 848 Taking Action. What, you're saying that master and young master are locked up in the shop I went to last night? Shang Baifeng also received phone calls from Dong Lei and Chun Shui at the Wan family's house. That's right, they went downstairs to look for you last night and haven't come back yet. What happened? On the phone, Dong Lei spoke in a cold voice.
Shang Baifeng's face turned ugly, and she hesitated to speak, her expression extremely unpleasant.
I'll go check on him right away, master, will be alright.
After hanging up the phone, Shang Baifeng immediately set off for Shui Lin's shop. She never imagined that Shang Shuyu would be implicated because of her. She can have anything happen to her, but she must never let Shang get into trouble. Her life was saved by her master. Therefore, she absolutely could not allow anything to happen to Shang Shuyu. And that Su Mingai is really something. He claims to be the young master of the War God Temple, but he can't even handle such a small matter and has to drag his master down with him. He's utterly useless. Thinking about this, Shang Baifeng was furious. As Wan Shirin went downstairs, she looked up and saw 7 or 8 top figures from Zhengzhou sitting in the lobby of the Wan family group. She was instantly stunned. Each of them was a well-known wealthy man in Zhengzhou, with considerable influence, and each of them had a cold and stern expression, never smiling.
Oh my God! Just how much trouble has this caused? Wan Shirin recalled last night, hadn't she taken Shang Baifeng away in time? How did I manage to offend these big shots? Shirin, what exactly happened? None of these big shots are people we can afford to offend, especially Shui Lin, Boss Shui. He's a big shot directly under the Qingyi Tower in the Imperial State. If we offend him, our Wan family will be finished. Wan Jinshan said in shock. Dad, don't panic, I'll handle it. Wan Shirin straightened her clothes, strode out to the center of the hall, and bowed to Shui Lin, saying, Wan Shirin of the Wan family greets Boss Shui. I was unaware of Boss Shui's presence and hope to receive your guidance. Instructions? Shui Lin sneered, his icy gaze fixed on Wan Shirin. Miss Wan, I originally had some appreciation for how you've built the Wan family into what it is today. I was planning to introduce you to Qingyi Tower if the opportunity arose, but your performance has been extremely disappointing. If you mess with me, Shui Lin, don't blame me for being impolite. Shui Lin snorted coldly. This. Wan Shirin's expression changed, and she realized how big an opportunity she had missed. He hurriedly asked, Mr. Shui, I didn't understand what you meant. What exactly went wrong? Although I went to one of your shops last night, there was no trouble at all. Shui Lin's gaze darkened. Are you still going to play dumb? The people you took away smashed my shop and injured my men, and last night, they even stayed at your Wan family's place, didn't they? Your relationship with her must be quite close. In that case, can you distance yourself from this? Shui Lin let out a cold shout. Now, either your Wan family compensates me for all my losses and apologizes to my face, or you hand over that woman, and from this day forward, everyone associated with me, Shui Lin, will have no business dealings with your Wan family. If you choose neither, then I guarantee that from today onwards, your Wan family will become my, Shui Lin's, greatest enemy. Shui Lin's face was cold and stern. Mr. Shui, please calm down and wait a moment. Wan Shirin felt like her head was about to explode. Recalling what happened last night, I suddenly remembered that when we left the shop, Shang Baifeng left first, and then came out 5 or 6 minutes later. Could it be that Shang Baifeng smashed up the shop around that time? She was inexplicably dragged into this mess. Wan Shirin hurriedly called for someone to bring Shang Baifeng down. Regardless, as long as Shang Baifeng comes down and confronts him face to face, there is still room for this matter to be resolved. The servant returned a while later and said to Wan Shirin, Miss Wan, the person has already left. It seems like it was just half an hour ago. What? Wan Shirin almost fainted. This is terrible. At Shui Lin's jewelry and jade shop. The shop owner, who was beaten up last night, is now filled with rage and has nowhere to vent it. Those 2 idiots instigated a brat to beat me up, and they even dared to sit upstairs so brazenly. I'll make them my targets today. The shop owner gritted his teeth and said with a face full of anger. A subordinate whispered, Boss, but Chairman Shui instructed us not to touch those 2 before the matter is fully investigated. You've disobeyed Chairman Shui's orders. What are you afraid of? The shop owner snorted coldly, so I took this beating for nothing. Don't you guys have any backbone? If Chairman Shui blames me, I'll take the blame. It's just teaching 2 good-for-nothings a lesson. Why is it so complicated? Lock the door, don't let anyone in until at least half an hour. The shop owner said sternly. Yes. His men were about to step forward and close the door. Just then, a figure walked in with others through the door.
With a broad smile, he asked, "Shopkeeper, why are you so irritable? Why are you locking the door in broad daylight?" The shop owner turned around and was so shocked that he trembled all over, his eyes widening instantly. "Mr. Han, what brings you here?" Han Xiancheng grinned and said, "It's nothing. Didn't I ask you to make some jewelry for my wife? I have a big meeting to attend tomorrow, so I came to see if you finished it. It's been ready for a while now, and I was just about to have someone deliver it to you tonight, but please wait a moment, Tycoon, while I teach someone a lesson. I'll bring it to you after I'm done." The shop owner hurriedly smiled obsequiously and said, "Teach someone a lesson?" Han Xiancheng frowned. "Who is it?" The shop owner recounted what had happened the previous night to Han Xiancheng. Han Xiancheng's interest was piqued upon hearing this. "There are people like this who don't even respect you and your director Shui? Up there, I'll go with you and see who's so arrogant." The shop owner was overjoyed upon hearing this. He couldn't have asked for more. With Han Xiancheng, the richest man in Zhengzhou, backing him up, he felt even more confident in taking action. Moreover, he'll have something to say when Shui Lin returns. "Mr. Han, please, that kind of trash would be terrified if he saw a big shot like you. I might not even need to lift a finger." The shop owner let out a smug laugh. Then he led Han Xiancheng upstairs. Upon reaching the door, just as he was about to push it open, the shop owner's eyes lit up, and he said to Han Xiancheng, "Mr. Han, wait here for a moment. Give me 3 minutes, and I'll make them submit to me. So that if you go in now, they won't recognize you and their foul language will offend your ears." The shop owner said with a smile, "You've thought of everything very thoroughly, okay?" Han Xiancheng smiled and nodded, not in a hurry, and stood outside the door. The shop owner led his men through the door and, through the crack in the open door, saw an old man sitting in the office with his back to the door. Han Xiancheng shook his head. Does Shui Lin's men even target old men? That's really bullying. However, it was none of his business. This was a matter for the Green Robe Pavilion, and it had little to do with him. He had just come up to watch the excitement. Inside the room, the shop owner coldly shouted at Su Ming, who was sleeping on the sofa, "Useless trash, get up, you two are quite leisurely." Su Ming slowly sat up, looked up at the shop owner, and asked, "What's going on? Have you investigated the matter thoroughly?" "Investigate my foot, it's crystal clear. Do I even need to investigate? Whatever, that girl hurt me. I'll make you two pay double. This is what you deserve." "Let's do it." The shop owner gave a stern shout, and 3 or 4 thugs behind him immediately stepped towards Su Ming and Shang Shuyu. 849, Chapter 849. That's amazing, young Master Yang. Bang bang bang. Loud noises and screams came from the room. Han Xiancheng stood at the door. He grinned. Shui Lin's men are really ruthless. Getting involved with someone like Shui Lin is really bad luck. Boom. Just then, the door panel was knocked away, and a figure flew out, landing heavily on the ground. Han Xiancheng looked down and was immediately shocked. The person who flew out was none other than the shop owner. How is this possible? Han Xiancheng suddenly looked up. Su Ming stood in front, calmly clapping his hands and sneering disdainfully. "I warned you all long ago not to make a move. We told you to wait until your boss figured things out before we talked, but you wouldn't listen." Su, King Su? When Han Xiancheng saw that it was Su Ming, she was completely stunned. Could it be that the person these idiots are trying to teach a lesson to is Su Ming? Looking at the old man standing next to Su Ming, it was none other than Shang Shuyu, whom he had just received that night. OMG. Han Xiancheng broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Has Shui Lin gone mad? How dare they lay a hand on the king of the 9 provinces? Let alone these few ants. Even if the Green Robe Pavilion came, they wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. At this moment, Su Ming slowly walked out, his gaze landing on Han Xiancheng. "You're here too, are you with them?" Upon hearing this, Han Xiancheng's legs went weak with fear, and she almost knelt on the ground. She hurriedly and tremblingly said, reporting to Prince Su, No, I came to buy something. I had no idea what was going on, and I had no idea they were targeting you. Otherwise, I would never have let them do such a thing." Large beads of sweat kept sliding down his forehead. The shop owner, lying on the ground with blood all over his mouth, was still thinking that with Han Xiancheng there, Han Xiancheng would definitely stand up for them. But seeing Han Xiancheng's expression, he was dumbfounded.
Then you must know that Director Shui, right? Su Ming asked expressionlessly. No. Han Xianqing nodded repeatedly.
That's fine, then tell him I've run out of patience and can't wait for him anymore. Let him figure it out himself. If he doesn't understand or isn't satisfied, tell him to come find me at Cloud Mist Manor. I am leaving now. After Su Ming finished speaking, he waved his hand and led Shang Shuyu downstairs.
Yes, yes. Han Xianqing nodded respectfully in agreement.
After Su Ming left, he finally let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling utterly exhausted and weak.
Who exactly is Han, the richest man? Can't even you handle him? Why are you so afraid?
The shop owner, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth, still unwilling to accept defeat. He was planning to report the matter truthfully to Shui Lin when he returned, to see what would happen to the kid.
Han Xianqing rolled her eyes. You guys are really blind. Shui Lin too. He's a member of the Qingyi Tower in the Imperial State. Doesn't he even have this much discernment? He can't even recognize the king of the 9 provinces. He's the famous leader of the Million War God Army, who caused a sensation in the Central State before. Haven't you heard of him? You dare to mess with him?
Han Xianqing was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He almost got dragged down by these idiots.
What? Upon hearing this, the shop owner and everyone else were shocked, their faces filled with horror and disbelief. He is the king of the 9 provinces? My God! The group of people almost fainted from fright. Especially considering that they had attacked Su Ming before, they were now filled with deep regret. It's over, it's over. Now, not only them, but the entire store might be finished.
Remembering Su Ming's instructions, Han Xianqing hurriedly took out her phone and called Shui Lin. Meanwhile, inside the Wan family's main hall, Wan Shirin was at her wit's end, completely overwhelmed and at a loss for what to do. Shang Baifeng has vanished without a trace. Faced with the accusations of numerous powerful figures, if she doesn't give an explanation today, her Wan family will likely be finished.
I can vouch for Ms. Wan's statement. Moreover, I can vouch for her.
Just then, a voice rang out from behind Wan Shirin.
Yang Hao strode out. Immediately, everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Hao. Shui Lin sneered disdainfully. What can you prove? Who do you think you are? How much weight do your words carry?
No one recognized Yang Hao, and they all wore mocking and disdainful smiles.
Yang Hao grinned and said with an air of authority, Alright, let's get started. I am Yang Hao from the Yang family, a powerful and influential family. Even if you haven't heard of me, you should have heard of the Yang family, the world's 18th ranked family that specializes in providing top-grade pills. That's the Yang family I'm talking about. These words shocked everyone present. Even Wan Shirin was instantly shocked and her eyes widened. This was the first time she had learned about Yang Hao's family background. Although Su Ziyan had introduced Yang Hao's identity to her before, she only mentioned it briefly, saying that he was the eldest son of a powerful family. She thought he was just a young master from a secluded cultivation family, like Su Ziyun and Qin Ku. Unexpectedly, Yang Hao's background was so powerful. Oh my God! 18th in the world? What kind of strength is this? Compared to that, what is Zhongzhou? In Yang Hao's eyes, Zhongzhou is probably no different from a village, right? Are you the young master of the Yang family? Shui Lin was also taken aback. However, his gaze immediately darkened. So what if the Yang family was so powerful? With the mountains high and the emperor far away, no matter how powerful the Yang family is, can they really extend their reach into the central plains? Moreover, shouldn't the Wan family bear the consequences of their mistakes? Just as Shui Lin was about to unleash his power, the phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Han Xianqing, the richest man in China. He answered immediately. Hello? Shui Lin, are you fucking insane? On the phone, Han Xianqing spoke in shock and anger. You dare to lock the king of Kyushu upstairs, and you still want to interrogate me? Are you tired of living? If you're tired of living, just say so. Earlier now I'm all messed up. His body was ashen. What? Shui Lin was instantly shaken. Mr. Han, what do you mean by that? Shui Lin asked in surprise. What else do you mean, or do you simply not understand? The 2 people you had guarding upstairs, one of whom is the young man, is none other than the leader of the War God Army and the king of the 9 provinces. With a single word from him,
he could reduce all your shops to ashes. The fact that he's willing to stay here is already giving you a lot of face. Most importantly, your men actually tried to take action against him on their own.
I think you're really crazy. Han Xiancheng said angrily. What? Shui Lin nearly fainted from shock.
Instantly, cold sweat poured down his forehead like raindrops. He hurriedly said, Mr. Han, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. Shui Lin panicked and hurriedly hung up the phone, then gave Wan Shirin a deep look.
May good fortune be with every household. He turned to the others and said, let's go. Then he left the scene with 7 or 8 people. Wan Shirin breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Yang Hao, saying, Young Master Yang, did you give this order? With your status and position, I'm afraid no one in Zhengzhou would dare to disobey you.
Yang Hao glanced at it with a puzzled look, but then smiled and said, although I didn't give the order, it's normal for them to withdraw now that they know the status of my young family. I didn't want to say this, but seeing you encounter one problem after another, if I don't stand up for you, it would be a real disrespect to you as a friend.
Yang Hao grinned and said, That's amazing, young Master Yang, I've decided to be your friend with you by my side, how could I possibly worry about the future of my family?
Wan Shirin's face was filled with gratitude and surprise.
Everyone in the Wan family looked at Yang Hao with expressions of surprise and delight. The Wan family has struck gold.
850, Chapter 850 He is not worthy. Shui Lin rushed back to the shop with his men and found Han Xiancheng.
What exactly is going on with Han, the richest man? What king of the 9 provinces? How could I possibly offend the king of the 9 provinces?
Shui Lin looked shocked.
The people behind him stared wide-eyed.
Han Xiancheng rolled her eyes and sneered, You call yourself a member of the Green Robe Pavilion, yet you don't even know who you've offended. The person you had guarded upstairs before was the king of the 9 provinces gone now, and he asked me to tell you that if you still have any questions or complaints, you can go to Cloud Mist Manor to find him yourself.
Oh my God.
Upon hearing this, Shui Lin nearly fainted from fright. He never dreamed that the unassuming young man was actually the current king of Kyushu.
This is a huge mess. Where did you go just now? I had to call you to tell you if it weren't for me, you, Shui Lin, would be finished.
Han Xiancheng sneered. Shui Lin, covered in sweat, answered truthfully, I just went to the Wan family to question their president, Wan Shirin. After all, Wan Shirin took away the woman who vandalized my shop. But I didn't know the woman who smashed my shop was related to the king of Kyushu, otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to do it even if you gave me 10 lives. Shui Lin raised his hand to wipe away the sweat.
What?
Upon hearing this, Han Xiancheng was shocked again, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. She pointed at Shui Lin and exclaimed, You're really something. Have you been hanging around in the imperial state too much? You think you can look down on everyone?
Do you know that Wan Shirin, the president of the Wan family, is Su Wang's ex-wife? Not only are you imprisoning the king of Kyushu, but you're also going to confront his ex-wife. You're really something. Don't ever say you know me, Han Xiancheng, again.
I don't deserve that honor. Goodbye. Han Xiancheng was so frightened that he fled in panic, not daring to have anything to do with Shui Lin again.
What?
Shui Lin was completely stunned, standing frozen in place as if struck by lightning. In just one day and one night, he managed to offend everyone related to the king of Kyushu. What kind of self-destructive behavior is this? Other business owners associated with Shui Lin were also shocked and bid him farewell, fearing they would be implicated and get into trouble. Shui Lin then realized just how much trouble he had gotten himself into. At this moment, Shang Baifeng also came looking for them. Stepping into the shop, he straightened his back and said to Shui Lin, Release my master's old, don't make things difficult for him. I am the one who caused this trouble, come at me if you have any problems. At this point, Shang Baifeng strode up to Shui Lin, lowered her head, and said in a deep voice, You can beat me, scold me, or even send me to the law enforcement jail, I won't resist. None of this has anything to do with my master. However, after Shang Baifeng finished speaking, the scene fell silent.
She looked up in surprise.
But Shui Lin's face looked even worse than if he had eaten shit. Shui Lin forced an awkward smile and said to Shang Baifeng, Miss Shang, your master has already left. I didn't make things difficult for him. Moreover, when you go back, Could you please tell that big shot for me that I, Shuelin, am an idiot who doesn't know how to recognize a great man? Please ask him to give me a chance. I can personally kneel down and apologize to him.
Ah. Shang Baifeng was instantly stunned. What's going on?
She was already mentally prepared to obediently bow her head and admit her mistake. After all, she can cause as much trouble as she wants on her own, but if she drags her master into it, it would be worse than killing her.
I never expected things to turn out like this.
Someone, bring out all the jade and jewelry treasured in the shop, pack them up, and give them to this Miss Shang to take back. Consider it a gift of apology. Shuelin turned his head and shouted in fear. Then, Shang Baifeng walked out of the shop with a bag of precious jewelry, still looking completely bewildered.
Just then, her phone rang. Shang Baifeng took out her phone to answer it. Hello?
Baifeng, where did you go? I couldn't get through to you on the phone, and I couldn't find you anywhere. I've already taken care of my problems, so you don't need to run away. Wan Shirin said with a smile on the phone.
Escape? Escape?
Shang Baifeng was taken aback, but then said in a deep voice, I won't run away. I just heard that my master is in trouble. Did you come to help? Are you having any problems?
It happened last night.
So Wan Shirin recounted the whole story of Shuelin coming to her door to confront her over the phone.
She even told Shang Baifeng, with a hint of pride, about Yang Hao's involvement in the Yang family's formidable power. After listening, Shang Baifeng suddenly realized what was going on.
Shang Baifeng said in shock, so, it seems that this boss Shui was afraid of young Master Yang's power, which is why he released my master. No wonder he asked me to pass on his plea. Miss Wan, you've made the acquaintance of someone extraordinary. It's a pity I don't have your luck. I have to serve an incompetent fellow who couldn't even protect my master. At this point, Shang Baifeng became extremely angry again. The young master of the War God Temple can't even handle a shop owner. It's shameful to say that. Wan Shirin smiled modestly, it's just good luck. Besides, your man is the king of Kyushu's no small figure. He's no less than young Master Yang.
Come on, it's him. Shang Baifeng curled her lip in disdain.
Wan Shirin continued, by the way, I'm planning to host a banquet tonight to welcome young Master Yang. We're friends now, so please come along. It would be best if you could also bring the king of Kyushu. Shang Baifeng smiled and said, great, you've done me a huge favor. I'd also like to see young Master Yang's style.
Shang Baifeng hung up the phone. My bad mood vanished instantly, and I left with my belongings.
Let's go back to Cloud Mist Manor first and see our master. She took a car back to Yunwu Mountain Villa. Upon arriving at the entrance of the villa, they saw Su Ming about to leave. The two met and their eyes locked. Shang Baifeng snorted coldly, showing not a shred of kindness, no color.
Su Ming grinned, you've gotten yourself into trouble, and you're still so grumpy?
Shang Baifeng gritted her teeth, you still have the nerve to say that? You're the young master of the War God Temple, yet you managed to bring my master into the hands of others. Do you dare to report this back to the War God Temple? You'll become a disgrace to the entire War God Temple.
Su Ming smiled and shook his head, I know you're not convinced by me. You're still young, and many things aren't as simple as you think. You'll understand in the future.
I understand you, my foot, don't worry, I will never serve someone like you again. The Temple of War will not acknowledge someone like you.
Su Ming smiled and shook his head, if your master agrees, I won't force you.
I'll go in and talk to him right away. By the way, Miss Wan is having a party tonight. She asked me to take you with her. It's time to show you some real talent, something not like you. Do you dare to go?
Shang Baifeng asked with a cold smile.
Okay, but I have something to do right now. Come find me at Tianxiang Herb Garden when it's time. After saying that, Su Ming went down the mountain.
Shang Baifeng didn't even bother to glance at it.
Then he strode into Cloud Mist Manor, and upon entering the hall, he shouted, Master, I want to revoke my identity as a member of the War God Temple. I don't want to serve that so-called young master for the rest of my life. He doesn't deserve it.
Puff.
Shang Shuyu, who was drinking tea in the hall, suddenly spat out a mouthful of tea.